Chapter 181 from the Abyss. Under the clear blue sky, the sea rolled up waves of white waves, gently hitting the deserted golden beach. The scorching sun shone on dozens of human bones half buried in the sand. They were like coordinates marking danger, warning humans of the danger from the blue sea. Ocean. Deep and huge. Once upon a time, in the impression of humans, it was a place full of mysterious power that could not be completely controlled. But with the development of productivity, people's fear and worship of the ocean turned into adapting to the ocean, conquering the ocean, and using the ocean, until influencing the ocean and destroying the ocean. However, after the advent of the era of spiritual recovery, humans have changed from destroying the ocean to being forced by countless mutated marine creatures to slowly change from influencing the ocean, using the ocean, and conquering the ocean to fearing the ocean. No worship. No one would have any idea of worshipping something that could destroy all mankind. Class B Demon Spirit. Since the establishment of the Spiritual Energy Concentration Detection Agency, when humans have a set of basic spiritual energy concentration detection standards, the first thing to be determined is the marine life with spiritual energy concentration reaching the level of B. This was detected by people by chance, when those extremely large B-level monsters appeared near some islands. After that, the human side was in panic and despair for a long time. After all, at that time, the very few extraordinary people in the whole human race were only at the level of E. And powerful weapons such as nuclear bombs could not be used because the other party was in the ocean. But as humans continued to cultivate and detect on land, they finally found that the strongest mutant creatures on land were only at the level of D. And this panic and despair faded. After all, the sea is not the home for human survival and is indispensable. The land is. Facing the B-level monsters and the extremely deep and terrifying ocean, humans almost immediately responded by giving up all use and control of the ocean. Concentrate on dealing with mutant creatures on land. The ocean is still the same as before, and in front of the gradually powerless humans, it has restored its original mystery and mysteries. Originally, when humans observed B-level demons, they thought that they seemed to be much gentler than those mutant creatures on land, and would not have much destructive power. But after that time, several B-level demons rushed from the direction of America to the direction of Neon Country, releasing a tsunami, flooding almost all of its plains, causing a tragic disaster in which nearly half of the population was instantly buried in the belly of fish. And humans once again redefined the danger of these huge marine mutant creatures. The entire ocean was also re-identified by all humans as a vast spiritual realm. Black extinction level. But since then, B-level demons seem to have returned to their original gentleness, and there have been no reports of any attacks on humans. Even the sudden impact on the coastline of Xiaohu City was caused by being controlled by those strange beasts. Humans have also shifted their focus to the land because of the frequent strange events. The appearance of B-level demons one after another, and even the A-level demon king, who must have appeared in the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm. However, no one has ever deeply understood everything in this huge spiritual realm with endless sea water. The huge waves hit the cliffs on the seashore, bursting with a loud bang. Under the sun, the blue sea water is like a huge gem. If you enter the sea water containing extreme spiritual energy, you will find endless huge marine creatures rushing towards you. And the color of the sea water becomes darker and deeper. And as the depth increases, the light becomes dimmer. At the lowest point in the ocean, the depths of the Nyuriana Trench, it is always dark whether it is day or night. But in this barren environment, with extreme high-intensity water pressure, there are tens of millions of mutant creatures living here. Among them, dozens of extremely huge and ugly fish were moving in groups, constantly devouring everything they could devour. Each giant fish was nearly 40 meters long, with a very strong body in the shape of a spindle, a sharp half-moon tail fin, and huge eyes occupying almost the entire area of the head. The terrifying mouth full of sharp fangs, like spears, could easily bite even solid stones. Even though they were so powerful, they knew how to move in groups. After all, as sea-level demons, they were not the only strong ones in this deep sea. After easily devouring a group of anglerfish with light flashing on their heads, the group of giant fish suddenly found that the water flow in front of them suddenly became turbulent. After instinctively sensing the danger, they swam towards the sea almost instantly. However, as a huge shadow hidden in a cave suddenly floated out, and the body flew out like an arrow, a huge wound suddenly appeared on the body of the last fish. The blood mist filled the dark space. and the injured giant fish struggled to continue swimming upwards to catch up with its companions. But it despairingly discovered that its companions also suffered the same fate as it one after another. Almost in an instant, the giant shadow killed all the dozens of sea-level demon fish. It quietly floated nearby, grabbed the bodies of dozens of giant fish, and brought them to the cave. The powerful horny giant mouth tore the steel-like skin and flesh on the giant fish, and stretched out tentacles with thousands of suction cups, trying to slowly dismantle it. After a while, a fluorescent bead hidden deep in the belly of the giant fish suddenly appeared. The giant shadow threw the corpse of the giant fish out of the cave like throwing away garbage, letting it float upwards, and then turned around and stretched its tentacles to other giant fish. Not long after, more than 30 fluorescent beads were tightly sucked on its tentacles, and the corpses of those giant fish were thrown out of the cave again. The giant shadow ignored the situation that the fish corpses outside the cave were divided and eaten by many mutant marine creatures, and instantly put the more than 30 beads into the abyss. And then, almost a moment later, in this extremely dark place 10,000 meters deep under the sea, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out in the cave. Loud rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and the sound of rocks collapsing gradually sounded. As the giant continued to expand in size, the originally wide cave became extremely cramped. In the end, the caves made of solid volcanic rocks could no longer contain the giant shadow and completely broke into pieces. The white light suddenly disappeared, replaced by a huge black shadow covering nearly 1 kilometer. In the depths of the trench, even the human spiritual energy concentration detection satellite that can detect thousands of meters underground cannot detect it. In the seabed, another A-level demon king was born. Chapter 182: A Choice Concerning the Future of All Mankind. At this moment, although it was late at night, the huge conference hall that could accommodate tens of thousands of people was already filled with all the high-level people from all over the world, as well as the vast majority of the higher-level extraordinary people. Now, each of them knew the importance of this meeting. This is a meeting that concerns the future of mankind and determines whether mankind will perish. But the topic that Fei Jun just thought might be able to solve the current dilemma was easily rejected. Fei Jun couldn't understand it. Why couldn't the proposal of using all resources to pile up one or several A-level extraordinary people in a short period of time be passed? But soon, he remembered Xingyi words again. The dog owner will not let the dog become too powerful, because it will be out of control. TSK. He frowned. It's already this time. How can ordinary people still consider those things? The A-level demon king is on the land, in the spiritual realm of the Seven Peaks Mountain. Instead of considering getting rid of it first, this proposal is directly abolished. Up to now, there is no experimental data to support the use of a large number of spiritual stones to upgrade the extraordinary to the level of A. If there is any problem, it will be a loss to all mankind. As the main organizer of the meeting, Mr. Dong of Tang State was making a final summary on this issue. On the stage, representatives from all countries and regions in the world voted against it. There was not even one abstention. We humans have a total of nearly 100 B-level extraordinary people at this time. They are all the most precious wealth of mankind. But if this A-level demon king uses spiritual stones to force the growth of seedlings, there may be some adverse consequences. Agree. If the spiritual energy cannot be controlled, it may cause a disaster. We should focus all our energy on vigorously developing weapons research and development. The senior officials of the American country also continued. We also agree that the A-level of the extraordinary cannot be equated with the A-level of the mutant creatures. Let's not talk about this anymore. In addition, do we think we can consider nuclear bombs with a larger equivalent? The senior officials of the Xiong country also nodded. This method is not even as good as coordinating with the A-level demon king. Doesn't it have a very high intelligence? The senior officials of the F country proposed a new idea. Then let the representatives of the FA country communicate with the other party? But we also agreed to deny this method. Whether the side effects of the spirit stone exist needs to be found out. The Burei country insulted the senior officials of the FA country, but also rejected the proposal to upgrade the extraordinary to the A level. Fei Jun sat in the audience. He looked around. All the extraordinary people had different expressions and movements, but the thoughts in everyone's hearts were probably not much different. Now, the existence of this A-level demon king on land has become a disaster that even concerns the fate of all mankind. But now, when life and death are at stake and humanity may perish, these people are still thinking about not letting the extraordinary people become stronger in the era of spiritual energy recovery to threaten the existence of ordinary people like them. Fei Jun couldn't help but smile bitterly. What time is it now? What time is it now? Humanity is about to perish. And they still care about the difference between extraordinary people and ordinary people. And are still considering suppressing the extraordinary people? But as the direct extraordinary organization of Tang State, the acting first tower of the Nine Heavens Tower, Fei Jun right to speak, like all the extraordinary people present, is shit. He didn't even understand why he came to this meeting. It was obviously to discuss how to deal with the A-level Demon King. But the extraordinary people who deal with the main force of mutant creatures, didn't have any chance to interrupt. Now those senior executives are already discussing what kind of weapons to deal with mutant creatures. And the next topic will also move forward in this direction. Fei Jun knew that for himself and the extraordinary people, it was impossible to improve to A-level with the help of spirit stones unless he could break through. Ordinary people were on guard against them, and even regarded them as creatures more terrifying than mutants. He listened patiently for a while, and then he left the venue on the pretext of feeling unwell. Originally, it was not mandatory to attend the meeting, and now that the meeting had progressed like this, there was no reason for him to stay. Taking out his cigarette box, Fei Jun went straight out of the venue and came to the square outside. Seeing the sign, "No smoking in public places," he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Fei, have one. I've been holding it in for a long time. Ah! Chung Yu patted Fei Jun on the shoulder, and he ran out. You can't smoke in public places. Hold it in. Fei Jun looked up at the building in the distance, and suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. Alas, Brother Fei. It's so King aggrieved. Chung Yu put his hands behind his back, glanced at the conference hall behind him, and sighed. These ordinary people. Who the hell are you from? You don't learn from me. I want to go to the hospital to see what's going on. Are you going? Fei Jun knew that if he went back to listen, he would just be listening and suffer. It's better to do something else directly. Fortunately, this meeting was held in Shangjing, Tang State, and he wouldn't have nowhere to go because he was unfamiliar with the place. Hospital? Old Fei. You still don't give up. Chung Yu smiled. But when he saw a person, his smile disappeared immediately. Well, you're still going to follow me? Go. Why not? Fei Jun also saw the extraordinary person, and after looking around, he found more people monitoring them. After catching Chung Yu, Fei Jun used his ability instantly. A few minutes later, the two appeared at the door of the hospital. This is where Xing Yu disappeared last. They probably guessed we were coming, but they were much slower. Chung Yu sincerely admired Fei Jun's ability. We are equivalent to super acceleration. By the way, Brother Fei, can we smoke here? No. In the hospital. Fei Jun took Chung Yu and instantly moved to Xing Yu ward at that time. The ward was empty. Fei Jun drew the curtains and turned on the lights. Xing Yu bed at that time was unusually flat and clean, just like the last time he came. Those extraordinary people sent to us from some center are completely their dogs. I thought they were here to help, but they didn't do anything. Didn't listen to orders, and just stared at us. I really laughed. Chung Yu said as he sat on the bed and lay down directly. We are dogs too. Fei Jun pursed his lips. I thought we were not before, but this time I know that we are. At the critical moment of life and death for all mankind, they are still scheming against each other. It's ridiculous and pathetic. Chung Yu and Fei Jun sighed together. They used to think that Xing Yu, the first tower who always mocked himself as a dog, was really a nobody. But now, they all felt that they didn't listen to him, which eventually led to such a situation. The 9-layered tower was seriously injured. The first tower was missing. The 3rd and 8th towers were sacrificed. The 7th tower was crazy, and many C and D level supernaturals were killed by the giant beast. The newcomers were more loyal to the dogs above, and ignored Fei Jun and the original people. Now, the existence of Fei Jun and others has become extremely embarrassing. What would old Xing say if he was here? Alas, where did he go? Chung Yu smiled and looked at the ceiling. What else does our group exist for? Huh? Old Fei. What do you see up there? Chung Yu pointed his finger at the black ink mark next to the lampshade that emitted white light. Fei Jun stared, and the sweat on his face couldn't help but flow down. Underground? Chapter 183. The most familiar and strange place. Drizzle. In the mountains and forests. Lin Ming moved forward without hesitation. After yesterday's rainstorm, the ground was muddy and slippery. and there were quite a lot of small puddles everywhere. The drizzle came unexpectedly, making the road conditions worse. It should have been early morning, but Lin Ning still didn't see much light in this dense forest. His subordinates followed him for a night, and they also walked and stopped. After all, after the rainstorm, the terrain in this spiritual realm has changed a lot. In addition, this place is basically canyons and towering mountains, so the speed is not very fast. But Lin Ning still used nearly 10 hours to lead his subordinates to the vicinity of the Silverfish Mountain spiritual realm, which is about 150 kilometers away. Lin Ning sensed everything around him, and found that this place was fundamentally different from the past. The location of the nuclear explosion before was still barren. But here in the Silverfish Mountain spiritual realm, the trees and plants have changed a lot. Originally, the mutant plants in the spiritual realm, such as those fir trees, were only about 100 meters high at most. After all, this was scary enough. But on the Silverfish Mountain side, especially the giant trees near the nuclear explosion, they directly reached a height of nearly 150 meters. And Lin Ning also found that their branches and leaves seemed to have some strange changes. The giant trees that originally had few branches basically grew a lot of branches at this time, and the leaves on them became several times larger than before. Tens of thousands of giant trees were not close to each other. From a distance, they really looked like a bunch of feather dusters. Moreover, there were countless mutant caterpillars on these giant trees, which were huge in size and strange in color. They even gradually gathered together, as if they were about to make some moves. Lin Ning found that even the blood phoenix and the heavy-eyed birds didn't want to touch them. Poisonous? Or can't be eaten at all? Lin Ning used the blood-leaf slash without hesitation to kill all the caterpillars that had gradually come down from the tree and crawled towards him. He unexpectedly discovered that he had gained a lot of evolution points. There are still some spiritual stones in the Silverfish Mountain spirit realm. Before, when there was no spiritual energy perception of all things, Lin Ning looked at every stone as a spiritual stone and couldn't tell them apart. Finally, he gave up looking for them. Now with this convenient ability, Lin Ning walked and looked for those translucent stones that exuded strong spiritual energy. From time to time, he stretched out a bamboo root to pick up some good quality spiritual stones and absorb a lot of spiritual energy from them. Not long after, in the drizzling rain, Lin Ning led many subordinates to the Wantohai spirit realm. Seeing Xiaoli village again, Lin Ning unexpectedly discovered that the last traces of human beings seemed to have been destroyed by the crazy growth of plants. There are only a few traces left of the ruins when he left last time. There is even a rusty bicycle that has grown directly into the center of a fir tree. The barbaric conquest of nature by humans has been completely reversed in a very short time after the revival of spiritual energy. Lin Ning sighed. More than 30 bamboo roots supported him, past Xiaoli village, and went up the mountain. The drizzle before suddenly stopped at this time. As the sun rose, the white mist gradually revived and began to permeate every corner of the valley. Wantohai's spiritual realm. This is where everything started. After entering the valley, Lin Ning sensed everything in the valley, and a sense of familiarity rose spontaneously. But this familiarity was mixed with strange things. There didn't seem to be too many creatures here, compared with the past when there were countless creatures and howling. Long whistling birds and other sounds could be heard every day. It seemed too quiet. Last time, humans led a large number of extraordinary people and soldiers with heavy weapons to attack from both sides of the valley, and it was easy to destroy this spiritual realm. Naturally, the mutant creatures that didn't have time to escape were also wiped out. What did humans gain? Confidence, determination, hope. These illusory things soon vanished completely after yesterday's rainstorm. Humans gained those things from the Wanju Sea without him, but lost them in the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm with him. What a irony. Lin Ning looked at his subordinates. They seemed to be quite excited to return here. But that was all. The Wanju Sea spirit realm was no longer suitable for their continued survival. Without the food reserves they depended on for survival, this place was actually no different from a wasteland. You can't just sit here hungry and wait for everything to revive. Right? What's more, compared with the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm, this place doesn't have much strategic significance. It is still so far from Rongqing City, not to mention Shengjing or Xiaohu City, but it still has value. Lin Ning continued to move forward, and soon came to the lake where he had stayed for a long time. Master, the shape of this lake makes me feel very familiar. After staring at the lake for a while, The panda couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ming ignored it, but walked to the place where he had stayed before. The slight bulge on the ground was not conspicuous. After sensing it, it seemed to be quite healthy. Lin Ming had repeatedly probed among the human groups that had participated in this battle, and were under his key monitoring to confirm whether they had noticed this. The answer he got was that humans had never noticed this place at all. Not bad. Adding the one in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. There are 2. But these 2 are far from enough. Master. This is... Panda saw Lin Ming stop, and also noticed the bulge hidden in the grass on the ground. Lin Ming put down dozens of bamboo branches containing spiritual liquid, and let his subordinates drink some to replenish their physical strength. He did not answer Panda's question, but carefully sensed everything around him. The reason why he came to Wantuhai was because there was an abandoned road a few dozen kilometers away from the valley exit in the northeast of Wantuhai. As long as he followed the road that was now submerged by plants, he could reach his destination at a faster speed. Humans probably never dreamed that the road they had built was now used by the A-level demon king they feared. Lin Ming sensed the distance, and Chiang and the others were very fast. The subordinates, who attacked various cities, were quickly sent to the vicinity of his designated destination by the 4 of them. Even in the daytime, humans could never detect their figures with their naked eyes or various instruments. And Lin Ming's spiritual force field shielding ability made the spiritual energy on them completely disappear. With these air forces, this action to deter humans was so smooth. Now looking at himself, Lin Ming felt that his strength was already good, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. The ground attack force, led by the panda and the giant wolf Fengxiao, is also quite trustworthy. But the air force, the 4 of Chiang, as well as the 4 blood phoenixes and 2 heavy-eyed birds, are quite thin. As for the water force, after careful training, only the 2 that can be used are the minnow silk satin color and the giant river shrimp giant armor. There are many reasons for this, such as being busy dealing with humans and strange beasts. It seems that after arriving at the destination, we must focus on training new subordinates in these 2 aspects. This is especially true for the water force. From the beginning to now, Lin Ming has never underestimated the mutant creatures in the ocean. After all, compared with the land with many restrictions, it is easier for mutant creatures to improve their realm and level in the ocean. The first B-level demon spirit that appeared in the mouth of humans before appeared in the ocean. Almost a year ago, there were B-level monsters and the mutated creatures in the ocean. So now, even if their growth rate is slow, there must be an A-level one. Right? The reason why it has not been discovered by humans is probably because it has the same ability as him that makes it impossible for humans to discover it. Right? Lin Ming thought about it, and sped up his pace. Several bamboo roots stretched out, constantly taking all the last bit of spiritual stones in the Wantuhai spirit realm for himself. Chapter 184 Unique. Lin Ming felt more and more that this mutant creature seemed to be a bug. He had observed his subordinates, the mutant animals and birds, and even when they reached the 2nd level, they ate, drank, defecated, urinated, and slept without missing a thing. Especially after the size reached the level of huge, the restrictions on eating and drinking became greater. Take his subordinate Yen Si, the rock wolf, as an example. This guy's size can be said to be comparable to another subordinate, the giant bear Manwe, like an elephant close to adulthood. But because of this huge size, the total weight of food it eats every day is a terrifying thing. This is when it does not exercise or fight much. Lin Ming once saw that this guy could easily swallow 2 deer bigger than a horse whole, and even chewed the bones. But there was no sign of fullness, and basically, it was constantly hunting prey along the way. Fortunately, this guy's hunting efficiency and effectiveness are very strong. Otherwise such a big guy would really starve to death. Looking at the others, it's similar. After the spiritual energy of the subordinates revived, as the realm improved, their bodies continued to grow. And after reaching the 2nd level, it was even more so. Just like the sorrow crossing the mountain. Its original size was not much bigger than a dog, but now it is almost taller than a horse. Although the 4 sorrow are herbivores, and even the group of pandas are half bamboo and half meat, most of the other subordinates are originally carnivores. Especially the 200 wolves that followed. Their appetite is amazing. These huge mutant creatures, when there is no food or even hunger, their combat effectiveness and attack power will be greatly reduced. Even if they are trapped. If they are forced to fight without food, they will be directly forced into a desperate situation. For example, if the human side wants to deal with a B-level demon spirit, if there is a sufficient reserve of spirit stones, they can let those extraordinary people who can use the barrier to directly control the B-level demon spirit, and then slowly starve it to death. Lin Ming has not seen, sensed or heard of humans doing this, but it is obviously a blind spot. No matter how powerful the mutant creatures are, they are still living creatures. Living creatures have to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep. It is not that these functions are directly evolved away when the realm is improved. In other words, this is a weakness. Everything has weaknesses. B-level demon spirits can spit fire, thunder, and call the wind and rain, but they still have to eat and defecate. Don't say it's vulgar. This is a natural phenomenon. Since they can eat, they can defecate. Once humans have a large reserve of spirit stones, and some B-level extraordinary people with barrier systems, they can continue to fight a war of attrition with one or more B-level demon spirits. The final winner will definitely be humans. It depends on when humans will get the hang of it. This move can even be used on those B-level monsters in the ocean, and it is definitely more reliable than any nuclear bomb. However, this move has no effect on his mutant bamboo and mutant plants, compared with the mutant insects, birds, beasts, and marine life. Lin Ming feels that he is a bug. Even if humans really invented the hunger war method, he, Lin Ming, does not have to be afraid at all. His energy source? Air, sunlight, water. What if there is none? Lin Ming feels that the huge spiritual energy contained in his body is enough for him to survive for a few years without these three things. Moreover, even if the human side has an A-level barrier, it cannot seal the underground. Right? His freely extending bamboo roots will not become immobile because of the human barrier. Moreover, Lin Ming also learned from the battle between the human side and the B-level monsters that when they were dealing with the B-level monsters, they built dozens of layers of barriers, and the opponent only needed to hit them hard to instantly kill 7 or 8 layers. On his side, Lin Ming is confident that he can penetrate the 100 layers with one strike. Not to mention, he has many killer moves: toxin creation, bean sprouts to support the head, empathy imitation, using the elemental power of subordinates to perform various tricks. Even if humans really have the ability to directly subdue him with one strike, he still has 2 insurances to use. In other words, as long as he wants, he can have countless insurances. In other words, with Lin Ming's current strength, he is not an existence that humans can do anything about. But if he is an A-level mutant animal or bird or insect or a demon king in the ocean, then if humans are smart, they will also think of an unlimited time-consuming fighting method. Of course, Lin Ming can also use this method to deal with those A-level demons that may appear. Although he does not have the human barrier ability, he can use bamboo roots and branches to make the opponent completely unable to move. Even if the opponent is not afraid of toxins, bean sprouts, or all elements, and can even break free from the bamboo roots, Lin Ming can use his ability to create new life to continuously regenerate the bamboo roots, and then fight with the opponent, so that the opponent will be starved to death. Of course, this ability also applies to humans. If there is a human with abnormal ability of a level or higher level in the future, Lin Ming is 100% confident that he can kill it. In essence, it is mainly because he is just a plant. This is the biggest advantage. It can be said that all mankind probably never thought that this A-level demon king, the first to appear on land, is a mutated bamboo. Lin Ming also thinks so. Using the identity of this plant to act and do all kinds of actions is beyond human common sense. Humans roughly guessed that the giant cities were attacked one after another because of the A-level demon king. But they were far from understanding how this was done. They didn't even understand why the A-level demon king's counterattack speed was so fast and accurate. They just knew that this was done by the A-level demon king. And it was the deterrence of the A-level demon king, a mutant plant. This kind of existence is unique in this world of spiritual energy recovery. It has a God-given advantage, and a body that can almost be said to have no flaws compared to mutant creatures. In this era of spiritual energy recovery, there should be absolutely only one. But at this time, a plant that seemed to have life and vines appeared a few hundred meters away in front of Lin Ming, which made him doubt his own judgment. When the dark brown vine-like thing climbed towards a huge fir tree like an animal, absorbed its nutrients and strangled it, turning it into a dead tree, Lin Ning also completely understood the origin of the other party. Is this blood evil vine? Plant? Mutated plant? Lin Ning quickly figured out the identity of the other party, and at the same time made full defense and attack preparations. When he was about to enter the edge of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, he didn't expect that he would encounter an unexpected enemy in such a place. Chapter 185, Where the Purple Flame Burns. Lin Ning had never thought that, besides him, there was a second mutant plant in the world. After all, he had never encountered it before, nor had he heard of such a thing from humans. In addition, his ability to reconstruct the aura of all things had never sensed the existence of any plants that moved around like animals. But at this moment, the vine-like plant that was jumping around in front of him and turning another huge fir tree from full of vitality to a dead tree told Lin Ning how wrong his previous judgment was. In fact, Lin Ning also understood that his ability to reconstruct the aura of all things was not as powerful as he imagined. This ability, although it can completely materialize all things within a radius of 1,000 kilometers with him as the center of the circle in his mind, and make a completely one-to-one size embodiment. Even a flower, a grass, a tree, a piece of soil, a stone, and a mountain can be materialized in every detail. But this ability has a blind spot. That is his own focus of consciousness. Lin Ning's focus of consciousness is operated and moved through the marking sub-function in this ability. Specifically, he can use his own ideas to fully materialize a mutant creature in this vast area, or all mutant creatures in a certain area. For example, if he wants to know what an ordinary person in Rongqing City, dozens of kilometers away, is doing and saying, he can use this marking sub-function to mark him. If he wants to know what the people in the entire Rongqing City are doing and saying, he can mark all of them. But if you want to mark everything in a wide range, Lin Ning has tried it before, but he can't do it at all. The amount of information is not just described by small adjectives such as huge or huge. Every time he tries, his consciousness stops for a second, almost like a crash. Therefore, every time he uses this ability, he will do subtraction and addition. It's like, when you want to explore all the creatures in an area, you will ignore those unimportant things, such as soil, stones, grass, trees, flowers, etc. After all, these things, in Lin Ning's subconscious, in his perception, are almost meaningless. For rocks and the like, knowing that there is a roughly is enough. And for plants and the like, because he subconsciously believes that he is the only mutant plant in the world, he directly ignores them. This also caused him to never think that there is such a mutant plant. Nearly 100 meters away, this vine, which was jumping around and even excited to the extreme to absorb all the energy of one giant tree after another, told Lin Ning that he should not easily remove plants from the reconstruction of the aura. Master, let me kill it. At this time, only the 8th-level double-tailed fire fox, who had no sense of existence, suddenly asked for a fight. This guy was a subordinate that Lin Ning captured from the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm. He came in with the Blood Luan and the Heavy-Eyed Bird. Before, he had been acting together with the mutant creatures that left the 10,000 Bamboo Sea Spirit Realm. This time, it followed Lin Ning to the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, and there was no movement along the way. However, after requesting to go to war this time, Lin Ning was surprised to find that he seemed to have a subordinate with good intelligence. The only one who could communicate with him so clearly when he entered the rank was Panda Panda. Yes, you have the ability to control the fire element, so you should be able to defeat this kind of opponent. Through perception, Lin Ning learned that this lively plant, the Blood Evil Vine, was actually only at the 4th level of the entry rank, which was not to be feared, and the spiritual energy on its body was not strong. This two-tailed fire fox that could control the fire element should not have a problem dealing with such an enemy. The question is, where is the root of this thing? Lin Ning instantly released the locking function of all plants within 50 kilometers in this area, and in an instant, he sensed an unimaginable number of Blood Evil Vine. Now, without knowing it, they have occupied a range of more than 20 kilometers nearby. Moreover, it seems to be consciously approaching him. When did it start? Lin Ning felt that he had ignored plants before. In the reconstruction of the aura of all things, he shifted his focus away from plants. It was indeed a lack of thought. Mutated plants. Such things really exist. They are not the tall and straight fir trees, nor the wild flowers and weeds on the ground. They are the vine type. As for the vine type, Lin Ming's first impression is that they are difficult to deal with. Strangling. Adsorption. Isn't that what it did just now? Where are the roots of these things? Lin Ming continued to sense. He found that these things, like insects or animals, did not need any roots at all. They kept climbing plants, absorbing nutrients from them, and became longer and longer. Even after reaching a certain extent, they could directly split into 2 or 3. In a short period of time, they created a huge number. Plants are indeed the most difficult to deal with. Isn't he the best example? Show me your power. Lin Ming ordered the two-tailed fire fox. Yes, master. A purple light flashed, and the two-tailed fire fox instantly ignited purple flames all over its body, even causing layers of heat waves in this humid forest. And the blood-evil vine that bravely climbed in this direction became more excited at this time. The two-tailed fire fox howled and rushed to the front of the blood-evil vine. The layers of purple flames directly ignited it completely and burned rapidly. Then, the triangular head of the two-tailed fire fox looked around again, and turned into a purple flame whirlwind again, and rushed to the blood-evil vines approaching from all sides. Lin Ming sensed it, and at the same time used the empathy imitation ability to gain the controllability of the elements of the two-tailed fire fox's purple flame. The number of enemies is not something that this hard-working little guy can deal with alone. After continuous division, this group of things has now reached a total number of tens of thousands, and it is still increasing. This is too much for the two-tailed fire fox. Lin Ming is very clear that the biggest weakness of plants is the element of flame. This thing is more useful than anything else. After using creation to create hundreds of bamboo roots, Lin Ming quickly used the ability of purple flame. But he found that at this time, he still couldn't make perfect use of the flame-type element. The places where his bamboo roots ignited purple flames have all turned into black charcoal. If left alone, the traces of burning will become deeper and deeper. But because it has the ability to create new life, there is no need to worry that this thing will burn itself. It didn't take long for the two-tailed fire fox, which had killed nearly 1,000 blood-evil vines, to run back, looking exhausted. When Lin Ming handed it the branch containing spiritual liquid, he found that it had actually reached the 9th level in such a short time. It seems that killing those blood-evil vines is quite a good deal. Lin Ming's consciousness moved, and hundreds of bamboo branches covered all directions, forming a huge net. The ability to rebuild the aura of all things also captured the location of all the blood-evil vines in an instant. Burn. In the spiritual realm, countless groups of hot purple flames instantly ignited. Chapter 186 Stable Source of Evolution Points. Purple flames burst out. Instantly, the intensely burning purple flames burned at different positions of countless bamboo roots that formed a network, turning all the blood-evil vines that rushed towards Lin Ming in this vast space into charcoal. You killed a 4th-level blood-evil vine and gained 5 evolution points. You killed. The continuous system prompt sound rang in Lin Ming's mind, telling him that killing this huge number of mutant plants is a very worthwhile thing. Although his subordinates were eager to try, Lin Ming felt that it would be better to do this kind of thing by himself. After all, this huge number of blood-evil vines was a package of evolution points delivered to Lin Ming for his subordinates. Although it was also cutting melons and vegetables, it would still be very troublesome. Compared to his trick, the speed was much slower. The purple flame rushed towards more blood-evil vines along with the bamboo roots, like infrared missiles. Lin Ming could sense that countless blood-evil vines had all turned into black powder and were blown away by the wind. In the face of absolute power, they have no chance to resist. Lin Ming even felt that even if he was at the 1st level, he could still abuse these mutant plants like himself. After a few minutes, in Lin Ming's perception, the thousands of blood-evil vines that had just rushed towards him with great momentum disappeared completely. Looking at the nearly 50,000 evolution points on the attribute panel, Lin Ming was still a little unsatisfied, to be honest. This thing is easy to kill with a large number. Is there a better source of evolution points than this? If there is, it is the alien beasts. It has to be said that it was the alien beasts encountered last time, not the previous ones. Every time he killed the alien beasts before, Lin Ming did not have any sense of accomplishment or pleasure, and even felt that the alien beasts were really annoying. After all, they appeared again and again, rushing towards him endlessly, just for the red diamond heart, and even used the power of the extraordinary people to go around in a big circle to trouble him. At that time, Lin Ming felt that these things were not like serious enemies at all. They were weak but loved to show off. If they were not fought, they would be annoying. If they were fought, nothing good would come out. They really looked like enemies. But the last time, after they formed the sea of strange beasts through their enormous power in the rainstorm, when Lin Ning was doing the final finishing work, he suddenly found that after crushing them, he suddenly had evolution points in his account. Lin Ning was overjoyed at that time. After all, this meant that he had another stable source of evolution points. But unfortunately, since that time, he really did not sense the existence of strange beasts on the way to the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm with his subordinates. Did these strange beasts give up? Or could they not find him? If it was the former, Lin Ning felt that it was impossible. They had a lot of battles before and after, and even said that they were almost doing everything they could, becoming more and more difficult and annoying each time. And the most important point is that even if they kept failing, they were always learning from the last lesson and annoying Lin Ning for a while in the next attack. So instead of letting Lin Ning believe that they would give up, it would be better to let him believe that there are dozens of A-level human extraordinary people in the world. As for the latter answer, it also means one thing. Behind the strange beasts, there are humans. This answer has actually been revealed for a long time. After so many battles with the strange beasts, almost every time the timing or behavior of the strange beasts appeared, he felt a strange feeling of too coincidental or excellent timing. After all, after so many times, no matter which kind of strange beasts, Lin Ning felt that the brain is not good. Although they have many tactics, they never turn around and always move in a pure straight line after appearing. It can be seen that they don't actually have any brains. To Lin Ning, it feels like the combat units directly controlled by the player in the real-time strategy game. If the route is not set, they will move forward along the shortest route. Even if there is a giant tree in front, they will hit it and continue to move forward. Can this thing come up with so many tactics? Can it get better and better each time? Can it use humans to achieve its goals? Who dares to believe it? And every time they appear, the timing is too coincidental, which makes people doubt it. Finally, last time, the human leader used his extremely smart brain to forcefully point out that there was an A-level demon king in the Seven Peaks Spirit Realm. After 3 waves of burning gasoline bombs, heavy rain followed. And then, there were strange beasts. Those who say there is no connection between them are either stupid or foolish. These strange beasts, rather than monsters, are really like what Lin Ning thought before. They are more like combat units in real-time strategy games. Each one has different abilities, and each one has different ways of fighting. The ordinary type is like the weakest soldier, while the special type is like the auxiliary. The giant type is responsible for strong attack, and the flying big eyeballs are the flying air combat units. They changed their combinations in battles with him again and again, and finally even formed a sea of strange beasts. The ultimate goal is the red diamond heart on his body. It's like there is a player controlling them with invisible hands. And this player is undoubtedly a human. As for who it is, Lin Ning thinks it should not be that upper-level figure, but a mysterious old bastard who belongs to the same camp as that figure and has been hiding somewhere. This old bastard should have a special ability to create strange beasts, and then act and fight according to his wishes. Lin Ning can even be whimsical. This guy can only make ordinary types at the beginning. As his strength and realm increase, more and more varieties of strange beasts appear one after another. This person may even have a gang of old shady guys, or some organization with the same idea as him, who gather together for the purpose of destroying everything. Just like the upper layer that disappeared, and the one who can create a rainstorm. They are all together. Of course, this is just Lin Ning's own conjecture. After all, he has not found any substantial evidence until now, within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Even if all humans within the range are monitored, no such person has been found. Even, he has not sensed the upper layer yet, let alone whether the other party is a transcendent or just an ordinary person. Lin Ning felt that perhaps the answer to the mystery would be in the spiritual realm of Daqing Mountain, where he wanted to go, which was near several huge cities, and he might be able to sense more information. Now, for him, there are still too many unknown things. After sensing the breath of all nearby plants again, and confirming that there was no blood evil vine, Lin Ning commanded his subordinates to continue moving forward. After passing another mountain, they will reach the only place with the most human breath in the entire journey. It was a solid fortress in the mountains, a city in the spiritual realm that could withstand 2 spiritual rains. Xingyuan City. Chapter 187. A very important thing under strict guard. On the overall route planned by Lin Ning, Xingyuan City must be passed. This huge city located in the center of the Daqing Mountain spirit realm can be said to be a solid and unsinkable fortress of human beings in this spiritual realm. It actually withstood the tide of mutant creatures that were hit by 2 consecutive spiritual rains. Lin Ning could sense that there were still nearly 4 million people in this huge city, still living as in the past. The reason why it must be passed, rather than being as far away as possible to avoid the eyes and ears of humans, is because there is something Lin Ning wants here. Master, we are very close to the gathering place of humans. Do we still want to move forward? At this time, the Panda went to scout spontaneously, and came back to report to Lin Ning. Although it also knew that Lin Ning could get all the information about the destination at a very long distance. For the sake of safety and his own caution, Panda still went to the front to scout. Keep going. But Lin Ning affirmed Panda's answer and ordered all his subordinates to stand by. They can't help much in this matter, but will attract the attention and counterattack of the opponent, who is well prepared. Although among the subordinates, Panda, Yanxi, Siro Dushan, and Bai Qi can easily kill half of this huge city with their strength. But there is no need at all. If he arouses the vigilance of humans, his secret journey from the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm in the west of Shu Province to the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm may be exposed, rather than being forced to be discovered. Lin Ning would rather appear in front of humans openly and make them feel desperate. After all, being forced to be discovered is too uncool. For those of you who are slower, I will tell you the direction of travel. Except for Panda and Shueluan, the others continue to move towards the destination. Yes, Master. In fact, even if this group of subordinates followed him, it would not be a big deal. But after adding the pack of wolves, there are more than 200 people, among which the giant bear Manhua and Yanxi, the rock wolf, are so huge that the target is too obvious. In this huge spiritual realm that was connected into a whole, in Lin Ning original cognition, Xingyuan City, which occupied a large basin, was more conspicuous. However, the strange mutant plant, the blood evil vine, caused the death of a whole area of giant trees in the spiritual realm, causing their leaves to fall off and only dry branches to remain, and also caused quite a lot of gaps to appear in this spiritual realm that was originally completely covered with green. These gaps were actually nothing if they were alone, but after being connected into a large area, they became extremely conspicuous. And the human side was not stupid. After they suddenly discovered these gaps, they did not go to investigate. It was not their character. Lin Ning had already sensed that there was movement in the direction of the airport in Xingyuan City, and they estimated that they would arrive in this direction soon. At that time, the subordinates, who were crossing the giant fir forest that had been withered by the blood evil vine, would be easily photographed by the reconnaissance aircraft above. How could such a thing be allowed to happen? After hearing Lin Ning's order, the subordinates have now moved towards the densely vegetated area, avoiding this dry giant fir forest, and taking a detour to the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm. And Lin Ning has sped up, leading the Panda and the 4 blood phoenixes to continue approaching the spiritual realm outside Xingyuan City. Sensing the movements of Xingyuan Airport and other important departments at any time, Lin Ning unexpectedly discovered that the extraordinary department of Xingyuan City seemed to be quite aware of this matter. It seems that this is not the first time that the extraordinary people in Xingyuan City have seen the death of a large number of giant trees. But they do not know the existence of the blood evil vine. In their understanding, this is a kind of self-regulation in the spiritual realm after the living environment has changed, and the survival of the fittest. Lin Ning was extremely speechless about this. He really should let each of these extraordinary people wrap a blood evil vine around their body to let them know what the survival of the fittest is. However, the human side has not discovered the existence of mutant plants so far, which is enough. After all, look at those blood evil vines. How happy they are. And they are more noisy than any mutant animals. Don't you think? But fortunately, they didn't find the existence of mutant plants. Otherwise they would use this aspect as an entry point. And maybe they could confirm that he, an A-level demon king, is a mutant plant. Thinking of this, Lin Ning and a few subordinates once again entered the giant forest sea of the spiritual realm with rich green shade. At the same time, the reconnaissance planes of the human side also took off from the airport and headed in this direction, under the cover of the endless giant trees. Lin Ning would not be discovered by these reconnaissance planes at all. but moved closer to the direction of Xingyuan City where the humans were. Not long after, he came to the edge of the spiritual realm and saw Xingyuan City, as well as the 10 circles of isolation walls surrounding Xingyuan City. Isolation walls. The first time Lin Ming knew about this thing was in Rongqing City. At that time, Rongqing City had experienced the painful lesson after the second spiritual rain outbreak, and decided to build those huge concrete and steel walls a few kilometers away from Rongqing City as quickly as possible, with the purpose of minimizing the losses when the next spiritual rain outbreak occurs. And this move is said to be done by all the huge cities in the Tang Kingdom that are close to the spiritual realm. They even built underground spaces at the same time, which was quite thoughtful. At that time, Lin Ming was still thinking, when did humans become so smart? However, when he came here, he learned from some key figures in Xingyuan City that the walls and underground spaces were not passed on from Shangjing or Xiaohu City. Instead, after the first spiritual rain erupted, a pilot project was conducted in Xingyuan City, which is surrounded by spiritual realms of all sizes. After proving that it was feasible, efforts were intensified to promote it. However, due to the lack of knowledge about the spiritual rain eruption and the lack of a complete early warning system, it was not until the second spiritual rain erupted that the dual protection strategy of walls and underground space was finally promoted. Each of the 10-layer protective walls is about 10 meters thick, and the height is nearly 20 meters, which is indeed very similar to the original ancient city wall. There are also quite large underground facilities built underground, which are nearly 20 meters deep, with a large space and are all wrapped in layers of solid reinforced concrete. And one of the things Lin Ming is looking for is in this underground space, guarded by heavy soldiers. Those things are placed in special metal boxes, and the largest metal box is placed at the top. Lin Ming doesn't understand why humans put such an extremely important thing deep in the underground space of the city, in the center of this spiritual realm. Shouldn't something this powerful and important be placed in Shangjing? That's strange. At this time, Lin Ming also took a few steps back and found a place covered by a giant tree. After digging all the bamboo roots deeply into the ground, Lin Ming controlled it to move rapidly toward Xingyuan City. The goal was naturally that thing. And this so-called 10-layer thick wall, the so-called reinforced concrete, may be able to prevent ordinary mutant creatures. But for him, it's useless. Chapter 188 Roar in the Dark. For humans, the destructive power of mutants is mainly reflected in the powerful frontal impact brought by their huge bodies and their unimaginable numbers. From the beginning of the spiritual energy recovery until now, except for the B-level demons that have been discovered in the ocean. The 4 B-level demons that exist on land have been eliminated, and every time the spiritual rain breaks out, it is the C-level, or even D-level, E-level mutants that cause harm to humans, or even cause human death. Basically, humans also have a consensus, compared to those B-level demons that will not take the initiative to attack humans. It is the most important thing to eliminate the C-level and below mutants as much as possible. For example, perhaps in the long run, tigers are more harmful. But when the spiritual rain breaks out, flies and mosquitoes are the immediate scourge. But when they see the tiger, they still can't help but go up and hit it, until they kick the iron plate of the A-level demon king, causing nearly 1/3 of the army of the entire Tang dynasty to be completely destroyed. Xingyuan City is located in the buffer zone between the 2 super-large spiritual realms, the Daqing Mountain spiritual realm and the Dashu West spiritual realm. The vast basin directly separates the 2 giant spiritual realms. This medium-sized city, which originally had a population of only 2 million, was extremely inconspicuous in the entire world and the entire Tang Kingdom. But after the first spiritual rain outbreak, the person in charge of Xingyuan City came up with a method of using walls to block the mutant creatures, and at the same time continued to build underground fortifications to build a strategic buffer zone. However, when 5 walls were built, the second spiritual rain outbreak suddenly came. Under the blockage of these 5 walls, thousands of extraordinary people and tens of thousands of soldiers fought for a night, and the entire Xingyuan City did not even suffer any casualties. Therefore, the Xingyuan model has also become a mainstream in the subsequent reconstruction plans around the world. Almost all cities, big and small, in the world have learned from Xingyuan City, building circles of walls around the city, and also building large-scale underground spaces in the underground location of the city. As the founder of this model, Xingyuan City naturally has more and thicker walls, as well as deeper and wider underground spaces. At this time, in a room in the underground space, dozens of important figures in Xingyuan City gathered together. Everyone is here. The person in charge of Xingyuan City stood up from his seat, and behind him was a huge projection screen. Turn off the lights. Let's not talk too much nonsense. Just make things clear, and then do it right away. The person in charge has always been in a hurry, and he will implement any ideas immediately, unlike the person in charge of other places, who will hesitate for a long time before doing anything, and hold more than a dozen meetings before starting. The lights were turned off. The projector was turned on, and soon the image appeared on the projection screen, in the direction of the western spirit realm of Dashu. There have been a series of these various plant withering phenomena in recent days. We have talked about this many times. From yesterday to today, there are many more giant trees that have withered. Look at these photos. There are too many of them now, one after another, connected together. The person in charge pointed at the projection and kept talking, but his eloquence was really not very good. Everyone looked at the photos and talked about it. You may think that these phenomena on our side are not that important, but we are not too far from the Chiefing Mountain where the A-level Demon King is. It's only a few hundred kilometers away. He can directly destroy everything within 1,000 kilometers. So, person in charge, your thinking is too jumpy. The A-level Demon King has nothing to do with these things. The assistant next to him reminded. You can't lean on that side for everything. We? What do you mean by we? I just think it's related. Otherwise, can you give me an explanation? The person in charge leaned back in his chair. I have to think and prepare for everything in the worst direction. I am such a person. You people know it. Explanation. The assistant looked at others, and others looked at him. In the era of spiritual energy revival, there is no explanation. Anything can happen. Who would have thought that the A-level Demon King has always existed in the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm of Tang State? But he is indeed there. Not only is he there, but after being angered, he instantly destroyed all the military facilities of more than a dozen giant cities, and killed all the extraordinary people without leaving a single one. No one knows how it did it, but everyone doubts that this is how it did it. Shut up if you don't have an explanation. Send those extraordinary people to take a look. It's not far away anyway. The person in charge slammed the table. Shouldn't they do this? Hey, notify them. The assistant looked embarrassed. Person in charge. Didn't those 9 Heavens Tower just come back from the battle with Class C demons in the Dachi Mountain Spirit Realm this morning? They are still recuperating. What if they are doing this? Do they want us ordinary people to break into the spirit realm? The person in charge slammed the table hard. Do you want ordinary people to break in? Well, you, and you. Get ready to go now. Okay. No one said anything now. Sending yourself to die? No one wants to die. Let's not talk about whether their identities allow them to go to the spirit realm. Just say that these slightly obese bodies caused by eating and drinking are the kind of objects that can only be protected by others. Okay. Don't mention this kind of brainless thing. Whoever mentions it will go. Lao Fu. You notify those extraordinary people to prepare. The person in charge commanded. Tell them to prepare as quickly as possible. Do you hear me? All of them? Those who are guarding those things underground. 2? The assistant held his glasses. His face was covered with sweat. Yes. Originally the higher-up said to use them to watch those things. I felt it was unreliable. Isn't it like letting a dog watch meat? It's too outrageous. Who can open something thicker than a vault? Go. Hurry up. The person in charge urged. The assistant hurriedly ran out to notify. And the person in charge looked at others. Okay. Let's discuss the construction and expansion of a new protective wall. However, not long after learning that the extraordinary team had set off, suddenly, the power in the conference room of this underground space suddenly went out. Suddenly, this extremely large space was instantly plunged into darkness. What happened? What happened? The person in charge shouted. However, before he could continue to shout, a loud bang suddenly came. Why did it explode? Why did it explode? The person in charge and others all shrank under the table. They shouted, but no one dared to come out from under the table. Boom! Another extremely distorted and unpleasant metal pulling sound came. The person in charge suddenly trembled in his heart. That sound, wait! Could it be that the mobile phone turned on the light? Go to the storage room. There is a problem. The person in charge shouted. Chapter 189 The Second Reason. At this time, it was almost evening. The extraordinary people who had just rushed out of Xingyuan City immediately turned back. Lin Ning's original idea of taking advantage of the chaos to harvest a wave of things was also in vain. He looked at the extra spherical things on the branches, and was quite satisfied. Especially one of them was a little bigger, shining brightly under the light of the setting sun. Master, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Panda looked at the city in the distance, and couldn't help but admire the speed of his master Lin Ning. Lin Ning didn't expect it to be so smooth, being able to get the things he wanted in such a short time. Lin Ning felt that the person in charge, who controlled the Xingyuan city, seemed to cry to death later. Such valuable things were actually placed in the storage closest to the underground. This guy thought it was foolproof, and that no one could take these things from such a deep underground. What power grid? What fingerprint password lock? What huge metal door? To him, they are simply useless. What Lin Ning needs to do is to use the bamboo roots that have penetrated from the pipeline to cut off the power supply of the underground space as a whole, and then use the ability to perceive the breadth of all things to perceive the distribution of buildings and people, and let the bamboo roots go straight to the direction of the vault where those things are stored. Coincidentally, the 5 extraordinary people who were originally in charge of the vault were called by the person in charge to perform tasks. And Lin Ning also lost some evolution points because of this. He could only use the bamboo roots to quickly break through the layers of blockades of the vault without the power grid, and use extremely powerful force to pull down the door of the vault in the darkness. The extremely valuable things hidden inside were naturally taken away by him in the shortest time. Soul Pill. This thing, Lin Ning has been staring at since he set out. Although he can also get this thing by killing those mutant creatures that are about to reach the first level or the first level. To be honest, this is not easy. Although the degree of spiritual energy recovery is still developing, and even the spiritual rain that can greatly promote the realm of mutant creatures has erupted twice. But in general, the total number of mutant creatures that can reach the first level or have reached the first level is still very small. In fact, it is easy to understand. Take Wantuhai as an example. In the nearly 1 year that this mutant bamboo has been there, in addition to drinking spiritual liquid and killing many of his own subordinates of extraordinary people, the total number of other mutant creatures that finally reached the 9th level is not too many. This is still the case when he is here. Lin Ning discovered a rule. That is, the overall average level of mutant creatures in the entire spiritual realm depends on whether there are extremely powerful mutant creatures in it. In the Wantuhai spiritual realm, there's a mutant creature like him who was finally at the 3rd level at that time, and the concentration of spiritual energy has reached an unprecedented level, and he is located in the center of the Wantuhai spiritual realm, and the concentration of spiritual energy is the most concentrated, and it also forms an existence similar to spiritual energy vortex. During the 2 realm upgrades, Lin Ning saw the dense aura in the sky, which was like clouds and mist, gathering and gathering to form the wonder of the Aura Nebula. While the Aura Nebula was rotating continuously, it also made the aura concentration in all nearby areas reach an unprecedented height. In the end, this high concentration of aura even benefited the Silverfish Mountain spiritual realm, giving birth to first-order mutant creatures such as Bai Qi. However, in the spiritual realms of all sizes in the western part of Shu province, the first-order mutant creatures that can be born are extremely rare. After all, not every spiritual realm has such a perverted and powerful existence as is mutant bamboo. Although Lin Ning's ability to reconstruct the aura of all things up to 1,000 kilometers can indeed sense the existence of many mutant creatures that have reached the first-order level, they are basically distributed in a very scattered state in a very large area. His bamboo route is only 100 kilometers long. If he wants to hunt those mutant creatures that can move at any time one by one, let alone the accuracy, the key is the degree of trouble, which makes Lin Ning feel that it is really not worth doing at once. When planning the route, Lin Ning had already considered Xingyuan City as a must-go place. Apart from anything else, there were nearly 200 soul pills of C-level and D-level mutant creatures, and a soul pill of a B-level demon spirit, which was enough to attract him to go. The function of these soul pills? Of course, they are used to improve realms and levels. The soul pills of B-level demon spirits were left for himself, and the rest were left for his subordinates. He also had some stock of the many soul pills he brought out from the Wantuhai spirit realm. If he added these, he could give many of his subordinates a big upgrade. However, Lin Ning did not expect that Tang would put so many soul pills underground in Xingyuan City, the city located in the center of the spiritual realm. He thought that these things would be placed in super cities, like Shangjing and Xiaohu City. After all, according to previous intelligence, these two super cities are also the locations of the center. It is indeed a bit strange that the human side did not put soul pills in these two places. But no matter what, this is a bargain for him. After all, soul pills are indeed difficult to collect and extremely useful. The reason why the route was planned and a long detour was for this purpose. Of course, there is one more thing that he discovered later. Master, are we leaving? At this time, Panda suddenly reminded. No, there is one more thing that I didn't get. Lin Ning sensed everything around him. Xingyuan City has been completely in chaos. At that time, Lin Ning cut off the power control of multiple places in the underground space, directly turning that place into a place without any light, and at the same time causing the complete stagnation of the operation center of the entire Xingyuan City. Of course, the two extremely heavy and huge bangs were also a means for him to create chaos. Now, he could feel that the extraordinary people who had just come out had already rushed to the underground space, and more soldiers and the like were constantly gathering and attacking from various places in Xingyuan City. Then, the time was ripe. Lin Ning bamboo roots kept surging underground. They gradually moved to the northwest of Xingyuan City. There existed another purpose of Lin Ning. His subordinates. Now, the number of subordinates under Lin Ning command was not small. But they were basically ground troops. The air force was insufficient, and the water force was even pitifully small. There was another kind of troop that he had always wanted to have, but he had never had a suitable choice. So he let it go. But in a building in the northwest of Xingyuan City, he sensed that there were quite a lot of mutant creatures there. Moreover, they were basically mainly flying birds and aquatic creatures. What's even more bizarre is that they are all mutant creatures that have entered the level and are locked up in special containers. Among them, there is an important candidate that completely meets the kind of troops that Lin Ning wants to build. This is also another reason why he listed Xingyuan City as a must-pass route on the march. The bamboo roots stretched forward, and Lin Ning was determined to win. Chapter 190, Raging Arrogance. Without the guards of the superhumans and soldiers, the defense of the huge building was useless. At this time, it was gradually getting dark. Because of the power outage in the underground space, Xingyuan City was now in complete chaos. All the armed forces rushed towards the underground space. The city was in chaos, and people ran to the streets. It was just a good time to attack. A very strong black shadow was running fast in the dark night, and in the ground under its feet, Lin Ning bamboo roots were also running fast. Lin Ning bamboo roots could not. Panda accepted Lin Ning order and turned all the spiritual energy in his body to head towards the huge building at full speed. It rushed from the spiritual realm to a few meters of the outermost extremely high and long wall at a very fast speed. It touched the ground with its toes and turned into a black whirlwind, flying directly over the obstacle of more than 20 meters. The wall that humans thought was extremely solid and insurmountable was not a problem for this be-leveled demon spirit. After crossing 10 layers of protective walls in a row, Panda also arrived in the urban area of Xingyuan City. According to Lin Ning guidance, it avoided all monitoring facilities and immediately arrived in front of the huge metal building. Panda, there are still dozens of people inside. They have reached the gate. You, however, before Lin Ning finished speaking, his bamboo roots had not even stretched out from the ground. He sensed that his subordinate had turned those dozens of people into meat paste with bullet fists in an instant. They didn't even scream, and they were smashed into blood foam by thousands of punches in a short period of time. And the ground was covered with blood. Master, it's solved. Panda pulled open the door of the heavy building at once, threw the metal object that had been twisted under this huge force aside and said, "Well done." Lin Ning bamboo roots retracted under the ground again. He had just wanted to use the toxin burst to kill these troublesome humans directly, but he didn't expect Panda to be faster. This guy was quite decisive and didn't hesitate because the other party was human. Lin Ning remembered that when this guy just joined, he was in the Wantuhai's spirit realm and killed the two extraordinary people brought by Zheng Guodong without any hesitation. Later, during the Lingxiao Peak incident, he rushed to the front and killed a lot of extraordinary people. This guy seems to have never known what take it easy, which is very similar to him. For Lin Ning, killing ordinary people can't gain any evolution points, but it doesn't mean he won't do it. If ordinary people are in the way, he will take action without hesitation. Just like just now. Neither he nor his subordinates can be seen by anyone. If they are seen, then only by completely eradicating them can he ensure that his existence is still in the dark. After all, in the human cognition, the A-level demon king should still be in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit realm, and should not appear here. Master, what should we do next? Panda asked after he used the bullet fist to shoot out flames and cleaned up the surroundings. Lin Ning sensed everything around him, easily invaded the taproot from the pipes of the building, and then completely cut off the power inside. At this time, there was no human existence in the huge building. After the power was cut off, things like cameras were completely useless. After you go in, find the guy I asked you to find. Also, Lin Ning looked at the 4 blood phoenixes that had already flown out, and gave another order: bring all the mutant birds here, without leaving a single one. If there are any resistance, just kill them. I understand. Panda and the blood phoenixes responded immediately. At this time, Lin Ning let Zhu Jin enter the huge building lightly, and quickly found the place where the mutant birds and aquatic creatures were imprisoned. At this time, they were like a seal, imprisoned in the room with a thickness of nearly 1 meter of steel plates. Lin Ning had never thought that humans could capture mutant creatures and then imprison them in such a place. After all, for humans, everything about mutant creatures is enough to endanger life. Although the ability realm of these birds and aquatic creatures is now only at the level of the first level, their size and attack power are completely different from the original species. The humans who can catch them are really cruel. I guess it must have cost a lot. And the purpose is very clear. Humans are probably eager to know the secrets contained in these mutant creatures. Right? After all, with the revival of spiritual energy, the speed of human evolution is much slower than that of these mutant creatures. They still don't know why the speed is inconsistent. Moreover, they don't know why almost all creatures are mutants, while only a few humans are extraordinary. This research institute in Xingyuan City belongs to the Extraordinary Research Center. Lin Ning knew this because before the attack, he had fully sensed the conversations of the researchers in this research institute and inferred quite a lot of facts. And the Extraordinary Research Center doesn't seem to be here to study extraordinary. They study more of these mutant creatures. The extremely strong bamboo root did not use brute force this time, but used a dark element attack to completely turn the entire metal door into nothingness. Master, I have found it. At this time, the Panda found the subordinate that Lin Ning wanted most from another secret place, held him in both hands, and reported to him, Panda, you did a good job. At this time, for blood phoenixes also flew to the research center. Lin Ning used bamboo roots to open the cages and release the bird mutants. The 4 blood phoenixes, which were like explosive flames in the darkness, flew around in front of their eyes, and the group of birds immediately followed them out of the research center. Master, what should we do next? Panda put the little guy in his hand on his broad shoulders and waited for the next order. After Lin Ning bamboo branches searched the pools, he found 6 mutants with good intelligence that could breathe in the air. He patrolled again and found that there was nothing left. So he gave Panda the next order. Come with me to completely destroy this place. Master, it's my honor. After confirming the position and safety of the little guy on his shoulder, Panda instantly mobilized his violent spiritual energy. Its palms were suddenly covered with a layer of translucent purple-red spiritual flames. And as its spiritual energy continued to circulate, the color became darker and darker. Master, please see how powerful I am as one of the strongest fighters under your command. Panda suddenly roared. And then a burst of arrogance rose to the sky. Boom. Chapter 191. Everything is over. Hurry. 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 Run. Those things must not be lost. The person in charge shouted anxiously. And his bald head was extremely dazzling in the dim light. A bunch of people holding flashlights rushed to the deepest part of the underground like crazy. They just found that the main power supply of the entire underground space was destroyed. And even the backup power supply was destroyed. The first person to check the power supply found that those lines and various switches disappeared completely, as if they were cut off by something out of thin air, without even a trace. The person in charge and his group, who were anxious to go to the deepest part of the underground, stumbled down the stairs in the darkness, and finally arrived near the deepest room in the underground. Hurry. Hurry. Go. Rush. You. And you. Rush over. facing the extremely deep and dark passage leading to the storage room. Ordinary people who have the most primitive fear of darkness and narrow passages dare not take the first step forward. The light of the flashlight in his hand was shaking, and the huge spot of light was swallowed by the darkness. Although the light was dim, the silver metal door of the safe deposit box that should have been in the front did not reflect light at this time. The person in charge took the courage to move forward one step at a time. The flashlight in his hand soon illuminated a giant object that had been twisted into a strange shape. The silver reflection of the giant object made his heart jump suddenly. This is... No. It's impossible. Under the light of the flashlight, the reflective giant showed its original appearance. Is this the door? Impossible. Everyone's face was as pale as white paper, and they all thought they were dreaming. You know, it was a metal door that was 1 meter thick, not to mention the weight. It was possible to bend such a thick door into that shape. Throw. The person in charge slumped on the ground. His teeth kept fighting, and sweat was pouring down. The flashlight shone deep into the storage room without a door, where there were only a pile of empty boxes. With a buzzing sound in his head and tinnitus, the person in charge knew that it was over. Everything was over. Dan. He gritted his teeth, trembled and said, stood up stiffly, staggered into the storage room, and knelt on the ground with a bang. His foot kicked an empty metal box, making a series of crisp sounds. Everyone came over, and everyone's face was pale. Dan was gone. A month ago, when that person sent a large number of troops to Xingyuan City, the person in charge thought something big had happened. But after those soldiers escorted one metal box after another into the heavily guarded and extremely hidden storage room, the person in charge realized that it contained Padan. Padan is a mysterious bead found in the bodies of D-level and above mutant creatures, containing extremely powerful spiritual energy. The person in charge was told that these soul pills were extremely dangerous. Ordinary people could touch them without any problem. But after the extraordinary people touched them, it would greatly intensify the spiritual energy in their bodies, making them extremely powerful, thus causing certain dangers. Therefore, these soul pills must be stored in a safe place where even the extraordinary people cannot find them. And even if they find them, they cannot pry them open. Although the person in charge felt very strange. After all, there were such places everywhere in Tang State, and the safe in Shangjing was even 100 times safer than here. But he could only keep these soul pills with doubts. In addition, that person also asked the person in charge to find a team of high-level extraordinary people to take charge of the care, which made the person in charge even more confused. However, he could only do it. After all, that person gave the order. At the same time, the heavy troops also brought quite a lot of mutant creatures. They were put in extremely strong cages or boxes. The above meant that a building in Xingyuan City would be used as a new branch of the Extraordinary Research Center. At the same time, the building would be renovated, and after these mutant creatures were settled, a large number of researchers would move in. The person in charge was told that neither the soul pills nor those mutant creatures could be lost. However, unlike the soul pill, the Extraordinary Research Center and the extremely valuable research object inside were all very clear to the extraordinary. After all, that was the place that the man required to be specially protected. The soul pill is lost. The person in charge was completely confused. But everyone present knew that it was impossible to twist the giant door into this way and completely cut off all power and backup power without anyone noticing. Even those 9 heavens towers among the extraordinary could never do such a thing. What on earth did it do? Could it be that A-level demon king? The person in charge was thinking wildly. He didn't know if his idea made sense. But at this point, there was still a second possibility. A-level demon kings are said to be able to attack any terrifying creatures in any city within 1,000 kilometers in a very short time. And isn't Xingyuan City within this 1,000 kilometers? The person in charge didn't know how powerful the A-level demon king was. He just knew that even an A-level demon king would never steal the soul pill silently. What's more, a mutant creature like an A-level demon king would know to cut off all power supplies? Isn't this something that only humans can think of? But now the appearance of this metal door and this extremely fast skill can't be done by humans. Now that it has happened, the person in charge knows that he may not be able to save his life, let alone this position. The importance of the soul pill is self-evident. That person once told that there must be no mistakes. But it still happened. At this time, everyone suddenly heard a commotion coming from the stairs. and a bright light was getting closer and closer. They couldn't help but look outside the corridor. Respondent. The person in charge. Those extraordinary people are back. The assistant ran in and informed. The person in charge held his forehead and stood up. Don't let them come over. Don't let them know about the soul pill. This is what that person asked. Go and stop them. Everyone ran out in a panic to intercept those extraordinary people. The extraordinary people couldn't see this place, let alone let them know that they had been guarding the soul pill. At this time, more panic sounds came from the underground space. The person in charge gasped heavily. He knew that his future was all over. Completely over. However, at this moment, a series of dull rumbles suddenly came, and the heart of the person in charge, who had just stood up, trembled again. What happened again? What happened? Let those extraordinary people go and have a look. The person in charge yelled, twisting his fat body and running to the outside. But his left foot tripped over his right leg, and he fell heavily to the ground. The 9 Heavens Towers had originally headed straight for the depths of the underground. They had the ability to control the fire element, and had released their abilities to prevent the underground space from being completely dark. But they had just reached the bottom, and suddenly heard a dull sound from above, and a strong vibration. Go outside and have a look. You are in these extraordinary people. Go and have a look. Don't dawdle. The assistant yelled at them. Something must have happened outside. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The 9 Heavens Towers had no time to argue with these ordinary people who didn't take them seriously at all. The explosion became louder and louder as they continued to move towards the ground. And the vibration became more and more violent. When they rushed to the ground, they suddenly saw a huge fire coming out of one side of the city. Wait. That is not. Everyone's face changed drastically. The Extraordinary Research Center. That thing there must not be in trouble. Chapter 192 New Subordinates, with Promising Future. The roar of helicopters echoed between the valleys. The lights on them were even more dazzling on this moonless night. At this time, in a corner of Xingyuan City, flames shot up into the sky. Explosions continued. People shouted loudly, and riots broke out. No one knew what happened, but everyone knew that after the underground space lost power, this mysterious building exploded, and what happened was definitely not a simple matter. At this time, in the dense forest nearly 100 kilometers away from Xingyuan City, Lin Ning had come to the bank of a small lake. Nearly 60 flying birds also stopped with his footsteps and slowly landed from the air. Panda stared at the lake, and then looked back to see that his master Lin Ming had easily dug a huge pit on the shore of the lake with bamboo branches. And after introducing a lot of lake water, he gently placed the 6 aquatic mutant creatures on the bamboo roots into the small puddle. Master, are we going to continue? Panda teased the little guy on his shoulder and asked his master Lin Ming. Let's take a break. And Lin Ming answered, looking at the aquatic mutants in the puddle, and found that their skin gradually changed from dry to wet, and knew that they were no longer in danger. The starlight in the sky was not very dazzling, and even a little dim, under the cover of this giant tree that was as high as 100 meters. Even the light by the lake could not see anything clearly. But in Lin Ming's visual system, it was no different from daytime. He looked at the 54 mutant birds of all sizes surrounding the 4 blood phoenixes. They were all mutants that had escaped from the research center with the blood phoenixes. Although their realm was only the 4th level, there was no doubt that they were deeply impressed by the strength released by his bamboo. So they followed him without any hesitation. There are 54 mutant birds, and there are quite a lot of species among them, such as blue-throated sunbird, green-headed duck, hoopoe, orange-headed ground thrush, woodpecker, etc. Among them, the number of sparrows is the largest. Sparrows, as the most common birds, Lin Ning is quite familiar with them. This group of little guys likes to chirp together and jump on the ground. But at this time, they are almost twice as big as the little toys in the impression. But they are quite quiet, and the other birds are almost the same. They all know that the movable giant bamboo in front of them has extremely powerful power that they cannot reach. These mutant creatures with simple intelligence, after escaping from the research center where they were experimented, almost without any hesitation, followed the blood phoenix and flew to Lin Ming together, and never left. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is also one of the instincts of living things. But obviously, most of those aquatic mutant creatures don't think so. So Lin Ming only took the 6 that were willing to go, and turned the others into evolution points. Anyway, They were in the building that was about to be destroyed by Panda and him. So they were sure to die. The 6 aquatic mutants were 2 blue-purple toads, 3 giant salamanders, and a crab. Their current size was much larger than before, and their colors were quite strange. However, the future was quite promising. The reason why Lin Ming caught them at the beginning was because they were the type that could adapt to both water and land. Although their speed on land was slightly slow, it was better than nothing. This was much stronger than the minnow Duansai, because Duansai was originally a fish. He couldn't live without water. This was why Lin Ming led it, and the giant river shrimp Jujiao from the river to the Daqing mountain spirit realm. Now these 6 new subordinates don't have this kind of anxiety. Lin Ming only needs to take them to touch the water from time to time. Apart from these, Lin Ming's main purpose this time was the little white guy lying on the shoulder of Panda. This was a white mouse with a fairly normal body size. To be honest, Lin Ming was not interested in mice. In the era of spiritual energy recovery here, mice continued to evolve towards large size. At that time, whether in the Wantai spirit realm, Lingxiao Peak spirit realm, or even in the Qifeng mountain spirit realm, as well as in this spiritual realm, the mutant mice that Lin Ming had seen and sensed were all working hard to develop in size. The largest one Lin Ming had sensed had grown to the size of a medium-sized dog, which was simply outrageous. However, as their size increased, their intelligence remained at an extremely low level, although they liked to act in groups as before. To be honest, Lin Ming's evaluation of them was just a group of garbage who liked to attack without thinking. But the little white guy lying on Panda's shoulder is very different. Although it is only at the 4th level, its body shape has not changed much after the mutation. On the contrary, its intelligence has been greatly enhanced. Moreover, by checking its attribute panel, Lin Ming even found that it has a very good ability. Flutist. The explanation of this ability is that after releasing the ability, it can make its kind obey its orders unconditionally and do anything at a long distance. As for how much control it has, it depends on the level of its ability. In other words, if this ability is upgraded to the top level, then this guy can steadily control thousands of mice remotely and use them as dead soldiers to attack or raid. It's so beautiful. Although this guy is only at the 4th level, the ability of this flute player has reached the level of LV7. Lin Ming's other goal, that is, in the action of subduing subordinates in Xingyuan City, the main goal is actually this little white mouse. As long as it is obtained, it will be very easy to carry out some secret operations in human cities. The human side is also very concerned about the fact that the spiritual energy concentration level of this little white mouse is not proportional to its size. So it is imprisoned alone in a very solid and hidden place in the research center. In fact, they also roughly know the ability of this guy. Lin Ming does not know how far they have studied, but he knows very well that if there is such a person with the same ability among humans, it will be a very scary thing. Master. At this time, after a large amount of knowledge transmission in a short period of time, the little white mouse has understood quite a lot of things, and will soon be able to communicate with Lin Ming in consciousness. Lin Ming looked at this small guy. Do you want to show me your ability? Master, please allow me to do this. The little white mouse bowed his head and asked for instructions. Yes. However, Lin Ming soon sensed that there were already thousands of mutant rats in this spiritual realm, and they were already pouring in from all directions. Not long after, seeing the huge rats appearing around him in dense black masses, Lin Ming knew that he had gained another subordinate with great potential. From now on, your name will be Shueya. He immediately gave the little guy a name. Chapter 193. We meet again. Late at night, under the dim starlight, rustling sounds were heard from time to time in the forest of the spiritual realm. Most of the subordinates were already asleep, but Lin Ming was still moving forward. Compared to these mutant creatures, as a plant, he did not need to rest. Even from the beginning to now, Lin Ming did not know what rest was. Even so, he did not feel sleepy or tired. On the contrary, in the past year or so, with the strengthening of his mental power, he gradually became familiar and proficient even when dealing with the extremely large embodiment in his mind. This is probably another advantage he has over mutant creatures besides eating and drinking. At this time, Lin Ming bird subordinates were clinging to the branches and resting, while the panda was tied up by one of his bamboo branches and fell on it like a raincoat worm, and the little white mouse Shueya was still lying on its shoulder. As for the underwater troops, after drinking the spiritual liquid, They obediently moved from the water to the direction of the Daqing mountain spirit realm. Lin Ning was not worried about them escaping. After all, as long as they drank the spiritual liquid, they would completely become his subordinates. This thing felt like it had the ability to sign a contract with them. Lin Ning did not know whether there were any new changes in the spiritual liquid after continuous upgrading. The description of the current level 7 was almost the same as before. Giving a large amount of spiritual energy to mutant creatures can also heal the injuries of subordinates and remove the poison. But now it seems that except for giving subordinates spiritual energy, the other two are basically useless. Now, basically within the scope of his ability to rebuild the aura of all things, there are no mutant creatures that can threaten the safety of his subordinates. This is completely different from the beginning. At the beginning, the subordinates were even injured by human special weapons. But as their realm levels increased, this kind of thing never happened again. It was not until the duel with the B-level demon spirit Silver Poison Sky Dragon that the wolves, who were still very average at the time, used this function of the spiritual liquid because of injuries and poisoning. It never happened again after that. This was because he had been dispatching them all the time. And it was also related to the fact that there was no threat in the range. However, it was also good. At least it proved that both he and his subordinates were basically in a relatively safe state of survival under his protection. But if one day, his subordinates died because the opponent was too strong, Lin Ning would not be unable to accept it. In this world, the law of the strong and the weak competing, and the strong preying on the weak has always existed. And in this era of spiritual energy revival, this law has become more acute. The strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. If a subordinate cannot defeat a powerful enemy because of its own weak strength, it can only be said that it should not continue to live. As their master, Lin Ning has to bring them out from the weakest time. The subsequent development depends entirely on their own efforts. If you can use your efforts to fulfill your talent, just like the Soro crossing the mountain, and make a leap from the entry level to the second level, then it would be great. But if they are like those who came from the Wanjusi spirit realm and have not made any progress in more than a month, then Lin Ning will not care too much about their life or death. Not to mention, they did not even follow him to the Daqing mountain spirit realm. Now, this rule also applies to these newly recruited subordinates. If they grow smoothly, these 54 mutant birds can also form the air force they expect, and become the most powerful air force in the world while soaring in the sky. The same is true for these underwater subordinates. Their ability to move on both land and water can be used more in the future. Although Lin Ning has not detected any aquatic mutant creatures above the first level within his perception range, it does not mean that there will be no more in the future. Moreover, he is not at ease with the mutant creatures in the ocean. In the future, if there is really a big battle with the mutant creatures in the ocean, then a strong underwater force will allow him to gain more advantages in such a battle. Although I don't know if I can adapt to the ocean after these few times in the water. It is urgent to cultivate some powerful underwater troops from now on. While Lin Ning was thinking, the amplitude of his movement was also increasing. In the middle of the night, he was moving in this huge forest, which obviously attracted the attention of many mutant creatures. But the mutant creatures in the Daqing mountain spirit realm also knew that this walking plant was definitely not something they could afford to offend. Even some of them who didn't have time to escape were killed in a moment, making the others dare not approach rashly. Not long after, he caught up with the giant bear Manu and his group who had set out earlier. Now, after walking for almost a day and a night, these guys had to choose to rest. But after sensing his arrival, they woke up and gathered together. Master, they bowed their heads respectfully under Lin Ning. Lin Ning was very satisfied with their attitude and placed the branches containing spiritual liquid in front of him. After a long journey, the subordinates' physical strength was almost exhausted. What's more, each of them had a different speed. In order to take care of the slow ones, the overall speed of travel was also quite slow. Lin Ning sensed everything nearby and found that the destination was actually not far away. Less than 200 kilometers. Qiang, Xuejin, Majia and Zhuyu. Come here immediately. Lin Ning called out to the 4 giant bird subordinates in his consciousness field. Since the distance was not far, he just let them come over and send some of the slower subordinates over there. Yes, Master. The 4 giant birds had been waiting for orders for a long time. Soon they spread their wings and came to the sky above Lin Ming's position, and then circled and fell, stirring up a strong storm. Seeing these subordinates again, Lin Ming first let them drink some spiritual liquid, and then let some of the slower subordinates climb on their backs. Master, we will set off immediately. The backs were full of little turtles Machin, some pandas, and other dozens of subordinates, who were not so big but not fast. They also spread their wings again, and flew to their destination. Lin Ning put the still sleeping panda on the ground. And suddenly hundreds of bamboo roots stretched out in all directions, even extending to more than a kilometer. Master, Panda immediately prepared for battle. What Lin Ning sensed at this time were countless mutant plants that kept coming out from the ground. They were like flies, gradually approaching this direction. Blood Evil Vine. It's them again? Chapter 194 Suspicious Enemies. Blood Evil Vine. This mutant plant is a bit weird. They like to move to the vicinity of the target plant like a lively big insect, and then jump and lie on it, absorbing all its nutrients. They have the ability to make these towering trees instantly become dead things and wither completely. When Lin Ning found these blood evil vines before, they were constantly moving on the ground. But now they are drilling directly from the underground direction. What is going on? While thinking, the huge network composed of countless roots of Lin Ning has ignited a purple fire, instantly burning the approaching blood evil vines into charcoal. You killed a blood evil vine of the 4th level and obtained 5 evolution points. You killed. The voice of the system reminded Lin Ning that the evolution points he needed most were constantly being recorded at this time. The number of evolution points on the attribute panel kept rising wildly. It is absolutely impossible for a mutant creature of the level of blood evil vine to get close to him, even if they were all at the 1st or even 2nd level. Lin Ning was absolutely sure that he could turn them into ashes like he was now. The subordinates were all quietly under Lin Ning at this moment, watching this battle without any suspense. They also wanted to rush out to fight, but no one had the courage without Lin Ning permission. Even Shadow and Shunbai, the 2 naughty little guys, did not rush out as they did before after getting familiar with everything. And these new subordinates, seeing the powerful strength displayed by Lin Ning at this time, all stood still obediently. At this time, while Lin Ning was cleaning up the blood evil vines that kept approaching, he was actually full of doubts. As a mutant plant, the blood evil vines were obviously too strange. They were very fast, and they would continue to split by absorbing nutrients from other plants, thus creating almost identical individuals. When Lin Ning killed each blood evil vine, he found that they were all at the 4th level, without any exception. Now they have come out from underground one after another, with nearly 10,000 of them, and are constantly approaching him. Their purpose is too obvious. You know, he is now using the ability of the spiritual energy force field shield all the time, and it is impossible for him to easily expose any spiritual energy. And the subordinates are all the same. For these blood evil vines, he is at most a plant with a strange shape that can move. There are many giant trees around, but these blood evil vines did not attack him, but came straight to him. Why? Besides, a mutant plant like blood evil vine should not have any wisdom to speak of. Right? But their behavior at this time is very problematic. Lin Ning has been very sure that they should be the same group of the previous batch near Xingyuan City, by constantly killing these blood evil vines. Came all the way from there? Especially for him. At this moment, Lin Ning's heart was full of doubts. Something is wrong. If 1 or 2 of them came to harass, it would be understandable. But coming as a group, and being able to follow him from such a long distance without anyone noticing. Collective intelligence? This seems to be a bit like something. Exotic beasts. Aren't the exotic beasts like these blood evil vines? As if they were controlled by something. And no matter what they did, it was almost the same action. And they would also madly surround him with the goal? However, when it comes to exotic beasts, they can hide their breath. And, wait, Lin Ning suddenly had an idea. Could it be that these blood evil vines actually? Lin Ning instantly activated the aura reconstruction ability of all things within 30 kilometers with him as the center. At the same time, he was also sensing everything underground. He had not paid much attention to the things underground before. After all, he had been busy getting on the road, so he just walked past it. In addition, there would be no mutant animals or insects underground that might threaten him, so he would just skip those plants. But at this time, these blood evil vines can drill out from the ground, which proves that they should have lived underground. It is more likely that they all have a common mother body underground. It took Lin Ning only a few seconds to find that there are 6 huge tubers with a diameter of nearly 10 meters hidden deep underground in this forest. And on these tubers, New blood evil vines are constantly growing. Although Lin Ming did not sense any spiritual energy from them, he was sure that they were the mother body. His several bamboo roots easily pierced the soil and instantly turned into tens of thousands of roots, rushing straight from the ground to those tubers, like super potatoes. And those tubers also reacted quickly, and stopped releasing blood evil vines immediately. Their roots quickly stirred in the soil, causing the ground to continue to rumble. They were like swimming in the soil, fleeing further and deeper, not even caring about the blood evil vines on the ground. Lin Ming noticed that the blood evil vines were like being fixed, motionless on the ground. While harvesting the blood evil vines, he used bamboo roots to chase the big potatoes in an orderly manner. Even though the big potatoes were very fast, compared to Lin Ming, everything they did now was in vain. After all, under the effect of the ability to create new life, Lin Ming's root system could completely cover within 100 kilometers, and it was almost indestructible, leaving these big potatoes no time and space to escape. Soon, the big potatoes were forced into a desperate situation, surrounded by Lin Ming bamboo roots. Unable to move forward or backward, Lin Ming didn't waste any words. He immediately used his empathy and imitation ability to imitate the dark elements of the little Soro shadow, and instantly killed the 5 big potatoes with dark elements. You killed the first order level 9 sub-blood evil, and gained 2,200 evolution points. You killed. After 5 system messages, Lin Ming also used bamboo roots to quickly force the last big potato out of the soil. That's a lot of evolution points. But, only the first order level 9? Lin Ming used bamboo roots to firmly trap the last remaining big potato, and put it close. This thing still hasn't leaked a trace of spiritual energy concentration. From the outside, it really looks like a huge potato. Not to mention the potholes. There are countless buds. And the overall color is also earth yellow. The first order level 9 has already touched the edge of the B-level demon spirit. Unknowingly, there are mutant plants of this level. Now, even though the big potato was caught by Lin Ming, it was struggling all the time. Although this struggle was useless, it still twisted its roots like tentacles, trying to pry open Lin Ming bamboo roots. Lin Ming knew that, unlike mutant creatures, this blood demon did not seem to have intelligence. They probably only had the instinct to hunt each other. He used the blood blade to cut the big potato into countless pieces. In his mind, the system prompt sounded again. But when he wanted to check whether there was anything special in these potato pieces, he found that they actually moved one by one and drilled directly into the soil. Chapter 195 The Sinner. Each of the chopped up blood demon quickly grew roots. And like a worm, they quickly pushed open the ground and drilled down. Lin Ming naturally couldn't let them have any chance to escape. He had buried a bamboo root underneath to prevent this from happening. After these small potato pieces drilled into the ground, he directly lifted up the soil and turned into a huge fan shape, directly holding all of them. Those small potato pieces frantically wanted to get out of this huge cage, but found that all their efforts were in vain. Although they struggled hard, they were still constantly wrapped and squeezed by the huge fan-like roots. And finally a blazing purple flame ignited on their bodies. Lin Ming looked at the chopped up blood demon that had completely turned into ashes, and suddenly felt that this was too simple. It stands to reason that an opponent who can hide the concentration of his own spiritual energy would not be killed so easily by him. And the strange name of blood demon also made Lin Ming feel very concerned. Since it is a child blood evil, then there should be a mother blood evil or simply a blood evil. But the fact is that Lin Ming can't sense the existence of any big potato pieces underground. It's strange. Lin Ming checked again, and even expanded the area of materialization by a considerable amount, and made the depth deeper. But he still couldn't find any so-called mother body. Of course, there are no living blood evil vines and child blood evils now. After extinguishing the purple flames on the roots, Lin Ming looked at his subordinates. Keep going. If you want to rest, go over there and have a good rest. After Lin Ming gave the order, all his subordinates followed him and set off again. During this period, Lin Ming had sensed the materialization underground and the surrounding areas countless times. But he didn't encounter those blood evil vines and child blood evils again. It seems that they should have been completely eliminated. The sky gradually brightened, and the east also showed a fish belly white. After another night of marching, Lin Ming and his subordinates were getting closer and closer to the destination. Master, where should we stop? Panda suddenly asked at this time. We are almost there. Lin Ming's answer was very brief. which gave his subordinates some confidence. After a long journey from Shushi to here, a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers, after 2 days and 2 nights of almost uninterrupted walking, they finally arrived. This place is located in the hinterland of the Dachin mountain spirit realm. Among the continuous mountains, there are a large number of valleys and canyons, and there are also dozens of rivers running through here. Lin Ming constantly materialized the nearby terrain in his mind, and at the same time, he was constantly calculating the distance from Shangjing and Xiaohu City through the information he could perceive in the city. Not long after, he finally stopped in a vast valley, Suzaku Valley. Lin Ming saw the name of this place on the dilapidated and blurred stone tablet. Mountain, peak, cliff, lake, river, pool. There is everything. Forests, spiritual flowers, spiritual herbs, and spiritual fruits. They are everywhere. Countless mutant creatures live in this vast valley. This place seemed to be a tourist attraction developed by humans. Lin Ming sent several dilapidated man-made buildings and a large number of traces of plank roads. Like the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, this place is very close to the huge cities of humans. The nearest one is the famous Luodu, and not far away is the densely populated Green City, Shuangyue City, Dong'an City, Beihu City, Yuanda City, Shortimo City, Haisha City, etc. in Tang State are all very close. These are all very large cities with a lot of humans. And at that time, he also ordered his subordinates to attack them. And the Shangjing that Lin Ming has always wanted to approach, as well as the huge central cities of Xiaohu City, are also within his perception this time. Zhuke Valley is almost located in the center of the entire Tang State. Compared with the previous Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, it is not much better. The natural conditions are excellent, and the geographical location is also excellent. Isn't this the place I have always dreamed of? Lin Ming walked and came to the shore of a large lake. The waves were sparkling, and a thin layer of white mist gradually rose from it, floating with a hazy atmosphere. Every time Lin Ming came to find a new place to settle down, he was by a lake. The first time was in the Wantuhai Spirit Realm, where he found a spiritual lake, and after several changes, the spiritual lake eventually became a strange shape. The second time was in the Kaifanchen Spirit Realm, where the small lake was connected to a turbulent river, but the area was not too large. And now, the area of the large lake in front of him can be said to be extremely large. After the 3 rivers were poured in, the lake water also rolled up layers of waves with the wind. If from the perspective of Panda and the others, I am afraid that this place is more like a sea. Lin Ming looked around. A little further away, 3 rivers with large flows flowed in and then flowed out from another direction, becoming more turbulent. And this outflowing river is a tributary of a larger river. Lin Ming sensed at this time that the 6 later underwater troops had already merged with the Minnow Satin and the giant river Shrimp Giant Armor, and went upstream along this river. This means that he can even let these underwater troops easily go to the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, and can also go down to the Xiaohu City at the mouth of the river. Although it is far inland, this is a place where the mutant creatures in the ocean can be taken care of, relatively speaking. However, the members of the 8 underwater troops under his command, no matter which one is taken out alone, have no ability to compete with the known B-level monsters. There is a long way to go. We can't expect Panda and Feng Xiao to use their ultimate moves on the land to attack the seabed. Right? Lin Ming thought for a moment, and stopped a few dozen meters away from the lake, and then drove the bamboo roots into the fertile soil. There were giant trees nearly 100 meters high all around, and his highest was only a little over 80 meters. Unless he was asking for death and turned on a headlight every day, no one would be able to find that there was a blood-red mutant bamboo like him under the shade of these giant trees. The bamboo roots quickly penetrated into the surface, and then developed straight down in the soft and fertile soil. After a while, they broke through the rock layer and reached an underground river. However, Lin Ming did not stop, and soon continued to root down and went deeper. The purpose was naturally a spiritual stone vein he accidentally discovered. You absorbed a small amount of spiritual energy from the spiritual stone and gained 10 evolution points. You absorbed. After a while, a series of system prompts began to sound in my mind. Lin Ming did not stop, but continued to radiate the bamboo roots into the soil, reaching a length of nearly 100 kilometers. The parts of the trunk that he had cut off also quickly recovered under the ability to create new life. Hundreds of thick bamboo branches stretched out, and then separated into thousands of thinner bamboo branches. And countless blood-red fresh bamboo leaves on these bamboo branches were also pulled out. At this moment, Lin Ming's complete form even made the entire valley tremble. Next, it's time to focus on Shengjing. Lin Ming looked into the distance, and in an instant, everything in Shengjing was materialized in his mind. However, he soon got an incredible piece of information. Actually, there is such a thing? Chapter 196 Unexpected Barrier. Suzaku Valley. Lakeside. Lin Ming expanded his consciousness field and quickly informed his subordinates, who were waiting in various places in the Dachi mountain spirit realm of his location. Whether it was the pack of wolves led by Feng Xiao, the 4 giant birds, or other subordinates, they all rushed to this direction at the fastest speed. In this new territory, they had to adapt again and start all over again. However, Lin Ming had already made some plans for the future. This Suzaku Valley is extremely rich in natural resources. The mutant insects, mutant beasts and mutant birds, and even mutant aquatic creatures in the entire valley can be described as countless. This is far beyond the Wanjusi spirit realm, or the Qifeng mountain spirit realm. What's more, Lin Ming also sensed in this valley that there are even mutant creatures with strength exceeding the first level. But the number is not large, and they are not powerful. They are even herbivores. Lin Ming was also very relieved by the huge number of mutant creatures. At least, he didn't have to worry about the food problem of his subordinates in the short term. Now, he has a total of nearly 400 subordinates, and the wolf pack is the largest among them. This group of wolves has a huge appetite and reproduces at a fast speed. They once grew to more than 300 or nearly 400. But in the end, the group stayed near the 7 Peaks mountain spirit realm and did not follow. Lin Ming didn't care. After all, the group that stayed behind were basically the old, weak, sick and disabled, and those with low potential. So he didn't force them all to take away. Now, there are 247 wolves left in the pack, with Feng Xiao and the other 7. They have become the largest group among his subordinates. It is estimated that after the next breeding season, their number will at least double. However, Lin Ming plans to focus on solving the food problem in a short time. I am afraid that he will stay here for a long time, or even stay here all the time. So it is just right to do an experiment here. Specifically, it is to develop power. After the first 2 migrations, Lin Ming felt that it would be quite difficult for humans to find him again. This Suzaku Valley is an extremely perfect place in terms of both geographical conditions and biological resources. Lin Ming even felt that there would be no problem in developing it as a long-term base. And if you want to do this, then everything must be handled well to make it enter a virtuous cycle. For example, all the mutant creatures in the entire valley, even within the range of 100 kilometers that he can control now, especially those herbivorous mutant creatures with a large base, are kept in captivity, allowing them to reproduce and expand their population without natural enemies. In this way, it can also provide a very stable source of food supply for his subordinates. In addition, the total number and total quality of subordinates must be continuously expanded. Today, the number of subordinates who have entered the second stage, that is, the B-level demon realm of humans, is actually not small. The 7 wolves led by Feng Xiao, the Panda, the silver dragon Qin Chun, the golden python Jin Lin, the lynx Jing Ji, the 4 giant birds led by Qi Ying, and the 2 Suro Du Shan and Bai Qi are all B-level spirits. 17 B-level spirits are a very powerful small army. The remaining 3 giant monkeys led by Bingpa, Ban Hu and Yan Wei, the giant bear Manu, the 4 blood phoenixes led by Qi Feng, the 2 heavy-eyed birds Quang Zhan and Wei Ting, the little turtle Imochen, the minnow Duan Kai, the giant river shrimp Ju Jia and other subordinates are also above the first level 5. As the backbone of the subordinates, they also have considerable room for growth in the future. Moreover, their abilities are also varied, and it is possible that many of them can shine in future battles. As for the remaining subordinates, who have entered the first level, led by the two-tailed fire fox, the little white mouse Snow Fawn, the little Suro Shadow and Sheng Bai, they have the largest number, and are also the ones Lin Ming has high hopes for. After the spiritual fluid and their own realm improvement, they will also enter the first level through these efforts and become his backbone. At the same time, while constantly reproducing and expanding the population, they can constantly inject new vitality into the entire subordinates. Lin Ning feels that if he can continue to improve his own realm while still having so many powerful subordinates, then he will be able to deal with humans and other mutant creatures. The reason why he re-emphasized humans instead of looking down on them is because of a conclusion he made after sensing everything in Shangjing before. Humans should not be underestimated. Although their strength can be said to be far behind that of mutants in this era of spiritual energy revival. But the technological power and powerful weapons they possess at this time are still quite valuable assets. Moreover, in Shangjing, Lin Ning found that he could hardly sense any information in the Superhuman Association, the Superhuman Research Center, and other important departments. At that time, he thought there was something wrong with his ability. But after trying many times, he couldn't do it. The ability to reconstruct the aura of all things can only materialize the images of some people, but cannot sense their aura and conversation. This has never happened before. And this proves that there are unknown technological capabilities among humans that they can't imagine, or that a certain superhuman has similar shielding abilities. Lin Ning tried to get this information from other places, but all failed. Compared with the local ones, Shangjing's defenses are very tight. However, Lin Ning still marked some key figures, so that if they reveal any important information, he can know it at the first time. As for Xiaohu City, Lin Ning was surprised that there were not too many extraordinary people there, nor were there any barriers like those in Shangjing. It was just a huge population gathering place. Nothing special. The ability to reconstruct the aura of all things since the vast area within 1,000 kilometers, which accounted for about 80% of the population of the entire Tang Kingdom. He was also constantly collecting various intelligence, and at the same time, he was constantly excluding some insignificant people from the materialization. He still remembered the time when he blindly expanded his perception of everything and wanted to sense every blade of grass, every tree, every soil, and every stone clearly, which caused him to even have some overload-like feelings. At present, he could not take risks before his strength reached that level. Fourth level. He still lacked a lot of distance from this strength. However, there was a shortcut. Lin Ning rolled up the bamboo branch and lifted up the largest soul pill. This one was the soul pill of the B-level demon spirit obtained from Xingyuan City. Specifically, it was the soul pill from the Ice Soul Giant Wolf that was killed by the Black Mingda Federation in the Nine Heavens Tower. Although he didn't know why they put such a dangerous and important thing there, Lin Ning was sure that this soul pill would definitely not bring him a little bit of growth. Last time, the soul pill of the Silver Poison Sky Dragon allowed him to reach the level of the 3rd level from the 2nd level in an instant. And now, he has reached the level of the 4th level of the 3rd level. How much spiritual energy can a soul pill give? Lin Ming's consciousness moved, and the endless and extremely surging spiritual energy in the soul pill was absorbed by him at a very fast speed. Chapter 197, Pushing Everything into the Abyss. What? What did you say? After hearing the emergency report from Xingyuan City, Elder Dong couldn't believe his ears. Elder Dong. It's true. The deputy lowered his head with a serious expression. The 2 things that person left in Xingyuan City were stolen and destroyed overnight. What happened? Elder Dong's face was pale. No extraordinary person could know that those soul pills were hidden in Xingyuan City. As for the Extraordinary Research Center, it didn't matter. The powerful harm of the soul pill is self-evident. In the era of the Extraordinary Association, according to the later decryption, the original president of the Extraordinary Association, Jia Yan, once regarded the soul pill as a secret weapon. The so-called secret weapon is that Jia Yu was bewitched by that person and directly led those who wanted to flatten the Wantuhai spirit realm. Finally, after suffering a tragic defeat at the ruins of Jiotong County, he used the soul pill to artificially create a group of monsters. There are also some experimental records of those monster groups in the undestroyed data left by the Extraordinary Association. The reason why Jia Yu was so confident in using those soul pills to turn extraordinary people into monsters was that they had verified the results of dozens of experiments. Soul pills are special items produced by mutant creatures close to sea level and above. Soul pills have extremely rich spiritual energy, and even the spiritual energy in them is stronger and richer than that of the original owner. Countless researchers have generally concluded that the huge amount of spiritual energy in the soul pill is the original mutant creatures. The spiritual energy absorbed into the body is accumulated over time, and finally condensed into soul pills with stronger spiritual energy concentration than their own. For example, the spiritual energy contained in a C-level demon spirit soul pill is basically as high as that of a B-level spirit. while a B-level spirit has the same spiritual energy concentration as an A-level spirit. After invading a person's body, the huge spiritual energy destroys the original spiritual energy structure and instantly tears their flesh and blood, and their body size grows wildly, turning them into monsters with infinite power and amazing destructive power. For example, Jiayu used the soul pill of a C-level demon spirit that directly created a monster with a spiritual energy concentration of B-level. However, after becoming monsters, the extraordinary people basically have no so-called intelligence. Apart from killing and destroying, they will not obey anyone's command and orders. In addition, the spiritual energy concentration in these black monsters will also drop rapidly with the passage of time. And at the same time, their combat effectiveness will eventually drop to the lowest value within a certain period of time. Therefore, after the Jiayu incident, although the soul pill was highly valued by the human side, because of the fear that the extraordinary people would turn into monsters, and the consideration of suppressing the destructive power of the extraordinary people, that person issued an order that the remaining soul pill must be collected and placed in a top-secret vault when the extraordinary people killed those mutant creatures. Among them, the vault in Qingyuan City even kept the only soul pill of a B-level demon spirit in the world. Although that person has disappeared, soul pill is related to many things and must not be lost. No one in the 9-layered heaven tower knows that soul pill is in Qingyuan City. But now, after this incident in Qingyuan City, the first thing that Mr. Dong thinks of is those 9-layered heaven towers. Soul pill is useless to ordinary people, but it is a killer for extraordinary people. Mr. Dong, what should we do? The deputy knew that things had reached this point, and it was no longer a question of whether it was serious or not. If the extraordinary people get the soul pill, then it is very likely that a terrible disaster will come. Call that person. That Fei. Fei, who is it? And ask him to come to me quickly. Also, collect and report the whereabouts of all the 9-layered heaven towers that are not in Shengjing. Now! Now! Mr. Dong's beard was messy, and he leaned over the table, his fingers trembling constantly. Fei Tian Tower? Okay. I go now. The deputy also forgot Fei Jun's name and ran out in a panic. Mr. Dong paced back and forth in the office. Things were taking a sharp turn for the worse. Since that person disappeared, everything seemed to be developing in a direction out of control. After all, everything before and after was also controlled by that person. When he left, everything collapsed immediately afterwards. At the beginning of the era of spiritual energy revival, that person acquiesced to the expansion of the Extraordinary Association, and he even supported the expansion of the association. He continued to invest a lot of manpower and material resources into it, and secretly cultivated the 9-layered heaven tower. When the Extraordinary Association gradually became fully fledged, he planted spies in it, and used the Lingxiao Peak incident to squeeze out President Wan and replace him with a more ambitious President Zhai, while monitoring President Zhai's every move. Naturally, things like the soul pill were also in his attention. He saw the rise of the extraordinary people, and took advantage of the sudden appearance of the A-level Demon King's aura for 3 seconds to instigate President Zhai's son Jiayu to go to Wantuhai to prove himself. But at the same time, he also arranged nuclear bombs in advance. Afterwards, taking advantage of Jiayu's great sin of creating monsters, he completely defeated the Extraordinary Association and absorbed its main force into the nearly completed 9-layered heaven tower. Everything seemed to have been planned long ago, and it was linked together, and finally made the extraordinary people puppets of ordinary people, making them obedient dogs. They gradually gained the upper hand against mutant creatures, and they kept destroying the mutant creatures in the spiritual realm. They thought that everything would be reversed, and humans would regain their lost position at the top of the food chain. However, everything took a sharp turn for the worse when that person suddenly held a combat meeting. Knowing that the A-level Demon King existed, he still threw incendiary gasoline bombs to force it out. This almost stupid action began. And then when the A-level Demon King began to retaliate, that person suddenly disappeared again. He just disappeared. And even the entire Shengjing didn't find the shadow of that person. But what he left to Tang, and even to mankind, was a mess that could not be sorted out. Old Dom grabbed his messy beard and trembled all over. What exactly is that person? Why did that person push everything back into the abyss? Wasn't that person the person he knew? Wait. It seems that after meeting a few extraordinary people who came from nowhere, that person is not right. Could it be that at that time, that person had already... Cough. Old Dong coughed heavily, and he suddenly remembered something. But he couldn't stop coughing. Old illness comes back. Medicine. Medicine. He struggled to get the medicine. Dong. Mr. Dong. Fei Tiantai he. At this time, the deputy suddenly ran in, looking very panicked. So, what happened to that kid named Fei? Dead? Or sick? Bring him to me immediately. Mr. Dong roared. He is missing. The deputy panicked. Not only him. Chung Tianta is also missing. Mr. Dong suddenly turned extremely pale. He struggled for a while, and finally fell to the ground suddenly. Chapter 198 The Ugly Fruit That Grows Twisted. In the dim and huge room, a middle-aged man in black clothes lies on his back on a tiger-skin chair. Blowing smoke rings from his mouth. His eyes blurred. The hunched white-haired old man and the thin and cold young man standing not far in front of him did not say a word. The middle-aged man exhaled the last puff of smoke, suddenly sat up steadily, and stood up again. Chaos. He grinned and suddenly laughed for a while. Now everything seems to have entered chaos. You are right. The hunched old man, wearing shabby clothes and messy hair, said tremblingly. The thin young man was still silent. A level demon king is born. Strange beasts are rampant. The 9-layered sky tower is half destroyed, and everything is heading towards destruction. I have to say that the Fate Society has played a good hand. The middle-aged man took a deep puff of cigarette. Yes, you are right. The old man trembled, and his turbid eyes glanced at the young man wearing a hood next to him, nodding constantly. Wrong. The thin young man suddenly said. Oh, what's wrong? The middle-aged man looked at the young man meaningfully. Wang Su, tell me. There are too many loopholes in their plan. Wang Su said faintly. Oh, interesting. The middle-aged man sat back on the tiger-skin chair again. The old man looked at the middle-aged man nervously, and then looked up at Wang Su worriedly, not knowing what to say for a while. If he didn't say it well, it would be a disaster of death. His current identity is completely different from the past. Fate will reveal too many flaws. Otherwise, you and I would not know it. Wang Su said silently, taking out a USB flash drive from his arms. I will not find this. Oh, this is... The middle-aged man smiled, holding the black gadget in front of his eyes. Let me guess. Is it the information about the A-level demon king collected by those people? Yes. Have you seen it? No. Haha. Wang Su, you are really amazing. The middle-aged man put the USB flash drive on the table and lit another cigarette. 50 million. Wang Su said a number. The middle-aged man nodded and immediately wrote a check. And Wang Su also held the check in his hand in an instant. Very worth it. Or even more worth it. The middle-aged man exhaled smoke. The Fate Society probably never thought that there is someone like you who exists in the shadows. Right? However, after pushing everything into the abyss, they left so openly. They are really not very rigorous in doing things. Compared with the previous actions of supporting and destroying the Superhuman Association, it is really far from it. Don't you think so, Mr. Zhai? The middle-aged man looked at the embarrassed old man and smiled. Yes. Yes. You are right. Mr. Zhai tried to force a smile, but the wrinkles drowned out the smile. The Superhuman Association, this familiar and now unfamiliar term, is like a sharp knife, chopping Mr. Zhai's heart into pieces. Haha. Don't force yourself. The reason you're back here now is because you're forced to go nowhere by those old guys in the Fate Society. Right, old Zhai? Compared to us bystanders, you should hate the Fate Society that destroyed your rights, your son and everything you have more. Right? The middle-aged man said slowly. Yes. Yes. Irreconcilable. Irreconcilable. If there's a chance for me to make a comeback, I definitely let those extreme bastards know that this world and this human being are not their playthings. We the extraordinary. However, after only saying half of it, old Zhai couldn't continue. What he did in the Extraordinary Association seemed to be no different from the Fate Society. The extraordinary are the hope of mankind. The extraordinary should be the existence standing above everyone. The extraordinary is the hope and the savior who will save this end of the world. The extraordinary should replace those ordinary people, the group of people who have the dominant power in this world. As for ordinary people, they are low class, lowly and useless trash. The Extraordinary Association and the Destiny Association pursue the same thing. Or in other words, Exactly the same thing. The Extraordinary Association is like a deformed clone created by the Destiny Association. From the beginning, it has been growing twisted. And in the end, when it has become an extremely ugly fruit, it is crushed by disgust. You extraordinary? Haha. Stupid. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Su, and then at Shai Lao. I am an ordinary person. But I can chat with you here, and use my only superpower. Money. To make you bow down to me. Right? Old Shai did not speak. And Wang Su also remained silent. Ordinary people or extraordinary people. They are all human beings. The middle-aged man played with the B-level spirit stone in his hand. In this era of spiritual energy revival, isn't everyone struggling to survive? But some people think that they must kill themselves before the A-level demon king destroys everything? Hey! Stupid. Wang Su nodded. No. That's right. Stupid. Just for their selfish ideas, shouldn't they deal with the A-level demon king now? Old Shai also nodded quickly, trembling. Of course we have to deal with the A-level demon kings. Sooner or later. Unlike those in the ocean. Those on land can run anywhere. Who knows when they will appear in front of you and me? And we can destroy all this shit with one bite. The middle-aged man laughed in a low voice. Before that, we have to make ordinary people and extraordinary people do something. Otherwise, how can I make money? Yes. Yes. You are right. Old Shai nodded. The middle-aged man took out a laptop and plugged the USB into it. Soon, he saw an interface open automatically on it. After browsing it, he slid the mouse. His pupils shrank instantly. This is... Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed wildly. The laughter made Old Shai shrink his head. He looked at Wang Su with confusion and curiosity, but found that the other party's brows were also frowning at this time. The laughter of the middle-aged man lasted for a while before gradually stopping. He took a deep breath and looked at Wang Su, who was puzzled, knowing that he had not checked the information. It was beyond everyone's expectations. It was beyond everyone's expectations. I didn't expect that there was such a thing hidden in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. The middle-aged man tapped the desktop with his fingers and continued to look at the information. After a while, he unplugged the USB drive and turned off the computer. Okay. Now that I have obtained this important information, it seems that I must move my fingers. The middle-aged man played with the spirit stone in his hand and looked at Wang Su. Do you want to become the first A-level extraordinary person? What? What? Old Shai looked at Wang Su. And Wang Su pursed his lips. What is the price? Chapter 199. Hide everything in the darkness. In the early morning, the sun rises. In the vast Suzaku Valley, beside the lake, the graceful white mist gradually rises from the center of the lake, and then gradually spreads to every corner of the entire valley. Between the rolling mountains, there is a vast sea of forests. From time to time, there are long roars of wild beasts, one after another. Lin Ming senses all this, and visualizes everything in the 50 kilometers of this valley centered on him in his mind. Not a single bit is missed, whether in the air, in the water, or deep underground. It is the same. The previous battle with Zixuaxia ended in a crushing victory. But Lin Ming always felt a little uneasy. After all, it was the first time that an opponent who was a mutant plant like him appeared. And once he appeared, he was almost at the second level. Although it looks like a huge potato, it has the ability to release those blood evil vines infinitely, and allow the blood evil vines to absorb nutrients and split again. Moreover, they can move freely in the soil like walking and running. And their speed is extremely fast. Even if they are chopped into pieces, they can still survive. To be honest, such an opponent is not even a dish in front of Lin Ming. But for his subordinates, this kind of thing is extremely harmful. Except for Feng Xiao and other wolves, who can use elements to attack. Other subordinates, who have not yet mastered the elements, have no chance of winning against such plant-type opponents. Mutated plants, even at the same level, can crush mutant insects, mutant animals, mutant birds, and aquatic organisms. This is reflected in himself. And there is no need to repeat it. Lin Ming recalled that when he reached the second level, compared with his current second-level subordinates, it was no problem for him to fight 100 with one. Not to mention that now, he has upgraded his level again and reached the level of the third level and sixth level. A soul pill of a second-level demon spirit has such a concentration of spiritual energy, which directly raised his level by 2 levels. It can be said to be very powerful. The last time he absorbed the soul pill of the silver poison dragon, didn't he also jump directly from the level of the 2nd level and 7th level to the 3rd level? There seems to be something wrong with the soul pill. In theory, the level of the original owner of this thing should be the same level of spiritual energy. But now Lin Ning thinks that the level of this thing seems to be one level higher than the original owner. For example, the soul pill of this ice wolf has just reached the 2nd level. That is, B level. The powerful spiritual energy in the soul pill is now almost at the level of a level in Lin Ning's perception. Although I don't know what's going on, the huge spiritual energy of the soul pill can indeed quickly improve my level. Of course, it can also improve the level of my subordinates. But at this time, although there were nearly 500 soul pills of C-level and D-level monsters on the branches, Lin Ning did not distribute them to his subordinates. Although the soul pill can promote the improvement of strength, it is not good to rely on it blindly. Even if this is a shortcut, it must not be used as the main way to improve the realm. Blindly using the soul pill to make subordinates stronger, but ignoring the fact that their own realm of strength control remains at the original level, will result in forcing the growth of seedlings. For example, it is the Soro crossing the mountain. This guy raised his strength from the entry level to the 1st level 7 in a short period of time. And with the promotion of the soul pill, he reached the 2nd level. But in a series of battles, Lin Ning felt that this guy's strength did not seem to reach the combat power that the 2nd level should have. After all, it is the 2nd level. According to human beings, it should have the strength to destroy the city. Right? But this old man, when the spiritual rain broke out, could even be easily controlled by the alien beasts. And he never showed more strength than other subordinates. In the last attack of the sea of alien beasts, Lin Ning did observe the fighting situation of his subordinates, and found that the fighting power shown by this guy was only at the level of the 1st level. In other words, even if the concentration of spiritual energy in its body has reached the 2nd level, when it uses its ability, it still inertially uses the power of the 1st level. This is completely different from the 7 wolves such as Feng Xiao, who have always been suppressed at the level of the 1st level and the 7th level, and the Panda. They can exert the suppressive combat strength in several battles, and as the number of battles increases, they are also fully exerting the strength that has reached the 2nd level. This is the case when they attacked those cities before. Basically, without any effort, the entire military facilities in the huge city were completely paralyzed, and those extraordinary people were also quickly killed in a very short time. If they are ordered to destroy the entire city, it probably won't take too long. They are the B-level demon spirits that can truly destroy the city. Lin Ning looked at the soul pills on the bamboo branches. Although these things contain a lot of spiritual energy, if you rely on them, there may be some bad effects. If the subordinates complete the task, it doesn't matter if they are rewarded with 1 or 2. But if you want to use this thing to upgrade and evolve to improve your realm, you still have to rely on your own strength to accumulate and accumulate. A considerable part of these soul pills were obtained from the underground space of Xingyuan City. Although it is still unclear why these soul pills must be placed in Xingyuan City between the 2 huge spiritual realms, Lin Ning can be sure that the purpose of this thing is definitely not that simple. The reason is naturally related to the Destiny Society. Destiny Society. This unfamiliar term was learned from an old man who frequently went in and out of a building that could shield his perception. After further materializing this old man with strange behavior, Lin Ning learned from him in a short time that he was the original president of the Extraordinary Association. Jia Yan. That is, President Jai. The father of Jia Yu, who was bombarded by the nuclear bomb at that time. Before, Lin Ning had imagined what kind of guy President Jai of the Extraordinary Association, who was used by the 9-layered Sky Tower at that time was. But he did not expect that this guy did not flee far away, but returned to Tang State, and even appeared on the street openly. However, regardless of what secrets Jia Yan himself has, what exactly is the so-called Destiny Society he mentioned? And soon afterwards, Lin Ning got one of the information. This is naturally attributed to the old Shai, who likes to talk to himself. The old man likes to talk to himself, and old Shai seems to be outstanding among them. From what old Shai said, he and the Destiny Society have an irreconcilable hatred. The reason is that the person in the Destiny Society was the culprit who caused the tragic death of his son Jia Yu, the disintegration of the association, and the fall of Jai Lao himself. And that person was naturally the one who put the soul pill in Xingyuan City. That person was also the one who guessed That is, Bamboo was an A-level demon king existing in the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm. He was also the one who inexplicably ordered the use of burning gasoline bombs to provoke. He was even the one who secretly pushed everything. That person might have more information about his mutant Bamboo. Even that strange beast might be related to them? What exactly is the Destiny Society? This organization hidden in the dark. Chapter 200 Existence above the A-Class Demon King. After a whole night of rest, the subordinates, who returned from various places, have gathered under Lin Ning again. Every subordinate was very excited when they arrived at the new habitat. Different from the Wantohai spirit realm and the Kaifanshan spirit realm, this valley is obviously much larger than the previous habitat. There are animals, insects, birds, and even aquatic creatures to an unimaginable degree. The spiritual energy floating above this valley is also extremely rich, which makes these mutant creatures feel quite comfortable. For them, this place can almost be said to be the most suitable place to live. At this moment, they are all waiting for the order of their master Lin Ning, looking forward to fully exerting their own strength in this place, and looking forward to raising their own realm to a higher stage in this place. As the top mutant biological group on land in this era of spiritual energy recovery, they also want to charge for their master Lin Ning and cut off any enemies for him under his command. However, at this time, they have just recovered their physical strength after fighting and traveling a long distance. What to do next depends on the master Lin Ning intention. The huge blood-colored giant Bamboo in front of him, which exudes a strong momentum, is constantly emitting thick white mist from its body. They are all very familiar with this situation. Everything seems to have returned to the Wantohai spiritual realm. At this time, Lin Ning has used the ability of Mist Burst to merge the mist he emits into the mist rising in the valley. The mist permeates the valley, gradually completely submerging the lower-lying areas, and also covering and hiding countless giant trees. Soon, rumbling sounds gradually rose, and several reconnaissance planes flew over from high altitude one after another, and then went to the far end. The Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm is just a small corner in the overall scope of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm. In the cognition of the human side, although there are some sea-level monsters here, compared with other places with higher concentrations of spiritual energy in the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, it is nothing at all. Now, with the appearance of the A-level Monster King, all the focus of the human race has also been dispersed from the past, and gradually gathered in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, which is 60 kilometers northwest of Rongqing. And a large number of spiritual energy detection satellites are also focused on that place almost 24 hours a day. The human side is not strong enough to challenge the A-level Monster King at present. They are also constantly accumulating strength, and when the A-level Monster King does not attack them, they are piling up their own strength as much as possible. Lin Ning knows very well what the human beings are thinking. He also knows very well what the human beings will do next. Although some important areas of Shengjing cannot be sensed by himself, the actions of other places are clearly visible to Lin Ning. At this moment, dozens of areas where nuclear bombs can be launched have been completely aimed at the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, and all nearby cities, including Rongqing City, are also carrying out continuous migration of people. The purpose is nothing more than preparation. After all, the A-level Demon King is the existence that all mankind fears. However, they never thought that the A-level Demon King had come from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm to the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm thousands of kilometers away in a short period of time, even came to the central hinterland of the Tang Kingdom to monitor their every move. And when humans suddenly attack and launch those nuclear bombs to the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, then that will be the beginning of their demise. But before that, Lin Ning also wants to take advantage of this time to improve his own strength to the 4th level. The 4th level has no description in the human side's power system for the classification of spiritual energy concentration. It can even be said that they have no description of the power of the A-level Demon King. For humans, the existence of B-level monsters is already quite terrifying, enough to destroy cities, while A-level monster kings can destroy a wider area. A-level is the 3rd level. What about above? How to divide the 4th level creatures? Lin Ning didn't know how humans would divide the 4th level mutants, but he knew that he was making great strides in that direction. After reaching the 4th level, he could really look down on all living things. However, Lin Ning also understood that the spiritual energy revival on this planet has prompted all things to evolve and mutate continuously, and made everything possible. Just like the mutant plants like Zixuatia that can hide their breath like himself, there may be many in this world, and in the ocean, especially among the mutant creatures living in the deep sea. No one can tell how many B-level ones there are. A-level? Maybe it's not just a legend. After all, compared to land, the ocean is wider, has richer resources, and is less affected by humans. Humans have not yet invented a device that can see through thousands of meters of the ocean. And it seems that it will not be manufactured in a short time. They are more concerned about, and more afraid of the A-level demon king on the land. Although humans still occupy a vast land area in the world, have a population of billions, and have huge cities of unimaginable extent. But their status is already precarious. In the era of spiritual revival where spiritual energy is deepening, perhaps after an opportunity, they will become a small force on this planet, or even disappear directly. But on the contrary, if they can give up all struggles and concentrate on their own crisis, they may burst out with powerful combat power. As a mutant plant with a strong sense of crisis, Lin Ning feels that what he should do most at this time is to develop his own power as soon as possible, so as to be prepared for more complex and changeable forms of change, and always maintain the state that no one can do anything about it as it is now. Looking at the remaining subordinates, Lin Ning actually had some plans and ideas about their division of labor after careful consideration. First, start with the wolf pack. They are the largest in number, and their tasks are naturally the most important. 247 wolves, plus the 7 wolves led by Feng Xiao, have quite good combat effectiveness and are very suitable to be placed in the surrounding 4 directions to monitor various locations in the valley. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yan, Yan Si, Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Du Yan. You each lead 35 wolves to guard various locations in the valley and monitor all suspicious movements. Yes, Master. Feng Xiao and the other 7 wolves, as subordinates who followed Lin Ning from the beginning, knew the importance of this task. Although Lin Ning can materialize everything in this valley, he still cannot cover everything. In case of a battle, they can also lead the wolf pack to attack and defend directly from all directions to the outside. What's more, their other task this time is to lead the wolf pack to improve their realm level. If these 247 wolves can be upgraded to the first level, then they can really become his powerful fighting force. The wolves set off instantly, leaving Lin Ning with more than half of his body empty instantly. After the wolves left, Lin Ning looked at his other subordinates again. However, just as he was about to continue issuing orders, he suddenly felt several familiar spiritual fluctuations coming from the direction of Shangjing, especially one of the red spiritual energies that looked like a burning flame, which surprised Lin Ning. It was him. Chapter 201: The Buds of Danger. Seeing this familiar person with red aura again, Lin Ning couldn't help but think that it was such a coincidence. He didn't expect that he could sense the existence of this old acquaintance again in Shangjing. There is no doubt that the person with B-level red aura all over his body is Zheng Guodong, who has gone crazy. In Lin Ming's impression, this person who used to keep saying Wantuhai in his mouth. After conquering the Wantuhai spiritual realm without him, he completely turned from the world's first B-level extraordinary person into a madman. This human who wanted to attack the Wantuhai spiritual realm and believed that there was an A-level demon king and it was one of the people closest to the truth in Lin Ming's opinion. And the other one was Jiayu, who was tied up by his bamboo roots a few seconds before being bombarded by the nuclear bomb and led the monster army. However, because of his own escape plan, the human army led by Zheng Guodong was completely empty-handed in the Wantuhai spiritual realm, which also left a shadow on Wantuhai. Zheng Guodong, who had always been a little too paranoid about it, was deeply stimulated after discovering that what he had been pursuing was in vain, and turned him into a madman who could only smile foolishly. But at this moment, this madman Zheng Guodong was riding in a small car that was quickly heading northeast to Beijing. Beside him, there were 2 B-level and 1 C-level extraordinary people. One of them was Xingyu, the leader of the 9-layered Heaven Tower, who should have disappeared after the giant beast incident. The other 2 were Feijuan of the 2nd Heaven Tower and Chengyu of the 9th Heaven Tower. It was a very wonderful combination. It must be said that Lin Ning was quite surprised to find that these 4 people were acting together. After all, they all traveled in disguise, and even changed their appearance. If he had not been able to sense the powerful spiritual energy overflowing from them, and sense the conversation between them, Lin Ning would never have thought that these were them. At this moment, Zheng Guodong, who had materialized in Lin Ming's mind, showed no signs of madness at all, and was talking to the other people normally, the smile on his face His movements and everything else proved that he was a fairly normal human being. So, has this guy been pretending to be crazy since the time in Wantuhai Lingjing? Why? For the current escape? He was a little confused. After all, Zheng Guodong had only been to Wantuhai Lingjing 3 times. And this guy had never even seen him. He just guessed that there was an A-level demon king in Wantuhai Lingjing. As for Xingyu, Lin Ning was even more confused. The mystery of this person was no less than that of Zheng Guodong. As the first heaven tower of the 9 heavens tower, Xingyu's ability was unquestionable. But his disappointment with ordinary people and his confidence in his own strength gave birth to the idea that supernormal people are dogs of ordinary people. He was an absolute uncertainty factor for the entire human race, and a fuse that would trigger a huge conflict between ordinary people and supernormal people in the future. The combination of Zheng Guodong and Xingyu is quite amazing. Lin Ning is concentrating on their conversation at this moment, which is much more important than ordering his subordinates now. After all, these 4 extraordinary people who are outstanding among the entire human race are unstable factors and unmanifested dangers. Undoubtedly, they have powerful spiritual energy and strong combat power. In time, they may become the most powerful human beings. Of course, they may become quite powerful opponents. Now, these 4 people are driving away from Shangjing City and heading northeast. Lin Ning believes that these people's purpose is definitely not simple. Whether it is Zheng Guodong or Xingyu, they should not be people who exist here. They are all in the report of Tang State, and they are non-existent people and have not appeared for a long time. But now they can change clothes together with the other 2 people in the 9-layered heaven tower and leave Shangjing. Then, there is only one conclusion. These people are fleeing. Fleeing from the 9-layered heaven tower, and from the control of ordinary people. This is interesting. Lin Ning did not expect that before he made any move, and before the mutants started to attack humans. The most powerful superhumans on the human side actually broke up with their own people. The human side is really ridiculous. The external threat has not been resolved yet, but it has already started. The conflict between ordinary people and superhumans may start with this point. Right? And according to the conversation of these people, it seems that Zheng Guodong really pretended to be crazy and was locked up tightly. And Xingyu was betrayed by his subordinates while he was unconscious, and was locked up somewhere underground with Zheng Guodong. After Xingyu disappeared, Fei Jun became the de facto leader of the 9-layered heaven tower. But he did not have any real power. The 9-layered heaven tower, which was seriously injured, was supplemented with quite a lot of new superhumans. But they were all produced by the Superhuman Research Center. As a result, Fei Jun was in a state of being monitored and guarded everywhere. Chengyu, who had been complaining a lot about his superiors, was also involved as a close friend of Xingyu and Fei Jun. After Fei Jun and Chengyu rescued Zheng Guodong and Xingyu from the underground cage, they would definitely not be tolerated by ordinary people. They are now wanted nationwide. Driving now is also a way of escaping. At this moment, they are heading northeast, and their destination is Bingcheng City. The direction they are heading to is getting farther and farther away from the range they can perceive, and it won't take long before they will completely disappear from their perception. Bingcheng. Lin Ning has no idea of the distance to that place, but the maximum range he can perceive in the northeast direction is even Shancheng City, which is not far from Shangjing. There is just the limit of the perception of the reconstruction of the aura of all things of 1,000 kilometers. And the direction of these people's cars is also Shancheng City. They seem to want to abandon the car in Shancheng City, and then directly enter a spiritual realm called Chanshan, taking a shortcut to avoid being tracked down. With their abilities, it was a piece of cake to break through the general spiritual realm. The Chanshan spiritual realm was nothing. After that, after passing through the spiritual realm, they would reverse to the vicinity of Jiufeng City and then head to Bingcheng. I have to say that their plan was quite good. They probably thought about avoiding the pursuit of the upper echelons of the Tang Kingdom before doing this. Right? However, if everything goes well, after these people arrive in Bingcheng, they will be completely out of his surveillance, and he will lose the opportunity to get rid of them as soon as possible. After all, Zheng Guodong, Xingyu, Fei Jun and Chengyu are all top human extraordinary people in this Tang Kingdom, and even in the whole world. If they grow up in the future, I am afraid they will become those unstable side brushes among humans. So, should we send our subordinates to kill them now? After estimating the distance, if Jiang and Xuejin and others set off with Feng Xiao and others now, it should be in time. If the buds of danger can be eradicated earlier, there will be fewer dangers in the future. Red shadow. Snow brocade. Black armor. Ochre feather. Master, your subordinates are here. The 4 giant birds raised their wings. They knew very well that the next order from their master would most likely be to fight. They were extremely eager for fighting. And they also looked forward to such an order. Just then, the 4 giant birds suddenly shook for a while, and fell to the ground one after another. And then, Panda, Qin-Chun, Jin-Lin, Jingji, Dushan and Baichi also suddenly shook and fainted on the ground. In his perception, Fo Xiao, Fengji, Feng Yan, Yanxi, Leiji, Yanlu, Du Yan, the 7 giant wolves, also became like this. Lin Ming couldn't understand it all. What happened to them? What happened? Wait, could it be that? Chapter 202 Its Hidden Secret. A black car that looked quite old was speeding on the highway. There were few vehicles on the road, but the traffic heading to Shangjing was jammed from beginning to end. Everyone knew that Shangjing was safe, so they all crowded in. And Shancheng City, which was next to Changshan Spirit Realm. Who knew when a spiritual rain would erupt and it would be flooded by mutant creatures? Everyone had a sense of crisis. Cars leaving Shangjing were rare, and the black car attracted a lot of attention when it passed by. Cheng Yu held the steering wheel and looked at the rearview mirror from time to time. After confirming that there were no cars following, he stared at the dashboard at the end and frowned. This broken car, he muttered. The maximum speed is only 140 miles per hour. Too slow. It's slow, but it's better than nothing. Fei Jun pointed at the map in his hand. Have we reached Jinling Pass? Almost. Almost. Brother Fei. Don't worry. Cheng Yu smiled bitterly. After experiencing 2 spiritual rains, the highway became the only channel connecting Shancheng City and Shangjing. Of course, they didn't dare to take the plane. Their identities were too special. They would probably be discovered the first second they entered the airport. The train that shuttled through the mountains naturally could not escape the destruction of mutant creatures and has now been abandoned. After leaving the city, no one seems to have noticed us. We are lucky. Cheng Yu held the steering wheel and looked straight ahead. After passing Jinling Pass, we will be in the jurisdiction of Shancheng City. The road will be smooth. When we get there, we will throw the car into Changshan Spirit Realm. No one can stop us. Be careful. We too suddenly disappeared and rescued Lao Xing and Lao Zheng. Those people will never let anyone pass the checkpoint easily. Fei Jun was sitting in the passenger seat, frowning and looking at the map. The car was creaking and leaking air everywhere, which made him upset. Yes, if it is that easy, they are too incompetent. Isn't it too dangerous to put the 4 most useful dogs in the wilderness together? If it were me, I would never let them go even if I was beaten to death. Don't you think so? Lao Zheng? Xing Yu smiled and said to Zheng Guodong, who was standing next to him with a messy beard and hair. If they have made preparations and prepared the spiritual energy shielding facilities, Zheng Guodong said in a low voice, can we still get through? After he said this, the other 3 people fell silent at the same time. Zheng Guodong and Xing Yu were imprisoned 100 meters underground, with large doses of spiritual energy inhibitors and mood stabilizers injected into their bodies. They were just rescued by Fei Jun and Cheng Yu. The 2 are basically unable to fight now, and it is impossible to move quickly in a short period of time. If a battle occurs and they are surrounded by soldiers, there is no way for the 4 of them to escape easily. There are spiritual energy concentration measuring instruments on the protective nets beside the highway. No matter whether it is a mutant creature, a supernatural being or even an ordinary person, as long as they cross it, an alarm will be sounded, and all the soldiers stationed nearby will be called. What's more, there is more than one electric net, and the road is blocked. Although the 4 people have already planned the direction of escape, everything is prepared in a hurry. There are only 2 roads to the northeastern direction of Bing City. If you take the highway in the east, you can only pass through a huge checkpoint. But the defense there is extremely tight, and there is no way to get through. So you can only take the highway in Shancheng City in the north. At this time, it is less than 1 kilometer away from Jinling Pass in front, and the car is gradually slowing down. It's really checking one car after another. I guess I have to wait here for a while. Cheng Yu lit a cigarette and looked at the long queue gradually forming in the front, with about 30 cars. Fei Jun also frowned and looked ahead. It depends on luck. If the people behind don't catch up, everything will be fine. If they catch up, then we can only fight. Yes. By the way, Brother Xing, why are you locked up there? Cheng Yu suddenly asked. Xing Yu was silent for a moment, and after seeing Fei Jun nod slightly, he replied, because I know something I shouldn't know. Know something I shouldn't know. Cheng Yu hand holding the cigarette stopped in midair. What? Soul pill. Zheng Guodong closed his eyes. It was because I knew the secret of this thing, and was known by those people that I had to act crazy. Not because of the so-called Wanju Si. But I didn't expect that there really was an A-level demon king in that place. And he even ran to the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. Uh-huh. Hearing Zheng Guodong bitter smile, Cheng Yu was even more confused. Soul pill. What's wrong with that thing? That thing is not. Fei Jun pursed his lips. It can instantly turn a superhuman into a huge, violent and brainless superhuman monster. And the concentration of spiritual energy will also increase greatly. Everyone knows about this kind of thing. After all, when the Nine Heavens Tower received everything from the Superhuman Association, they also checked their experimental data. Yes. What secrets are there about the soul pill? Don't tell me that ordinary people will have problems if they absorb spiritual energy. I have seen them touch that thing many times, and nothing happened. Cheng Yu disagreed, and put the cigarette back to his mouth. Hee hee. Then, do you know what will happen if that thing is absorbed by mutant creatures? Zheng Guodong sneered. Cheng Yu and Fei Jun were stunned. That thing? Absorbed by mutant creatures? Old Zheng. Keep talking. They really don't know. But it's true. Who would have thought? That thing actually came out like that. Xing Yu sighed, stretched out his finger to ask for a cigarette, and lit it. If I didn't know the final truth, how could I be arrested and locked up with old Zheng? Cheng Yu and Fei Jun were even more confused. How did this thing come out? Fuck. Brother Zheng. Tell me what happened. So what if the soul pill was absorbed by the mutant creatures? Cheng Yu looked at Zheng Guodong quickly. Do you know where I was when Jia Yu led the army to the Wantuhai Spirit Realm? Zheng Guodong took a piece of candy handed over by Fei Jun, and put it in his mouth and said, well, let me think about it. Although the association was quite chaotic at that time, I remember that Jia Yin asked you to go to the Dekinshan Spirit Realm to perform the mission. Right? Cheng Yu knew about this. At that time, he paid close attention to Zheng Guodong, the extraordinary person. Yes, we performed the mission at that time. In the end, there were more than 50 extraordinary people, and only I survived. Do you know why? I remember that the confession given to you by Lu said that you were attacked by a tide of mutant creatures. And the result was, Cheng Yu recalled, as a result, one team member used a soul pill because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy and turned into a monster? Yes, turned into a monster. Zheng Guodong chewed candy. Zhao Heng turned into a monster, and the others were killed almost instantly. I also had no power to fight back, until De Huang absorbed all the spiritual energy of the other soul pill. It was almost a dead end. De Huang. Cheng Yu thought for a while. Dog? Yes. A mutant dog born and domesticated in the spiritual realm that can be used by humans. Commonly known as a spirit beast. Spirit beast. Wait, Brother Zheng. Do you mean that this spirit beast absorbed the soul pill and killed the monster that Zhao Heng turned into? Zheng Guodong nodded. A D-level spirit beast, after absorbing the soul pill, suddenly increased its strength, even close to the nearly B-level demon spirit, and killed the monster in a very short time. And I was not killed because of this. That's not right. I remember Lu's record at that time said that you were the only one alive. Where's De Huang? Cheng Yu frowned and asked again. De Huang. After it killed the monster and suddenly fainted, it lost its mind for some reason and attacked me crazily. When I was almost killed by it, it turned into another form. Another form? A strange beast. Zheng Guodong chewed the candy into pieces. It turned into a strange beast. It's the strange thing you have fought several times. Chapter 203 Strong Side Effects. Drag all the fallen subordinates to the front of him. And Lin Ming realized the seriousness of the matter. Something is wrong. This is too wrong. Why did they all faint on the ground at the same time? Lin Ming was confused. This was simply too weird. There was clearly no sign before. But these subordinates seemed to have become like this collectively. After carefully observing for a while, Lin Ming found that although they fainted, their breathing was still quite stable, and there was no bleeding or other symptoms. They looked like they were asleep, continuously infusing spiritual fluid. even if the bamboo stick was stuffed into their mouths. It all flowed out. And there was a rejection reaction. What's going on? What on earth is this? But soon, Lin Ning also found a common point among these fainted subordinates. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yin, Yen Si, Lei Ji, Yen Lu, Dian Group of Wolves, Panda Panda, Silver Dragon Qin Chun, Golden Python Jin Lin, Lynx Jing Ji, Siro Du Shan, Bai Qi, Qi Ying, Shui Jin, Imo Kai and Zhu Yu. Those who fainted were the most powerful ones among the subordinates, who had raised their realm to the second level. But other than that, there seemed to be no other common points. Could it be that mutant creatures would be like this when they reached the second level? No. Why didn't I have it? Why didn't they have it before? Lin Ning tried to put the bamboo sticks containing spiritual liquid into the mouths of his subordinates. But it didn't work at all. Strange. Why? But when he sensed the spiritual energy of these subordinates, he found something strange. The color of their spiritual energy seemed to be a little wrong. Just like Feng Xiao. There was a wisp of black spiritual energy in its dark blue spiritual energy. And this spiritual energy seemed to be growing stronger. Looking at the other subordinates who fainted, they all had similar situations. The other subordinates, who did not faint, had completely different colors of aura. Lin Ning actually rarely paid attention to the color of aura. After all, this thing was basically useless. At most, it could only indicate some elements that it could control. For example, Feng Xiao and the others who could control the wind element should originally be navy blue, while the thunder wolf like Lei Ji, who controlled the thunder element, should be lemon yellow. The reason why he paid attention to it now was that he had just sensed the red aura of Zheng Guodong on the human side, which made him notice this. But no matter what, the color of their aura should be pure color, and there should not be any black. What's more, this weird black color seems to be gradually expanding as time goes by. Black aura. Lin Ning looked at the little Siro shadow. Even though it controls the dark element attribute, its aura color is only light gray, not the ink-like black on Feng Xiao and the others. What happened? Is there a common pattern? Master, have they eaten the same thing? At this time, the white rat Shuya suddenly asked Lin Ning. Lin Ning knew very well that this guy's intelligence was actually no less than that of the Panda Panda. It must have thought of something when it asked such a question. Its words also gave Lin Ning some other inferences. However, speaking of what they eat, Panda eats bamboo and meat, Siro and Baichi eat grass, and the 4 giant birds eat fish, and the others eat meat. The eating habits are completely different. If you have to find a common thing, it is his spiritual liquid. But other subordinates have also eaten spiritual liquid, and there is no strange change in the color of their spiritual energy. Strange? Why? Wait. Lin Ning suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at the hundreds of soul pills hanging on the branches. Soul pills. These subordinates were all mutant creatures that had reached the second level. It was also because he rewarded them with these soul pills that they rushed directly from the first level to the second level. Is it soul pills? This is the only possibility. It is soul pills. That thing. Does it have side effects? Wait. Speaking of side effects, isn't the monster created by Zhai Yu at that time a proof of the side effects of soul pills? It's terrifying to think about it. At that time, he got the soul pill of the silver poison sky dragon, and then he directly absorbed the extremely large amount of spiritual energy contained in it. And then he broke through to the third level. It was indeed quite a long time after that, after he didn't feel that the soul pill had any side effects on himself. He reached the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm and rewarded the soul pills to his subordinates, who were stuck at the first level and the 7th level. As a result, these subordinates reached the second level in an instant. It has been a long time since then. He did not experience any rejection reaction or strange things happening. And his subordinates were eating and drinking as usual, with no reaction at all. And everything was normal. Not long ago, he was still wondering what the side effects of this soul pill were. Is it just an enhanced version of the Spirit Stone, which is harmful to the extraordinary people on the human side and turns them into monsters? For mutant creatures, is it just a magic pill that can infinitely increase experience points and allow them to quickly upgrade and evolve? At that time, he still thought that he could use this to raise the level limit of himself and his subordinates to an unimaginable degree in the future. After all, the soul pill is just something that can be obtained simply by killing those mutant creatures that have touched the threshold of the first level. Even if there are people like the Sero crossing the mountain whose real combat power cannot keep up with the realm, they are only a very small number. But now it seems that it is far from that simple. The soul pill can make the subordinates fall into a coma, and the color of the spiritual energy changes. Perhaps something more serious will happen next. He has a bad premonition. It can turn human extraordinary people into monsters. So will the soul pill make the subordinates? His mood gradually became heavy. Lin Ming looked at the fallen subordinates, who were already covered in a thicker black aura, and then looked at the other subordinates, who were already somewhat panicked. Everyone else, get away immediately. Yes, master. All the standing subordinates obeyed the order and quickly dispersed around the valley. After watching them leave, Lin Ming looked at the ground again, but found that Feng Xiao forelimb seemed to be trembling slightly. Looking at the other subordinates again, it seemed that they were all the same. Are they going to wake up? At this time, the color of the aura on these subordinates has turned black by half. The ominous premonition in Lin Ming's heart is getting stronger and stronger. He remembered that those extraordinary people who absorbed the soul pill in the ruins of Jiutong County because of Jiayu bewitching turned into monsters with a concentration of aura reaching the B level in an instant, who could only kill but had no reason. Looking at the subordinates, who were shaking more and more, as if they were trembling, Lin Ming, thousands of bamboo branches were also ready at this time. If the subordinates turned into monsters, then what should I do? And not only them, he also absorbed the soul pills of 2 B-level demon spirits. What will I become? But at this time, Lin Ming had not noticed any strange changes in his body. At this moment, the 17 subordinates, at this moment, trembled one by one and climbed up from the ground. Lin Ming found that their eyes, for some reason, were shrouded by a strange black light. And then, they collectively let out a deafening roar. They showed their fangs and claws. They were burning with red flames and entangled with lightning. Hundreds of wind blades appeared around them, and flying rocks appeared. They sprayed venom. They have lost their minds. It seems that things have become tricky. Do I have to fight with my subordinates? Then it seems that I must go all out. In an instant, Lin Ming ejected thousands of bamboo branches. Chapter 20 for the terrifying body-devouring power. Even if he didn't want to, Lin Ming knew that he had to fight at this moment. And the opponents were the most powerful subordinates under his command. Now, each of them has reached the second level strength, and they all contain a huge amount of spiritual energy. As subordinates, their strength is unquestionable. For humans, they are terrifying B-level demons, who can destroy the city with their own strength. At this moment, the color of the spiritual energy overflowing from the subordinates has become darker. Their bodies no longer trembled, and they lost all their rationality. And their pure black eyes revealed a stream of weirdness. Some of those with elemental abilities could not wait to release their own elemental power. Besieged by 17 B-level demons, and at this very close distance, listening to their extremely shocking roars, Lin Ming tried to communicate with them mentally, but found that it was completely useless. Crazy, or even lost all reason. Lin Ming didn't want to kill them. If there was a slight possibility of calling back these subordinates, he would never kill them. But if there was really no chance of saving them, there was really no way. Elements. Lin Ming knew very well how powerful this kind of thing was. Scorching flames, sharp wind blades, lightning wrapped around the body, extremely solid rocks. No matter which one you pick, the combat power is extremely terrifying, enough to scare any opponent. Not to mention, the users are these mutant creatures whose own strength has reached the second level. Now, among these 17 B-level monsters, those with elemental attributes are Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yan, Yan Si, Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Bai Qi, Qi Ying, Shui Jin, Mo Jia and Zhu Yu. Wind element, fire element, rock element, thunder element, light element. To deal with multiple elements, you naturally need multiple elemental abilities. Not to mention, there are also Du Yin and Qin Chun who can use poison, and pure physical attack players like Panda. Then, with a thought, he instantly raised the level of empathy imitation to level 9. The ability of empathy imitation has reached the maximum level and has been upgraded to multiple elemental ability replication. It can replicate any number of different elemental abilities at the same time, and the control and strength of elemental abilities will be affected by the level of strength of one's own realm. As a large number of evolutionary points disappear, the realm of ability will be upgraded. Oh! It works. If this multiple elemental ability replication can imitate multiple elemental abilities, it means, at this moment, 17 second level demon spirits roared and attacked him. Lin Ning bamboo roots grabbed these subordinates with elemental attributes, who could no longer recognize him. And the bamboo branches he grabbed were also given different elemental attributes. As a third level, Lin Ning's own strength is undoubtedly suppressive to his second level subordinates. Now that he has mastered the elemental attributes, the attacks and defenses of his subordinates have become nothing. After all, the same elements cancel each other out, leaving them no chance of hurting themselves. Lin Ning bamboo branches quickly entangled and bound the subordinates, who were struggling violently, leaving them no room to move at all. There is no reason for the gap in strength between the third level and the second level. Even if there are dozens or even hundreds of second levels, Lin Ning will not feel any pressure at all. As for pure physical systems like Panda Panda, and the poison systems like Du Yin and Silver Dragon Qin Chun, they can't cause him any damage. In almost a moment, these 17 second level mutant creatures could only resist in vain. Lin Ning's powerful ability to create new life also made his bamboo branches split continuously like bamboo roots. Countless branches gradually tied up the subordinates, who were struggling in vain, leaving only their mouths and noses exposed. Like dumplings. Of course, Lin Ning is quite good at tying things. If he could tie up the second level silver poison sky dragon tightly at the second level, he could naturally tie up the second level dragons without any temper at the third level. However, after completely controlling his subordinates, Lin Ning suddenly discovered something unusual. There was something strange about them. Feng Xiao mouth and Panda Panda's nose had some tentacles that kept wriggling. Tentacles? Lin Ning quickly looked at the other subordinates, and found that each of them had more or less wriggling white tentacles growing in different places. Which was shocking. These tentacles kept wriggling as if they had life. In a short period of time, they went from a few centimeters to more than 10 centimeters in length. White tentacles. Lin Ning instantly thought of the strange beast. Aren't the alien beasts just things that look like the same limbs as octopuses and squids? Even the colors are similar. Could it be that? That's how alien beasts come from. Are alien beasts mutant creatures that have absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy from the soul pill? Then, were those alien beasts that attacked before specially made by someone? Will the subordinates become alien beasts? What about me? It's terrifying to think about it. Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, who were constantly mutating, and he knew he had to find a way immediately. However, looking at the attribute panel, the only ability that can have healing is the spiritual liquid. But the description of the spiritual liquid only said that it contains a large amount of spiritual energy, which can quickly improve the realm level of subordinates, and can also detoxify. Will this thing work? However, there is really no other choice now. Lin Ning immediately threw the 17 bamboo branches containing spiritual liquid into the mouths of his subordinates, who were roaring with their mouths open. In this lightning-fast moment, Lin Ning found that a drop of spiritual liquid just touched Feng Xiao's mouth, and the small tentacles nearby disappeared. The bamboo branches instantly penetrated into the subordinates' mouths, and the spiritual liquid that continued to flow out also entered the subordinates' stomachs. At the same time, the subordinates, who had been struggling frantically to break free from the restraints, became smaller and smaller, and those tentacles gradually stopped growing. It actually worked. Wait, if that's the case, the reason why the subordinates didn't get into trouble after absorbing the soul pill was because of the spiritual liquid? Lin Ning was very happy. But he still found that the darkness in his subordinates' eyes had not faded, and those tentacles were still on him. Is the concentration not enough? Lin Ning's sight turned to the attribute panel. The level of the spiritual liquid ability is level 7. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade it to level 9. The spiritual liquid ability has been upgraded to the maximum level, and has been upgraded to Yaqiong. It greatly promotes the evolution of mutant creatures, and can also treat extremely serious injuries and various abnormal conditions. Lin Ning saw that after the ability was upgraded to Yaqiong, its level also reached the maximum level. So, the effect of this ability has also reached the strongest. Lin Ning immediately discovered the power of this ability. The black in the wide open eyes of the subordinates has gradually dissipated, and the tentacles on their bodies have also gradually disappeared. The black spiritual energy that originally occupied an absolute advantage, and could even replace, it was gradually suppressed by the original spiritual energy, and finally completely annihilated. The subordinates no longer made any movements, and they also fell into a deep sleep at this time. Finally, is it over? However, at this moment, Lin Ning suddenly felt that there were two extremely strange things in his body, which were constantly entangled and impacted. These two strange forces were undoubtedly the backlash brought to him by the two B-level Yalingpo pills. Chapter 205 Unspeakable Things. Two strange spiritual energies that seemed to have emerged independently from the body were entangled and twisted with each other. Originally silent and dead, they were now like ferocious beasts, madly colliding and attacking Lin Ming's original spiritual energy. They were running wildly from every bamboo leaf, every bamboo branch, every bamboo root, and even from every cell. From the red diamond heart in the center of the bamboo body, two strange spiritual energies gradually rotated into a black spiritual vortex. Lin Ning could clearly feel that they were biting, pulling, and eroding the majestic and vast spiritual energy in his body. But it was useless, and could not shake it at all, even if they tried to maintain their original shape and size in the spiritual energy in their bodies. They were barely supporting it. Lin Ning sensed their existence, but he also knew that although they were so noisy, they could not affect him too much. These two black spiritual energies were undoubtedly the strange things brought about by him after he absorbed the soul pills of the silver poison sky dragon and the ice soul giant wolf. Compared to the low-level soul pills absorbed by his subordinates, the huge and strange spiritual energy brought by these two soul pills was undoubtedly more dangerous and more deadly. Lin Ning believed that if the strongest of his subordinates, Feng Xiao or Panda, absorbed even one of them, they would become violent in an instant, and would probably turn into strange beasts in a very short time. Right? However, for him, who has now reached the third level, these two strange black spiritual energies can't do anything to him. They are now being suppressed by the extremely powerful spiritual energy in their bodies. From the initial resistance, they seem to be looking for an exit now, running around. The reason why these two spiritual energies were not like this before, but now they are so noticed by him, and even gradually suppressed. There is only one reason. That is the powerful effect of the Yao Qiong transformed by the spiritual liquid. This can be easily concluded from the reactions of the subordinates. The spiritual liquid can instantly destroy some tentacles that have turned into strange beasts. Although it only lasts for a while, it is enough to delay the great backlash brought by the soul pill. Not to mention that after drinking the spiritual liquid, the subordinates were relieved from the violent chaos and gradually calmed down. But the level of the spiritual liquid is still too low to suppress the increasingly powerful black spiritual energy. Before the spiritual liquid was upgraded, the subordinates had not seen any strange signs since they were upgraded to the second level, which was also because they had been drinking the spiritual liquid. After experiencing the inexplicable provocation of humans, when Lin Ning sent them out to attack those large cities of humans, these second-level subordinates basically went to the battle, and only after arriving at the Suzaku Valley did they join him. The pandas who stayed by his side had traveled with him from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm for more than 1,000 kilometers before finally reaching the Suzaku Valley. They had never drunk any spiritual liquid. During the few days without the suppression of spiritual liquid, the black spiritual energy brought by the soul pills in the bodies of these subordinates continued to erode their own spiritual energy, and finally caused the subordinates to faint first. Even if the spiritual liquid was forced into them, it was blocked. When they woke up, they went directly into a violent state. If the subordinates had been given spiritual liquid to drink during this period, would their symptoms have been delayed for some time before they could develop? Lin Ning couldn't explain this clearly. So who knew? Perhaps in the end, after the black energy of the soul pill continued to grow, it would directly devour the spiritual energy of the subordinates. At that time, even if the demon Qiong was powerful, it might not be able to save them. However, the black spiritual energy on the subordinates' bodies had completely disappeared. But Lin Ning was not sure whether it would no longer remain in the bodies of the subordinates. But the power of Yao Qiong is beyond doubt. Before the ability of the spiritual liquid was upgraded to Yao Qiong, Lin Ning was also unable to sense the existence of the two abnormal spiritual energies in his body. When the ability of Yao Qiong appeared, the two spiritual energies, unable to withstand its powerful effects, fully revealed themselves. Yao Qiong, this thing, feels like a natural enemy to the Padan. These magical things flowing in his body also made him aware of the danger that he could not perceive before. At this time, in Lin Ming's body, the two spiritual energies brought by the Padan were still not simply eliminated, and they were still running around in his body. Lin Ning knew that if he wanted to eliminate them in his body with the help of Yao Qiong, he would probably have to wait for a long time. So, just expel them from the body? Just like the flow of Yao Qiong? Thinking of this, Lin Ning also made preparations. He separated the 2 bamboo branches that were originally used to flow the demon Qiong, and controlled the flow of the demon Qiong, so that there became a hollow exit. He also deliberately used the spiritual energy in his body to compress the 2 spiritual energies to go in that direction. Soon, the 2 crazy spiritual energies soon found the 2 exits and rushed out in 2 directions. Lin Ning could feel the pleasure when the 2 evil qi in his body were discharged. He saw that after the 2 turbid qi flowed into the bamboo branches, the 2 thick bamboo roots inexplicably turned black. And on them, there were tens of thousands of tiny wriggling tentacles. Those white translucent tentacles were even wriggling constantly. In fact, these tentacles have a tendency to gradually grow larger and longer. Lin Ning never imagined that he would grow such a thing on his body. Could it be possible that it can grow eyes? A chill came over him. After the 2 spiritual energies completely entered the bamboo branches, Lin Ning immediately used the blood blade to cut them off from the part close to the main trunk. The powerful ability to create new life quickly healed the 2 huge wounds. And the 2 extremely disgusting bamboo branches that fell were also thrown out by Lin Ning instantly. And the 2 corroded and controlled bamboo branches suddenly exploded in the air. 2 huge soft-bodied things with a light gray color fell heavily on the ground. Millions of countless wriggling tentacles on their bodies gradually stretched out and gradually grew more tentacles. More wriggling tentacles grew between the tentacles again, and twisted at a very fast speed at the same time. Their shapes also took a big step towards the direction of indescribable. Lin Ning said that the word disgusting was completely inadequate to describe them. What on earth is this? Even so, Lin Ning still sensed 2 extremely powerful second-level spiritual energies from them. But this spiritual energy, when its tentacles continued to grow, gradually weakened. Oh! Lin Ning understood. They were transforming into alien beasts. However, they did not attack yet. Were they waiting for something? But Lin Ning was not the patient type. He directly used the bamboo stick to blast 2 dark element attacks at the 2 indescribable creatures. And the extremely huge pure black curtain he created also swallowed them completely. Chapter 206: The Unexpected Truth. Wait. What you mean is that the strange beasts, that kind of thing, is made like this? The car in front gradually began to move, and Cheng Yu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although the temperature outside has reached nearly 30 degrees, he felt like he was poured with a basin of ice water from head to toe. Zheng Guodong's words just now made him doubt his life for a moment. The strange beasts were made? Although he couldn't believe this statement at all, there was no doubt that there was only one possible conclusion that could be drawn from the words just now. The strange beasts of the strange creatures they had fought with before were originally just a group of mutant creatures. After absorbing the soul pill, their strength will be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. But they will fall into a frenzy afterwards. And finally, they will become those strange beasts with disgusting tentacles. You can understand that they were made. After all, it is basically impossible for that kind of thing to form naturally. Zheng Guodong nodded. Wait. I'm a little confused. Brother Zheng, the strange beast you said you turned into, is it the kind of strange beast we talked about? After all, weren't you locked up at that time? How do you know that the strange beast you mentioned is the same thing as the strange beast we encountered? Cheng Yu was a little confused. The strange beasts they encountered were disgusting things with disgusting tentacles and a strange number of eyes, which were completely different from the appearance of normal mutated creatures. If you have to describe their appearance, it can actually be summarized in one sentence. It's as if the craziest person in the world made a disgusting thing out of the monster that appeared in the nightmare in the most exaggerated way. Also, although the species of the strange beasts are different, there are only a few species, and compared with the diverse species of mutant creatures, they really can't be connected together. Being locked up doesn't mean I haven't seen that kind of thing. After all, from the time I first saw the strange beast to the time I pretended to be crazy, during this long period of time, all the strange things that happened made me suspicious. Zheng Guodong said as he took a sip of water. He opened the car window and looked at the squirming vehicles outside. After that incident, I also became a formal member of the Nine Heavens Tower from the Extraordinary Association. After that, I followed the Nine Heavens Tower and participated in dozens of battles against alien beasts. Although each time ended in victory, I also saw that the special teams belonging to that person were always working hard to recover the soul pills. Some of you have fought with me before, and you have seen those people constantly recovering the soul pills. Right? Don't you think about it. If you are not interested in that thing, why do you have to let those ordinary people use a metal box to collect the soul pills one by one? You know that the extraordinary can absorb the spiritual energy in the soul pills and turn into monsters. And you also know that mutants can absorb the spiritual energy in the soul pills and turn them into tentacles. I was a bit of a ghost, and I thought they were too weird. After that, I participated in the battle to hunt the Ice Soul Giant Wolf. After seeing that person's direct troops recover the soul pill of the B-level demon spirit, I couldn't help but ask that person privately when I became a B-level super transcendent. I didn't tell anyone the secret of the mutant creature turning into a strange beast, but because I was afraid of something going wrong, I hurried to report to that person. Zheng Guodong said, exhaled a large puff of smoke, shook his head, then he locked me up. Ah? No. I remember we know the reason why you were locked up was because you were promoted to B-level, and you wanted to leave the Nine Heavens Tower to attack the Wanjusi spirit realm because you were so arrogant? Chung Yu couldn't help asking. Fei Jun also nodded. Indeed. It was like this at the beginning. The information they knew was that Zheng Guodong was too arrogant and ignored the orders of that person and insisted on attacking the Wanjusi spirit realm. Haha. Everyone thinks this is the reason. Except me. Although you can always hear me mention Wanju Hai. That's just because I wanted to leave a way out for myself at that time. After all, if too many people know about it, there will be no good ending. Zheng Guodong took a puff of cigarette. Give you all a feeling that that thing is my inner demon. You can also understand it as a character setting? Chung Yu and Fei Jun looked at each other. Is there such a thing? Alas, Lao Jing suffered a lot at that time. When he was locked up there, he happened to see something he shouldn't have seen. Fei Jun smiled and said, Lao Jing actually developed an antibody to the kind of sedative that inexplicably made people unable to use spiritual energy. When he was escorted, he accidentally saw the strange beast wandering in that research institute. Xing Yu added, it's not quite right to say that they were wandering. In fact, I saw those researchers feeding the soul pill to the mutants, and then let them attack the extraordinary people after they turned into beasts. Zheng Guodong sighed. Don't blame Xing Yu for saying that. When I saw those extraordinary people who were seriously injured and unable to move being fed to those beasts, I was shocked. Alas, it's more like despair than shock. What are we extraordinary people? Xing Yu was silent. He just nodded. Chung Yu and Fei Jun looked at each other. They never thought that such a thing would happen. What should we, the extraordinary people, be? Although it is too arrogant to say that we are superior to ordinary people, it is the truth. We have a powerful force that they do not have. 1 is worth 10. 1 is worth 100 is just a modest statement. When we joined the Nine Heavens Tower, we promised countless times in front of that person that we would use our own strength to protect the safety of all people. We fought hard for humanity and for everything, fully releasing the powerful force obtained in the era of spiritual energy recovery to eliminate mutant creatures and destroy the spiritual realm. Isn't it just for this sentence? However, when I saw those companions who were seriously injured and fed to the monsters, what did they think in their hearts? Zheng Guodong smiled bitterly. He could not understand. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, humans who were far behind the mutant creatures did not unite to deal with the mutant creatures together, but instead did such a terrible thing to establish the contradiction between ordinary people and extraordinary people, and to make the contradiction between ordinary people and extraordinary people become bigger and bigger. Later, I went to Wantuhai's spirit realm and decided to pretend to be crazy to avoid that person's eyes and ears. I was successfully imprisoned in the underground of the Nine Heavens Tower headquarters. Then, I asked Xing Yu, who also knew everything, to investigate what went wrong. As a result, he found the answer in a short time. Xing Yu nodded. The Fate Society. That person, or the person being controlled, is also a member of the Fate Society, and their goal is to create a world with only extraordinary people. Chapter 2072 Possibilities. The Fate Society. The purpose is to build a world with only superhumans. Moreover, they even lost their humanity and actually fed the seriously injured superhumans to the strange beasts. Such a sensational thing is unacceptable to anyone. Chung Yu and Fei Jun were extremely shocked and questioned the existence of the Fate Society. What exactly are they? Why do they create strange beasts? Moreover, There is actually a relationship between that person and the Fate Society. After I was imprisoned deep underground in the Superhuman Association, they quickly gave me that kind of tranquilizer. But this thing didn't work for me. So I pretended to be crazy while establishing a one-way connection with Lao Xing, who had previously expressed his incomprehension of many actions of the upper level. At first, Lao Xing didn't believe that what I said was right, and he thought I was really crazy. Ha. Zheng Guodong laughed dryly, and the messy beard on his face also trembled. Humph. Who doesn't think you're crazy? You're just like all the crazy people I've seen. But if it weren't for Xiao Liuzi covering for you, it would be useless for you to pretend. Xing Yu yawned. If it weren't for him, you would have been driven to a state of despair by that man. Xiao Liuzi? Fei Jun was stunned. Lu Feishu, the mind reader in the original association? Who else could it be? If he hadn't been friends with Lao Zheng, would you have seen us? Xing Yu looked at Zheng Wudong, who was a little surprised. Lao Zheng, you're just smart. After Lu Shufei knew that you had concealed the matter of the strange beast from him, he told me about the strange beast. So I became suspicious and investigated the matter of the strange beast. Is that so? Zheng Guodong also seemed very surprised. Xiao Liuzi, I did find a lot of information and some evidence later. However, that was after the strange beast appeared in the western part of Shu province. Later, I went to the place where Lao Zheng was originally. I went to a closed place, pretending to visit a friend, and used my ability to cover up. And I really saw the strange beast that Lao Zheng mentioned. Although my action was not discovered, I was also targeted by that person because of this. Xing Yu said, looking at Fei Jun. Remember? After the spiritual rain broke out, we had a meeting, and that person suddenly came over, said a few words and left. Fei Jun thought of the scene at that time and nodded, at that time. Because there was another explosion in the western part of Shu province. Almost everyone went out, and only the two of us were left alone to clear the spiritual realm. At that time, you were very dissatisfied. Of course. After all, I have been to one of the production bases of that thing. Would that person let me go again? It is natural to be on guard against me. At that time, in order to avoid suspicion, you, as my close friend, naturally had no chance to go. And the facts have proved that there were indeed strange beasts there. But they were simply killed by the A-level Demon King. Xing Yu sighed. A-level Demon King. Wait. I mean, except for the incident at the seaside and the incident at the Goganda Spirit Realm, didn't all those strange beasts appear in the western part of Shu province, near the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm? Could it be that? Zheng Yu suddenly took a breath of cold air. Yes. One of the meanings of the existence of strange beasts is that fate will deal with that A-level Demon King. But at that time, none of us knew what that thing was used for. We just thought that these disgusting and fragile things were just disgusting us. Xing Yu replied. Humph. Whether it's at the seaside or the Goganda Spirit Realm, the purpose of those strange beasts is naturally that A-level Demon King. It's just that the incident at the seaside failed, and the incident at the Goganda Spirit Realm was successful. Zheng Guodong shook his head. The 9-layered sky tower is their chess piece. Although we thought in our hearts that we could protect the safety of the people with our own strength. But that person, or fate, would not think so. For them, using the 9 Heavens Tower to defeat the B-level demon spirit, and then taking the soul pill, and then using it for the alien beast, is their goal. Wait, did you fail at the beach? Zheng Yu's doubts were ignited. If I didn't kill those special beasts when I was in charge, then those beasts will not release their true strength when they are killed by you. But when you take out the soul pill, the beasts will pounce on you and become the kind of horrible monsters we have all seen. Xing Yu sighed. At that time in the Goganda Spirit Realm, I was confused about why the B-level demon spirit behaved so strangely. But when I figured it out, I found that it had been killed. So, that's it? Zheng Yu was still frightened. If I didn't kill those beasts at that time, damn, I ruined their plan? It's a lucky coincidence. Zheng Guodong nodded. Old Xing, I don't understand. According to what you said, you were just suspected of seeing a strange beast in that base. How come you were locked up underground? Fei Jun suddenly asked. Haha. There are actually 2 reasons. Xing Yu stretched out a finger. The first one is that I said something taboo during the pre-war mobilization. Do you all remember it? What I said at that time was absolutely impossible for the Destiny Society represented by that person to tolerate. Although I didn't know the existence of the Destiny Society at that time. Fei Jun and Cheng Yu nodded. Yes. At that time, old Xing said a long string of treasonous words, which completely brought the sharp contradiction between ordinary people and supernatural people to the table. And of course, also brought the contradiction between the nine-layered sky tower and the above to the table, from the perspective of the Destiny Society. Although Xingyu's statement is the same as their purpose, it is fundamentally different. That is, Xingyu still believes that supernatural people and ordinary people can get along equally, but they are not recognized. But who among the extraordinary people present at that time didn't have their blood boiling, and who didn't hold back their anger, wanting to prove what extraordinary people are? But in the final analysis, Xingyu's words at that time were too impulsive, and they didn't sound like what a first tower of the Nine Heavens Tower should say. Xingyu stretched out a second finger. The second one is that after we killed the B-level demon spirit, when a specialist took out the soul pill, the strange beast suddenly appeared inexplicably. Don't you think it's too coincidental? I thought it was too strange at the time. And the movements of those specialists were too slow. They could have had a better reaction. But not only did they not do it, they were even slow, as if they were waiting for those strange beasts to come. Brother Xing, why are you talking so mysterious? Why? They deliberately waited for the strange beasts. Shit. I remember. Fate will. Cheng Yu suddenly realized it again. Yes. The so-called specialists are the team directly under that person. That is, the people of the Destiny Society. Their purpose is to conduct an experiment. Let the alien beast evolve, and then attack the A-level demon king. Fei Jun and Cheng Yu pupils shrank instantly. Chapter 208 Absurd Truth. Attack the A-level monster king. Letting the monsters evolve is to attack the A-level monster king? Even if it means sacrificing the lives of so many nine-layered heaven tower and ordinary soldiers? Isn't that too crazy? Moreover, this plan, they succeeded, but they also failed. Xingyu continued. They overestimated the strength of the monsters after they were upgraded, but underestimated the strength of the A-level monster king. Although the advanced monsters can beat us B-level and C-level monsters, for the A-level monster king, it's nothing. The A-level demon king killed the advanced easy beast, and at the same time made fate anxious. So they finally... Wait, Brother Xing. That's not right. We understand this, and we can even guess about the A-level demon king. But why were you arrested? You were unconscious because of a severe head injury at that time? How did you disappear? And ended up being locked up in a cage more than 100 meters underground by Brother Fei and me, together with Brother Zheng? Cheng Yu was puzzled. Because there is that person's spy in our nine-layered heaven tower. Or is it a traitor? Xingyu shook his head helplessly. The traitor not only informed that person of what I said at that time, but also informed that person of what I saw when they deliberately sent the soul pill to the mouths of those strange beasts. So, although I pretended to be seriously injured, I was still sent to that cage. Of course, I successfully connected with Lao Zheng. Traitor. Wait. How could there be such a thing in our nine-layered heaven tower? We are all good brothers and good buddies. We are gathered together for the common ideal. Right? Cheng Yu was extremely angry. He couldn't believe that there was a traitor among his companions, who had been fighting together day and night. You are still too young. Isn't it normal for traitors to happen? Zheng Guodong smiled lightly. Think about it. Who is the person who has been around that person almost all the time, and is always responsible for passing messages? Traitor? All of our brothers in the nine-layered heaven tower will do this for. Shit. Luo Ming? Cheng Yu suddenly shuddered. Luo Ming, the fourth heaven tower of the nine-layered heaven tower, is also responsible for coordinating the relationship between the nine-layered heaven tower and that person, as well as many affairs notifications, order issuance and other affairs. Although Luo Ming is usually not very prominent, and his presence is not very high, even in terms of strength, he is not the type of superb. Usually, Xingyu and other heavenly towers are mainly responsible for fighting, and only Luo Ming is responsible for administration. It can be said that Luo Ming is the only one among all people who can always meet that person. Of course, all the decisions of that person were conveyed to the Zhutian Tower through Luo Ming, although I didn't dare to believe it. When I pretended to be unconscious, it was Luo Ming who brought people to throw me into the underground cage. Later, I thought about it. This kid actually has a lot of fox tails. Xingyu nodded. Yes. When Hening recovered the soul pill of the Ice Soul Giant Wolf, Luo Ming didn't say anything at all. And it was Luo Ming's special operations team who recovered the soul pill. Later, I asked Xingyu. And Xingyu didn't know the existence of any special operations team. Of course, no one in the Jichanshan Tower can have such a private team. At that time, I became suspicious of this. Luo Ming might be a member of the Destiny Society. Zheng Guodong sighed. In the end, our lovely Xingqian Tower didn't believe it at all. And it was still tricked. Xingyu blushed. Who hasn't made a fool of himself? It's like the Olympic Games. The person controlled by the Fate Society suddenly disappeared when he provoked the A-level Demon King and was counterattacked wildly. Isn't the Fate Society really stupid? This is true. The Fate Society played like this. I really didn't see that they had. Wait. I haven't asked yet. Brother Xing. Brother Zheng. How do you know about the Fate Society? And how do you know that the person was controlled? In addition, there is also... I heard you say that the alien beasts were transformed from mutant creatures. Right? Then what is the white halo behind them? Cheng Yu asked a series of questions in rapid succession. For him, the Fate Society and the alien beasts are extremely strange and strange existences. Especially, all the actions of the Fate Society, an organization hidden in the dark, made him incomprehensible. Why did this organization appear? What is the purpose of this organization? The car slowly moved forward, and everyone could already see the staff at the checkpoint in front, and the soldiers with live ammunition. It won't be long before they will be checked. Zheng Guodong coughed dryly and said, Let me answer. After all, I am the one who knows the most here. The Destiny Society existed when the association was founded. But at that time we didn't feel that its existence was a threat. We just felt that this radical organization that wanted to make the extraordinary people the only kind of human beings on this planet was too extreme. At that time, although Mr. Zhai's ideas were somewhat similar to those of the Destiny Society, they were also quite different. To be honest, Mr. Zhai's ideas were also very extreme. He felt that the extraordinary people were superior to ordinary people in all aspects. So they should stand above ordinary people and enjoy more rights. And even let those ordinary people be slaves and inferiors of the extraordinary people. Therefore, although the association was taken care of and supported by that person at that time, its ambitions were growing day by day. However, the Extraordinary Association was just one of the small pawns supported by the Destiny Society. After using it, they used the Jiayu incident to completely destroy the association. And then attracted. He collected most of the extraordinary people and established the 9-layered Heaven Tower, which is the extraordinary organization directly under that person. You who were not originally from the association must not know what happened. But as someone who came from the association to the Heaven Tower, I know very well what happened in between. Zheng Guodong shook his head and sighed. And continued, the Fate Club used the power of that person to easily expand the association and easily destroy it. And once again, established the more obedient 9-layered Heaven Tower. After that, everything became smoother and simpler. After all, the B-level extraordinary people in his hands did whatever they were told to do. As for the fact that that person was controlled by the Fate Club, it is actually very easy to judge. If a person's actions are strange, then the root cause is profit-driven. Although that person is an ordinary person, no matter what he does, he wants to put ordinary people to death. Think about it. After giving orders to provoke provocations, only he accurately judged that the A-level Demon King appeared in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. Who was the biggest victim? Fei Jun and Cheng Yu nodded. Who else could it be? There are so many cities, and so many people around the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. Only ordinary people. No one can ignore the destructive power of the A-level Demon King. And that person mysteriously disappeared after doing such an incredible thing. Now think about it. It's hard not to say it's strange. In addition, Xiao Liuzi, because of my suspicion, boldly approached that person and brought back unbelievable information, which further confirmed this statement. Xing Yu added, that person's heart. There is no thought or thinking. It is a strange emptiness. Empty. Empty? Cheng Yu was stunned. Yes. If you insist. It's like a puppet. Or even like a strange beast that only knows how to act according to orders. Right? Xing Yu said, looking forward. Although they were just guessing. There is no doubt that the person's behavior before and after was not like a normal human being at all. Moreover, it is impossible to accurately know that there is an A-level Demon King in Chiefing Mountain. Almost all the evidence is extremely far-fetched. And it is suspicious to draw this conclusion. And later, He was the one who knew the existence of the A-level Demon King, but did not attack directly, but instead ordered provocation. If he was not controlled, it would not make sense. Cars passed the checkpoint one by one, and the next one to be checked was them. At this time, he saw the shadow of a person in the crowd in front of him. "Hello. Show me your ID?" The face of that person made the four people in the car couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Why is it him? Chapter 209. The bait placed there deliberately. Lin Ming Aura Force Field Shielding ability covered the two guys at the beginning. Fortunately, the second level aura on the bodies of the two indescribable creatures did not leak out, and naturally made the aura concentration detection satellite in the sky useless. He used bamboo branches to blast two dark element attacks on the two indescribable creatures, creating an extremely huge pure black curtain that directly swallowed them completely. However, at this critical moment, Lin Ming saw that they easily and nimbly avoided the dark element attack and appeared in another direction. Oh, interesting. Lin Ming did not expect that these two extremely disgusting looking, huge indescribable creatures with countless constantly wriggling tentacles were actually quite fast. Looking at the previous two dark element attacks, the giant trees and weeds in the direction of the two monsters were easily swallowed up, leaving no residue. How about studying it? After moving the subordinates, who had fainted and not woken up to the safe area above, there was no obstacle in the battle with these two monsters. However, Lin Ming felt that it should not be difficult to deal with them. No matter how fast they were useless within his extremely close attack range. But he also felt it necessary to observe what these two monsters were capable of. With a thought, thousands of blood-red bamboo leaves rushed to where they were standing at a speed that broke the wind. For the attack of these thousands of blood blades, Lin Ming naturally considered the time difference and coverage. The opponent was so fast, he had no reason to underestimate them. The two monsters that moved to another direction instantly, despite their speed, could not resist Lin Ming all-round time difference attack. After being pierced and countless tissue blocks were cut off from their bodies, they let out a strange roar. Tissue blocks? Lin Ming found it incomprehensible. Those tentacles or tissue blocks did not look like something that could be produced by spiritual energy and his two bamboo branches. Especially their current appearance. They really looked like two huge white pieces of meat. Lin Ming discovered that although the blood blade slash could cut through wounds, these wounds were completely healed in a very short time. At this time, they were still expanding and their tentacles were still growing. Gradually, their bodies became larger and larger, and their speed became faster and faster when they dodged his attacks. However, no matter how big or fast they were, it was useless. Lin Ming did not want to waste time with them anymore, although he also wanted to continue to observe what they would become next. It seemed that they were repeating the same set of actions over and over again. Also, there did not seem to be much change, and there were no things to pay attention to, apart from the second-level spiritual energy on his body, countless tentacles all over his body, and his speed. There was nothing to see. Then, with a thought, a bamboo branch suddenly stretched out, like a whip, and directly tied up the two monsters together. The ability to create new life was activated, and the bamboo branch instantly turned into a huge cage, tightly wrapping them completely. However, at this time, something strange happened. Lin Ming suddenly found that a strange force gradually came from the bamboo branch, but it turned black at a very fast speed, and more tentacles soon grew on these bamboo branches. However, Lin Ming would never let them pollute him again. With a thought, the bamboo branch pulled out a larger dark attribute attack, directly covering the ball of bamboo branches that had completely turned black, and at the same time cutting off his own bamboo branches at the root. The darkness lasted for nearly 2 seconds and then suddenly disappeared, leaving only broken bamboo branches and blood-red broken leaves. Lin Ming checked the branches on his body and sensed the surroundings. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after finding that there were no more tentacles left by them, and no more strange black aura. You killed a plant-type monster and gained 2,000 evolution points. You killed. The system prompt at this time also made Lin Ming understand that he had indeed killed these two disgusting tentacle monsters. But what the hell is a plant-type monster? Create new life ability. Repair the broken bamboo branches and grow them again. And thousands of brand new bamboo leaves are also re-pulled out. After cleaning the ground under him a little, Lin Ming also put down the subordinates, who were lifted up before. After sensing the aura on them again and checking carefully, he found that there was no black aura at all. So Lin Ming was relieved. put the subordinates on the flat ground one by one. And Lin Ming also called back the other subordinates in the consciousness field. The matter is resolved. This incident was caused by the soul pill. Soul pill. A bead taken from a mutant creature and filled with a huge amount of spiritual energy. Can now be judged as an extremely dangerous thing. Although it can give itself and its subordinates a considerable amount of spiritual energy. It can promote the strength of itself and its subordinates to reach a high value in a very short time. Compared with a spiritual stone that can achieve the same effect. This is almost a super enhanced version. After all, B-level and A-level spiritual stones are not easy to find. But soul pill is much easier to find. Even this kind of thing can be easily made. Just like in this Suzaku Valley. Isn't there a mutant creature with the strength of the first level? And after his arrival, this Suzaku Valley will be like the original Wanzuhai's spirit realm. And the rich spiritual energy will gradually gather. Afterwards, the mutant creatures that absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth will gradually improve their level and realm. I believe that it won't take too long before more mutant creatures close to the first level will emerge in large numbers. The number of soul pills obtained from them will also increase day by day. But the side effects of soul pills, now it seems, are extremely huge. For the subordinates, the soul pills of a mere C-level demon spirit can make them faint and then fall into a frenzy. Tentacles grow everywhere on their bodies. If they are not stopped, I believe they will soon become mindless beasts. Fortunately, the power of his own spiritual liquid suppressed the strange evil spirit in the soul pill before, so that his subordinates did not go crazy all of a sudden and quickly turn into beasts. But if he hesitated a little and did not evolve the spiritual liquid into a demon Xiong, then it is not only his subordinates, but also he himself will definitely change from a mutated bamboo to a so-called plant-type beast at some point. The strange black air hidden in the soul pill that has not erupted in the body is really not to be underestimated. And the side effects brought by the soul pill may have more hidden existences that he does not know. Like, after becoming a strange beast, it became a puppet of some humans? At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Wait, could it be that the soul pills in Qingyuan City were placed there on purpose? In order to attract powerful mutant creatures? Like him? Chapter 210. At this time, although all the problems have been solved, and the awakening of his subordinates only needs to wait for a while, Lin Ming can't help but feel a chill at this time. Bait. If the soul pill is a bait, then the person who put these soul pills in Xingqing City, and the Destiny Society behind that person, have already expected this step? And if the soul pill can change mutant creatures into strange beasts, then the mutant creatures before, could they be made? And who made these strange beasts? The Destiny Society? What is the purpose? And how did the strange beasts know of his existence? And attack him again and again? Lin Ming thought for a long time. But he couldn't figure it out. At this time, he deeply felt that the information he had now was still too little. As for the existence of the Destiny Society, he only got it from the self-talk of that old Zhai. And the information was only that there was a close connection between that person and the Destiny Society. And this Destiny Society is still hidden in the darkness, containing a lot of secrets. Is it them who did all this? Or is it someone else? Lin Ming felt that many answers must be found from Zheng Guodong group. After all, these 4 people were from the various towers of the 9-layered Heaven Tower before. And even 2 of them were obviously imprisoned underground because of knowing something. Whether it is Zheng Guodong who is not crazy at all, or Xingyu who recovered instantly from a serious injury and coma, they probably know quite a few secrets. Lin Ming used the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things to completely materialize their physical bodies in his mind. And then he focused all his attention on them. However, Lin Ming did not wait too long before he sensed a series of important information. Destiny Society, Soul Pill, Experiment, Creation of Alien Beasts, the person being controlled, the traitor of the 9-layered Heaven Tower, the meaning of Destiny Society, evolution of alien beasts. The more Lin Ming sensed, the more surprised he was. Humans, under the background of the era of spiritual energy revival, when humans are basically completely at a disadvantage, they dare to be so reckless? Lin Ming is really unable to understand it now. The purpose of the Destiny Society is to create a world with only extraordinary people. They know the existence of the soul pill, and use an unknown method to control that person, support the extraordinary association, and establish the 9 Heavens Tower. They use the soul pill to conduct experiments on humans and mutant creatures. And the final product is the alien beast. One of the purposes of their creation of the alien beast is to kill him, the A-level demon king. And the other purpose? I am afraid it is to deal with ordinary people. After all, the combat power of ordinary alien beasts cannot shake the extraordinary people at all, which has been fully proved. And against ordinary people, these alien beasts will show their destructive power. Sensing the conversation between the four people, Lin Ning fell into deep thought. All the actions of the Destiny Society are based on their ultimate goal. They want to create a world of extraordinary people. If they really want to do this, there are obviously more ways, and they will not go around in such a big circle. As for the idea of using alien beasts to destroy him, a Class A demon king, this obviously didn't make sense. Lin Ning felt that, regardless of how they discovered his existence, and even how they could easily confirm that he was in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm, almost all of the alien beasts were heading straight for his red diamond heart, which was the sole pill on his body. And just now, whether it was the subordinates who had mutated, or the two black spiritual energies in his body that turned into half-alien beasts, they had no intention of rushing in the direction of his red diamond heart. If the alien beasts were not born with a desire for the red diamond heart, then they were controlled by the Fate Club, and their goal was the red diamond heart on his body. Although, whether it was the alien beasts or humans, they were not his opponents at the moment, or even not to the extent of being an opponent. But Lin Ning believed that since they could create alien beasts and throw seriously injured extraordinary people into the mouths of alien beasts to feed them, they could definitely do other things. Moreover, the facts have proved that the Destiny Society can control the alien beasts, which means that someone in the Destiny Society has the power to control and command the alien beasts. If that person is still controlled, then there is still a power in the Destiny Society that can control and command humans. Let's not talk about the human side, just the alien beasts. The sea of alien beasts that appeared last time. If they want to control so many alien beasts, then the extraordinary people in this Destiny Society may have reached the A level. This probability is not too low. Moreover, since Destiny can have one A level, it is not impossible to have 2, 3 or even more, several A-level transcendents. Lin Ning really wants to know how many evolution points he can get by killing one. That time when the alien beasts attacked, he used a trick to kill the B-level transcendent Shui Yuqing of the 3rd Sky Tower, and directly gave him 3,500 evolution points, which surprised him quite a bit. If you can kill some A-level transcendents, then wouldn't it be another way to get evolution points? After all, compared to other things, such as sunlight, spirit stones, killing mutant creatures, and even later alien beasts, it is simply very efficient. It can even be compared to the spiritual rain that will appear at any time. However, if you want to obtain a large number of such evolution points, you have to let the human transcendence upgrade to the A-level realm. If this is really the case, then your realm really needs to be improved a little more. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. A lot of benefits are definitely accompanied by dangers. Although the current strength of humans, even if it reaches a level, is still far behind the A level of mutant creatures. We cannot underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, we don't know when we will suffer. Lin Ning is now very happy to see conflicts, infighting and clashes among humans. In particular, the emergence of this destiny will undoubtedly push the future of the entire human race further into the abyss and chaos. In this era of spiritual energy revival, spiritual energy will become more concentrated with the passage of time. Originally, the number of extraordinary people who have adapted to this spiritual energy among humans is extremely rare, and their original weapons and technology are gradually unable to deal with mutant creatures. It can be said that humans, who have already lagged far behind mutant creatures in this competition of evolution and survival, are now falling further and further behind because of their own reasons. Lin Ning feels that it may not take too long for a new moment to begin. The era of the most unique mutant creatures in this spiritual revival will become stronger and stronger as the spiritual energy gradually becomes denser. This will be the era of mutant animals, mutant insects, mutant birds, and even the latest mutant plants like him. Even the era of mutant marine creatures that have always been in darkness and blind spots. Chapter 211 Anger from the Seabed. The vast, deep ocean is full of wonders, mysteries, and infinite unknowns. In the era of spiritual energy revival, this huge spiritual realm, which occupies more than 2/3 of the area of the blue star, also breeds a terrifying number of mutant creatures, B-level demon spirits, which can cause a great disaster almost at random, are naturally extremely numerous in this endless sea, in the chaotic and dark sea, located in the deep sea of the Great North Ocean. A group of giant fish-like B-level demon spirits are gathering together and rushing in one direction. They are extremely fast, and their fins like sharp blades cut through the seawater, even cutting some sea-level demon spirits that block their way into pieces. Ignoring any mutant creatures, they continue to swim forward, gradually approaching the sea level, and dozens of kilometers away. In the dark night, on the blurred coastline of Southern America, the outlines of countless huge buildings have gradually become clear. The sky is full of dark clouds, and the storm is coming. The waves were blown up by the strong wind and gradually became fierce, and those B-level monsters could not wait any longer. In the deep sea, a violent current gradually surged. A very shocking black shadow came to the side of the B-level monsters almost instantly, stirring up a huge current. Roar! After the huge black shadow poked out of the water, it let out a very shocking roar. And after that, the B-level monsters also jumped out of the water at the same time. As they fell, more than a dozen water walls that were tens of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters high suddenly appeared. Roar! The huge black shadow poked out, and under the command of the abyss-like giant mouth, the B-level monsters also released their power again. There were a series of frantic tornadoes in the sky, connecting the clouds and the sea level, and gradually became larger and more ferocious under the crazy rotation. More B-level monsters came, and they were also in the black shadow. After the roar, it released energy again and again. At the same time, dozens of water walls hundreds of meters high followed the tornado and headed towards the land. After the first water wall hit the coast, the once magnificent and prosperous city instantly entered the swamp. And then more water walls, and the extremely violent tornadoes swept in, completely destroying this huge city with a population of millions. However, more and more violent water walls and tornadoes went deeper into the land. B-level monsters, along with the tsunami, rushed into the land they had never set foot on, and more sea level, D-level, and even lower mutant creatures followed closely behind to explore the unknown area. And then, America, which was completely panicked by this sudden attack, responded in a very short time. Several large-yield nuclear bombs roared from afar. In the sea, new water walls continued to surge, and more mutant creatures in the water continued to impact the coastline. After seeing the red light flashing in the sky in the distance, the huge black shadow slowly retreated back into the deep sea and disappeared. Almost at the same time, deep poisonous west coast, under the setting sun, on the messy beach full of dirty garbage and daily waste, the originally calm waves gradually became fierce. The white waves that gently hit the beach continued to shrink towards the coastline, even shrinking back hundreds of meters. Countless garbage was exposed, extremely dazzling. The sea breeze that was originally blowing had disappeared, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Countless humans nearby were extremely surprised by this strange scene. They gathered together, but they didn't know that the disaster would break out in an instant. A water wall hundreds of meters high rose from a distance and blasted towards the coastline at a very fast speed. A few minutes later, with the arrival of the water wall, everything on the coast was swallowed up. At the same time, millions of crustacean mutants, led by several B-level turtles and crab spirits, rushed into the deeper parts of the land. The people floating on the sea also became the best bait for marine mutants. Behind this, there was another huge black shadow, which gradually dived into the water before the baptism of the counterattack of the awakened humans. However, on the deep poisonous east coast and the narrow south coast, more water walls and tornadoes mixed with countless mutants rushed into it frantically. Lin Ning had already sensed the unusualness in the air from the important departments of the human side that he monitored with his ability to rebuild the aura of all things. A very important piece of news just came. America and Shindu were attacked by marine mutant creatures almost at the same time. Although the United States quickly used nuclear bombs and various unconventional weapons to fight back, the destruction of several huge cities and the death of nearly 10 million people in this catastrophe have become a foregone conclusion. The deep poison side seemed to be even more miserable. They seemed to have been attacked from three sides to an unimaginable degree. Moreover, their population was extremely concentrated in several extremely large cities on the coastline, and they lost almost half of their total number of people. This is almost the same as the previous disaster that flooded the entire plain area of Neon. Lin Ning knew very well that after this, it was probably not just the existence of B-level demon spirits that caused these two consecutive catastrophes. A-level demon king. Unexpectedly, he had just thought about the possibility of the existence of this thing. And reality immediately gave him the answer. B-level demon spirits, no matter how powerful they are, will definitely not cause such a big wave. After all, the most that mutant creatures of this level can do is to destroy cities. Although they have some degree of intelligence, they cannot support them to attack two places tens of thousands of kilometers apart at almost the same time. So although Lin Ning did not get more information from the human side, he also had his own answer at this time. In this world, there are really A-level demon kings besides him, and there is definitely more than one. Although I don't understand why the A-level demon king attacked the human side at this time. It can be proved that the attack from the ocean will probably continue next, and the A-level demon king behind all this is still hiding under the waves, without revealing any traces at all. Really cunning. At this time, after knowing that the future opponent has reached the same level as himself, Lin Ning feels that he must further improve his level and realm, as well as those abilities. But he also encountered some problems at this time. Soul Pill. This thing can greatly increase the concentration of spiritual energy and has strong power. Lin Ning can also endure the strong side effects it brings. The strange black spiritual energy, and the strange effect that can turn him into a strange beast. After all, he can eliminate these spiritual energies and then kill the monsters that are born. But another side effect of the soul pill made Lin Ning realize that he could completely put this broken thing into the cold palace. Because, now on the attribute panel, the original level 3 and level 6, without him noticing, turned back to level 3. Chapter 212 action is worse than thought. If there must be a reason for Lin Ning to regret what he has done, then Lin Ning can definitely give the answer now. That is the matter of absorbing the spiritual energy in the soul pill. After eliminating the two black spiritual energies in his body, and completely destroying the monsters they turned into, Lin Ning also found that his realm has also directly reached the level of the 3rd level, and the 1st level from the previous 3rd level, and the 6th level. Regression is simply outrageous. However, it is not difficult to understand. The spiritual energy absorbed is the black spiritual energy produced by the soul pill. After increasing the total amount of its own spiritual energy, it will be discharged, and the total amount of spiritual energy will naturally return to its original state. The subordinates are naturally the same. After putting them on the ground, Lin Ning found that not long after, with the injection of Yaqiong, they also discharged some black substances from their bodies. Compared to the two fierce guys on his side, what they discharged is really like a pile of shit. Lin Ning also discovered that the level of these guys had indeed dropped by about 3 levels, just like the level they had when they absorbed the soul pill. But thinking about it carefully, it was not a big loss. After all, the soul pill had raised him to the 3rd level at that juncture, and also raised his subordinates to the 2nd level. If not, the level of him and his subordinates would not have been raised so quickly, even if the level dropped in the end. But the level did not drop. I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that the realm of the subordinates was upgraded to the 2nd level or above in the previous battles and actions, but the impact is certain. But then again, this soul pill seems to be useless now, unless it is used at the critical moment of the level upgrade. Otherwise it is just a bunch of chicken. Now, there are nearly 400 soul pills on the branches, all of which are C grade and below. These things seem to be useless, right? Lin Ning held them up with a bamboo stick, and then used a dark element attack on the bamboo stick, and the soul pill disappeared completely. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a shortcut. If it is really that easy, then upgrading and evolving, and raising the realm will be a piece of cake. Without this side effect, the soul pill can really be put to good use. For example, feed the soul pills on your body to the mutant creatures in the Suzaku Valley that are kept in captivity, and then kill them. Take out the soul pills, and feed them to the mutant creatures repeatedly. It is estimated that it will not take long to create one or even hundreds of nearly A-level demon spirits. When the time comes, kill this unlucky guy. Take out the soul pills, and then use the soul pills on yourself. What about the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels? Is still a problem? But in fact, this kind of thing is completely impossible in front of the fatal shortcomings of the soul pill. Just like medicine. Medicine is 3/10 poisonous. And this soul pill, I guess it is 9/10 poisonous. It is ridiculous to increase the strength greatly in a short period of time. But the price is to turn into a strange beast. Moreover, if these things are fed to mutant creatures, they will turn into strange beasts instantly without the effect of their own yuqiong. In this way, it is useless. Lin Ning really wants to know whether the mutant creatures in the ocean have the intelligence to judge whether this soul pill is good or bad. Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, who were still in a coma, and he was pessimistic about this. The B grade is estimated to be uncertain. Before, when the subordinates accepted the soul pill, they were quite excited, and they had no resistance to this special thing full of great spiritual energy. I am afraid that those guys in the sea should have no way to resist the temptation. Among these marine creatures, there should not be anything like the yaoqiong on his body. It is estimated that it is difficult to discharge the black spiritual energy obtained by absorbing the soul pill. Then, shouldn't the ocean at this time be a world of strange beasts? However, the human side does not have more information about the mutant creatures in the ocean. At this time, the most he can do is to work hard to improve his realm. Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel. His current realm has dropped to the 3rd level, which is not a good thing. Originally, he wanted to improve to a higher level, but now it has dropped to such a level. So the next step is to put all his energy into improving the realm. There are actually some methods. Sunlight, air, water, kill mutant creatures, kill strange beasts, spirit stones, spirit rain bursts, kill extraordinary people. Basically, that's all. The easiest to get among them is actually the one with the least spiritual energy concentration. For example, sunlight, air, and water. Basically, it can be said to be negligible. After all, he has reached the 3rd level now. Unless there is an underground spiritual river or spiritual lake with rich spiritual energy like the Wantohai's spiritual realm. Otherwise, it is impossible to quickly increase the level through these. After that, it was time to kill the mutants. In this spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, which was rich in flora and fauna, there were indeed some mutants that were close to the 1st level, or even had passed the 1st level. To be honest, if they were all killed in a short period of time, some evolution points and spiritual energy could be earned. But they provided more evolution points. Lin Ning had no idea how much spiritual energy they could provide. But generally speaking, it was not much. However, it was not meaningless to give it a try. With a thought, thousands of poisonous gases drifted out along the thick fog, and one of them came into contact with a 1st level mutant creature in a very short time. You killed a 1st level, 2nd level mutant elk and gained evolution points. As expected, the system would only display the evolution points, and the experience points gained in terms of level would not be displayed. Lin Ning poisonous gas hunted these mutants close to the 1st level one by one, until after killing the 105th one, the level on the attribute panel went from 3rd level, 1st level to 3rd level, 2nd level. It seemed that it was not as much as one might imagine. Continue. From level 3, level 2 to level 3. 313 of them must be killed. Within 100 kilometers, there are not many mutant creatures close to level 1, and the rest are all level 6 and level 7. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was relatively low before he came, so the level of these mutant creatures was also low. It was not bad to have so much income. But now, it must be accumulated for a while before it can reach the value worth killing. It seems that the experiment has to be stopped. It has been more than a year since the outbreak of spiritual rain. It is impossible to count on it in a short time. Who knows when the next time will be? The remaining options are spiritual stones and killing extraordinary people. Let's not talk about spiritual stones first. If you kill extraordinary people, Lin Ning sensed the huge city nearby and quickly locked a team of extraordinary people in Luo City. Luo City was less than 70 kilometers away from him, just within the maximum attack range of Zhujian. So, it's better to act than to be moved? Chapter 213 The most efficient choice. The surging bamboo roots, like black dragons, constantly squeezed the soil underground and pierced through all obstacles that blocked its way forward. Whether it was boulders, rock layers, or even the developed root systems of other plants, they were easily broken through by this extremely fast bamboo root. The bamboo root broke through the solid rock of the mountain and continued to extend forward in the gap, squeezing and crushing everything. And in a very short time, it quickly broke through the barrier of the entire mountain. After entering the area with a gentler slope, it passed under the walls that were useless to it, and soon invaded a sewer. The underground space of Luodu City is still in the stage of construction, as a necessary facility to resist the outbreak of spiritual rain. Almost all giant cities that gather humans will use the so-called Xingyuan model in their construction, but basically because of the revival of spiritual energy. Many resources are also tilted towards cities with more populations and more important things. So the construction speed of cities, like Luodu City, is also much slower. This gave Lin Ning some more convenient opportunities, allowing him to shuttle through the pipes without any scruples during the day. And through this underground space that was not completely built, he could smoothly reach the building where the extraordinary people gathered. However, when it comes to these extraordinary people, Lin Ning feels a little strange. Lin Ning has sensed that they have been gathered in this 3-story building for a while. Unlike the extraordinary people who like to chat and patrol around, or help ordinary people repair fortifications or buildings, there is no trace of them in the city except this building. Lin Ning continued to sense for a while, and found that there seemed to be a lot of equipment and laboratories in this unmarked building. Many ordinary people wearing strange clothes are walking around or doing various things in this building. The extraordinary people are sitting neatly together, and from time to time one of them stands up and enters a room with various instruments to do various inspections. After that, the extraordinary people who had finished the examination would be taken to another room, where something was injected into their chests. And then, they were tied up with something all over their bodies, and sent to another room to rest. Lin Ning sensed that these extraordinary people who had been injected were struggling fiercely, and then gradually calmed down as time passed. What kind of experiment is this? Or is it a physical examination or something like that? After continuing to sense it, Lin Ning still had no answer. However, this did not prevent him from killing these extraordinary people directly, regardless of what kind of physical examination or experiment. These extraordinary people are a source of precious evolution points and a source of spiritual experience. With a move of consciousness, the bamboo root instantly became a spider web-like filament, shuttling through the pipe. It didn't take too long for a very thin bamboo root to extend from the underground pipe and directly come to the air outlet of the air conditioner in the room where the extraordinary people rested. Next, it was easy to deal with. He waited until all 21 extraordinary people in Luodu City entered the resting room, and then released the poison gas directly. This poison gas, through the airflow of the air outlet, instantly covered every corner of the nearly 100 square meters of the lounge. The effect was naturally excellent. Ding! You killed a human D-level extraordinary person and gained 120 evolution points. Ding! You! The feedback came quickly. After quietly letting these extraordinary people stop breathing, Lin Ning quickly recovered the roots and looked at the attribute panel at the same time. There was no change. The 21D level extraordinary people did not continue to raise their levels. As for whether the general value of this hidden experience value has increased, Lin Ning has no way of knowing. But there are quite a lot of evolution points, and killing so many extraordinary people is still very fragrant. However, Lin Ning is still very interested in this building. Although there are no extraordinary people, the instruments here and the things they inject prove that those ordinary people are studying something. Research. Wait, could it be that this is also a research center for superhumans? Lin Ning remembered the building in Xingyuan City, which seemed quite similar to this one, except that the research there was about mutants, while there was not a single mutant here. So, is it really about superhumans? Lin Ning decided to wait until those ordinary people, or researchers, found out that their research subjects all vomited black blood and died, and then see what they could say to surprise him. After all, humans can really do anything now, and the research center for superhumans has something left behind by the person controlled by fate. Could have anything possible. Maybe create a superhuman or something? Impossible. Lin Ning thought about this, and finally turned his sight to the 32 spiritual stones that he accidentally found when he used the bamboo root to penetrate the mountain. Spiritual stone. This translucent thing full of spiritual energy seems to be the last choice. The output is rare, and it will produce different qualities depending on the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual realm. Compared with the soul pill, the spiritual energy contained in it is much less. The spiritual energy contained in the dozens of spiritual stones on Lin Ning bamboo root is almost the same as those superhumans just now. Almost all of them are around D grade. But the difficulty of obtaining it is much more difficult than killing a superhuman. After all, this thing, even if it is rebuilt with the ability of spiritual energy, can only rebuild a stone with a relatively rounded appearance, unless you happen to come across it, or it is on the table. It is really difficult to obtain it. But this thing has too many advantages compared to the soul pill. First of all, it will not let the subordinates and himself have that strange black spiritual energy in their bodies, which is precious. With a thought, Lin Ning instantly absorbed the spiritual energy contained in the 32 spiritual stones. Ding! You absorbed the spiritual energy of a spiritual stone and gained 60 evolution points. Ding! You. Soon, the spiritual energy of the spiritual stone was absorbed by him, in addition to gaining a large number of evolution points. Lin Ning also saw the changes on the attribute panel. Level 4 of the third stage. In a short period of time, this level has been caught up to here again. Although it is not as good as the previous level 3 and level 6. It is still acceptable. But Lin Ning did not want to stop. Although spiritual stones are not easy to find, it does not mean that there is no way to find them. In the Wantuhai era, those bounty hunters had found quite a lot of spiritual stones on the ground and in the rivers in the Wantuhai spiritual realm. And he had also learned from them and used his subordinates to find spiritual stones in the Wantuhai spiritual realm and the Kaifanchen spiritual realm. However, the efficiency of this method is too low. In fact, there is a way that allows him to quickly find all the spiritual stones on the ground within a radius of 100 kilometers. Create a new life. In an instant, with Lin Ning as the center, in all the spiritual realms within a radius of 100 kilometers, his bamboo roots expanded unlimitedly, covering the ground with a huge and wide giant net of translucent roots. This giant net immediately covered all the spiritual stones exposed on the ground in the Suzaku Valley spiritual realm and nearby areas. Oh! The number seems to be more than expected. Chapter 214 created. If the human side can divert all their attention from the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm and those be-leveled demons in the sea, they will definitely be able to use reconnaissance aircraft to notice a place called Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm, located on the edge of the Dachin Mountain Spirit Realm in the center of the entire Tang Kingdom. At this time, the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm, including the vast forest sea, mountains, canyons and valleys nearby, has been covered with a layer of translucent film. This film reflects strange light under the sun and exudes a strong sense of existence. However, after a few seconds, this film disappeared, and on the shore of the big lake in the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm, a blood-red giant bamboo is emitting bursts of white light. I didn't expect that there are so many. Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel that had been upgraded to the 3rd level and 6th level in a short period of time, and couldn't help but be a little amazed. Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm. Sure enough, the previous Wanjusi Spirit Realm and even the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm were not on the same level as it. Hundreds of spiritual stones of different sizes not only gave him a considerable number of evolutionary points, but also provided more spiritual energy. Lin Ning felt that the spiritual energy these things gave was even more than the evolutionary points. Because of this, Lin Ning was able to return to the level of level 6 of the 3rd order in a short period of time. However, this also meant that there were no spiritual stones within the spiritual realm with a radius of 100 kilometers. As for the remaining spiritual stone veins contained in the ground, Lin Ning felt that he would have to rely on luck to encounter them again. After all, a whole piece of stone, no matter how much he materialized it in his mind, was useless. Before the reconstruction of the aura of all things continued to upgrade, there was no possibility of any more powerful aspects to show. However, Lin Ning had tried this ability before and could not upgrade. This seemed to be related to the realm. The 3rd order seemed to be able to only upgrade it to the 3rd level. If you want to go one step further, it seems that you have to upgrade your realm to the 4th order. However, there is no need to be too anxious about this. When the realm is upgraded to the 4th level, the root system can also reach farther places, and then the ability to rebuild the aura of all things will be more complete. After all, no matter how far the perception distance is, if you can't touch it, it is useless. Just like when he was in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm before. When he wanted to attack those huge cities within 1,000 kilometers of the perception range, except for the Rongqing city around him, he had to order his subordinates to attack other places. Isn't it the same now? If you want to do it yourself, only the extraordinary people in Luodu City can attack. If it is in other places, he can only perceive it. If you want to do more things, you have to order your subordinates to go. But if you want to continue to improve your level, you still have to do it yourself. Lin Ning looked at the evolution points on the attribute panel. Now he has accumulated quite a lot. Although he has spent a lot of money, he now has more than 130,000 points. Which is quite enough. You know, this number has been between a few thousand points and tens of thousands points for a long time before. The subordinates were still sleeping soundly, and their bodies seemed to have recovered almost completely. When they woke up again, it would depend on their physiques and who would open their eyes first. Now was not the time to continue giving orders to the subordinates. He would make plans after these second-level subordinates woke up. Lin Ning continued to sense the location of the suspected Extraordinary Research Institute on the Luo City side. He always felt that there was something wrong there. Before, whether it was Xingqing or Rongqing City, the extraordinary people did not go to any laboratory to line up for physical examinations and injections. And after the injections, there were all kinds of strange and intense reactions. Moreover, there was something strange about the whole process. That was that none of these extraordinary people had spoken during this period. No matter how he explained it, it was very puzzling to him. The extraordinary people were not extremely disciplined soldiers, and some of them were even worse than some ordinary people who had high demands on themselves. It was unimaginable that they did not chat or anything during this period. This also made Lin Ning more interested in this place. Could it be that there was something that completely restrained and controlled these people? However, speaking of control, Lin Ning thought of that person and the fate meeting. No way. It was terrifying to think about it carefully. Another hypothesis in Lin Ning's mind became clearer and clearer. At this time, those ordinary experimenters seemed to have discovered the abnormality in the lounge. Lin Ning carefully identified and listened to their conversation. Soon, he heard some terms that were completely in line with his previous guess. Experimental subjects, antibodies, stabilizers, supernatural power mutation, supernatural power attenuation, aura generating liquid, ability mutation liquid. Oh, this is very interesting. Among the researchers, several were quickly poisoned to death by the remaining poison gas after they rushed in, while the rest were screaming wildly. From their screams, Lin Ning learned that this was one of the hundreds of supernatural research centers in the world. These supernaturals that he had killed were, as he expected, created supernaturals. To put it simply, they were artificial supernaturals. It's actually easy to understand. These supernaturals were originally some ordinary people with strong bodies, who were selected by these researchers, and willing to become supernaturals. After they were injected with something called aura-generating liquid, they were injected with an aura stabilizer, and after a period of adaptation, they were injected with ability mutation liquid again. After a series of operations, an ordinary person can become a superhuman with special abilities in as little as 1 month. It sounds really fantastic. But this is the miracle that the experimental subjects of the Superhuman Research Center can create in the short time of spiritual energy recovery. But to become such a miracle, those who volunteer to become experimental subjects have to face the fate of death at any time. Moreover, after becoming superhumans, their spiritual energy is not stable, and they have to inject stabilizers from time to time. And every time they want to improve their spiritual energy, they will go through the gates of hell again. And when injecting this so-called ability mutation fluid, it is also very easy to go wrong. And death is also very easy. The purpose of these superhumans, who were killed by him today, coming here today, is to inject ability mutation fluid. The first reaction of those researchers when they saw the experimental subjects in trouble, just now, was that after they injected the ability mutation fluid, they produced antibodies that caused spiritual energy poisoning and died. But in fact, after they arrived here, they were poisoned by the residual poisonous mist of the poison gas they released before. Things have come to this point, and Lin Ning has a deeper understanding of the confusing behavior of the human side. Humanity, or more specifically, the Fate Society behind it, seems to really want to create a world with only extraordinary people. But it seems that it is just to make wedding clothes for itself? Lin Ning is looking forward to the day when extraordinary people appear in large numbers. After all, this is related to whether he can upgrade his realm at a faster speed. Chapter 215, The Manipulator Behind the Puppet. In the old car, the originally spacious back seat is now squeezed with 3 people. Fei Jun, who was sitting in the rearview mirror, glanced at the newcomer sitting in the middle, and quickly shifted his gaze to the desolate scenery passing by outside the window. Fei Tianta, don't be so defensive against me. I won't use my own abilities on my companions. The bearded man smiled awkwardly and looked at Zheng Guodong next to him. Old Zheng, help me say, is my reputation so bad? Zheng Guodong opened his mouth, shook his head again, and said nothing. Cheng Yu, who was holding the steering wheel in front, pretended not to hear. The bearded man looked at Xing Yu again. Xingtian Tower? Well, it's true. Xiao Liuzi won't use his ability on people we know. Don't be so defensive. But to be honest, if he wants to know how you get the spiritual energy to your head, he can still read it if he wants to. Xing Yu yawned and frowned at a huge ruin in the distance. This place is also abandoned. Lu Feishu scratched his head and sighed. Are you so cold to your lifesaver? Alas, if it weren't for me, you guys would have been taken away now. You know, the spiritual energy shielding devices. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Of course we have to thank you very much. Ha ha ha. But no one thought how you ran to that checkpoint. Cheng Yu saw the awkward atmosphere and quickly tried to smooth things over. Hey, Cheng Tianta. You are still good to me. These people are too cold. Alas. Lu Feishu shook his head helplessly. After old Xing was locked up, I was thrown here to be a gatekeeper. You don't know? Xing Yu patted his shoulder. Okay. I know you are good. But what is this aura shielding device? Did Destiny make it? Who else is there besides them? But your makeup skills are too bad. You think you can easily break through there by sticking a beard and putting on smoky makeup? It's ridiculous. In other words, although Destiny does not have that person as a spokesperson now. In fact, except for that person, everything else is running normally. Lu Feishu smiled. Everything is running normally. What about the Extraordinary Research Center? Fei Jun's eyebrows were tightly locked. He thought of those new extraordinaries, who would not listen to his instructions at all, and had extremely strange abilities. Isn't that certain? Oh! The Research Center for Extraordinary People. Those things can still be continued? Xing Yu was also surprised. But he only knew that this thing existed. Old Xing. Do you know where it is? I thought you and Old Zheng didn't know it all. But I don't know whether the increase of extraordinary people is a good thing or a bad thing. It's also great that fate can tell the truth. And artificial extraordinary people are okay. Lu Feishu shook his head. People? Artificial extraordinary people? Cheng Yu's voice changed. Fuck. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Xing Yu and Zheng Guodong faces also changed. It seems that quite a lot of things have happened in places they don't know. In short, it is an experiment to use aura-generating fluid and stabilizers to turn an ordinary person into a superhuman. And the Superhuman Center is for this. Fei Jun sighed. It didn't take me long to get this information. Which shows how unscrupulous the Destiny Society has become. At that time, I felt that the superhumans newly added to the team would not listen to my instructions at all. Just like puppets. I went to the Superhuman Research Center in the suburbs of Shangjing for a short time, and got this information easily. Cheng Yu's face was not good either. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Destiny. What on earth is the Destiny Society going to do? He shivered. Creating superhumans? Didn't the superhumans adapt to the aura in this era of aura revival? Huh? So only Fei Tiantan and I knew? I thought you, Old Xing, knew too. Lu Feishu was also surprised. I just know that this thing exists. After all, I was there when that person set up this thing in Xingqing and other slightly remote cities. But at that time, I was told that this thing was used to study the power of the extraordinary people. And in the future, various things would be made to assist the extraordinary people in fighting. But I didn't expect. Xing Yu's face was grim. This was really crazy. Artificially create extraordinary people. Turn ordinary people into extraordinary people with spiritual energy like them. Hey, that's it. But it's true. Before those mass-produced extraordinary people came out, you and Lao Zheng were locked up in that underground cage together. It's no wonder you didn't know. Lu Feishu coughed lightly. The atmosphere in this small carriage had become almost suffocating. Now everyone's face is filled with anxiety and uneasiness. And more importantly, they are worried about the future of mankind. If things continue like this, everything will become even more chaotic. And Xing Yu's face is getting redder and redder. And his anger is overflowing. No. I want to go back. I want to destroy those research centers. Damn. Isn't this nonsense? Creating extraordinary people? What do you think of us extraordinary people? Xing Yu suddenly shouted. And his voice was very loud. Brother Xing. You are right. This broken research center. Let's smash it clean, Chung Yu yelled, and braked suddenly and pulled the car to the side of the road. It's okay to treat us as dogs. But this is not even dogs. Right? I agree. Fei Jun took a deep breath. Hey. 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 What the hell? What are you doing? Are you going crazy? Go back? Go back. Old Zheng. Tell them. Are you kidding me? Lu Feishu looked at Zheng Guodong immediately. He didn't expect that these big guys would react so strongly. Moreover, want to go back? Where's the way back now? They just passed the checkpoint, which took a lot of effort. If he hadn't been there, these people would have been held at gunpoint by those soldiers and detained by the aura shielding device. It would be a complete mess. He ran along because he wanted to go to Bingcheng with them and stay away from the place that treated him as a gatekeeper, instead of running back to die. Transcendents are very powerful and awesome, but ordinary people know too many of their weaknesses. If they go back, they will really die. Didn't he abandon everything when he ran to Bingcheng with the 4 people? Xiao Liuzi. Let me ask you. Zheng Guodong, who had been silent, spoke up. As far as you know, how many extraordinary research centers are there in Tanghua? How many? You should ask me. How many cities in the whole Tanghua don't have them? The whole world is like this. Do you think it's over after destroying a few? You can't finish it even if you die of exhaustion. Fate will. Okay. The answer is out. Keep driving. Don't go back. Zheng Guodong yawned. You are impulsive when encountering things. And you guys can still be the 9-layered heaven tower. I'm drunk. Fuck. Brother Zheng. You are the only one who doesn't have the right to say this. Chung Yu sighed heavily after he finished speaking. He glanced at Fei Jun, who was silent beside him, and Xing Yu, who was blushing in the back seat. He knew that things had progressed to this point. Even if they went back impulsively, they couldn't change anything. Humanity seemed to be striding towards destruction. The whole world is creating extraordinary people. These extraordinary people, like puppets, are controlled by the giant hand of the Fate Society, replacing the extraordinary people who originally appeared naturally, but did not want to listen to them. For their ambitions, they continue to provoke disputes among humans, until a world with only extraordinary people is completely established. The car continued to move forward, and after more than an hour of dead silence, it gradually stopped by a bridge. The 4 people got off the car at the same time and looked at the river flowing to the southeast, and the endless mountains with countless towering trees beside the river. Chanshan Spiritual Realm. We're here. Chapter 216, The Meaning of Destroying It. Zhao Qim and Huing. With a roar, the dozens of D-level monsters that gathered in front of him and wanted to pounce were cut into 2 pieces in an instant. The blood mist filled the air and poured on the wild grass growing wildly. Fei Jun put away his spear, put it on his back, and waved to the 4 people behind him. You are worthy of being my brother Fei. The word awesome is to describe you. Chung Yu clapped his hands vigorously in the back, his eyes full of admiration. Fei Jun did not say anything, but walked in front alone and continued to be vigilant. The effect of the spiritual energy suppressing drugs on Zheng Guodong and Xing Yu is not worn off yet, and they can't use spiritual energy now. They are not much different from ordinary people now. Entering this Chanshan spiritual realm is also a last resort. After all, if you want to go directly through Shancheng City, you will definitely be caught up by the pursuers from Shangjing who have already discovered something wrong. Although it is now the era of spiritual energy recovery, cameras and other things are still everywhere. Not to mention that there are more powerful spiritual energy concentration meters. It doesn't matter where they run from. What matters is how they run. They threw the car directly to the side of the highway not far from Shancheng City. After crossing the bridge, several people immediately jumped to the riverside. After passing through more than a dozen protective nets, they also arrived at the territory of Chanshan Spirit Realm. Of course, the spiritual energy concentration meter that has been blasting behind them also informed the direction of Shangjing. They walked from here. Among the pursuers, even those former companions in the Tianta would never dare to break through these protective nets easily. After all, there are many sea-level monsters living in this Chanshan Spirit Realm. With their strength, they are far from enough to chase from here. But their 5-member group, except Lu Feishu, are all real combat types. Although Xing Yu and Zheng Guodong have not recovered yet, relying on the power of Fei Jun and Chung Yu alone, it is basically no problem to break through this place. This Chanshan Spirit Realm almost completely covers the entire northern part of Ji Province. There are countless mountains and canyons, as well as countless mutant creatures. As long as they enter here, the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite can detect where they are. However, Xingyu and others believe that the human side should not have time to take care of them now. Just a while ago, Lu Feishu said something extremely serious. Dozens of B-level demons flooded the southern part of America with a tsunami. And almost at the same time, dozens of B-level demons destroyed 2/3 of Shindu country. This can be called a destructive disaster event, which is obviously much more important than catching them, I said. Zheng Guodong looked at Fei Jun, who was looking around in the distance. When he attacks, he likes to give his moves a poetic name? Yes. How handsome. Cheng Yu was very excited, as if he was the one who just shouted that sentence. How immature. Lu Feishu was very sure. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to shout it out. It's too social. Brother Lu. You are? Cheng Yu was very unhappy. Yes. It is true. Zheng Guodong took a deep breath. He remembered that he also liked to name his moves. I won't do that in the future. Lu Feishu was speechless. It's just that I'm the bad guy. Right? Xingyu laughed. Okay. You guys, can't you talk about some business? Although we really don't have the power to take care of the affairs of the Americas and the deep poisons. For our Tang country, which also has a very long coastline, those B-level monsters in the sea do need to be paid attention to. The mutants are not stupid. They shouldn't come here for the time being. Fei Jun moved to the side of the three people in an instant. But as for the behavior of those B-level monsters in the sea, I still don't understand why they attack humans. Isn't it normal to attack humans? Zheng Guodong didn't quite understand. Why don't mutants attack humans? Didn't the one you just killed want to attack us? Old Zheng, you don't know this down there. In fact, according to our research on mutants, it seems that mutants above level B will never attack humans unless provoked. Just like the ice wolf that you killed. The people of the Black Ming Federation said that it was because the neighboring bear country detected it with a spiritual energy detection satellite and directly fed it with a few missiles, which made it angry. So it attacked the Black Ming city. And the two B-level monsters in the American country before also attacked the city for the same reason. Zheng Guodong was a little surprised after listening to Xingyu's explanation. Didn't the plains of Neon Country get hit by a tsunami before? That matter has not been concluded yet. But it is said that there is some conspiracy. Xingyu shook his head. If B-level demons really like to attack humans, we would have been forced into the mountains by them long ago. How could it be just 3 times? Yes. I think there must be something in the 2 attacks now. But speaking of conspiracy, it seems that only fate will. The 5 people looked at each other, and they all thought of the only answer in their minds. If there are strange beasts here, then it is very likely, after causing great disasters to the American country or the deep poison country, the people who suffered the most trauma are nothing more than ordinary people. Unfortunately, we don't have more information to prove our guess. But it is not impossible. Fei Jun sighed. They are now in a state of escape, let alone caring about the lives of other humans thousands of miles away. They can't take care of themselves. Going to Bingcheng is also because it is relatively speaking basically in several large spiritual realms. And it is very far from Shangjing. Moreover, there is a person with special supernatural powers who can make their existence impossible for the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite to find. So, the demon spirit, I went to Wantuhai's spiritual realm before. No. It should have been an A-level demon king. That's the one you said went to Kaifenchen's spiritual realm later. Zheng Guodong coughed twice. I didn't say how much I still care about that place. I just talked about the matter. The 4 people smiled at each other, and no one spoke. Zheng Guodong blushed. That A-level demon king. I heard that he once destroyed all the military facilities of a huge city within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The reason why he didn't use his powerful strength to kill me twice was because his intelligence told him that it was useless to kill a scum like me. So he let me go. Well, it seems possible. After all, according to the current definition of spiritual energy, you were a D-level at that time, and people probably look down on D-level people. Cheng Yu said with a smile, but saw Zheng Guodong's fierce eyes, shrank his neck and dared not say anything more. You say that A-level demon king obviously has the ability to directly destroy all cities within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Why didn't he do so? Does it want to cooperate with humans? Or does it not want to hurt humans? Lu Feishu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and put forward a new idea. Or Send someone to the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm to communicate with it. And then everyone will not invade each other and live in peace. How about that? Am I a genius? The other 4 people looked at each other. And Chengyu stood up. Brother Lu. Is there a quarter of the Chinese blood in your family? Lu Feishu. Daily milk hair. Love. Fei Jun laughed coldly. Lu Feishu. I think you seem to have some misunderstanding about the A-level Demon King. Although the guy did not destroy all the cities within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. It also completely destroyed all the military facilities. And the important figures, and the 9 Heavens Tower inside were all gone. Destroying those cities is just what it thinks is meaningless. He held the spear behind him in his hand. Looked at a giant wild boar rushing towards him not far away. And then said, do you know what is? Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. I think that we don't even understand this sentence as well as that A-level Demon King. As he said this, he rushed out instantly. And the spear instantly cut out a full moon in front of the giant wild boar. Chapter 217, the most suitable experimental subject. On a sultry afternoon, a sudden rainstorm hit. And the rain dancing in the wind poured down like a waterfall. The valleys of the Suzaku Valley spirit realm were echoing with violent thunder. And at this moment, Lin Ming was using all the bamboo branches and leaves to stretch out and bathe in the gift of nature. It has been half a month since he moved to Suzaku Valley. And this is the first time it has rained. In the rainstorm, the concentration of spiritual energy is becoming more and more concentrated, which can also bring more spiritual energy and evolution points to Lin Ming. Now he has raised his level to the level of level 3 and level 8. To be honest, half a month is quite long. Although Lin Ming has tried very hard to absorb spiritual energy, and even asked his subordinates to go to farther places to catch a lot of first-level mutant creatures for him to kill, he has only raised his level by 2 levels. It seems that he is still a long way from the 4th level. Lin Ming also knew that the further he went, the slower the level would be. But there was a shortcut. It was just that he had to figure out this shortcut himself, while continuing to give his subordinates the spiritual fluid that had evolved into Yao Qiong. Lin Ming was also thinking about a question. While Yao Qiong gave his subordinates spiritual energy, it also further improved their levels. So, could he use this feature to upgrade the mutants in this valley? After he used his own spiritual fluid to let a mutant drink, he established a relationship that was equivalent to a contract, and directly made the other party his subordinate. But there were not many mutants that met his requirements. It was really hard to find subordinates with excellent potential and rapid growth like Panda Panda or Feng Shao the Wind Wolf. The large number of people who followed him from the Wantuhai spirit realm to the Kaifenchen spirit realm before, even if they were given spiritual fluid every day and ordered to fight to improve their levels, they could not be improved at all in the end. And their levels were almost stagnant. Therefore, when Lin Ming recruited subordinates now, he was actually quite picky. As for the bird mutants in the sky, he had enough subordinates. And those running on the ground were naturally needless to say. Those swimming in the water needed to be cultivated more. But they had to be selected slowly. As for the mutant insects, Lin Ming declined. Unlike various animals, birds, and fish, insects had no brains at all. Even if they evolved to the 1st level, they were useless. Their IQ was probably not even as good as that of a strange beast. Why keep disobedient subordinates? Treat them as ancestors? It was not that he had any prejudice. From Wantuhai to Chiefing Mountain, and then to this Suzaku Valley, the mutant insects had never let him down, no matter whether they were flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, or burrowing in the soil. They did not care about their own strength at all. The first second they saw him, they came over and wanted to attack. Logically speaking, the opponent was so strong. Wouldn't it be better to stay away? They didn't. Therefore, Lin Ming rarely saw the appearance of insects that evolved to the level close to the 1st level. Basically, they were because they thought they could. So they went to challenge the mutant animals and birds with stronger strength and larger bodies, and then successfully went to die. Before, Lin Ming thought that ants and bees, which were similar to mutant insects with cluster consciousness, could be expected a little. But he found that these things lost many of their original advantages because of their larger size under the revival of spiritual energy, and almost became food for other mutant creatures. Now, Lin Ming, who gradually did not want to accept new subordinates, was thinking about one thing at this time. That is, can this Yao Qiong be used to mass-produce some higher-level mutant creatures? Then, He can obtain evolution points and spiritual energy points by killing these mutant creatures. This seems to be the most reliable and efficient method at present. After all the spiritual stones on the ground had been absorbed by him. And all the first-level mutant creatures within a radius of 100 kilometers had been killed by him. As for the human side, the only area he could reach was Luo's city. After he killed all the extraordinary people there was no new recruitment later. Now it seems that whether it is evolution points or spiritual energy, if Lin Ming wants to get more, it seems that this is the only way. Before, he also wanted to keep some mutant herbivores in captivity. And now this new idea coincides with this previous idea. But are the high-level mutant creatures created by Yao Qiong considered his subordinates? If the mutant creatures created by Yao Qiong have a sense of belonging to him like subordinates to their masters, then if he kills them, will Feng Xiao Panda and the others have some other ideas? This is not impossible. And there may even be greater negative effects. Although most of the subordinates are first-level or even second-level mutants, their intelligence is also quite developed. But the reason why Lin Ming can command them, and not let them always intrigue, and have complicated relationships like those humans is because they have been following him since they have opened their intelligence. This makes the subordinates simpler and more loyal than humans. And at the same time, their various behaviors are more direct. If I kill the mutants who have also drunk the demon in front of or behind their backs, they may really have some other ideas or psychological shadows. If they escape because of this, it will be a big loss. Lin Ming thought about it. Although this idea is good, it also has many disadvantages. Even if it is really done, the ecological balance problem must be considered. After all, although the reproductive capacity of mutants is much stronger than that of ordinary creatures in the past, most of them are still very slow. If they cannot be replenished in a short period of time, even if their level is raised, they can't stay in this place again. Just like the Seven Peaks Mountain in the past. One of the reasons for leaving was that there were basically not many mutant creatures left there to provide food. They had to be too smart and have no sense of belonging. And they had to have stronger reproductive capacity and a large number. Wait, it seems that there is a mutant creature that completely meets his almost harsh requirements. Mutant insects. They have no brains, have extremely strong reproductive capacity, and will challenge all mutant creatures no matter how high their level is. They are simply the best test subjects for this plan. So, Lin Ming consciousness moved, and thousands of roots were deployed at the same time. In a very short time, about 1% of the total number of mutant insects in the spiritual realm within a range of 100 kilometers were caught with bamboo root nets. Whether they are flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, or digging in the ground, there are all kinds of species. Next, Lin Ming used bamboo roots to enclose a place with lush vegetation of about 10 square kilometers not far from him, and threw all the mutant insects into it. Then he used bamboo roots to make a huge net, which was fully arranged on the ground, in the air, and underground to prevent them from escaping. After that, he used bamboo roots to make several jar-like containers, added some yaoqiong and a lot of water, and put them in the cage. Then, he divided some of it and diluted it with water to water the nearby flowers and plants. After doing all this, all Lin Ming needed to do was wait. Time will give him the answer. Chapter 218 quite interesting. Lin Ming did not wait too long, because those insects gave him a big surprise. From the moment he built this huge cage, everything in the cage changed. The initial chaos and struggle did not last too long. And then, it was like a group of insects began to divide their own territory. Then, they swarmed towards the mixed solution of water and yaoqiong. To Lin Ming's surprise, the wild bees, beetles, disgusting caterpillars, butterflies, ants, etc., did not care about bright flowers or plump leaves, and they all rushed to drink the solution. For them, that was the only thing they wanted to get. In their constant struggle, they also had countless large and small battles. From time to time, some mutant insects were turned into corpses by others, and even quite a few were directly drowned in the solution. Lin Ming also noticed that they seemed to have been repeating the phenomenon of biting and devouring each other. Even butterflies without mouthparts, like locusts, can use their gun-like mouthparts to pierce the opponent's body and suck the juice from its body. The longhorn beetles use their huge horns to charge wildly. The screaming bees poke holes in the bodies of their opponents one by one. Gradually, the number of insects in this huge cage is also decreasing, and the yellow-green liquid keeps splashing onto Lin Ming bamboo root net. Lin Ming also found that during this process, many mutant insects have successively changed their level realm to the first level, and then slowly upgraded to the second level. Those who upgrade slowly have weak attack power and have poor defense are being eliminated bit by bit. The rest are using all their time to suck the solution and have to face battles and death from time to time. And this is just what happened within tens of minutes. Master, do you want new subordinates? Guji? At this time, the giant monkey Huai was standing not far from the huge cage. He was watching the battle inside with interest, trying to find an answer. No. Subordinates must not attack the master. Although they drank Yachiong, they are still hitting and biting the master's roots. The panda on the side was quite sober. He saw that some weak insects were constantly attacking the master Lin Ming root network, and they were quite crazy. Then master, kill them Guji? The giant roaring Bingpa on the side was rubbing his hands, quite excited. This is the master's. Bingpa, don't mess it up Guji. Shui Yuan patted Bingpa's back, and it hit Panda directly. It hurts Guji. Bingpa hit Shui Yuan back with a palm. What are you doing? Guji. Shui Yuan was also anxious and punched Bingpa. Do you want to die? Panda grabbed the giant monkey's neck with one hand, and now neither of the two guys could move. Lin Ming stroked the heads of the three giant monkeys with a bamboo stick. You three go to the area I indicate and search to see if there is anything worth bringing back. The three monkeys have recently reached the first level and level 9, and are about to welcome the improvement of their realm. However, under the palm of the second level and level 4 Panda, it is useless for them to attack together, and they can't even touch Panda's hair. Yes, Master. Guji. The three giant monkeys quickly expressed that they understood, and Panda also put down Bingpa and Shui Yuan and watched them run away. Master, do you want them to improve their strength and decide the strongest one? Panda grabbed a giant bamboo shoot that he dug out from somewhere and threw it into his mouth, asking while eating. Not really. Panda, you and Manway go take Shadow and Saint White to train their abilities. Yes, Master. Panda walked to the giant bear Manway, who was holding and chewing a piece of bamboo that was nearly half a meter thick. Let's go! Yes. Master. Master. I want to eat that bamboo shoot too. Giant bear Manuel looked at the other bamboo shoot in the hand of the panda and drooled. Lin Ming said hee. This panda has played Manuel badly. Let Panda take you there. There happens to be a bamboo forest over there. There is indeed a bamboo forest near an area that Lin Ming sensed. Master, please rest assured. Panda dragged Manuel and walked toward Shadow and Saint White, two little Suro who were grazing nearby with Bai Chi, and set off again. Bamboo shoots. This thing is quite interesting. Lin Ming used bamboo roots to dig out several irregularly shaped small ponds on the lakeshore. With the lessons learned from the previous experience, he hid these small ponds between several giant trees this time. In this way, if any reconnaissance plane occasionally comes to take pictures, it will definitely not take pictures of things like the badly shaped and eye-catching small lake in Wanzhou Lingjing. At that time, it was because of the shape of this lake that the person from Tanghua caught it and issued an order to attack Wanzhou Lingjing. Although Lin Ming learned about this later. In fact, there was no reason for the badly shaped lake. I believe that the person controlled by fate will find other reasons. Lin Ming bamboo roots are very clever. He quickly made more than a dozen ponds of different shapes on the shore of the lake, and made water diversion channels between the lakes. Not long after, these ponds were filled with water, and ripples were raised between the giant trees with the wind. The reason why he chose to do this thing was because Lin Ming wanted to continue the experiment he had done before in Wanzhou Lingjing. That is, the experiment when he cultivated the satin color of the minnow and the giant river shrimp giant armor. At that time, Lin Ming actually did not have time to go any further before he was attacked by Xiaoyu and his men on the Wanzhou Sea. Soon after, he left there before humans attacked the Wanzhou Sea Spirit Realm. After arriving at the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, there was no environment suitable for cultivation. However, he did not stay in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm for long. Now, Lin Ming is eager to quickly form a powerful navy force. The reason is to prepare for the marine mutant creatures in the ocean. More than half a month ago, according to the intelligence from various major cities in the Tang Kingdom, the United States and the Deep Poison Kingdom were almost simultaneously attacked by tsunamis and tornadoes caused by Class B demons in the ocean. The southern part of one was basically submerged, and 2/3 of the population and land of the other were completely wiped out. This is almost exactly the same as the previous time they attacked the Neon Kingdom. Lin Ning felt that there was something abnormal here. If the B-level demon spirits were really so violent, the sea water would have flooded every corner of the world long ago. How could it be possible that there were only 3 times from the beginning to now? Moreover, it is impossible for 2 countries far apart to be flooded at the same time, unless there is something that understands what the same time is. However, it is not ruled out that the A-level demon kings in the sea, whose existence is unknown, have some extremely accurate concept of time. Now, the mutant creatures in the ocean have begun to make trouble. Lin Ning feels that before they become more aggressive and attack him, the strongest person on land, he must also quickly train more and stronger underwater troops to resist and counterattack. This matter has become more and more urgent. Thinking about this, Lin Ning also began the intensive work of selecting new subordinates. This kind of thing must be completed as soon as possible. Chapter 219 Before the Storm. Lin Ning now deeply felt that his land forces no longer needed any further reinforcements. After sensing that several pandas that followed from the Wantuhai spirit realm had worked together to kill several giant porcupines, he felt even more so. Not only these pandas' companions, but also the 3 lynxes, 5 jackals, and 2 bears that came from the Wantuhai and followed to the Suzaku Valley after leaving the Kaifanchan spirit realm. Their spiritual energy levels continued to rise after arriving here. In addition, they also had Panda, Jingji, Benhudianwai and the giant bear Manu as their leaders, and soon became Lin Ning's secondary combat force. Although they have not yet reached the first level, it is not a difficult thing for them. Lin Ning believes that these guys will soon reach the first level. After all, many of them have already reached the first level and level 9. It is only a matter of time before they break through the realm. The 2-tailed fire fox, which had performed very well in the battle with the blood evil vine, has now officially entered the realm of the first level. As its fur color becomes brighter, and its body becomes as big as a calf, the fluffy 2 tails hanging behind it have now become 3. According to this trend, Lin Ning believes that this thing is likely to become 4 after entering the second level, and so on. Moreover, the name 3-tailed fox on its attribute panel also proves this point. Whether it can grow into a powerful character like the giant monster in the ancient legend depends on its own efforts. And the greatest praise for it is nothing less than a given name. Lin Ning decided to call it Xuanhua because it has the attributes of both fire and wind elements. Moreover, the flame it spews is different from the normal white and red ones, but emits a strange purple-red color. Lin Ning used the ability of multiple element ability replication to imitate the flames of the fire wolf Yanlu, the giant monkey Zhuiyuan, and the 3-tailed fox Xuanhua, and conducted experiments. He found that although the temperature of Yanlu and Zhuiyuan's flames was very high, they could not last long. The purple-red flame of Xuanhua was not only long-lasting, but once it burned, it would be impossible to extinguish it unless the object was completely burned. Otherwise, it had to be controlled by oneself. This also proved that there was something mysterious in it. Could it be the combined ability obtained by adding the fire element and the wind element? Lin Ning was just guessing about this. When he asked Xuanhua, it didn't know how it was made. The subordinates of the land force are becoming stronger and stronger now, which is a good thing. After experiencing the last soul pill incident, those second-level subordinates, whether it was the Panda Panda or the Wind Wolf Fengxiao, have now decided not to rely on the soul pill, but to honestly absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual realm and make themselves stronger by continuously developing their own abilities in a deeper way. This is a good phenomenon. After all, no matter who is picked out individually, none of them can reach the strongest level. Even the most powerful Panda Panda can punch at high speed in a very short time, and even ignite a ball of fire next to his fists while punching. But to be honest, their spiritual energy utilization is not very high. The same B-level, those mutant creatures in the ocean, a group of them can easily destroy a big country. But the subordinates don't seem to have such ability. At most, they can make hundreds of wind blades, or create a wall of fire, or even release ice cones all over the sky. But compared with those second-level mutant creatures in the ocean, it is really too far behind. Lin Ning thinks that the reason is that they now have a low level of control over their own spiritual energy. That is, the utilization rate is too low. For example, in terms of the flame element, whether it is Yanlu, Zhuiyuan, or Xuanhua, when they use the flame element, they are very concerned about its area, that is, coverage. They don't do too much work on its quantity and burning degree. If thousands of flames can be released at the same time and can quickly defeat the enemy like a heat-seeking missile, the lethality will definitely be much stronger than a single large group. After all, we have to consider that if the enemy wants to win by numbers, it will be a disadvantage if it attacks a single surface. Take the mutant crustaceans in the ocean as an imaginary enemy. If the enemy leads hundreds of thousands or millions of mutant creatures such as crabs and shrimps to land and attack at once, a single surface kill will really be unable to take care of itself. If thousands or even tens of thousands of flames can be produced to disperse the attack, it will be completely different. Therefore, Lin Ning was also paying attention to letting them use their own spiritual energy in this direction. However, judging from the current results, Fire Wolf Flame Plunder can currently produce about 70 to 80 groups, while Burning Garden can only produce 30 to 40 groups. And as for Black Fire, it can only produce a dozen groups. It seems that there is really a long way to go, although the land forces are already strong enough. If they want to take a step forward, there is actually a lot of potential to be tapped. Compared to them, Lin Ning air forces are becoming much stronger at a very fast speed. The mutant flying birds brought from Xingyuan City before are constantly making progress every day under the leadership of Qiang, Xuejin, Mojia and Zhuyu. Among the 54 newly added subordinates, the 4 blue-throated sunbirds, 2 green-headed ducks, and 20 sparrows have made the most obvious progress. Especially those sparrows. Although small in size, after mutation, their speed has reached a new level, and they can even easily knock a big hole in a giant tree. As their level continues to rise, Lin Ning has even seen them use the speed brought by the dive to knock through a giant tree with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. This kind of impact force is exactly what Lin Ning needs. I wonder if they can even penetrate the most solid and sophisticated weapons made by humans after evolution. Lin Ning asked Qiang to step up the training and upgrade of the hoopoe, orange-headed ground thrushes and woodpeckers, and at the same time asked them to quickly upgrade the level of these little guys to the first level. The establishment of the Air Force is related to many important things. If this Air Force can grow up quickly, then they will also play a considerable role in the subsequent battles with humans. After all, his current maximum strike range is still 100 kilometers, and he has to rely on them in the air beyond 100 kilometers. Although he could also expand and change the attack range by moving, his speed was much slower than those birds flying in the sky. The importance of time in the battlefield is self-evident. The war with humans might start in a short time. After all, the Fate Society is so arrogant. Lin Ning always felt that the past half-month was too peaceful. In particular, no one in the Tang Kingdom had ever talked about the Seven Peaks Spirit Realm. This was not normal at all. I am afraid that this was the calm before the storm. Chapter 220: The Gradually Collapsing Opponent. Time passed quickly. As Lin Ning continued to give orders to his subordinates, the sun gradually set, and the night slowly fell. In the huge cage, the mutant insects were still fighting, devouring, fighting, and fighting to the death. Lin Ning had been paying attention to them, but he also found that this experiment was not successful, because although a 7th level insect had appeared inside, the total number of insects inside was less than 100. This was also the result of Lin Ning's lack of understanding of their habits. Unlike the original insects, the mutant insects now were obviously more eager to fight. Or in other words, they liked to eat each other. Not only those who liked to eat other insects, such as butterflies and bees, now use the flesh and blood of the other party as the source of their own energy, regardless of whether they are of the same kind or not. Their first reaction to anything other than themselves is to tear it apart and eat it. There was no such thing as eating leaves and grass, sucking nectar, and sucking juice from tree roots and trunks. Now it was like an extremely cruel battle for survival. Originally, Lin Ning's idea was to let countless insects drink the water-mixed demon at the same time, just like the minnows and satin colors before, slowly increase their levels, and then take them away in one wave. But at this time, he also found out how unreliable this kind of thing was. The huge bamboo root cage was now a closed small world, and the strong and weak battles between those insects in it became more and more bloody. They would not stop fighting until the strongest one was decided. Cruel? Lin Ning felt that if a large number of mutant animals, mutant birds, or even mutant aquatic creatures were put in, such a strange thing would not happen. This was only because their brains. No. It should be said that their reflex nerves could not reach that level at all. But in fact, The reaction nerves of mutant insects are really suitable for quickly improving their realm at the beginning of mutation, and leading all other creatures in the fastest time to become the overlord of one side. However, in reality, they have too many enemies. Not to mention the birds and various rodents that originally regarded them as food. Now they are also constantly killing each other among their own kind. In the era of spiritual energy revival, mutant insects can't last too long. Before they can improve their levels, they will be eliminated by go die and become food for other mutant creatures. Occasionally, those who survive will be eaten by more powerful mutant creatures. It's really a tragedy. In this huge small world he created, there are no natural enemies, but they still become rare in such a short time by killing each other. And it is estimated that after the sunrise, there will be only one survivor in the cage. Right? Raising goo. Lin Ning couldn't help but think of this word, although he did not intend to do so. The final result was a big step forward. It seems that this experiment was not well thought out, or he really overestimated these insects. The ideal result did not come out. But if there is one that can improve the realm to the 8th or 9th level in this short period of time, the speed is actually not bad. The spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley in the deep night gradually became quiet. Lin Ning sensed the insects that were still fighting, and thought about what it would be like if he turned into these insects. Yes, what if it was not a bamboo that was reborn, but a bug? It has a developed brain that other insects do not have. While it is constantly getting stronger, it is also constantly surviving. Devour. Evolve. Constantly devour. And constantly evolve. Until it becomes the strongest existence. The route is similar to this. However, this kind of question is meaningless. But from the characteristics of the mutant insects, the next step is to make them become their own stable evolution points and spiritual energy sources. This experiment has also provided him with new ideas. Since they can't be put together, then just go the breeding route. One insect in one nest. And feed them separately with yachiong diluted with water until they continue to upgrade and evolve to the level he wants. In this way, there is no need to let them kill each other, and they will be raised there obediently, and then become the evolution points and spiritual energy he urgently needs. In this deep night, Lin Ning can also sense the existence of many mutant insects in Suzaku Valley. He feels that every minute cannot be wasted, and he must upgrade his level to the 4th level as soon as possible. At that time, even if the human side is really secretly prepared to fight him, and even deploys all the weapons that can be deployed, and deploys countless extraordinary people, he can make them feel fear and despair in the first second he appears in the sight of humans. If humans still want to fight him at that time, then his own strength will make him completely invincible. Now he is still at the 3rd level, so he can't say anything about invincible at this time. After all, he has never had a direct conflict with the human side. The way to test strength is nothing more than a direct conflict, where both sides use the greatest combat strength they can. But for now, Lin Ning has never had such an experience. From the time he was reborn as this bamboo, until now, it seems that the only time he was injured by humans was when he was in the Wanju spirit realm. Because he walked around randomly, he was discovered by those rookie bounty hunters and shot at the bamboo branches and leaves with guns. After that, it seems that no human can get close to him within a few kilometers. And as his strength continues to increase, humans can't even get close to him within 100 kilometers. Lin Ning feels that after he enters the 4th level, this maximum radius will be even wider. As for how much, it shouldn't be 200 kilometers. After reaching the 4th level, without the help of the abilities of the Golden Python, Jean Lin and the Little Turtle Emochin, can the nuclear bomb be directly invalidated? Lin Ning didn't have much idea at this time about how much the ability can be improved by the realm improvement. He just knew that he should at least improve himself to the 4th level first, and deal with it as soon as possible. The human side, especially the Destiny Society, will probably come to trouble him in no time, since it can be guessed that he was in the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. It is not impossible to guess that he was in this Suzaku Valley. Nowadays, the human side is too quiet. They just aimed the launch route of the nuclear bomb at the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. They are also constantly migrating the population of huge cities, such as Rongqing City on the Jiangnan Plain, which are very close to the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm in Shu Province. It is absolutely impossible to say that they are not prepared. In the past half a month, humans have shown unusual behavior in more places. At present, the 9-layered sky tower of Tang State is basically in a state of disintegration. After Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun, Xing Yu and others left, it was basically in a completely disordered situation. But within the 1,000 kilometers of his perception range, there are large and small research centers for supernatural beings in hundreds of cities. Every day, new, extremely large numbers of supernatural beings who have transformed from ordinary people are constantly born there. These supernatural beings are like those produced by the assembly line in the factory. And they are all the same walking corpses as those in Luo City that he killed before. Humans are constantly committing suicide inside and outside. There are powerful opponents such as him and the mutant creatures in the sea. If you stand from the perspective of humans, no one will not think that this is already a dead end. Right? Although it can still hold on for a while. It won't be long before the human side will collapse. Chapter 221. This is just for show. In the suburbs of Bingcheng, in an abandoned building, hundreds of people are constantly walking in the rooms on each floor. From the outside, this place is no different from the 6-story townhouses in the thousands of cities that have been relocated. But here are nearly 100 people who were originally from the 9-layered Heaven Tower. Unlike Zheng Guodong, Xing Yu and others, they all brought people to force their way through the pass. The purpose is naturally to escape from the 9-layered Heaven Tower, which has been completely in chaos, and escape from the control of the Fate Society that exists in the dark. And this suburb of Bingcheng has been completely swallowed up by the Juxing'an Forest Spirit Realm because of 2 spiritual rains. Countless sea-level demons are wandering in it. Not only in the suburbs of Bingcheng, but even Bingcheng is estimated to not last too long. But for those who were originally from the 9-layered Heaven Tower, this is an excellent hiding place. An old man living in Bingcheng has the magical ability to help other extraordinary people conceal their spiritual energy. Although this ability is of no use in the 9 Heavens Tower, whether it is for combat or assistance, it is of no use. But at this time, it has become a protective barrier for this new organization of less than 100 people. Because only in this way can we completely avoid the Fate meeting and avoid the reconnaissance of the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite. At this time, Xing Yu and Zheng Guodong are paying close attention to the many valuable data and intelligence collected from various channels. It seems that they are going to take action recently. Zheng Guodong sighed as he looked at the intelligence in front of him. It is estimated that it will take about 10 days. According to previous experience, it is about this time. Xing Yu also nodded. What about the civilians in the nearby Rongqing city and several surrounding cities? Fei Jun frowned and looked at Zheng Guodong. Basically, they have been evacuated. You know, even in the era of spiritual energy recovery, half a month is enough to evacuate tens of millions of people. Not to mention that quite a lot of people have been evacuated before. There are probably not many people left in Rongqing City now. However, I always feel that something is not right. Xing Yu looked at a data sheet, which was a bar chart report of the spiritual energy concentration value of the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. It has been almost a slight upward trend. But it is only this trend, without any fluctuations. Then, according to what you said, the A-level Demon King also has a way to conceal his own spiritual energy concentration. Right. But does he also have the ability to make himself completely silent? Zheng Yu came over with a table in his hand. It recorded all the various situations that happened near Qifeng Mountain recorded by Tanghua from the first appearance of the strange beast in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm to the incident that almost all the military facilities of the giant cities within 1,000 kilometers were destroyed. You mean? Zheng Guodong looked at the report handed over, took a quick look, and saw some clues. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Since that time, there has been no movement in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. Neither the loud noise nor the strange beasts have appeared again. Zheng Yu nodded. It's too quiet. People can't help but wonder if the A-level Demon King really exists there. Zheng Guodong nodded silently. That A-level Demon King can run out of the Wantohai Spirit Realm and go to the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. Will he go to other places from the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm? It's not impossible. And in the past half a month, judging from the situation on the side of Qifeng Mountain, not to mention there has been no movement in the vast spiritual realm of the entire western Shu province. Could it be that the A-level Demon King has already come out of the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm? Xing Yu held a cigarette in his mouth. Frowning, he likes to think about everything in the most pessimistic way. But he found that the 4 people in the room should be thinking about the same pessimistic possibility. The A-level Demon King may no longer be in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. If the Tang Kingdom were to attack the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm now, Then, would it be like last time? Demonstrating and provoking the A-level Demon King without even hitting the target? The most powerful weapon possessed by the human side should be the nuclear bomb. The B-level spiritual monster army led by Zhai Yu was instantly evaporated by a small-yield nuclear bomb. It can be seen that no matter how many people question its destructive power, to be honest, it is still the most destructive existence. After all, the thick layer of spiritual energy on the mutant creatures and the stronger body created after the mutation make them basically not afraid of ordinary bullets in the battle against humans. This has been proven countless times. There have been no eyewitness reports of strange beasts for a long time. Have you noticed that no matter whether it was discovered by Xinhua or America, they were only there at the beginning. And then the strange beasts basically came to the western part of Shu province. That is, the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. I remember that person's original inference that convinced us that the A-level Demon King was in Qifeng Mountain was that the strange beasts had been active nearby. Fei Jun remembered what the control person said before giving the order. Although many things were far-fetched, the facts prove that the person... No, it should be said that the speculation of the Destiny Society was completely correct. Indeed, the strange beasts were created by the Destiny Society to deal with the A-level Demon King, and that they have no movement in this regard now. Then, it actually indirectly proves that the Destiny Society is very clear that the A-level Demon King is probably not in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. Xingyu nodded. Zheng Guodong pondered for a while, and then looked at the various materials in his hand. He was flipping through the pages and suddenly stopped. Wait! Xingyuan City was suddenly attacked half a month ago? Or was it not long after that incident? Xingyu looked up suddenly. Xingyuan City? Attacked? Yes. It happened shortly before we left. Chengyu recalled. At that time, Brother Fei and I were only thinking about how to get you two out. So we didn't pay much attention. But even if we wanted to pay attention, the higher-ups wouldn't tell us more. What happened specifically? The Extraordinary Research Center was destroyed, and more than 100 soul pills stored there were stolen. At this time, Lu Feishu walked in. I guess I'm the only one in this building who knows about this. But compared to this, I think another thing that happened before is more interesting to me, Lu Feishu said, handing out a copy of the information to everyone. After Xingyu glanced at the words above, his heart suddenly beat. What? What? The 9-layered heaven tower of the Extraordinary Research Center in Luodu City was poisoned instantly. Yes, there is no movement in Qifeng Mountain, but there are new situations in Xingyuan City and Luodu City. If I were the Destiny Society, I would definitely link these two things to the A-level Demon King. Chengyu thought about it and was stunned again. Wait, if there is no A-level Demon King in Qifeng Mountain, then what are the movements of Tang Kingdom and Destiny Society doing now? The 4 people fell silent, and they all felt as if they knew some secrets. Sorry, I interrupt you. First of all, I didn't read your minds. I just said what I thought. Lu Feishu coughed twice. I'm afraid they are doing it for the A-level Demon King to see, or to launch a feint attack on the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. But the main target of the attack is somewhere else. Chapter 222 Weaknesses and Limitations. The impenetrable giant trees covered the entire Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm. Lin Ning was still doing experiments. Naturally, he was using the extremely terrifying number of insects in the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm to do experiments. Last time, he easily made hundreds of thousands of insects attack and kill in the small world made of the almost closed bamboo root net in less than a day, and finally successfully obtained a result that was far different from what he imagined. A giant mantis with a level of level 1 and level 2. The giant mantis can easily cut a trick similar to the wind blade in the air with its extremely sharp double sickles, and also rely on this to kill the last giant rhinoceros beetle in golden armor, and finally successfully raised its level to an unprecedented height. After killing the last opponent, it ran to the water-diluted demon jade that Lin Ning had prepared for these insects before, and almost completely sucked up the demon jade. Then, the realm was also upgraded to the 3rd level of the First Order. However, its intelligence, or its nerves, have not yet developed to the point where it can recognize reality. Lin Ning tried to communicate with this guy using spiritual language. Killing such a low-level mutant creature alone would not get any evolution points and spiritual energy. Lin Ming thought. Even if he had some prejudices before, why not just accept the first mutant insect as his subordinate? After all, this guy actually looks quite powerful, and the sharpness of his sickles is enough to become a pioneer on the battlefield. But the communication in spiritual language only resulted in a desperate attack of the giant mantis. This guy didn't realize what was trapping it at all. He just tried hard to use the sickles to cut the bamboo root nets after making a ghost cry. As a result, because he was too desperate, he directly broke one of his sickles. Lin Ming knew that this experiment seemed to be a complete failure. Ding! You killed a level 1. Level 3 giant sickle mantis and got 500 evolution points. The amount given is not too little. Lin Ming simply used bamboo roots to take this guy away in one go. And he was also reflecting on the gains and losses of this experiment. No matter how the mutant bugs evolve, they seem to be the same. They are really more like experience packs. Not the kind that can be used as subordinates. Moreover, they are more extreme in this era of spiritual energy revival. Whether they are of the same kind or not, their first reaction is to kill them. Moreover, their low intelligence cannot make them suitable subordinates. Therefore, Lin Ming also learned from the lesson. This time, the experiment chose a safer and more appropriate method to make these bugs evolve. The bamboo roots that can use the ability to create new life to change into any shape he wants naturally acted as a container for cultivating the level of these bugs again this time. Lin Ming consciousness moved, and countless bamboo roots once again caught 1/10 of the total number of mutant bugs within 100 kilometers, which was extremely large. This time, he chose more of those with relatively strong reproductive capacity and relatively large number of original populations, such as bees, butterflies, and mutant insects such as beetles. The bamboo roots quickly formed a network, and in the constant change, formed one cage after another. These cages gradually hung on the bamboo root that Lin Ming held in the air like a cocoon of an insect. Lin Ming also made a mixture of water-diluted yuqiong in these almost airtight cocoons that trapped the insects. After a simple operation, a giant mutant insect breeding farm was formed. In this breeding farm, there are hundreds of thousands of large and small cocoons. And among them, when the insects face the mixed solution of yuqiong diluted with water, there is nothing else they can do except drink this thing that contains a lot of spiritual energy. After building this almost flawless mutant insect breeding farm, Lin Ming also paid attention to the reproduction speed of these mutant insects. His ability to rebuild the aura of all things, of course, is also constantly monitoring these. For this spiritual realm, if he blindly adopts the repeated process of breeding and then killing, with his ability, even if there are several trillion insects surviving within a radius of 100 kilometers, it will not be enough to kill. So Lin Ming is also observing how strong the reproduction ability of these mutant insects with low spiritual energy and good combativeness, who will eat almost anyone except themselves, is. However, after observing for a while, Lin Ming quickly came to the answer. Just kill them. They can reproduce too much. One becomes 10,000. It's too easy. With a very high reproduction success rate, the future of their population reproduction is guaranteed. If they didn't like to devour each other, they would be the only ones left in every square centimeter of the world soon after the spiritual energy was revived. Lin Ming felt again that if he had been reborn as a bug, there would be no human beings now. On this small broken ball, he could fill every inch of land with his subordinates in a very short time. As a mutant bamboo, the limitations are quite large, to be honest. Although his strength has always been much stronger than mutant animals and birds of the same level, he is much inferior in terms of movement and mobility. For example, this seemingly powerful attack range of 100 kilometers. Lin Ming didn't calculate how fast he could reach now. Maybe he could reach nearly 10 kilometers per hour. But if he wanted to expand the range of 100 kilometers by moving, he would be in a very uncomfortable position. Think about it. The enemy attacks you from 100 kilometers away. And if you want to attack the opponent with your own hands, you have to move in that direction. But if the enemy's speed is faster than his, then his attack range of 100 kilometers cannot reach the enemy at all. For example, the human side has weapons that can attack 100 kilometers. After launching from 100 kilometers away, he must move if he wants to attack. But if the opponent's launcher is mounted on a vehicle, that would be really embarrassing. So, at that time, he really has to rely on his subordinates. But the human weapons are not just a 100-kilometer attack range. If they want, it would be easy to launch from any place on this small broken ball at any time. Lin Ming examined himself. And the second shortcoming was that the perception range could only reach 1,000 kilometers. In short, it was too narrow. To give the simplest example, if the enemy launched an attack from 1,000 kilometers away, Then if he wanted to perceive it, he would only be able to do so when the weapon entered the range of 1,000 kilometers. Just like now. He has sensed that from the southwest. Several nuclear bombs have entered his defense range of 1,000 kilometers. Then, he flew directly towards the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 223 Declaration of War. At this time, dusk was approaching. The blood-stained sunset gradually set in the west, and gradually dyed the sky a bloody color. In the Suzaku Valley where birds and beasts were singing, Lin Ning sensed the nuclear bombs with long flames on their tails flying towards the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm 1,000 kilometers away, and was surprised at the speed of humans. He sensed the eye-catching black and yellow death icons on the flying nuclear bombs, and knew that this time, humans had issued a declaration of war to him. Although Lin Ning thought that these humans would prepare for a while. After all, according to all the information he sensed, even if the Tang Kingdom had created a considerable number of extraordinary people, they were far from being able to choose to go to war at this time. Whether it was large-scale weapons or A-level extraordinary people, they were not prepared at all. Even the people in Rongqing City seemed to have not yet completely evacuated. They couldn't bear it any longer. Could they? But the fact was that the several nuclear bombs that had already flown towards the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm represented their determination and awareness. Looking at his side, it was actually the same. He was still stuck at level 3, level 8, and the most capable subordinates were still at level 2, level 3, and level 4. Although the Air Force had some scale, to be honest, it didn't actually increase much in strength. As for the underwater force, Lin Ning didn't even have time to train it. He just dug the pool. To be honest, this was a battle that neither side was prepared for. At least that's what Lin Ning thought. Maybe the human side had already prepared everything in the dark? After all, his perception range was only 1,000 kilometers with him as the center. And this little broken ball was a full 500 million square kilometers. With hundreds of countries and regions, humans can accumulate troops anywhere outside his perception range, continuously expand their military strength, and even create dozens of A-level extraordinary people. However, since it has come, we should make the best of it. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. Come on. Let's fight. Lin Ning had long anticipated the arrival of this day, although he did not expect it to be so soon. But now that things have come to this, there is only one way to go. Although it was a little late when he found out, it was not so late. The Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, which is only more than 900 kilometers away in a straight line, is naturally also in the consciousness field constructed by his reconstruction of the aura of all things. The subordinates who did not leave with him at that time and chose to live there did not lose contact with him because of his departure. All of you, get away from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm as quickly as possible, and head towards Rongqing City where humans gather. Wait for my orders, and prepare to attack. Human weapons are coming to attack. Immediately. Right now. The wolves that had originally gathered in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm and had never left, as well as the subordinates who had come from the Wantohai Spirit Realm, instantly let out a series of long howls. Although they like a peaceful life without fighting, it does not mean that they will choose to sit and wait for death when attacked by humans. Yes, the intelligence of these subordinates is not high, and the highest level is only the 9th level. But they also have enough strength to make the vast Jianghan Plain. In those huge cities that have not been completely evacuated, they show their terror and threat as mutant creatures. Next, let the subordinates give these stupid humans a wave of offensive that is more harmful than the last warning. Sensing that the subordinates in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm have been heading towards the huge cities in the Jianghan Plain at the fastest speed, Lin Ning also turned his sights to those around him. All of you, come here. Next, you have more important things to do. In the field of consciousness, Lin Ning called out to his subordinates in this spiritual realm and further away. The war is about to begin, and they have no time to do anything else. From now on, before the human nuclear bomb hits the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, there are still many things he can do. For example, sending subordinates to attack the other party's central location directly. However, as his subordinates kept approaching his location, he suddenly felt something was wrong. After those nuclear bombs flew over from a distant direction, before reaching the Chiefing Mountain Spiritual Realm, the trajectory of the nuclear bombs with flames suddenly deviated slightly and turned a corner. They continued to fly to the west of Shu Province, and gradually disappeared in the northwest direction. and finally completely out of the maximum range of his perception. What happened? Lin Ning was very surprised. Originally, he thought it was a declaration of war against him by the human side. But he didn't expect that those nuclear bombs would just pass by like this. Are they testing? Deliberately let the nuclear bomb pass near the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm to test the tolerance of the A-level Demon King, who they thought was still there? Humans, are you playing with fire? Lin Ning suddenly felt that his opponent was very interesting. If you want to start a war, just start the war directly. What's the point of this test? For the human test, Lin Ning didn't want them to just fool around. Test me? Very courageous. Revenge? Isn't that certain? But before that, it is necessary to let the subordinates see where the nuclear bomb went. Qiang, Xuejin, Ma Jia, and Zhu quickly flew to Lin Ming's side. Master, are you going to fight? We are willing to be the vanguard. After the last soul pill incident, the 4 giant birds returned to the level of the 2nd and 3rd levels. They are eager to use battle to show their true strength. In the area, these low-level mutant creatures are like ants to them. And they don't feel anything even if they kill them. And every time they fight with humans, the intense stimulation and excitement they get, as well as the spiritual energy that is constantly improving after the battle, also makes them unable to stop. The time to start the war has not yet arrived. But it should be soon. Lin Ning is very clear about the urgency of his subordinates. And they don't want to be depressed in this small world. He is the same. If they can continuously improve their own strength without being disturbed, and eventually become the most powerful one on this planet, wouldn't it be better? However, the human side will never allow this to happen. Their self-esteem and their status as the only ruler of this planet make it impossible for them to be content with this. But if Lin Ning wants to do this, the only way is to make the human side completely powerless. There are many ways. Going to war directly is one way, and upgrading to the 4th level is another way. Now, the time of these two methods seems to be wonderfully blended together at this time. Lin Ning looked at the 4 giant bird subordinates. You go to the direction I pointed to and see where the human weapons are flying to. However, at this moment, dozens of fighters and hundreds of helicopters suddenly entered his 1,000 kilometer sensing range from the southeast, and flew towards the direction where the nuclear bombs disappeared. You follow my instructions, and follow the steel giant birds made by humans to see where they are heading. Lin Ning sensed the conversation between the fighters and the people on the helicopters, but was surprised to find that they were different from the original humans, and had no conversation at all. Will Fate? Chapter 224. In the huge combat command room, hundreds of people are busy. In front of the huge screen in the combat command room, a man looked serious and stared at the documents in his hand. 1,000 kilometers. This radius is a strong point, but also a weak point. The man said this softly, with a firm look in his eyes. Report. The missiles used for the feint attack have flown to the designated location and were successfully detonated a minute ago. A liaison immediately reported the latest intelligence to the man. Very good. Next wave. In addition, notify the extraordinary organizations of Neon Country, Bear Country and Labai Country, and let them continue to wait for my order. The man slapped the table heavily and ordered. Yes. The liaisons then got busy. The man continued to look at the documents handed over. Frowning, he looked at the old man who was trembling beside him, and frowned. Old Dong. Why are you shaking? I. Old Dong's hands kept shaking. Then, that? You are not. The man snorted softly. Fate can control me once. Can it control me twice? No matter how powerful it is. It must be within 100 meters of me. Besides, if they want to stand here and control me again, they must first remove this layer of spiritual energy shielding device. Well, this is true. But, Old Dong was still a little worried. Last time, that person, specifically the person who was controlled, angered the A-level Demon King who they didn't know existed, and caused a very terrible revenge. And that person also disappeared at the same time. Finally, because Fei Jun and Cheng Yu were missing, and Xing Yu and Zheng Guodong were captured by the two, they found the man who had completely fallen into a deep sleep when searching the hidden place in the cell 100 meters underground. After finally waking up the man a week ago, the man immediately got back to work. Old Dong once thought that even if the man came back, it would be useless. After all, the man was controlled at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival and had no idea about the spiritual energy revival era that lasted nearly a year and a half. But after quickly reading a lot of information and thinking for a long time, the man immediately drew up a battle plan. It must be said that the man, no matter what, was completely superior to them, who had already fallen into a state of panic. But what? The people of Destiny are very powerful, knowing how to control me and then get everything done. However, they didn't kill me. Didn't they leave us enough time to fight against the A-level Demon King? The man was quite optimistic. But the grim facts before him also made him understand that everything was urgent now. But there's really not much we can do now. You know, the 9-layered Heaven Tower. The 9-layered Heaven Tower is our organization of superhumans. Right? Several of their masters have left. I read the report. Did their spiritual energy concentration disappear near Bingcheng? The man took out a report and said, yes, they disappeared when they arrived in Bingcheng. We sent people to search everywhere. But we didn't expect that the more we searched, the fewer people there were. You know, they had a good relationship before. Old Dong was embarrassed. It's not that he didn't want to chase those who escaped from the 9-layered Heaven Tower, especially Xingyu and Zheng Guodong. But every time the members of the 9-layered Heaven Tower, who were sent to look for them, arrived in Bingcheng, they disappeared inexplicably. It was like this every time. In the end, there was only one Luoming left in each of the 9-layered Heaven Towers. And a considerable number of sea-level superhumans also disappeared there. Finally, Mr. Dong had no choice but to let it go, and didn't dare to send anyone from the 9 Heavens Tower to search. Are they on good terms or not? I hope they are together. After reading their information, especially the report of Xingyu, I always feel like a dog. And I also incited my subordinates to think the same way as him. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Such a good talent. What have you done to him? People. Talents? They are extraordinary people. The power they possess. Have you forgotten that the Destiny Society is a group of extraordinary people? Mr. Dong was stunned. He didn't quite understand what the man said. Extraordinary people are a threat. Even more terrifying than those mutants. Although they have power, their power is not controllable. In other words, since they can use their abilities to kill those mutants, they will do the same to ordinary people. The most important thing is that the quality of these people is extremely uneven. As long as they gather together, they will definitely be a great threat. Superhumans are also human beings. The man stood up and looked at all the people who were busy working. They are not monsters, but human beings like us. But, they have families, relatives and friends, and their original lives are no different from ordinary people. But after gaining abilities, some people are indeed like those in the Destiny Club. They fall into the deep pool of their own abilities, and think that there are only superhumans in the world. They want to build a world that can only be built by superhumans. The man said, shaking his head. There are many such people, and even sneaked into the 9-layered Heaven Tower, and became the 4th Tower. Although this was prepared when they were controlling me. You were really careless when you built the 9-layered Heaven Tower. Yes, you are right. Old Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. And the upper-level people around him also felt that the real person was back. After the spiritual energy began to revive, the person they saw was completely different from the strong and rational person they had imagined. He was also taciturn and not like the original person at all. Now, this person, who is not controlled by the extraordinary people of the Destiny Society, finally exudes the original kingly aura. However, most extraordinary people, unlike Xia Yan of the Association and those radical elements of the Destiny Society, truly understand what it means that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and what it means to use one's own strength to protect the safety of all people. They also want to protect their families, friends, lives, and countries. However, the Destiny Society only treats them as tools, tells them nothing, and lets them die all the time, and even does not allow them to tell anyone about the madness and death, just using them like a dog. Don't blame them for rebelling. The man sighed, shook his head, and looked at the huge screen. 10 minutes have passed. Has there been any feedback from the A-level Demon King? No at the moment. The liaison officers were extremely nervous. Perhaps in the next second, serious damage like that time would occur. But no emergency contact came from any city. That's good. Keep watching. The man nodded. Boss, in this era of spiritual revival, what we should do is not to distinguish between extraordinary people and ordinary people, but to pay attention to the threats hidden in the deep sea. in the mountains, and in the dense forests. The existence of this A-level demon king on land is related to the survival of all mankind. Yes, indeed, we did have some. If there is really a conflict, if there is really an irreconcilable conflict, in front of a common enemy, we must unite as one, whether we are extraordinary people or ordinary people, to eliminate those mutant creatures first. That is what we should do now, the man said, and walked to the huge screen. A-level demon king. This is our common main contradiction. However, unlike those people in the Destiny Society who wanted Soul Pill, our goal, or in other words, the common goal of all the people on Blue Star except the Destiny Society, is to eliminate it. Chapter 225. The sun sets, and the sky becomes darker. A dim crescent moon rises in the east, and the stars shining with faint light gradually increase. Sensing all this, Lin Ning feels that time is passing too slowly. He is still waiting for Qi Ying and the others to come back, waiting for them to report where the nuclear bombs launched by the human side have gone, and the movements of those fighters and helicopters. But after flying out of his maximum sensing range of 1,000 kilometers, Qi Ying and the other 4 disappeared along with those planes. It has been a while. Where did they go? An ominous feeling emerged in Lin Ming's heart, although he also knew that those helicopters and fighters could not do anything to them. What's more, because of their own abilities and his ability or a force field shielding, it is impossible for the human side to see Qi Ying and the others. As a second-level B-level demon spirit, even if the number of these fighters and helicopters is multiplied tenfold, it will only take Qi Ying and the others a few minutes to deal with these metal giant birds made by humans. Lin Ning was quite concerned about the direction of the nuclear bomb. Although they bypassed the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, where exactly were they flying to, and what were they going to attack? What happened to the fighters and helicopters? Lin Ning felt that this seemed like a trick created by humans. Could these nuclear bombs not be nuclear bombs? After all, the reason why he thought it was a nuclear bomb was because of the yellow and black iconic icon printed on the silver-gray missile body, and the reason why the nuclear bomb passed near the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm and then turned to another place. Could it be a trick to confuse the enemy? They wanted to confirm whether the A-level demon king in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm would react immediately. After all, unlike the last time, these nuclear bombs did not fall, and did not constitute the so-called serious provocation. But provocation was also a fact. So, should we continue to wait for Qi Ying and the others? Or should we let our subordinates take action first? Lin Ning sensed hundreds of giant cities nearby. The humans were all on hold, and those under key surveillance were doing what they were supposed to do as usual. There were still quite a lot of ordinary people in Rongqing City and nearby giant cities. It was strange. They were clearly not prepared at all. Or they were not prepared at all. Although there were some doubts, Lin Ning felt that his battle plan must be carried out as planned. According to the current intelligence, the human side still believed that the A-level demon king that they were worried about was still in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm in the west of Shu Province. Although this A-level demon king hidden in the darkness was unknown, it could attack cities within 1,000 kilometers in a very short time. So if Lin Ning wanted to confuse the human side, and wanted to use fierce revenge to attack the giant cities of humans, he still had to target the cities within 1,000 kilometers of the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. Places like Shengjing and Moda could not be taken for the time being. However, even so, there were quite a lot of options. At this moment, the subordinates scattered in the spiritual realm of Daqing Mountain were also galloping towards him. Although the order can be issued at any time, as long as they are within his consciousness field. But Lin Ning wanted to give them different tasks according to their characteristics after they gathered under him. Just like the 7 giant wolves, they have different characteristics. Some are suitable for acting as pioneers, some are suitable for assisting, and some are suitable for being meat shields to attract firepower or defend and counterattack. After experiencing the Soul Pill incident, Lin Ning also focused on training these subordinates, who had reached the 2nd level and were poisoned by the Soul Pill, so that they could quickly recover to their original level. Moreover, he also trained the subordinates of the elemental system to master their own elemental attributes proficiently, from quantitative change to qualitative change. After all, their current use of spiritual energy has not reached the level of the 2nd level, and their combat effectiveness is still quite insufficient. It is not realistic to destroy a city alone. Even someone like Dushan, whose real strength cannot even keep up with other companions. Moreover, Lin Ning always felt that humans had been too quiet for more than half a month. It was simply too quiet. Although several nuclear bombs were launched today, the artificial superhumans hidden in various cities did not move. Moreover, the several buildings in Shengjing that could shield his perception also made him quite concerned. However, Master, what are we going to do? Which city should we attack? At this time, Panda appeared with Silver Dragon Qin-Chun, Golden Scaled Golden Python, and its Panda Harem, and seemed quite excited. Master, we are ready to charge for you. Qin-Chun, who usually doesn't talk much, also applied for battle at this time. It knew that every time the master summoned all his subordinates, it was basically related to the actions of the human side. And recently, the human beings who have always been a threat have basically not made any moves, which also made it a little bored. At this time, except for Yin Si, all the 7 giant wolves arrived under Lin Ning, by Qi and Du Shan of the Soro family, and the little Soro Shadow and Shum Bai also arrived. Then, the Air Force was also assembled. The rest, except for the little turtle Mo Chen and the underwater troops, who were still waiting for orders in the lake, were on the way and were about to arrive. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. In the dark sky, the faint starlight and moonlight made everything gloomy. Lin Ning still did not sense Qi Ying and the others entering his perception range, although the human side did not continue to move. Lin Ning knew that he had to start taking action. Without the transportation power of Qi Ying and others, if we attack the enemy's city, we can only rely on the fast Fo Xiao, Fengjian Feng Yin, and the Panda. The speed of the Soro crossing the mountain is not slow, but at most it can only transport the slow subordinates to the vicinity of the giant city that is not too far away. It seems that it was a bit of a mistake to let the 4 giant birds go to scout this matter at the beginning. Lin Ning also discovered that the mobility of our side did not seem to be as strong as imagined. However, the arrow has to be shot, and humans have made provocative behavior, so we must respond here. Sensing the giant cities around, Luo City no longer has the existence of extraordinary people, and it is not worth conquering. Dongping City, which is farther away, is a very huge city, and there are also many artificial extraordinary people in it. Not far from Dongping City is Xingyuan City, which we have been to before, and it can be attacked together, but it seems that the only ones who can be sent are 3 wind wolves. As for the Green City, the huge city next to Luodu City, it is naturally the first point of attack. Panda can also carry a few slow subordinates to attack. As for Beiyin City, which is located on the south side of Suzaku Valley, although the city is not big, there are a certain number of artificial extraordinary people, and there are also some military facilities, which can be sent to the Air Corps. First, those military forces and extraordinary people will be flattened, so that these human cities will become completely defenseless. After that, you can do whatever you want. As for Rongqing City, there are subordinates from the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. This time, let them enter the Jianlan Plain and let those humans who have not evacuated taste the most painful result. However, just when Lin Ning wanted to give specific orders to his subordinates, who were already at the exit of the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm in the Rongqing direction, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful spiritual energy appear in the canyon. Appeared near the place where he used to be. This huge spiritual energy also has a materialized shape. An A-level human extraordinary. Chapter 226 Contact Battle. Lin Ning suddenly sensed an extremely powerful spiritual energy, as if it appeared out of thin air, and came to the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. Came to the vicinity of where he was originally in the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. Is this an A-level human? Transcendent? The extremely powerful concentration of spiritual energy that Lin Ning sensed came from a human who had already materialized in his mind. A-level transcendent. When did it appear? And why could he appear accurately and, wait, where did that person go? At the moment when Lin Ning was surprised, that person suddenly disappeared. And just a few seconds later, this transcendent, who exuded the aura of an A-level strong man, appeared in Xiaohu City again. This teleportation? There is no doubt that this is the ability of teleportation. Although it is unknown how much combat strength this transcendent has, he can accurately find the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm and the place where he originally stayed. How did he do it? Wait. Fate will. Lin Ning remembered that the last person who had found him was the upper class of the Tang State, who was controlled by the Fate Society. And the clue that led him to find himself was the strange beast. The strange beast could be said to be a monster that rushed straight to him from the beginning. They were transformed by the people of the Fate Society who gave mutant creatures soul pills, and they would be controlled, and then swarmed straight to where he was. Although it is not known how the group of people accurately judged that he had left the Wantuhai area and moved to the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm at the beginning, and how they accurately estimated his location. But there is no doubt that the Fate Society knew that he was in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. Maybe they even knew that he was a mutant plant. And the evidence was the human transcendent who had just appeared exactly where he had been, and had the ability to transfer instantly. It seems that things are slowly developing from a controllable trend to an uncontrollable trend. Lin Ning knew that he had underestimated those humans in the past. From the nuclear bomb turning at Chiefing Mountain, it can be seen that the human side also released bait at that time, hoping to use it to lure out the A-level demon king hidden in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. And just now, because they were waiting for Chiang and others who followed the fighter helicopters to the direction of the nuclear bomb, they did not take any action. So they immediately sent out the A-level extraordinary people who could transfer instantly to scout. After obtaining the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm and finding that there was no A-level demon king, what the humans are waiting for now is the moment for him to play his cards. Lin Ning sneered in his heart. Humans are really not as useless as he had imagined before. Although they are nothing in his perception, the most humans can do to deal with him, the A-level demon king, is to press the button to launch the nuclear bomb. But in the era of spiritual energy recovery, they have fallen behind the mutant creatures in all aspects, and they have made many strange moves. Even if he has completely concealed his breath by using the ability to rebuild the aura of all things, they still found the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm and found his original location. In fact, they might have known his true identity. Their wisdom made up for their lack of spiritual energy. Although their weapons did not evolve much in this short period of time, they became more powerful when combined with spiritual energy. And now, the appearance of this A-level extraordinary person means that the human side has also caught up with the mutant creatures in terms of spiritual energy, and that they have slowly reversed the situation that was already at a disadvantage. If there is an A-level, there will be a second one. He didn't know how many A-levels there were in other places on the blue planet outside his perception range of 1,000 kilometers. But he knew very well that his original confidence in winning had now been slightly loosened. So what to do next? Continue? If he continued, it was very likely that his hiding place would be exposed, and his subordinates would probably be injured in this war. Even, he might watch countless mushroom clouds rising over and over again in the near future. Just let it go. Just let humans find him bit by bit through various clues. Then, let them press the red button again and again according to their mood. How is it possible? Although he is not 100% sure about the human battle now, Lin Ning does not want humans to dance on him at will. If you want to get rid of your opponent, you must be fully prepared. Now, the human side is not so well prepared. They probably estimated the huge risk of revenge from the angry A-level demon king, so they let the nuclear bombs pass near Chiefing Mountain, just to gamble whether the A-level demon king in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm will take action like before and create an extremely tragic disaster. What capital do they have to make such a big bet? Nearly 1 billion people are now gathered in countless huge cities, within a radius of 1,000 kilometers covered by him. There are ordinary people and extraordinary people in it. As long as he wants, there will be absolutely no life within 100 kilometers. As long as he wants, his subordinates can cause an unprecedented disaster in any place within his perception range of 1,000 kilometers, and the range of this spiritual shield. Even if the scale is not larger than the B-level demon attack group that attacked the southern part of America and destroyed 2/3 of the land and population of the deep poison country. But the disaster created is even worse. Humans, what is the bet to win this war? Use A-level extraordinary people? Or the nuclear bomb that can declare death with just a press? Or what other weapons he doesn't know about? Hidden in places he doesn't know about? Lin Ning guessed. But he was also planning at the same time. The extraordinary person who can teleport is still in Xiaohu City and has not left. Lin Ning has been sensing his every move. This extraordinary person's ability to teleport is extremely strong, but its combat effectiveness is still unknown. If he sent his subordinates to attack a large city, would this A-level extraordinary person come to fight with his subordinates? Although there is a huge gap between the strength of extraordinary people and mutant creatures of the same level. But if the opponent is one level higher, will this gap be on his side? But if he is afraid of the opponent's strength and does not take action, Then, he will be the passive party. Then, let's give it a try. Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, 3 Wind Wolves, and the eager Panda. They are all second-level monsters with speed. Their level is also the highest among all his subordinates. If he wants to choose a tentative battle now, then the most suitable choice is them. As for the target, although Lin Ning really wants to choose Luo's city, the scale of the city there is too small, and there are no extraordinary people, and even a few important people. Even if it is destroyed, there is no meaning. The distance is short, and it can quickly move to a place within 100 kilometers of him that is absolutely safe in a short time. It seems that there is only Qin Cheng, Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yin, Panda. The subordinates are here. The 4 violent demons responded to Lin Ning's order. Go to Qin Cheng. Destroy the military facilities there. And destroy all the extraordinary teams there. Yes, Master. In addition, Lin Ning sensed the breath of the A-level extraordinary and looked at his subordinates again. If you meet the human who I told you is extremely dangerous at the beginning, you must return to me quickly at all costs. Yes. The 4 demons responded. They were extremely excited at this time, and they couldn't wait to set off. Mo Chen. Lin Ning looked at the subordinate with special powers in the lake. Master, please give orders. Mo Chen jumped out of the water and quickly crawled under Lin Ning, waiting for instructions. You go with Panda and the others. Master, please rest assured. Mo Chen has reached the realm of the 1st level and the 6th level, and he is also getting stronger. Lin Ning has an ominous premonition about this contact war. He always feels that the human side seems to be holding back a big wave. Now send the strongest subordinates around, and also put the little turtle Mo Chen who can change the fortune beside them. So there should be no problem. Then, you go. Wait for my orders at any time. After Lin Ning gave this order, he suddenly saw 3 giant monkeys appear in front of him. Master, I want to go Guji too. Shui Yuan jumped up and down. I also want to do meritorious service for the Master Guji. Chapter 227. Report. There is still no information about the attack. The liaison officers kept confirming with the liaison offices in various large cities, and emergency liaison agencies one after another. But there was still no attack. This situation is particularly fatal. Who knows where the first place to be retaliated will be? Rongqing City, which is close to the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. Or Shuangyue City, which is a little further away. Or any city within 1,000 kilometers? If there is an attack anywhere, they can have various counterattack strategies, and even activate more plans. In this situation now, it seems that the other party has not taken this seriously at all. The clothes of each liaison officer are soaked with sweat, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. Keep observing. If there is any information, notify all units as soon as possible. Old Dong commanded everyone. With that person by his side, he also regained his original calmness instead of panic. As a deputy, his ability is unquestionable. But when he is in the main position, various shortcomings are multiplied. After saying this, Mr. Dong turned around and looked at the man who was buried in the pile of documents, and couldn't help but smile. Now, under the leadership of this man, they have gradually returned to the right track. Old Dong. The man suddenly raised his head and looked at the old man beside him. Who of you agreed to approve the proposals of the Extraordinary Research Center to create artificial extraordinary people? Old Dong was stunned for a moment, and then nodded tremblingly. It was you. Ah. No. It was you who was controlled at that time. And the soul pills in Qingyuan City, as well as those in Shangjing and Xiaohu City, were all yours. The man looked serious and pondered for a while. The soul pills in Qingyuan City. I think this information was stolen. Yes. The Extraordinary Research Center was also destroyed at the same time, and the mutant creatures studied inside were also burned to death. At that time, we thought it was directed and acted by the people in the Nine Heavens Tower. But, Old Dong recalled this incident. At that time, the man in front of him disappeared, and the cities that were severely damaged by the warring attack of the A-level Demon King needed to be restored. In the chaos, the things that happened in Qingyuan City were also put aside for later processing. However, because several of the 9-layered Heaven Tower's great towers left, and then found the person in front of him, the matter was put aside. 9-layered Heaven Tower? Old Dong, you are confused. If the 9-layered Heaven Tower was really that powerful, it would have taken away all the soul pills in Qingyuan City, Shangjing City, and Xiaohu City. This must have been done by that A-level demon king. The man drank a sip of strong tea and shook his head. You seem to say. Old Dong did not expect this. But at this time, he looked at the distance between Xingyuan City and the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, which was only less than 600 kilometers, and was indeed within the attack range of that A-level demon king. The collective death of artificial superhumans in the Superhuman Research Center in Luodu a while ago was also very strange. Yes, but artificial superhumans. Old Dong glanced at the upper-level people around him. You know, they are transformed from ordinary people into superhumans through some spiritual energy-generating liquid or something. This was also the main topic when the order to build those superhuman research centers was issued. After all, the number of our superhumans is really too small. Although it is said that this is the work of the Destiny Society, it also makes up for the fact that we lost a large number of superhumans last time because of the attack of the A-level demon king. Hee. Losing a large number of superhumans? Isn't the instigator the Destiny Society? The man took. He produced a document and flicked the thick stack of papers. In the Goganda Spirit Realm, I was controlled and ordered the 9 Heavens Tower to come out in full force. All the Heavens Towers ran over. But I was tricked by the Fate Society, and a super beast was created. 1/3 of the extraordinary people were killed in one go, and 1 Heavens Tower died. Do you think the Fate Society has never thought of such a thing? It was them who killed the disobedient extraordinary people in the 9 Heavens Tower. And it was also them who created those artificial extraordinary people who were like puppets. The man swallowed a mouthful of strong tea and threw the document on the table. You mean? Old Dong suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He suddenly thought of a possibility. A very terrifying possibility. Old Dong. I seem to know it too. Could it be that the Fate Society wants to make the number of those extraordinary people who are controlled like puppets become larger? And then do it to us? Another upper-level voice trembled. That's right. Fate will create some artificial superhumans who listen to them. And they also want to hold everything in the world in their hands to achieve their extreme and ridiculous goal. The man shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Now, how many superhuman research centers are there in various parts of the country? There are a total of 1,003 research centers for superhumans of all sizes. A senior executive next to him quickly replied. What is the number of artificial superhumans recorded? More than 9,500. The senior executive next to him continued to answer. The man thought for less than a minute. Now notify them to gather all the artificial superhumans from all over the world near the airport. Prepare to board the plane. And listen to my instructions. Yes. The subordinate hurried out to notify this important order. Isn't this a good opportunity? Use their people to do our work. Anyway, those who die should not live. The man said coldly, making everyone present shudder. Time passed by minute. The man frowned and looked at the contact person. No information yet? No. Just then, a contact person in charge of Yinling, Pangan and Xiaohu City, who had no work, suddenly received a call from Xiaohu City. Could it be? Everyone looked at the contact person, and the startled contact person quickly connected to the emergency call. Turn up the volume if you want to know the secret of the A-level demon king. The voice of the person on the other end of the microphone was flat. The contact person hesitated and looked at the person. Do as the other party says. The person nodded. The contact person quickly switched the call to the external speaker mode. The A-level demon king is no longer in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. The cold voice suddenly said something that was like a thunderclap to everyone. No longer in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm? The man seemed to understand why the A-level demon king in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm had not reacted violently when the missile disguised as a nuclear bomb flew over there. But, where is it? No longer. The voice paused after answering. It will probably fight back soon. Who are you? Why should I believe you? The man asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who I am. I just came here to tell you about this. Also, the voice suddenly stopped. And at this moment, another liaison officer in charge of the Qincheng area suddenly found an emergency call from the direction of Qincheng. Report. Qincheng was attacked by an unknown opponent. A large number of military facilities were attacked. The man raised his eyebrows. Finally here. However, he looked at the huge map on the wall again, and instantly understood one thing. How many kilometers is Qincheng from Qifeng Mountain? The straight line distance. Report. About 1,0400 kilometers. The person next to him hurriedly reported. What? The man showed a surprised expression for the first time. Could it be that the call just now was true? At this moment. Report. Just now. The Spiritual Energy Concentration Detection Satellite found that a group of A-level spiritual energy concentration appeared in the spiritual realm of Chifeng Mountain for about 3 seconds, and then appeared in Xiaohu City for nearly 3 minutes. The person from the Spiritual Energy Detection Department suddenly ran in and shouted. So, where is this spiritual energy now? The man remembered the emergency call just now. In Xincheng City. A-level extraordinary person. Or the teleportation type. The man only took a second to immediately determine the identity of the man who had just sent the emergency call. However, the wrinkles between his eyebrows were furrowed even deeper. Chapter 228. The moonlight and starlight were extremely dim. In the dim sky, some mist-like clouds gradually floated over. Among the countless giant trees in the spiritual realm, 3 giant wolves, like a touch of green light, were running wildly in the forest at a very fast speed. On the body of the largest one, there was a giant monkey lying. The hair on the giant monkey was burning like fire, and it was also very dazzling in this dark night. Not far behind them, a huge black and white giant bear was running upright on both feet, closely following the 3 giant wolves. Behind the black and white giant bear, there was also a black giant turtle with a shell-like armor on its back tightly attached. These 6 strangely combined mutant creatures were now following the orders of their master Lin Ming and heading to their destination, Xincheng City, at the fastest speed. 4 of them reached the 2nd level, and the remaining 2 were also mutant creatures close to the 2nd level. Among them, the 3 giant wolves mastered the wind element, and the giant monkey was also a leader in the use of the fire element. Strong strength also ensures that they have a great advantage in the battle. Feng Xiao. Don't run too fast. Pay attention to your surroundings. After the 6 of them rushed out of the spiritual realm, the panda immediately reminded the 3 giant wolves running in front. I know it very well. In Feng Xiao golden eyes, everything around him was retreating at a very fast speed. He and his 2 brothers, who gathered the spiritual energy under his feet, had already used the spiritual energy to perfection in this regard. If you know it, don't run so fast. You're almost running past it. Panda was helpless, and his claws, as sharp as a steel sword, pointed in another direction. This way. This way. You 3 will rush forward. Feng Xiao stopped instantly and made a sharp turn, almost throwing Zhui Yuan on his back out. Guji. You big-headed stupid wolf. Guji. You almost threw me dozens of meters away. Guji. Zhui Yuan was very dissatisfied. He began to think that it would be better to let Panda carry him. At least it would be stable. However, after seeing the fierce eyes of Feng Yan and Feng Ji, he softened instantly. Okay. I admit that it was my fault that I didn't bring Bingpa and Huaikue with me. You guys are good. Hurry up. Our destination is not far ahead. In the dim night sky, a piece of light that pierced the dim night at a considerable distance from them was the mission location indicated by the master Lin Ming. And their combat goal this time was actually quite simple. Destroy all threats there, including weapons made by humans, including those extraordinary people on the human side who exuded spiritual energy. As the temporary captain of this battle, Panda commanded this powerful team to carry out this simple task. The last time, the master ordered them to attack the gathering place of humans. Although Panda himself and the little turtle Emotion did not go, Feng Xiao and the other 3 wind wolves and Zhui Yuan had all experienced it. Even if any 2 of them were picked out to attack the huge gathering place of humans called Xincheng alone, it would be more than enough. But the master still sent 6 of them to carry out the mission. Panda knew very well why this was. This time, they might not only have to deal with the military facilities of a city and a large number of extraordinary people, but it was a human extraordinary person with a spiritual energy concentration of a grade and special mobility. He might suddenly appear and attack them when they attack Xincheng. As the best subordinates of the master Lin Ming, Panda and the others knew their own strength very well, and they had fought with human extraordinary people several times. Since the beginning, when they just joined the camp of the master Lin Ming, they encountered those extremely weak human extraordinary people and killed them in seconds. Panda has been constantly learning from the experience in the battles with humans. Although humans do not have strong spiritual energy, they have more abundant and practical abilities than mutants, and possess powerful weapons. Panda's mind is very clear. It knows that mutants of the same realm are much stronger than them. But what if the opponent is one realm higher than them? Wind wolves. Can Zhui Yuan's elemental attack still have an effect on the enemy? Will its flame bullet fist still have an effect? Now it can't imagine. After all, whether this A-level extraordinary person will appear is one thing. Besides, if he appears, the ability of the little turtle emotion hanging on its back will also save them from danger at those critical moments of life and death. We are in front. Get ready to attack. Feng Xiao has led his companions to a few hundred meters away from 8 extremely high walls in a very short time. They all stayed in a small, dense forest a few hundred meters away from the outermost wall. The concentration of spiritual energy on them has been eliminated by their master Lin Ning with his powerful ability. In the dark night, at this distance, those humans can't detect it at all. The master's message has arrived. At this moment, Panda heard that the master Lin Ning gave them instructions in spiritual language. Lin Ning marked the areas to be attacked and the locations of the human extraordinary people to be killed. He also designed a retreat route for them after the mission was completed. Master, please look forward to our activities. Panda rushed to the front and suddenly jumped over the nearly 20-meter high wall. Then, the wind wolves also jumped over it one by one. And even those humans didn't notice it at all. Soon, they passed the 8 high walls and came to the territory of Qincheng City. And then, they immediately launched an attack on the target location. From time to time, explosions also sounded like a rainstorm in the originally quiet western part of the city. Wind whistles. Keep your distance. Amid the constant explosions, Panda reminded the 3 wind wolves more than once. After all, with their strength, it was only a matter of time to destroy the military facilities in this huge city and eliminate those extraordinary people. What they really need to pay attention to is the A-level extraordinary person who may appear at any time. Don't worry. The speed of humans can't catch up with us at all. Hundreds of wind blades that are 2 meters long pierce through dozens of huge armored vehicles like a storm, and cut them off easily, just like cutting a bunch of weeds. The aftermath of the wind blades pierced through the brightly lit building not far away, and the shouting and crying inside became the wonderful notes played in this bloody night. Yes, Guji, the power of humans is too small. Guji, Zhui Yuan continuously released flames, constantly igniting the warehouse full of various weapons in the distance. Panda watched them destroy nearly half of the military facilities in Qincheng City in a very short time, and suddenly felt that the A-level extraordinary person would not come. However, just as they gathered and headed towards the direction of the Extraordinary Research Center, the spiritual voice of the Master Lin Ning sounded in their minds again. Get ready to fight now. That A-level extraordinary person is behind you. Panda and Feng Xiao turned around quickly, and they saw a human figure suddenly appearing less than 100 meters behind them like a ghost. Panda, wolf, monkey. The human took off his hood gently, and his sharp eyes revealed some surprise. Are you the A-level demon king? Why can't you even measure the concentration of spiritual energy? Chapter 229 Close Combat. The A-class extraordinary person, with a stern face, lifted his hood in the dark night dyed red by the firelight. After being surprised that there was no spiritual energy concentration measured on the huge mutant creatures in front of him, 2 black long swords appeared in his hands. What are you, A-class demon kings? He looked at the handheld spiritual energy concentration detector that still marked the spiritual energy concentration of these 6 mutant creatures of different sizes as 0, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Panda didn't understand what the other party said, but he could feel the powerful spiritual energy and strength, as well as the fierce murderous aura coming from the other party. The A-class extraordinary person. The power of the A-class extraordinary person should be teleportation. The spiritual language of the Master Lin Ning sounded in their minds. Master, we have to test this human strength to see if it matches the power of A-level. The wind howled, and a shock wave rushed towards the human at this moment. However, the opponent did not run or hide, but just used the black double blades to draw a line in the air, and the wind element sound wave attack was easily resolved by it, possessing the ability to shield its own spiritual energy concentration and the spiritual energy concentration of other partners? A bit like a strange beast. The black-haired young man didn't care about the attack just now. Master, this human transcendent is not right. Panda quickly noticed the abnormality. Although the extraordinary person just swung his arm lightly, Panda, who was already accustomed to his punching speed, could see that the moment this person swung his sword, he almost simultaneously slashed hundreds of swords. The strength of these hundreds of swords was very cleverly controlled. It seemed that he only used one sword to split the wind element fluctuation. But in fact, these hundreds of swords cut out a very small whirlwind, turning the attack from Feng Xiao into invisible. Lin Ning certainly knew that something was wrong with this human. How could the strength of an A-level extraordinary person be linked to being right? Wasn't the ability of Xingyu, the first heavenly tower of the Nine Heavens Tower, which he had materialized before, the same? The ability to control ink was simply unheard of. But he could only change the shape of the ink, and could not fully use the spiritual energy in his body like this A-level extraordinary person, and even train this extreme reaction ability. The evening breeze blew the young man long black hair. Moreover, the combination of multiple mutant creatures has not yet attacked each other. I understand. They must be mutant creatures with high intelligence of B-level demon spirits, and they should be subordinate to a common ruler. The subordinates of the A-level demon king? The young man muttered to himself, as if he completely regarded these mutant creatures in front of him as air. Master, no. There is a strange smell on the body of this A-level extraordinary person. Feng Yan suddenly interrupted the panda's idea of retreating. It suddenly realized. He seems to be the difficult human we faced in the first battle in Wantuhai's spirit realm. That is the human who once seriously injured Yin Lu and Du Yin. His smell will not lie. Feng Yan suddenly roared, and nearly 100 frenzied green wind blades suddenly formed and rose around him. And with its roar again, in an instant, it attacked from all directions with time differences, drowning the human transcendent. A huge cloud of dust suddenly rose, and countless explosions resounded through the night sky. He's behind you. Lin Ning sensed that the A-level transcendent had moved to another direction 100 meters away before the wind blades hit him. The second-level demons reacted instantly and immediately pounced in the opposite direction. 3 pale blue lights instantly crossed the night sky, and the figure of the human transcendent was getting closer and closer in their golden pupils. Nearly 1,000 wind blades floated in the air in an instant, and all the ground positions within a kilometer radius were completely covered. Very good. The human transcendent disappeared again in an instant, and the 3 wind wolves that rushed from different directions naturally pounced into nothing. In the other direction. Don't attack anymore. Lead him to me. Retreat. Although Lin Ning wanted to learn more from this transcendent, but the power of this A-level extraordinary person, at least in terms of speed, is absolutely unstoppable. The short-distance explosive power of Feng Xiao and the other 3 is close to 50 meters per second. But it is only within this 100 meters, a mere 2 seconds, that person can activate the ability of instant movement again and move to a safer area. And this is when the opponent has not started to attack. Lin Ning had reason to believe that the power of this A-level extraordinary person was probably enough to kill all of these subordinates in an instant. Moreover, through the few short words of this A-level extraordinary person, which sounded like he was talking to himself, and Feng Yan's spiritual language, Lin Ning knew that this young man seemed to be one of the bounty hunters who came to Wantuhai's spirit realm when everything was just beginning. At that time, Feng Xiao and his men were still very weak. Although they quickly killed 4 of them, they still let one extraordinary person turn around and escape. And even Yin Lu and Du Yin were seriously injured. The D-level extraordinary person who escaped at that time has now become an A-level? And there is one more thing. This person seems to have guessed some facts, such as Panda and others are his subordinates. And they are also covered with the ability to block the perception of spiritual energy. Presumably, if he continues to fight with his subordinates, he will definitely guess more information about his side. Lin Ning didn't want to let such a dangerous opponent stay for a second longer. But because his attack range was only 100 kilometers, and the straight line distance from Qincheng to where he was 200 kilometers, this distance was not something he could move to just by saying so. Yes, Master. Through Feng Xiao attack failing again, Panda had deeply understood the power of this A-level extraordinary person. He also knew that if he continued to stay here, he might be in fatal danger. Even if the little turtle Imochen could use his ability once to turn danger into safety. What about the second and third time? Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yin, Shui Yuan. We must retreat from the route that the master had previously planned, Panda said, taking the lead and rushing in one direction. And that direction was where the A-level extraordinary person was just now. No wisdom. The young man shook his head as he looked at the huge panda rushing towards him at a very fast speed. He thought that these mutant creatures would turn around and run away after knowing that the strengths and weaknesses were clear. Although what you do to Qincheng and Tang Kingdom has nothing to do with me. But killing you and obtaining the soul pill is also one of my tasks. The young man said, as he swung the two black blades in his hands. In just a few seconds, he created a storm in front of him, which was formed by the shockwave created by the wild blades splitting the air, and swept directly towards the huge panda rushing over. Chapter 230. Panda rushed directly to the storm of fierce sword energy, and suddenly swung his fists violently. A scorching and fierce flame instantly ignited on it, and gradually became more violent with the extremely high-speed punch. These violent fist winds also easily shattered the seemingly extremely fierce sword energy storm. You are very strong. The young man of A-level extraordinary had never imagined that there was an opponent faster than himself, especially when the opponent was this mutant panda who looked like a muscular standing. The opponent's fist wind had completely enveloped him. TSK. The young man couldn't help but feel tricky. He thought that the strength between these B-level monsters and him had formed a gap like a natural moat, which could be seen from the attacks of those wind wolves. By the way, what about those wind wolves? The young man used his ability to dodge the mutant panda's attack net in one go. But when he looked up, there were buildings and vehicles burning fiercely all around, and people screaming and shouting in chaos everywhere. The shadows of the three wind wolves and the giant monkey had disappeared in the darkness. Fell into a trap. This panda is not simple. The young man took a deep breath. Although his ability had reached a level, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to chase those mutant creatures that ran in the dark and didn't know where they were going and how far they had run. While the young man was sighing, Panda took advantage of this time and ran away. Through the simple fight just now, it has let it know that although its strength is strong, it is useless in front of this human transcendent. The opponent can use his ability to simply dodge its flaming fist that can cover any angle. But if it wants to fight back, it will be attacked fiercely with a speed that cannot be seen at all. The reason why this human didn't attack is probably that he wanted to get more information from them. That's all. So Panda survived. And for the safety of his companions, he chose to attack this human alone, and let them leave according to the master's order first. Panda's speed is not slow. He ran forward like crazy, following the instructions of his master Lin Ming. With the little turtle emotion, it knows very well that even if it is attacked by an unavoidable, lethal attack, the little turtle on its back will use those magical abilities to save it instantly. Now, it just needs to keep running. Keep running in the direction of its master Lin Ming. As long as this human is guided into the master's attack range, no matter how powerful this human is, he can't withstand the master's simple attack. Panda ran hard. And now, the wind wolves have run far away. They should be safe. And the rest? Where are you going? The extraordinary person, who appeared like a ghost 100 meters away and blocked its progress, appeared again. Panda rushed to another direction. But the extraordinary person blocked his way again. Master, this human is too fast. Panda panted, stopped, and ran in the opposite direction. However, at this time, he saw a scene that was enough to make him despair. Hundreds of A-level extraordinary people, who looked exactly the same, had completely surrounded him. Their movements were exactly the same, and even their expressions were the same. Now, you can't run away. The young man chuckled and raised the black double blades in his hand. Panda seemed to be fixed, and he didn't know what to do. He looked forward, backward, left, and right. Everywhere was the human extraordinary person. What did he do? It couldn't deal with an A-level extraordinary person, and these hundreds of them made it panic. What on earth is this? What on earth? Doppelganger? Panda's mind was blank. Afterimage. Lin Ming in the consciousness field easily saw through the truth of the ability of this human A-level extraordinary person. Afterimage? Panda was stunned for a moment. In short, it is a phenomenon formed after extremely high-speed movement, and this human dispersed some of the spiritual energy through short-distance teleportation. Master, you just need to tell me which one is real. Panda felt that he did not have time to explore the principle of this so-called afterimage. Now what he had to do was to escape from here quickly. No, it is probably difficult for him to maintain this afterimage ability. The longer you dawdle with him, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Lin Ming continued to command Panda. If you rush towards one of them, the other party will immediately replace the afterimage with teleportation. According to the way this ability was released, Lin Ming also quickly determined the weakness of this ability. Instantaneous movement, although it sounds good, is actually an ability that consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Like humans and mutants, If they use their abilities excessively, they will be backlashed when their spiritual energy is exhausted. At the least, they will fall into a coma. And at the worst, they will die. He believed that this A-level extraordinary person was not a fool who wanted to release his own spiritual energy at all costs. Master, then I just need to wait here? Panda gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and prepared for defense. It knew that it had to obey its master at this moment. Maybe there would be a glimmer of hope. If he attacks, you can counterattack with a flame bullet fist. If he doesn't move, you can just fight him. Of course, take advantage of his inattention to escape. After Lin Ming conveyed his meaning to Panda, he suddenly felt something unusual. Feng Xiao actually ran back with Zhui Yuan. Roar! A roar came out of Feng Xiao's mouth, and the shock wave formed flew towards the several afterimages of the A-level extraordinary person it attracted. TSK. Idiot. You are worried about the safety of your companions. But you actually... If he ran back? Then, the young man used the previous moves again to easily disperse the sound wave shock wave, and looked at the mutant panda. This guy's previous efforts. Aren't they in vain? As soon as the voice fell, nearly 100 of his afterimages instantly rushed towards the wind wolf and the fire monkey from all directions. The countless black double blades in the night sky shone with strange light. In an instant, a huge flame wall completely enveloped the wind wolf and the fire monkey from top to bottom, left to right, and also formed a flame shield that was extremely difficult to attack. Wang Su stopped his action and stopped a second before approaching the fire wall. There are two tricks. But at this level, the nearly 100 afterimages in the air disappeared instantly, and he rushed to Zhui Yuan, who had not yet reacted. In the next second, the cold light crossed into a cross in the night sky. A shrill scream sounded instantly, and then stopped abruptly. Blood splashed in a mist, and then poured on the back of the blue giant wolf. A heavy head fell to the ground. Who's next? The face of the A-level extraordinary person was as cold as usual. Chapter 231 Bloody Night. Lin Ning sensed that the familiar fiery red spiritual energy suddenly went out from the intense burning at this moment. Zhui Yuan's huge body, after losing its head, instantly slid off Feng Xiao's back and fell to the ground. Zhui Yuan was directly killed by the lightning attack of this A-level extraordinary person just now. At this moment, Lin Ning suddenly felt an extremely indescribable anger coming over him. His subordinates were actually killed. From the Wanjishi spirit realm, to the Qifeng Mountain spirit realm, to the current Suzaku Valley spirit realm. From the beginning of subduing the little cute snake and 7 little wolf cubs at that time, to the later subduing many new subordinates in Qingyuan City. In all this time, he has never been at a disadvantage in the battles with humans. Every time his subordinates go to perform tasks, they will almost complete those tasks with considerable advantages and bring back satisfactory results. However, only at the beginning. Yan Lu and Du Yan, who were still little wolves at the time, were seriously injured, and the one who injured them was this A-level extraordinary human. Now, he even directly killed another of his subordinates. This human. Twice. Lin Ning knew very well that there would be some damage in the battle between the two sides, especially when the opponent's strength has reached such an A-level level. Even if the party sent out several of the strongest B-level, there would definitely be some damage. Even, as now, it is extremely normal for a direct death to occur. But Lin Ning still couldn't accept it for a while. Even if Zhui Yuan's death was caused by not listening to his orders. If according to his plan, Feng Xiao, Feng Ji and Feng Yan, with Zhui Yuan, should have run to a position very close to him at this time. And then, they would continue to obey the next step of instructions. Even gradually attracted this A-class extraordinary person into his attack range. However, Zhui Yuan just insisted on dragging Feng Xiao back, and kept following his orders to come to rescue the panda who already had a big insurance. Despite this, Lin Ning also decided to kill this human A-class extraordinary person from this second. Whether it was his threat or his 2 injuries to his subordinates, it was enough for him to die 100 times. However, even if Lin Ming was angry now, it would be useless. If you want to kill this human, you must lead him to within 100 kilometers of yourself. As a mutant plant, Lin Ming is very powerful. But as a mutant plant, he is also restricted by this power. How similar is it to the technology and weapons possessed by humans? Who is next? The A-class extraordinary person looked at the head rolling on the ground indifferently, and said arrogantly, The complete suppression of strength gave him enough time to think slowly. He was even more confident that he could kill the angry wind wolf in front of him, and the mutant panda that had already rushed over. Seeing his companions being killed, Feng Xiao roared wildly, and instantly fired several wind blades at a very close distance, heading straight for the human. However, even if he took advantage of the time difference, even if the wind blades continued to attack, the extraordinary person would constantly use teleportation to dodge. Not bad, but too slow. The A-level extraordinary person sighed, and after dodging dozens of wind blades attacking from different directions and different time differences, he raised the black double blade shining with cold light in his hands again. Are B-level demons so weak? However, at this moment, the panda suddenly rushed to the direction of the extraordinary person, and his fists ignited red flames. The hundreds of fist winds that appeared in a few seconds instantly enveloped the man completely. Feng Xiao, take advantage of now, Lin Ming commanded remotely. To be honest, Feng Xiao, who did not have the special ability of the little turtle emotion, was just a burden. It is not a problem for the panda's panda and emotion to evacuate alone. But it is not so easy if Feng Xiao is added. Before Feng Xiao brought Zhui Yuan back not long ago, it was not difficult for Panda to escape. All he had to do was to fight with the extraordinary person and make corresponding attacks and defenses against his abilities. If it really doesn't work, there is still the little turtle emotion on his back, using that supernatural ability to change his fate and come back to life. Master, Feng Xiao immediately obeyed the order, picked up Zhui Yuan's body on the ground in an instant, and bit the fallen head. While Panda was fighting with the human, he disappeared into the night in an instant. TSK, the extraordinary person escaped from Feng Xiao and moved to that direction in an instant. But in the night, except for the flames all over the sky, there was no shadow of the wind wolf at all. Turning around and looking at the panda again, he found that it was also running wildly in another direction. Don't even think about escaping. The extraordinary roared loudly and used his ability instantly. Suddenly, Panda found that there were nearly 100 afterimages of the extraordinary again around him. Master, do you still want to wait? Panda stopped immediately and wrapped his whole body with spiritual energy, forming a layer of spiritual energy shield that was thicker than before. The spiritual energy shield is something that mutant creatures are almost born with. It will become soft or strong depending on the size of the spiritual energy. Before the spiritual intelligence reaches a certain level, the mutant creatures cannot discover this change in themselves at all. It can block human bullets, missiles, and most thermal weapons. And because of this, the defense of high-level mutant creatures is getting stronger. After the mutant creatures have reached a certain level of realm, as they realize the existence of the spiritual energy shield, they will also adjust their own spiritual energy and make this layer of spiritual energy more dense to resist the damage from the opponent. But until now, among Lin Ming men, only Panda can do this. As for the human side, for example, this A-level extraordinary, he infuses spiritual energy into the weapon to make it sharper. No, you just need to rush forward. Lin Ming knew that this extraordinary person probably wouldn't have too much spiritual energy left in his body. Even if he was an A-level extraordinary person, his spiritual energy would gradually be consumed when he continued to use his abilities. Through the battle just now, Lin Ming calculated some of this extraordinary person's combat abilities, which could be said to be the bottleneck. That is, this A-level extraordinary person can only use instant transfer once and wait 1.5 seconds before using it again. Especially when using this afterimage ability, this extraordinary person can't even use instant transfer at the same time. It can be seen that the amount of spiritual energy consumed by this ability is quite large. Panda obeyed Lin Ming's order, instantly increased his speed, and rushed in another direction. Humph! Still want to run? Sweat flowed down the extraordinary person's forehead. He was panting, and his own spiritual energy was really not too much. This panda's attack speed and sprint speed were very fast. If he didn't use this afterimage ability and continued to use instant transfer, he would continue to make the already not too much spiritual energy even more depleted. We must kill it quickly. Otherwise, the young man looked up, and a loud rumbling sound rang in his ears. The Tang Kingdom's Air Force and a large number of extraordinary people have arrived. Chapter 232. In the inky night, the fiercely burning flames and the occasional explosions completely turned the military area in the west of Qincheng into a sea of fire. At the edge of the sea of fire, Panda was still confronting this A-level extraordinary person, who could turn himself into nearly 100 afterimages. Its several attacks were finally intercepted by this extraordinary person. Panda has a very fast reaction speed and attack speed. When this extraordinary person suddenly appears beside him, his body will react and launch a fierce attack. Who? The A-level extraordinary person was panting at this time. The residual amount of his spiritual energy gradually decreased. But he could not hurt the mutant panda at all. He thought that the mutant panda, as a B-level demon spirit, should be much weaker than himself. An A-level human. But after a series of attacks and defenses, he found that he seemed to be fighting an extremely smart opponent. In the past, after I used the afterimage, the opponent would definitely fall into panic, not knowing what to do, and finally be killed by me in the chaos. But this mutant panda seemed to quickly see that he couldn't maintain this afterimage for too long, and couldn't use instant transfer at the same time as this ability. It responded by not moving, and strengthened the aura shield on its body. When he put away the afterimage and chose to transfer to attack instantly, the panda immediately used extremely fast reaction and airtight fist wind to completely cover itself in a protective shield, and no one could get close to it. Moreover, this mutant panda can even wrap its own aura around its whole body, and the defensive shield formed is also very strong. The two meteorite iron black blades in his hands, even if he injected a lot of aura into them, could not hurt the panda at all. This is not normal. The young man's face was covered with sweat, and his original calmness and composure gradually disappeared. The pleasure of killing the giant monkey controlled by the fire element with red fur also disappeared at this moment. At this moment, he felt that he was not facing a simple mutant creature, but a demon spirit with human wisdom. Could it be that this panda has reached the level of its master? Or even that it is the A-level demon king? The young man regretted not looking at the information in the USB flash drive. It recorded the information of the A-level demon king that the Destiny Club had studied and collected. Although he had used his ability to instantly transfer to the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm to find out, there was only a small piece of open space where the Destiny Club had marked it, and nothing else. Could it be that the sponsor saw that the true body of the A-level demon king was actually a panda? And did the monkey and the wolf just now run back because they were worried about their master? It's possible. But the young man was panting, and his extremely long bangs were already sticking to his forehead because of sweat. What kept ringing in his ears was the roar of the armed helicopters sent by Tang State because Qin Chung was attacked. If the speed was not faster, the opponent would escape. But this mutant panda was the A-level demon king. Could he still deal with it? The terrifying punching speed, the mastery of spiritual energy, the developed intelligence that quickly judged the weaknesses of his ability, and the mentality that could not panic even in an almost extremely disadvantageous situation. Although it was unclear how this A-level demon king came here from the distant Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm before. At this moment, the young man had completely regarded this mutant panda as an A-level demon king. At the same time, he was accumulating the spiritual energy in his body. If I can defeat the A-level demon king in this place. The young man suddenly burst out with great fighting spirit, and the high spiritual energy rising from him also surprised Lin Ning, who was 200 kilometers away. This guy. Is it not all his abilities before? Lin Ning sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations of this A-level extraordinary person, and found that the other party did not increase the total amount of his spiritual energy at this sudden outbreak, but only made those spiritual energy more pure. Panda, run at your fastest speed. Quick! Lin Ning could sense the arrival of countless helicopter armies, and he also knew that there were a large number of extraordinary people in these helicopters. This A-level extraordinary person probably has nothing to do with the 9-layered sky tower of Tang Country. At this time, the reason why this extraordinary person looked like he was going to use a big move was probably because he wanted to resolve the battle in the shortest time, and then take Panda away before the Tang Country troops arrived. Lin Ning felt that if Panda had not been under his command, he would have been unable to escape this disaster. But now his existence has made this possibility become nothingness, while he is still accumulating spiritual power. Run! At the fastest speed, Lin Ning ordered Panda. The rescue he sent out before is past. If he can catch up. Ultimate intention 10,000 shadows and residual moon. The young man suddenly roared. And at the same time, thousands of afterimages suddenly appeared in the night sky. At this time, thousands of afterimages also raised the black double blades in their hands at the same time, injecting more spiritual energy into them. Then, these thousands of afterimages with lightning speed, launched a final attack on the mutant panda located in the center of their encirclement. However, at this moment, a very soft but pure white light instantly descended on the panda, and at the same time, this light repeated and covered its body again in a very short time. At the same time, the thousands of afterimages of the A-level extraordinary people also hit the panda with the black double blades in their hands. Boom! A burst of sound, accompanied by a burst of violent white flashes, exploded at the same time. A few seconds later, the young man of the A-level extraordinary looked at the empty ground, which was like a huge meteorite crater, and his originally calm black eyes could not help shaking violently. What happened? I didn't hit it? No. Wait. This is impossible. The double blades in the young man's hand were completely broken. And he also saw that the soldiers and extraordinary people of the Tang country had surrounded him only a few hundred meters away. TSK. I have to quit. He took a deep breath, used the last of his spiritual energy that he had saved in advance, and instantly disappeared into the night. In the air, at the critical moment, Shui Jin, who carried the unconscious panda and the little turtle emotion on his back, flew very slowly. Panda's huge and heavy body, carrying it on his back, also cost Shui Jin almost all of his strength. On the back of the flying Qi Ying, Bai Qi, who was lying obediently, looked at the black shell of the little turtle emotion lying on Panda's body. There were 2 deep cross-cutting knife marks on it. Chapter 233. In the dark night sky, 2 black shadows that had almost merged with the night sky were flying at a very fast speed. Qi Ying and Shui Jin used their own abilities to coat themselves and the things on their bodies with a layer of gray-black. They flickered their wings gently and flew in the direction of their master Lin Ming. Behind them, the Qingcheng city with huge flames gradually shrank, but the huge noise made by the human side because of this sudden attack could be heard from nearly 100 kilometers away. Soon, Qi Ying and Shui Jin carried their companions back to the position of their master Lin Ming, circled and gradually descended to the lake, folded their wings, stepped on the ground with powerful feet, and put the panda and the little turtle emotion, who were still unconscious on their backs, on the ground. Bai Qi jumped off Shui Jin and returned to Du Shan and the children. They obeyed orders like all the subordinates around them, but they looked at their unconscious companions from time to time and were very worried. Lin Ming sent Yao Qiong's bamboo stick, which contained a lot of spiritual energy, to the mouths of Emotion and Panda. Although they were unconscious, they were actually fine. In the battle just now, Qi Ying and Shui Jin caught up at a very coincidental time, just before the attack of the A-level extraordinary person. At that time, Bai Qi used his ability to create a light element shield to add 3 layers of protection to Panda, who was running forward according to Lin Ming instructions and carrying the little turtle emotion on his back. But these 3 layers of light attribute shields were still easily shattered by the attack of the extraordinary person. It was also at that time that Panda suddenly stepped on the air and staggered, and the fierce sword energy of the extraordinary person was also deviated a little, and directly stuck on the hard back shell of the little turtle emotion. If this heavy blow hit the front, without the 3 layers of shields, the little turtle emotion did not use this ability that can almost be said to affect cause and effect. There is no doubt that even the little turtle and the panda, who concentrated all his spiritual energy on his back for defense, would be instantly split into 4 pieces by this A-level extraordinary person, who almost bet all his spiritual energy on this last attack. Lin Ming looked at the 2 subordinates, who had not yet woken up, and sensed the 3 wind wolves running behind him, which were very close. Not long after, the 3 wind wolves arrived at the lake and walked gently towards Lin Ming. Feng Xiao put down the body and head of Zhui Yuan, which he had been biting tightly in his mouth, and trembled all over. And Feng Ji and Feng Yan were the same. The companions who had been with them day and night died. This kind of thing they had never experienced, although they all knew that in this world of spiritual energy recovery, death was almost the most common thing. But now Zhui Yuan was killed by humans in front of them. They could not accept it. After continuous upgrading and evolution, the level realm was raised to a higher level, and the intelligence of these Lin Ming subordinates was also growing day by day. They gradually understood many things that they could not understand before, such as this strong anger that made them unable to control themselves. Master, I beg you to avenge Zhui Yuan. Tear that human into pieces. Feng Xiao begged Lin Ming. He returned to the battlefield with Zhui Yuan, who wanted to kill him because he wanted to rescue Panda. It knew that its responsibility could not be shirked. And it did not want to shirk it. It just wanted to make up for its sins, and let the blood of that A-level extraordinary human be used to sacrifice Shui Yuan. The other subordinates were also full of anger. They were all under Lin Ning, waiting for the master's order to go to war. Lin Ning did not answer it. He looked at the panda and the little turtle Emochin, who had drunk a lot of yaoqiong and slowly woke up. Master. After Panda woke up, he looked around and knew that he had escaped from danger. He was still frightened and lowered his head. It's good that you're awake. Lin Ning looked at all his subordinates, and Zhui Yuan, who had no breath of life. Zhu Jin dug a big pit in a beautiful place on the lakeside, and then cut a huge rock with a blood blade. After hollowing it out, he put Zhui Yuan's body in it. The sarcophagus was buried in the big pit, and the subordinates also went to the burial place, and none of them made a sound. Lin Ning knew that they also knew the sadness of losing their companions at this time. Master. The subordinates once again request to attack that A-level extraordinary person. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji and Feng Yin could no longer suppress their anger at this moment, and low roars kept coming out of their mouths. However, before Lin Ning could speak, the panda, who had recovered next to him, walked in front of him. If you want revenge, you must be stronger than the other party first. But now, your strength is too weak. Add together, you can't withstand the knife of that extraordinary person after he gets serious. What did you say? Do you look down on us? Feng Xiao roared. The 7 of us will attack together. No matter what A-level extraordinary person he is, we will turn him into pieces. Feng Yin bared his fangs, and his hair stood up. Feng Ji did not vent his anger with Feng Xiao and Feng Yin this time. He understood what Panda meant. Feng Xiao and Feng Yin actually understood it very well, but they just couldn't accept such a result. The companions who had been together day and night were killed, but they could only be angry here and had nowhere to vent. We can't accept it either. Bingpa and Huaikue couldn't accept it either. After all, the one who died was their closest companion who had been with them since the Wanjusi spirit realm. However, they were more intelligent. After hearing that the other party was an A-level extraordinary person and could use the ability of instant transfer, they realized that the difference in strength between the two sides was not on the same level. The so-called revenge was simply impossible. If you go, you will die, and then the master will send Chiang and the others to carry your bodies back. That's all. Panda shook his head helplessly and stroked the little turtle Machin beside him, who had been silent all the time. The cross-shaped knife marks on its shell were deeply engraved on it, like a brand of shame. What did you say? Do you want to try our strength? Feng Xiao and Feng Yin roared, and they looked at Feng Ji, who was silent. Feng Ji, tell him how terrifying the power of our 7 wolves is. However, Feng Ji did not show any anger. He just looked at Lin Ning calmly, and immediately lowered his head. Master, please make us stronger. Become stronger than that human transcendent. Feng Xiao and Feng Yin were stunned when they saw Feng Ji like this. The other subordinates also quieted down. Strength. The highest of them is B grade, which is the level of second order, but the other party was an A-class extraordinary person. Even if they went up with 4 B-class and 2 C-class, they were still completely suppressed by the other party in the end. The gap in strength was like a chasm. Many subordinates looked at their master, the blood-red demon Bamboo. They all lowered their proud heads to the only A-class demon king on the entire land. The enemy was very strong. But if you want to take revenge, relying on your current strength, it is tantamount to sending yourself to death. There is no point in saying revenge. Master, Panda roared, we can't just watch our companions die. However, suddenly a strong spiritual pressure erupted in an instant. At this moment, the subordinates felt an extremely terrifying spiritual energy, which pressed them to the ground. Didn't I say that I would not take revenge? Lin Ning's spiritual language penetrated everything and entered the minds of his subordinates. That A-level extraordinary person is no longer in Tang Country, but you have the opportunity to destroy everything in Qincheng City, where many extraordinary people are stationed. Lin Ning sensed that the number of extraordinary people in Qincheng City had reached thousands. Moreover, there were an endless stream of extraordinary people from all over Tang Country gathering in this direction. By the way, upgrade your level. Let this night become a real bloody night. Lin Ning ordered. Chapter 230 for the eve of the fierce battle. At this moment, Shangjing, when Mr. Dong looked at the flickering spots on the huge screen, which were constantly gathering towards Qincheng from all over the Tang Kingdom. He and the other people in the conference room were in great doubt. Why should all the artificial extraordinary people produced by the extraordinary research centers across the country be continuously transported to the direction of Qincheng? He looked at the man who seemed to always have the same expression, and didn't understand what the purpose was. However, since the A-level extraordinary person appeared in the attack Qincheng, that person ordered the artificial extraordinary people from all over the country to go out. And then he kept reading various intelligence materials there, and never raised his head again. Except Qincheng. Other places have not been attacked? At this time, the man suddenly raised his head and asked this question. The liaison officers were stunned, and hurriedly confirmed with various places. And finally they quickly got the answer. Report. Except for Qincheng, no other cities have been attacked. After hearing this, the man nodded slightly. Keep alert. Yes. These liaison officers are actually confused now. They have clearly been prepared to receive combat warning reports from countless cities. But since the fake nuclear bombs turned a corner in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, the subsequent developments are completely different from what they imagined. The previous strategy of that person was to immediately notify the artificial extraordinary forces of various extraordinary centers to attack everywhere after they received attack reports from various places. But now, only Qincheng has been attacked, and an A-level extraordinary has appeared inexplicably. This complex change shocked everyone, except for that person. At this moment, that person is looking for something in the data, and there is no sign of panic. It stands to reason that most people would not be so calm when the first A-level human extraordinary suddenly appears and Qincheng is attacked. After searching for information for a while, the man asked again, where is the signal of the A-level extraordinary person now? It has disappeared within the scope of Tang country. I found him. He is now on an uninhabited island in the Great North Ocean. Several members of the Spiritual Detection Department hurriedly reported this. Really? What about Qincheng now? Give me the loss and damage report immediately. Yes. Everyone got busy, and everyone was urgently contacting all possible ways to contact Qincheng. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter. That person was thinking. The appearance of the A-level extraordinary person broke all the existing balance. Especially this extraordinary person is the type that can teleport. In other words, if this extraordinary person wants, he will appear anywhere at any time and do anything dangerous. For example, when you go out, the other party will immediately appear behind you and gently scratch you with a weapon. This A-level extraordinary person should not be a member of the Destiny Society. But he is not an extraordinary person from any country. Otherwise, the other party would not have called to inform them that the A-level Demon King was no longer in Qifeng Mountain, and then rushed to Qincheng City immediately. The fourth party. What is the purpose? Do they want to get a share of the pie in the rubble of the revived spiritual energy? Not long ago, this extraordinary person contacted them in Xiaohu City and informed them that the A-level Demon King was no longer in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. After that, this person also issued a warning that the A-level Demon King's counterattack might come soon. According to the report of the Spiritual Energy Concentration Detection Satellite, this human once appeared briefly in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, and almost 3 seconds later, he appeared in Xiaohu City thousands of kilometers away. After Qincheng City was attacked, this A-level extraordinary person appeared there again. The A-level extraordinary person seemed to have encountered something near the attacked military facilities in Qincheng City. Or he should have seen the A-level Demon King. Or he had fought with the A-level Demon King. Although he didn't understand when and how fast the A-level Demon King came from the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm to the vicinity of Qincheng, 1,000 kilometers away, and attacked there. But it is certain that the A-level extraordinary person with the ability to teleport must have fought with this A-level Demon King. Unfortunately, after the A-level Demon King destroyed the military facilities of Qincheng, all the monitoring facilities there were also ineffective. So he didn't know what happened in Qincheng. At this moment, he also had many more questions in his mind. Why did the A-level Demon King choose to attack Qincheng? And why only Qincheng? Why did this A-level extraordinary person appear at this time, instead of the last time when the A-level Demon King attacked various places? Countless questions entangled in his mind, gradually turning everything into a mess. Despite this, he still felt that he had to do something. The man raised his head and immediately issued a new order. Now use high-speed railways and airplanes, etc., at all costs, to evacuate all the residents there immediately. After the man suddenly issued this order, the people in the combat command room were stunned. But they immediately reacted and quickly passed on this order. Immediately evacuate all ordinary people in Qincheng. It is not easy to do this kind of thing in a very short time. But there have been exercises and plans between various cities before, so it is not too difficult. What's more, this time when transporting those extraordinary people, an unimaginable number of helicopters were used. And this time, they just happened to be used. Soon, Qincheng City responded to this order, and it was implemented in a very short time. Well, I have a question. Old Dong thought for a long time, but still couldn't find the answer. He discussed it with other senior executives, and it was still the same. What's the problem? The man was still thinking, but he couldn't figure it out. That is, why do we have to gather all those extraordinary people to Qincheng? If the A-level demon king is still there, wouldn't it be sending these extraordinary people to their deaths? Old Dong touched his gray beard and shook his head. The man smiled softly. So what? Ah? Excuse me. Forgive me for being blunt. Didn't you say before that we ordinary people and extraordinary people should not continue the previous confrontation, but should work together to defeat the biggest danger in front of us, and then solve the conflicts between humans? But if we send them all to Qincheng, using special ability drugs, killing weapons are made. The man stood up and walked in front of Old Dong and others. They belong to the Destiny Society, the organization that wants a world with only extraordinary people. They are the terrifying and pitiful puppets they created. Puppet! Puppet! Old Dong couldn't help but repeat. Indeed, those artificial extraordinary people seemed to have no thoughts. They would only passively accept orders, and even forgot everything about their past as ordinary people. Artificial extraordinary people are neither ordinary people nor extraordinary people. The man walked to the front of the stage, looked at Qincheng City, which had already gathered quite a lot of bright spots, and suddenly raised his voice. They are just puppets of fate, and there is no value in their existence. Their death is even more meaningless. Chapter 235. Spiritual Realm of Suzaku Valley. Lin Ming looked at Jiang, Xuejin, Mojia and Zhuyu. Their timely return also made the rescue of Panda and the others extremely simple and easy. After all, they could not be sensed by the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite, and because of their special abilities, they could not be easily discovered by humans. Before, they followed the orders they issued and followed those fighters to scout in the direction of the nuclear bombs. As a result, they were taken directly to thousands of kilometers away by those fighters, and found that those so-called nuclear bombs were actually just some things that smashed a small pit on the ground. Although the human side did not want to lure the tiger away from the mountain, they did achieve this goal. Lin Ning felt that his judgment at that time was indeed a bit wrong. At that time, in order to investigate clearly, he directly sent all 4 of his generals, which made it inconvenient in the subsequent counterattack. However, he did not expect that there would be an A-level extraordinary person among humans, and it was the type of teleportation. Qi Ying and the others re-entered their consciousness field, and Lin Ming asked Qi Ying and Xue Jin to bring Bai Qi, who could create a barrier, to rescue them. Bai Qi had just been promoted to the 2nd level at that time, so he went to the destination with Qi Ying and Xue Jin, and used 3 layers of barriers to rescue the trapped Panda and the little turtle Imochen. However, the power of that A-level extraordinary person was really terrifying. In the communication with the little turtle Imochen, Lin Ming learned that in order to ensure its own safety, it even built a layer of ice shell several meters thick outside those layers of barriers. Although Panda deflected the full force attack of the A-level extraordinary person when he stepped on the air, causing the angle of the attack to deflect, which also reduced its power by half. But the several meter thick ice shell and the 3-layer light attribute barrier were shattered by the extraordinary person's attack in that instant. Even a very deep cross-shaped scar appeared on the back of the little turtle Imochen. And at the same time, Panda, who had made a very thick shield with spiritual energy, was directly knocked unconscious. It can be seen that his strength is very strong. Now, this A-level extraordinary person is no longer within the 1,000 kilometer range of this perception range, and Lin Ming does not think that he can come back again. After all, the last attack is estimated to have exhausted all his spiritual energy. It is estimated that this person will not appear again for a while, but will concentrate on recuperation. Even if he is an extraordinary person, he is still a human flesh and blood body, and he is not comparable to his mutated demon bamboo. So, in the next attack, He does not have to worry about this guy launching another sniper attack on his subordinates, who attack Xincheng again. Unless the human side mass produces this kind of A-level extraordinary person who can move instantly. If it really became like that, Lin Ning felt that he didn't have to wait for the completion of the insect breeding farm. And he didn't have to wait for himself to become a 4th level person. He had to show his true self in front of humans. Then he had to resist the human nuclear bombs and engage in a protracted offensive and defensive battle with them. Until everything ended. At this time, Lin Ning kept sensing all the movements in Xincheng City. Ordinary people were constantly evacuating, while those extraordinary people were increasing. Even from all directions in the entire Tang Kingdom, there were still more extraordinary people coming towards Xincheng City. This didn't seem to be right. Lin Ning found that these extraordinary people who came here were quite different from the extraordinary people he had dealt with before. Those 9-story towers. They didn't make noises, nor did they make any unnecessary movements. It was like a body without a soul. Like a walking corpse. And even before they found the enemy, they had no will to fight at all. It was almost exactly the same as the extraordinary people he had killed in Luodu City before. Artificial extraordinary people. The human side called these ordinary people who became extraordinary people after being injected with the so-called spiritual energy-generating liquid artificial. Both ordinary people and those originally naturally appearing extraordinary people seemed to despise these artificial extraordinary people, and even said that they did not classify them as normal humans at all. This can be seen from those who escaped to the Nine Heavens Tower in Bingcheng before. But at this time, these artificial extraordinary people were constantly transferred from all over the country to Xincheng by the upper echelons of Tang. What do they want to do? Do they want to use these extraordinary people, who are only sea level in strength at most, to guard Xincheng, which is about to become an empty shell? But there is no point in guarding Xincheng now. After all the military facilities there have been completely destroyed, and it has become an undefended city. What's more, the ordinary people there are constantly evacuating in an orderly manner. Although Lin Ning really wanted his subordinates to go to various places in Tang country at the beginning, destroy all military facilities within the range, and eliminate all extraordinary people at the same time. But now, the human side has gathered all the artificial extraordinary people in the whole range of Tang country together. What is the purpose? Is it really to defend Xincheng City? Or do they want the A-level demon king to eliminate all these artificial extraordinary people who are completely unacceptable to humans? Lin Ning pondered. Fate will create those extraordinary people. But now Tang country pushes the extraordinary people there again. Could it be that the person in Tang country has come back again? And he is not controlled this time. However, these are meaningless. Lin Ning only knows that this time he sent his subordinates to fight. And the A-level extraordinary person will not come again. This alone is enough. Everyone listen to my order. Lin Ning looked at all his subordinates. They were all very excited at this time, waiting for Lin Ning's next order. The human superhuman killed my subordinates, your companions. That superhuman is too powerful, and it is extremely difficult for you to take revenge on that human. But at this moment, the human side is also ready to fight. They gathered a large number of superhumans at the place where Shui Yuan was killed just now. And what you have to do next is to kill all those superhumans. No matter how many there are. Yes, Master. All the subordinates were very excited. And they were filled with sadness and anger for the death of their companions, as well as immense hatred for humans. Especially those superhumans. They knew that the reason why the Master asked them to fight was because their strength was too weak at the moment, far from being able to kill the A-level superhuman. But there was absolutely no problem dealing with other superhumans. Even, you can use this to improve your own level. Lin Ning looked at his excited subordinates. He felt that even if the opponent was those artificial extraordinary people with insufficient strength, he would never let any of his subordinates die. Then, how to arrange it next is a very important matter. Chapter 236 Blessings for this war. At this moment, the human side is still continuously investing artificial extraordinary people in Xincheng City. And the number has reached nearly 10,000. Lin Ning lowered hundreds of blood-red bamboo branches containing Yiqiong, and had already made up his mind for the next battle plan. Master, the 7 of us are willing to be the vanguard in charge for you. Under Lin Ning, 7 wolves roared in a low voice. But they were in an extremely excited state at this moment. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yin, Yen Si, Lei Ji, Yen Lu, Du Yin. Lin Ning looked at the 7 giant wolves. who were now almost at the level of the second stage and fifth level in terms of realm level. I'm here. The 7 giant wolves lowered their proud heads. As you wish. Go as the vanguard. Ambush at the place I specify. And wait for my instructions. Yes, Master. The 7 giant wolves were filled with joy. They could no longer suppress the fighting blood in their hearts, and wanted to make them boil completely at this moment. Qiang, Xuejin, Makai. You 3 are responsible for transporting Lei Ji, Yanlu and Yuyan to the designated location. And then come back immediately to report. Lin Ming ordered. Yes, Master. 3 giant wolves immediately appeared on the 3-headed giant bird. Soon they spread their wings and flew away, disappearing into the night sky. Lin Ming looked at Feng Xiao, Feng Ji and Feng Yan. You 3. Take Bingpa, Wai Kui, Qi Chun and the other 3 together, and go to the place I specify as quickly as possible. Yes, I obey your orders. 2 giant monkeys that were no longer noisy, and the excited silver dragon appeared on the 3 giant wolves, and they instantly disappeared into the dense forest. Next, Lin Ming looked at the huge red-crowned crane Zhiyu. You take the 3-tailed fox Xuanhua, lead the air army, keep flying low, and head to the destination. Zhiyu spread his huge wings, and the 4 blood phoenix birds Qifeng, Hangwei, Feixia, and Yinqing, as well as the heavy-eyed bird Quangzhan and Whiting, and the other 60 mutant birds that have not yet entered the first level, collectively flew into the night. Lin Ming looked at the remaining subordinates again. Dushan, you carry the giant bear Manu, the rock wolf Yanxi, Bai Qi, Shadow and Sheng Bai, and move forward from the mountainous area to another direction. Yes. Dushan knew that his burden was heavy, so he immediately lifted up the extremely heavy Manu and Yanxi, and took Bai Qi, his cub Shadow and Sheng Bai, and headed to the destination from the rocky area in another direction. Although the speed of Dushan Suro is not very good in the plains, they are really the leaders in this mountainous area. There are still quite a few subordinates left, and Lin Ming also has considerable plans. He looked at the wolves that had been following him and had returned from all around, and then issued a new order. You are responsible for assisting in the periphery, and are ready to attack and defend at any time according to my orders. Lin Ming was actually not satisfied with the status quo. Although these wolves have been following for a long time, they have never broken through the first level. This may be related to Feng Xiao potential being greater than theirs, or there may be other reasons. However, at this moment, these wolves must prove that they are not those subordinates who are always unworthy of having a name. This time, you must train a few first-level ones for me. Do you hear me? Lin Ming ordered again. Yes, Master. After the wolves obeyed the order, they immediately ran from the lake shore to the destination like a dark cloud. Lin Ming had high expectations for them. If possible, he hoped that there would be a dozen first-level ones among them, and then he would be able to let them do things with more confidence, instead of just doing miscellaneous work such as assistance like now. Lin Ming looked at the remaining subordinates. Panda and the other 9 pandas. Jingji and the other 3 lynxes. The spotted guard with 5 jackals. 2 black bears. The white mouse Shueya. The little turtle Machin. And the golden python Jean Lin. Of course, there are also underwater troops. But the underwater troops did not have the opportunity to appear this time. After all, there is no river system directly from here to the direction of Qincheng City. Master, do we all have to go out? Panda looked at Lin Ming, who had been quite empty, and most of his subordinates had already gone to the destination. That's right. Although Panda, Machin, you 2 have just experienced a battle and are quite tired. But at this moment, it is also the best time to improve your realm. Don't you want to go out and fight? Lin Ming looked at the 2 subordinates, who had just escaped from the hands of the A-level extraordinary person and asked, Master, please let Machin go to avenge the shame. I don't know if that A-level extraordinary person will come again, but Machin feels that if he comes again, I can still use my own abilities again. Machin rarely asked for a fight, and Lin Ming was very satisfied. Okay, Panda, take Imo-chan and the white rat Shueya with you, and go behind Feng Xiao and the others, and wait for my instructions. Master, there is no problem with this kind of thing. Panda was full of fighting spirit. He hung the little turtle Imo-chan on his back, and lifted up the thoughtful white mouse Shueya. In an instant, he turned into a whirlwind and rushed to the destination. After a while, Lin Ning sensed that Qi Ying and the others had arrived at the destination, and he immediately called the 4 giant birds back. Now the subordinates around him are basically not very fast, and the role of Qi Ying and the others is reflected at this time. They fly very fast, and there are no obstacles in the air at all, so they don't have to worry about flying naturally. Moreover, their bodies are now quite large. Even carrying a giant beast as heavy as Panda is no problem. Not long after, the 4 giant birds circled and fell. Panda team, you go first. Responsible for following the giant bear menu, Siro Dushan and others, and be responsible for their protection and support together. Yes. Qi Ying, Shui Jin and Mo Kai each took 3 pandas and flew towards the front line. Shiyu, take Jingji and the other 3 lynxes and take off. Jingji and the others are not very heavy, and their bodies are not that big, so it is no problem to take them all at once. The rest are only Banhu Point Guard with 5 jackals, 2 black bears, and the golden python Jin Lin. Master, I still won't fight this time. At this time, Jin Lin suddenly asked. Lin Ning looked at this subordinate, who had a strong desire for battle. Not really. This time, the human side may be prepared. You must go. You don't have to be with me this time. But this time your ability may be the key to this war. Do you understand? Yes. Master, I will definitely perform well. Let Qin Chun see my strength. Jin Lin Jinmeng was very excited. It was quite intelligent and understood what the master said. At that time, you must always stay in the middle of all enemies and companions, and wait for my instructions at any time. Yes. Master, I will definitely let you and Qin Chun see my activeness, Jin Lin said excitedly. Lin Ning looked at the huge golden python and knew that as long as it was there, the things he was worried about would never happen. Just now, he suddenly figured out something. Why did humans evacuate those ordinary people and send a lot of artificial extraordinary people instead? They knew that the anger of the A-level demon king had been vented in Qincheng City. And they also knew that the A-level extraordinary person had appeared in Qincheng City before. They also knew that these artificial extraordinary people would attract the attention of the A-level demon king and start a war with them. And the humans behind the scenes did not want to simply watch this excitement. They did not want the demise of either the A-level demon king or the artificial extraordinary person, but wanted them all to die. The method was very simple. In this Qincheng City, release some beautiful fireworks called nuclear bombs, and offer a wonderful blessing to this deliberately created war. Chapter 237 Ominous Premonition. At this time, it was gradually getting late at night. All of Lin Ning's subordinates had already arrived at the designated location according to his deployment. In order to maximize the greatest victory, Lin Ning chose to let his subordinates surround this huge city. However, he did not let his subordinates take action now, but waited for the number of extraordinary people who were constantly coming from all over the place on helicopters and other means of transportation to become more and more numerous. Ordinary people in Qincheng and all nearby cities were evacuating continuously. This further confirmed Lin Ning's guess. The human side had a very loud calculation. It seemed that they wanted to let ordinary people evacuate, and then let those artificial extraordinary people fill Qincheng, where the attack had occurred, to attract the A-level demon king they imagined. Then, after the artificial superhumans and the A-level demon kings fought, they would launch their ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb, to solve everything for them, whether it was the artificial superhumans, who were like zombies and were not considered humans at all, or the A-level demon kings who were regarded as capable of causing doomsday. They should not exist in this world. Nothing is more suitable as a gift to send them away than a nuclear bomb that emits extremely high temperatures when it explodes, can melt everything, destroy everything, and make life wither in an instant. However, it seems that things are not so simple. As the Destiny Society that created so many artificial superhumans, would it allow the Tang Kingdom to wipe out the results they had worked so hard to create? Will the Destiny Society have any corresponding reaction? Or have they, who have been in the shadows, already anticipated this development? Are they waiting for him, the A-level demon king, to come out of the dark? Something seems to be wrong. With a sense of foreboding, Lin Ning felt that he could no longer sit in the rear and command the battle. At this moment, he has not reached the 4th level. But at this juncture, it is not the time to stay here. Although he wants to slowly upgrade and evolve, and make his subordinates stronger, and then crush humans with strength. But now, It seems that the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Lin Ning always feels that if he does not go there to approach the battlefield now, something big may happen. I am afraid it is definitely not as simple as a nuclear bomb. Cutting off the bamboo roots one by one, Lin Ning lifted the bamboo roots that had not been rooted for a long time, pulled them out of the ground steadily, and then lifted the bamboo roots again and went towards the direction of Qincheng City. This time, he did not completely cut off the bamboo body. After all, there was no great need. The previous two migrations were because they were convenient for traveling through the jungle and mountains, and they also had to pay attention to the reconnaissance aircraft of the human side. So they did so. Now, he has upgraded the mobile root system to its strongest state, and he doesn't have to worry about anything, even if his height has reached 80 or 90 meters. These dozens of strong bamboo roots can hold him up steadily, so that his center of gravity will not become unstable when walking. Soon, Lin Ning headed towards Qincheng City at the fastest speed. There are not many mountainous terrains along the way, and he doesn't have to reach Qincheng City directly. He only needs to reach a range of 100 kilometers to completely control the battle. Due to the attack range of this bamboo root, it can only be like this. Lin Ning is actually a little dissatisfied with his ability. After all, the bamboo roots that could originally attack within 100 kilometers, as well as the dense fog and poisonous gas, are now limited to a range of 100 kilometers. It is quite good when defending and counterattacking, but it is too bad in terms of offense. Now, if he wants to expand the range of this attack, he must rely on his own movement. Otherwise, he would have to raise his realm to the 4th level. However, the current level of the 3rd level and 8th level is still a long way from the 4th level. But if he could kill a lot of those artificial extraordinary people, he might be able to directly rise to the 4th level. He looked at the insect farms that were still constantly raising their realms. The efforts he had put in here before seemed meaningless now. They can indeed give him a lot of evolution points and spiritual energy in the future, and they will continue to give him more steadily in the future. But now, they can't let him raise his realm to the 4th level in a short time. It seems that farming can only continue after the most difficult opponent, humans, is completely subdued. After all, in this world of spiritual energy recovery, humans are not the only opponents. Lin Ning calculated that at his speed, he could reach the vicinity of his destination in about 5 hours. The edge of the Daqing Mountain spiritual realm is just within 100 kilometers of Qincheng City, which Lin Ning also took into consideration. At this time, the dim starlight and moonlight cast a layer of light in the sea of giant trees in this spiritual realm. Lin Ning kept shuttling back and forth at his fastest speed. Bamboo branches and leaves kept rubbing against the surrounding giant trees, making a continuous rustling sound. And in his perception, in the direction of Qincheng City, the number of artificial extraordinary people has reached a huge number of nearly 12,000. And the trend of increase is also gradually decreasing. Lin Ning has sensed that within 1,000 kilometers centered on him, there are no too many transportation vehicles carrying extraordinary people rushing from all over the Tang Kingdom. Overall, there are at most 15,000 extraordinary people. It seems that these are the total number of opponents he and his subordinates will face this time. Master, there is something I can't figure out. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ning's consciousness field. Lin Ning knew that this was the intelligent white rat Xueya. Say everything you want to say. He did not stop it. Xueya had some hesitation before being sent out. It must have been something that it was very concerned about at that time. Yes, Master. I think it is too radical for you to send all our subordinates to attack the gathering place of humans this time. Although the number of the enemy is huge, if we put all our forces into it, it is possible that the enemy will use the shocking weapons you mentioned to put us in trouble at the same time? You mean nuclear bombs? Lin Ning had instilled countless knowledge related to humans into all his subordinates. Some of them are more intelligent and understand more, while others are less so. But Xueya's acceptance level is obviously the best among all his subordinates. It seems that he realized this immediately. Master, that's not it. I once heard from Panda that they were attacked by humans in a spiritual realm called Lishao Peak in the early days, and they seem to be in a strange predicament. Chapter 238, When the Smoke Filled the Air. Late at night, in the busy combat command room, countless people were constantly moving around. A small meeting had just ended next to that desk. After the meeting, the man was still sitting on the chair, constantly flipping through various materials. From time to time, he would look up and ask about the current situation in the direction of Qincheng. But after hearing the news that the number of artificial extraordinary people gathered in Xinjiang had reached nearly 12,000, and new extraordinary people were still coming from all over the place, his face darkened. Old Dong, I remember that you said before that the total number of recorded artificial extraordinary people was only more than 9,000. The man frowned and stared at Old Dong, whose forehead was covered with cold sweat, with a very heavy tone. When Old Dong looked at the giant electronic map, the flashing light spots were still heading to Xinjiang, and he was also very shocked. He trembled as he took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. Yes, it is indeed more than 9,000. But so many. No, it is impossible. Impossible? What about this number? The man tapped the table with his fingers. The total number is about 16,000. It is abnormal to have so many more? The cold sweat on Dong's head broke out again. But he immediately remembered something and said quickly, "That's right. I remember what the people in their research center said before. Every artificial extraordinary person has a number. A fixed number. They are also based on this." The man lowered his head and flipped through the information, and soon found the total number of artificial extraordinary people in the territory of Tang as of noon yesterday, which was 9,821. He looked up at the screen again, and the total number of 12,198 people was already displayed. And an ominous premonition came. What are these light spots based on? The man looked at the people in the aura detection department and asked again. Report. This is what we monitor. The principle is very simple. Every artificial superhuman has a signal transmitter, which is related to their aura. Basically, each person has an independent number. Currently, all artificial superhumans in the world have such a signal transmitter. At this time, the technical team stood up and reported. The man's heart sank suddenly. We were calculated. Calculated? Old Dong was stunned. He didn't understand what happened at all. The man shook his head. The nearly doubled number of artificial superhumans may be artificial superhumans deliberately transported from other countries by Fate Society after seeing their plan. Obviously, the other party also calculated that they would pile up artificial superhumans in Xinjiang. So they did this. The purpose? I'm afraid. The man looked at the liaison officers. How many ordinary people in Xinjiang and all the surrounding cities have been evacuated? Report. Because of the participation of those helicopter teams, the speed is quite fast. About 80% have been evacuated. The man nodded with a gloomy face. 80%. Almost. If the battle starts now, there is no way to deal with the remaining people if they don't withdraw. And when evacuating, students, the elderly, children, women, etc. are given priority, followed by young people and middle-aged people, and finally soldiers stationed in various places. At this critical moment, it took less than half a day to evacuate 80% of the population of nearly 10 million from this area, which is already a miracle. However, that person also doesn't understand. Why hasn't the battle started yet? Will the A-level demon king of the other side give up such a big piece of cake? From all the previous information, almost all of them can be concluded for those mutant creatures. They prefer to attack those extraordinary people who are full of spiritual energy in their bodies rather than attacking ordinary people. This point has been fully verified during the Lingxiao Peak incident. More than 10,000 soldiers and more than 200 extraordinary people were annihilated in that overwhelming defeat. But ordinary soldiers only lost a few commanders who insisted on not retreating. In the countless subsequent records of battles between ordinary soldiers and extraordinary people in the spiritual realm, the mutant creatures would focus on attacking the extraordinary people fiercely, leaving the soldiers aside. Now, after Xinjiang City was attacked by the A-level demon king in revenge, the influx of these artificial extraordinary people would definitely not let the A-level demon king go easily. Right? But now, there is still no report of Xinjiang City being attacked. Naturally, regarding the detection of the spiritual energy concentration of the A-level demon king, even if dozens of spiritual energy concentration detection satellites are patrolling nearby all the time, no information has been found, including when Xinjiang City was attacked before. All the spiritual energy detection devices did not respond at all. Humans now know very well that this A-level demon king on land has a powerful power that can hide himself. Time passed by minute, and soon it was the early morning of the next day. During this period, various information intelligence has been continuously transmitted. Ordinary people in Xinjiang and all surrounding cities are also evacuating continuously. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when the liaison officers confirmed that all ordinary people had been completely evacuated. The light spots on the big screen were all concentrated in Xincheng. The number displayed in the lower right corner is 16,114 people. It is nearly 7,000 more than the original record. The man's face was extremely gloomy. No report of attack yet? The liaison officers all shook their heads. Although everyone was extremely sleepy, the report they were waiting for still did not come. 3 o'clock in the morning. The man looked up at the watch on his wrist from time to time, waiting for the news that might come at any time, no matter which A-level extraordinary person, or the one who will be destined. In this battle, they built the biggest arena for both sides, and the protagonist of the other side didn't even know whether he had arrived. As one side of the arena, they were deliberately trying to destroy both sides together. But now they could do more than wait. Report. Just when everyone's patience was about to be worn out by this boring wait, suddenly, a liaison's roar shocked everyone. Which direction is the attack from Xincheng? The man stood up with a frown. Report. Yes. There are reports of attacks in Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm and Rongqing City. The liaison confirmed again. It's a mutant creature, different from the original. They attack ordinary people. What? Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm? Rongqing City? Everyone present was stunned. Why Rongqing City? Not Xincheng City? Rongqing City? Why? Order all the legions near Rongqing City to support Rongqing City. The man looked at the countless spots of light on the big screen and gave a second order. Notify the Nine Heavens Tower. All combatants rush to Rongqing City as quickly as possible. Yes. Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. The original location of the A-level Demon King. Could it be that it went back? However, it was at this time. Report. In the west of Xincheng City, the extraordinary troops and mutant creatures started fighting. A liaison shouted. Report. In the northeast of Xincheng City, the extraordinary troops were attacked. Report. In the south of Xincheng City, the extraordinary troops were severely damaged. Report. A large number of mutant birds appeared in the sky above Xincheng City. Report. Xincheng City. The man raised his hand and looked at his watch. 3:17 in the morning. So, it was a feint to the east and attack in the west. He nodded to Mr. Dong and others. Are you ready for that thing? Chapter 239 Bloody Prelude in the Dark Night. Under the cover of the pitch-black night, Lin Ming reached the edge of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm at the fastest speed. Here, it is less than 80 kilometers away from Xincheng City. The height of the giant trees around him is not much different from his. Not far away, there is a vertical cliff, which just happens to be the best cover. Even now, Lin Ming does not want the human side to find out that the A-level Demon King they are facing is not a mutated insect, bird or beast or even a fish, shrimp or crab, but a mutated plant demon bamboo that none of them have ever thought of. Lin Ming thought that the human side had already known his true identity, but he found out from the reactions of those extraordinary people, the upper class, and even the A-level extraordinary people in Tang Country, that they did not know this incredible shocking thing for them. Lin Ming felt that only those who kept releasing strange beasts to him would know what his true identity was. However, even so, none of them thought that his mutant bamboo had come from the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm to the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm without anyone noticing. And in the dark night, it came to the edge of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, less than 80 kilometers away from Xincheng City. Lin Ming quickly rerooted the bamboo into the soil, and used the ability to create new life to extend it to the outside of Xincheng City, next to the gathered subordinates in a very short time of less than a minute. According to his previous instructions, the subordinates did not directly attack Xincheng City, which already had a considerable number of artificial extraordinary people, but were still patiently waiting for his next order. The trains, planes, and helicopters carrying artificial extraordinary people were much less than in the past. Lin Ming sensed everything within 1,000 kilometers, and found that those who came over were also sporadic. The artificial extraordinary people had gathered in a super large city without ordinary people at this time. And at this moment, they seemed to be waiting for the next order. Standing in this city, Lin Ming sensed his subordinates. At this moment, they were also scattered around the 8 huge high walls of Xincheng City under their own advanced arrangements. And they were ready for everything. The night had become more intense as time passed. It seemed that the time was ripe. Lin Ming knew that the human side was definitely playing some tricks. But the arrow had to be shot, and they had come here, so they couldn't just go back home. What's more, this battle was inevitable. If they went back now, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for the same thing to happen again. Humans would only get more and more aggressive, facing the A-level Demon King. They would also catch up gradually through constant testing, using the ever-increasing development of technology and weapons, and even the development of extraordinary people. The A-level extraordinary person whose affiliation was unknown before was a very obvious example. There was one A-level, and there were two. After the person from Tangwa came back, I believe that the 9-layered sky tower that ran away would probably return soon. At that time, he would face a more united and more powerful opponent. In this battle, all possible plots and tricks of the human side must be thwarted. Whether it is a nuclear bomb, or what the White Mouse Shuya said, or even the worst situation he thought of, he will destroy it completely. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yin. Lin Ning ordered the 3 wind wolves near the north of Qingcheng City. You launch the first wave of attacks. Focus on breaking the enemies with elemental attributes. The 3 wind wolves instantly rushed towards the high walls, and easily swept through them one by one with extremely stretched movements. They rushed to the artificial extraordinary people, who seemed to have received the order to defend the city outside the north of Qingcheng City at the fastest speed. In an instant, hundreds of half-moon-shaped green wind blades, with a diameter of nearly half a meter burst out from the 3 pale blue streamers. Boom! Huge explosions continuously sounded from the northern part of Qingcheng City. And Lin Ning also issued new orders at the same time. Jingji, Banhu, Dianwei, lead the Lynx and Jackal squad to attack the weakly defended western part. In an instant, the huge snow-white beast turned into a snow light, flashed in the dark night, and rushed into the vicinity of the military facility, where the flames had not yet been completely extinguished, but were almost destroyed. Nearly 300 artificial extraordinary people were gathered there. And behind it, Banhu, Dianwei, the Lynx and Jackal squad also stretched out their claws and fangs and pounced on those extraordinary people. Panda, lead the Panda squad, as well as the Rock Wolf Yancy, the Giant Bear Manu, the Soro Dushan, the Shadow, and the 2 giant bears, Huaikue, Bingpa, invade from the eastern hillside, and try to demolish the walls that are in the way as much as possible. Soon, this group of heavyweight subordinates launched an attack on the extremely thick outer wall. At the same time, the huge movement also attracted the attention of a large number of extraordinary people in the city, forcing them to start rushing from the city to the east outside the city. Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Xian Hua, the 3 of you lead a team of 30 wolves each, and assist Panda and the others from the northeast corner, and quickly kill the extraordinary people rushing out of the city, catching them off guard. Soon, 2 red lights and 1 yellow light led the wolf pack to launch a surprise attack on the group of extraordinary people rushing out. And the group of extraordinary people were soon hit hard before they could use their abilities. The 4 of you, Shi Feng, Hong Yu, Fei Xia, Yin Xing of the Blood-Wan Bird, and Quang Zhan and Wei Ting of the Heavy-Eye Bird, lead the Air Force to attack the lone extraordinary people in the south and in the city. Lin Ning commanded his already powerful Air Force. This battle was the best time for them to upgrade their realm, and the advantage in the air would allow them to quickly reap the fruits of victory among the enemy. Mo Kai, Zhu Yu, you take Du Yin and Qin Chun, and assist the Air Force to disrupt the enemy's rear. The 2 giant birds carrying the poisonous wolf and the poisonous dragon quickly followed the order and headed straight for the center of Qincheng. They used their sharp wings and the poison and poisonous mist of Du Yin and Qin Chun to frantically harvest. Qi Ying, Shui Jin, you each carry Bai Qi, Sheng Bai, Jin Lin and Emochen, and are responsible for hovering in the sky and guarding. Be ready for my instructions at any time. Qi Ying and Shui Jin quickly took their 2 companions to the sky. They are the existence that can control the situation in this battle. If the human side drops a nuclear bomb, then Jin Lin and Mo Chen will use their abilities to completely turn the nuclear bomb into a useless thing. And Bai Qi and Sheng Bai are important auxiliary roles, and they will rush to help immediately when there are variables on the battlefield at any time. Lin Ning also commanded the remaining wolves to be responsible for support at any time on the periphery. Deafening roars, flashing lightning, icicles flashing with cold light, exploding and burning red, purple flames, inside and outside Qingcheng. The war has completely begun. Chapter 240 Weird Sonata. In the night, Qingcheng City was constantly making loud noises, shouts of fighting, roars of wild beasts, and loud bird calls. Lin Ning was constantly sensing the movements of his subordinates and observing whether they were injured or not. At the same time, he was also killing some of the more dangerous superhumans by releasing poisonous gas from bamboo roots. However, although there were many of these artificial superhumans, their quality was really touching. Lin Ning sensed for a long time and found that most of them were of D grade, while there were only a few of C grade. This resulted in him killing nearly 50 of them. But nothing happened on the attribute panel. If there were a few B grade ones, like Shui Yuqing from the 3rd Sky Tower of the 9 Heavens Tower, who accidentally broke into his attack range at that time, then he only needed to kill 7 or 8 of them, and he would probably be able to directly upgrade his level to the 4th level. However, these artificial superhumans, who seemed to be following some orders, fighting with their subordinates, and then being beaten to a pulp, unable to even fight back, were not even vegetables. Their strength was too low. Therefore, the evolution points and spiritual energy concentration given to Lin Ning were pitifully low. Lin Ning tried to kill 300 people, but there was still no movement on the attribute panel, and the evolution points kept reminding him that he got 20 points, 18 points, etc., which was not even as much as killing a mutant creature. This was a bit embarrassing. If you run here to kill for these things, there is no point at all. Even not long ago, Lin Ning felt that he might not need to let the subordinates, who had left the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, attack Rongqing City and the surrounding areas. At present, the people of Tang Kingdom have not reacted to the battle here at all. They have been keeping their troops in place, and no one knows what they are doing. While sensing that the number of artificial extraordinary people was decreasing rapidly, Lin Ning was also checking the growth of his subordinates. These D-level extraordinary people made the powerful killers such as Panda and Feng Xiao like wolves into a flock of sheep, and they did not encounter any effective resistance at all. Of course, they hardly grew up because of this. After killing for a while, the subordinates of the 2nd level directly focused on assisting those with lower levels, such as the Air Forces, and the 3-tailed fire fox Xuanhua and other 1st level or even entry-level companions, to help them quickly upgrade and evolve in this battle. It didn't take long. As the artificial extraordinary people were killed one after another, Lin Ning sensed that nearly 30 wolves had entered the 1st level, and nearly 10 of the flying forces had entered the 1st level. The blood phoenix birds and the 2 heavy-eyed birds even went crazy and went wherever there were more people, without caring about tactics at all. They used their own natural weapons such as beaks, claws and wings to sweep through the crowd of artificial superhumans, who were fighting without any rules. And they couldn't stop at all. It didn't take long, and their realm even soared to the 8th level of the 1st stage in this very short time. Lin Ning bamboo roots were also constantly churning in Xinjiang. To deal with these mortal bodies, he didn't need to consider any special strategies and skills. He just needed to find those C-level people mixed in with a group of D-level superhumans, and then let the bamboo roots that invaded those pipes enter the city, and then release poisonous fog to kill the targets. But he found that despite this, the efficiency was still pitifully low. After all, the number of those C-level artificial superhumans was too small. Even if they were all killed, it was estimated that they would not be able to upgrade to the 9th level of the 3rd stage. The 4th stage was even more distant. The battle continued. Lin Ning continued to sense everything within 1,000 kilometers of him. He kept checking and marking the key target points within this range, especially all the movements of the nuclear missile launchers in Tang. These artificial extraordinary people in Xinjiang City are not enemies at all, although they can obey the orders from unknown places, respond and give feedback to the attacks of their subordinates, and even use their own abilities to apply them in the battle. Moreover, their huge number also provides a great bonus to their combat effectiveness. These more than 12,000 extraordinary people are absolutely powerful weapons to deal with the mutant creatures in the spiritual realm and ordinary people. But they don't work here at all. Let's not talk about their mechanical fighting style and their tactical strategy without any tactics. Let's not talk about their recklessness, which was almost like a moth to a flame. Let's not talk about the fact that they had lost a large number of companions, but they were not moved at all and continued to rush straight ahead. Let's just say that these beings, which can almost be called a mob, are not enough to fight against thousands of people directly like Panda. Now it seems that the human side does not seem to regard them as combatants at all. They are more likely to regard these artificial extraordinary people as tactical personnel. This is also completely in line with my previous speculation and conjecture. What are humans, specifically the upper echelons of the Tang Kingdom, thinking about? Did they throw all these extraordinary beings created by the Fate Society into this place like garbage? And let him, the A-level Demon King, lead his subordinates to slaughter them at will? From the current state of these artificial extraordinary beings, it doesn't seem like they were ordered to fight to the death. They are indeed like clumsy and incompetent opponents. They are not enemies at all. Do the upper echelons of the Tang Kingdom want to use these potential threats created by the Fate Society to make a poisonous bait to deal with the A-level Demon King? Will there be a nuclear bomb on the other end of the bait? However, when the total number of artificial extraordinary beings in the city was less than half, and the subordinates were killing fiercely, Lin Ning suddenly sensed that several nuclear bombs were suddenly launched from somewhere in Tang country. How'd they come? But, isn't it too simple? This tactic? Let's not talk about anything else. If they just used nuclear bombs, why didn't they use them for so long and use them now? And then fate would just watch the upper echelons of Tang country destroy all the hard work they have created. Lin Ning felt that there must be something in it. Nuclear bombs should be the last resort. Especially Qincheng City is located in the center of the entire Tang country. If a few mushroom clouds rise, it will be like shooting oneself in the foot. After all, this is not an uninhabited place like Wanzhou Lingjing. Lin Ning sensed that the nuclear bombs were rapidly taking off, turning in the sky one after another, and heading directly in this direction. Although he felt that the human side was too brainless, and they did not even do the kind of thing that Shuya could think of, Lin Ning was still prepared for this. Shui Jin, you take Mo Chen and Jin Lin with you, and be ready to follow my orders at any time. Lin Ning knew that the thing that was about to put an end to this strange battle had finally arrived. Chapter 241 Concerto of Destruction. Accompanied by a huge roar, the 4 large-scale weapons with flames on their tails came straight to this direction from afar. Lin Ning was quite disappointed with the human side. He thought that the humans would do something weird. After all, they had set up such an obvious trap, so they should at least make some formation similar to what Shuya said, which had the ability to lower the opponent's level by 1 stage when humans appeared in the Lingxiao Peak Spirit Realm. But the humans did not do so. They almost showed their last trump card directly at the beginning, without even hiding it. Nuclear bomb. It can be said that it is the only and most powerful weapon for humans to deal with mutant creatures in this era of spiritual energy revival. The high temperature created by the nuclear bomb explosion can undoubtedly instantly break the spiritual shields created actively or passively by the mutants, and instantly vaporize their bodies composed of flesh, blood and bones. Nuclear bombs are undoubtedly one of the important reasons why the human side has not been completely thrown out of the era of spiritual recovery. Under the protection of this powerful weapon, they can use the development of both technology and spiritual energy to gradually catch up with the mutants that have already run far ahead. The appearance of the previous A-level extraordinary person fully proves this point. However, the omnipotence of nuclear bombs is that they can also destroy everything the humans have. Land, population, etc. It can easily make a city that was originally livable become a dead place that cannot be lived in for several years or even decades. And this Qincheng City is located in the center of Tang State. The nearby population is extremely dense, and it is located in a vast plain area. It is undoubtedly an excellent geographical location. And for Tang State, it is a place that cannot be lost at all. If a nuclear bomb is used, then the surrounding huge cities, Shangjing, which is not too far away, and Xiaohu, and even the entire Tang Kingdom, will inevitably move towards destruction after the nuclear bomb explodes. However, even so, do they still want to use nuclear bombs to bomb here? Especially, they deliberately stuffed a large number of artificial extraordinary people in, and moved all the ordinary people from here and nearby. The purpose seems to be to take a big step towards the use of nuclear bombs from the beginning. At this time, the route of the nuclear bomb is undoubtedly Qincheng. And here, a battle is breaking out between the artificial extraordinary people and the mutant creatures under his command. Using nuclear bombs to solve it is actually the most convenient way. But Lin Ning still feels that there is something abnormal here, or he doesn't think the human side is really so stupid. Especially the fate behind the scenes has never made any moves. There may really be some conspiracy here, or something like a trap exists. After all, the nuclear bomb went to the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm at the beginning, and then turned a corner and exploded in a very far place. The subordinates found that it was just a smoke bomb, not a nuclear bomb at all. And then the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm also welcomed the arrival of its first A-level extraordinary person, who was seeing clearly. After confirming that there was no A-level demon king there, the A-level extraordinary person went to Xiaohu City. After he sent his subordinates to pile up Qingcheng City for revenge, the A-level extraordinary person also arrived immediately. And then the Tang Kingdom began to frantically pile up artificial extraordinary people created by the Destiny Society here, in the past and the present. So many real and fake, as well as the alliance and oppression of various forces. Lin Ning had to doubt that there was indeed some conspiracy here. Human wisdom is not alone. A person's power and wisdom are extremely limited. But the person in that position, or even the upper echelons of the world behind him, would waste so much effort and time. A nuclear bomb? That's it? Lin Ning felt that he had been thinking about all kinds of means of the human side. But now, those things coming out of the nuclear bomb launch port are getting closer and closer to this side. Feng Xiao. Feng Ji. Feng Yin. You cover your companions and retreat in my direction. Somehow, Lin Ning still felt that something was not right. Although the powerful abilities of Jin Lin and Mo Chen, a turtle and a snake, on the back of the red shadow hovering above, can make those nuclear bombs lose their effect instantly. But he still felt that it was better to be cautious. All this was too weird. Although there are many extraordinary people, they are actually very weak. This kind of bait that can be regarded as chicken ribs is not that delicious at all. Panda, you also cover the siege team on your side immediately, and the fast ones will cover the rear. Panda obeyed the order and used the fire bullet fist instantly, and began to command his companions nearby to retreat continuously. Xue Jin, Mo Kai and Zhu Yu, the three of you are responsible for bringing those who are slow to my side and continue to transport them. The Air Force is the cover. Retreat immediately. In the night sky, the circling giant birds and air forces immediately began to retreat slowly. They maintained a considerable advantage in the air. And in this battle, except for Qi Ying and the others have grown a lot. For them now, this kind of cover work is even easier. Soon, Jing Ji, Ban Hu and Dian Wei, as well as Xian Hua, led the lynx, jackals, and wolves to withdraw immediately. Lin Ning continued to command his subordinates to retreat quickly, and the nuclear bomb was getting closer and closer to this direction. Although those artificial superhumans were also constantly chasing their subordinates. The absolute gap in strength, coupled with the cover of Feng Xiao, Panda, the three-headed giant bird and the Air Force, the number of those artificial superhumans was almost decreasing. Lin Ning sensed the location of his subordinates and guided them to his location. In the middle of the night, as wild beasts and flying birds, they could quickly find the way and easily get rid of those superhumans even without spiritual energy. The nuclear bomb was getting closer and closer to this side, and soon his subordinates had gathered near Lin Ming. Many came. They obeyed Lin Ming orders and did not make any loud noises, but continued to evacuate faster with other companions. It didn't take too long before Lin Ming finally saw the flames of the 4 silver-gray nuclear bombs in the sky. It was also approaching and gradually lowering its altitude. Their target was Qingcheng. However, when Lin Ming was sensing those nuclear bombs and calling his subordinates, who had not yet evacuated, he suddenly sensed something strange. They were in those nuclear bombs. It was like a ball of liquid. And it also exuded a very rich spiritual energy. What was that? Not a nuclear bomb? Lin Ming stretched out the bamboo roots, quickly grabbed all the subordinates, who had not yet evacuated, to his side, quickly dragged them over, and immediately used the bamboo roots and branches to build 4 or 5 layers of shockwave protection shields. However, the expected explosion and mushroom cloud did not appear. Instead, it was completely covered by a thick white gas-like fog. At the same time, countless huge howls rose from Qingcheng. Chapter 242: The Reincarnation of War. The extremely thick white fog has completely enveloped the huge Qingcheng city. Even in the dark night, the huge white fog is quite conspicuous. In the white fog that occupies a very wide space, countless extremely shocking roars also make the night boil. Along with the roars, a large number of buildings collapsed. An explosion sounded from time to time. In the remote corner of the outermost of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, 80 kilometers away from Qingcheng City, under a cliff, Lin Ming did not put down the several layers of protective shields after the white fog rose. After killing a large number of artificial extraordinary people, the subordinates have grown more or less. Now they are all under their protection and are unaware of the strong changes in the distance. In his mind, Lin Ming materialized everything in Qincheng City. In the white fog that had completely fallen into chaos. Nearly 6,000 huge monsters were constantly destroying all the buildings in Qincheng and anything that stood in their way. Monsters. And they were the kind of monsters transformed by the extraordinary. They were huge, black, had a high concentration of spiritual energy, and had unparalleled destructive power. Lin Ming remembered that the last time he encountered these monsters was in the Wantuhai spirit realm. At that time, Jia Yu, who belonged to the Extraordinary Association, a former human organization of extraordinary people, led more than 2,000 extraordinary people and 30,000 soldiers to attack the Wantuhai spirit realm. As a result, the extraordinary army led by Jia Yu was overwhelmed by his subordinates, and finally fell into chaos. They used those soul pills at the ruins of the old Tangcheng County to instantly transform those extraordinary people who were still alive into huge monsters. Originally, the extraordinary people who were only C and D levels turned into monsters after absorbing the soul pills. The concentration of spiritual energy of their owners even reached the level of B level in a very short time. However, as time passed, these ultimate weapons that could be said to have no normal wisdom and only knew how to kill and destroy. The concentration of spiritual energy in their bodies was constantly lost, until they became only disgusting creatures with huge bodies and no brains. Lin Ming sensed the monsters in Qincheng City. They were undoubtedly exactly the same as the monsters created by Jia Yu at that time. They all had extremely majestic spiritual energy in their bodies, and their destructive power was also amazing. Some of them even have a spiritual energy concentration that has reached the threshold of grade A. However, they are not monsters transformed by extraordinary people absorbing the soul pill, but passively transformed into this ultimate weapon in the spiritual energy fog created by the 4 huge spiritual energy bombs disguised as nuclear bombs containing liquid. Moreover, there is another point that surprised Lin Ming. Their spiritual energy concentration should reach the highest level at the moment they become monsters, and then slowly decrease. However, the fact is that in this nearly half an hour, the spiritual energy concentration in these monsters is still maintained at the highest level, and has not decreased at all. This is strange. Lin Ming thinks that this is too abnormal, according to the previous experience he personally experienced, and the various information he has obtained from humans about extraordinary people absorbing the soul pill and becoming monsters. This kind of thing is impossible. But the monsters in the white fog of Qincheng City, which exude strong spiritual energy and are wandering in the middle of the night, completely violate the previous laws. This also made Lin Ming's previous speculation become a reality. Nuclear bombs. Both times were fake. The first time was to test him, the A-level Demon King, and the smoke bomb was used. As Qi Ying and the others said, the explosion only caused a small area of forest to catch fire. The second time, it flew directly into Qincheng City and became a catalyst to turn those artificial extraordinary people into giant monsters. What's the point of such disguise? Do you think that A-level demon kings know everything, and know that you humans like to use the shell of nuclear bombs to do some tricks? No matter how advanced your intelligence is, you can't figure out human things. Okay? You all think that A-level demon kings can understand all the cultural, historical, technological, and nuclear bombs of human beings in such a short time? However, after thinking about it for a while, Lin Ming completely figured it out. Since the A-level demon kings and human cognition cannot understand it, then this thing is for people who can understand it. For example, Fate will. For example, Tang Kingdom. Lin Ming felt that the disguised nuclear bomb that flew towards the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm for the first time should have been launched by the Tang Kingdom. Their purpose was to anger the A-level demon king and take quick measures to send a large number of artificial extraordinary beings to the place where the A-level demon king might attack, and then launch their next action. But the second time, it was not done by the Tang Kingdom. Not long ago, Lin Ming learned from the direction of Xiaohu City that a high-ranking official who was paying close attention to the matter said that these nuclear bombs must be intercepted. Later, scattered reports from various places also fully proved this point. However, to Lin Ming's surprise, Shengjing did not seem to issue an order to intercept these nuclear bombs that outsiders did not know about. They chose to let these nuclear bombs directly hit the targets in Qincheng City. This proved that these weapons called nuclear bombs were actually weapons of monster catalytic liquid. And they were actually done by the Destiny Society. And the purpose of the Destiny Society, Lin Ming can now guess. That is to let these monsters that do not reduce the concentration of spiritual energy. Start a crazy revenge killing in the Tang Kingdom. Moreover, the Destiny Society also wants to take advantage of this time to launch a fierce counterattack against the A-level Demon King who attacked Qincheng City. This is really linked. The upper echelons of the Tang Kingdom want to deal with him, and then want to bury the artificial extraordinary people created by the Destiny Society together. And the Destiny Society took advantage of this, and made these giant monsters. So, the next one to take action should be the Tang Kingdom. The reason why they did those things before was definitely not just to let the A-level Demon King and those artificial extraordinary people fight to the death. Besides, those C-level and D-level extraordinary people can't cause any harm to the enemies of the A-level Demon King. What will they do? The first method is nuclear bombs. Although the most meaningless, it is the most effective and the best way to instantly eliminate the monsters in the thick white fog of Qincheng City. It may even be able to take away the A-level Demon King who poses the greatest threat. The second method is to make those monsters and A-level Demon Kings lose their combat effectiveness at the same time. Just like what Bai Shuxuya said. In the Battle of Lingxiao Peak, he had the strange ability to reduce the enemy's level by 1 level. However, no matter what method it is, the Tang Kingdom will implement it after something happens. That is, Linming bamboo roots, like a black dragon, instantly stretched into Qincheng City, and through countless pipes, immediately completely enveloped everything in Qincheng City. After touching the thick white fog, a strange feeling instantly entered Lin Ming's mind. What is this? He couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 243 Inside the White Mist. The thick white mist exuding extremely surging spiritual energy. Lin Ming bamboo roots suddenly felt a strange feeling coming after touching it. This is Soul Pill, although it looks like a stream of white mist. In Lin Ming vision, these white gases are also filled with extremely strange black, and those spiritual energies, as if they have consciousness, constantly invade from the countless bamboo roots that Lin Ming stretched out. There is no doubt that these things that can turn extraordinary people into monsters are soul pills. This kind of thing actually appeared in this form, which was beyond Lin Ming's imagination. The Fate Society was able to refine the spiritual energy contained in the soul pill into liquid, and then gasify it again in the high temperature of the explosion. Unlike the original soul pill, it does not require those extraordinary people to actively absorb it, but passively turns them into monsters directly. Even, it can gradually erode inward from the countless pores in his root system. Before these black gases penetrated deeper into the root system, Lin Ming completely extracted them from the white fog in the city, and immediately gathered these polluted roots into a huge ball. In the dark night, this huge ball of roots floated in the air, and was quickly thrown into the air. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ming used those broken roots and gathered them together again, using a super large dark element attack. In the dark element attack that seemed to be able to tear open the space and swallow everything. This huge bamboo root ball, with a diameter of nearly tens of meters, was also torn and swallowed at this moment, turning into nothing. Then, the space tear caused by the dark element gathered into a small dot again, and finally disappeared completely. Putting away the bamboo roots, Lin Ming was thoughtful. Fate will this group of people. It's quite interesting. The thick white mist produced should be extracted from the spirit energy in the soul pill by some special method, and then made into that liquid, and then exploded to turn the liquid back into gas. Moreover, this gas is even more powerful than the original soul pill, and can even passively turn humans into giant monsters. Naturally, they can also release this liquid in the spirit realm, and then in this white mist, countless strange beasts are born in batches in an instant. This operation is very cool. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire those people in the Destiny Society. After all, they can be said to have thought much further than those ordinary people in this regard. Maybe the ordinary people think that they create so many extraordinary people in order to increase the total number of extraordinary people, so that the number will become less different from that of ordinary people, and gradually gain an advantage. Finally, control the extraordinary people to rule the world and wipe out ordinary people. But the ordinary people probably didn't expect that these people were actually more extreme. Right? What they wanted was this kind of mutant monster. This kind of powerful mutant that could destroy a city in an instant. However, Lin Ming probably guessed some things. For example, why the concentration of spiritual energy in these monsters doesn't decrease as quickly as before. I'm afraid it's because of this diffuse white mist. So, what should we do next? If the bamboo roots go deep into the white mist, they will be corroded. But if we just let go of these mutant monsters whose spiritual energy has reached B level, to be honest, we are a little reluctant. In addition, the ordinary people of Tang Kingdom have not used their back moves yet. If we move first, we may suffer some losses. However, after just thinking for a moment, Lin Ning made up his mind again. Do it. If we don't do it, how can we know what the back moves of ordinary people are? If we don't do it, how can we quickly upgrade our level to the 4th level? I came all the way here to kill some artificial extraordinary people so that I can upgrade and evolve. But I found that they are all a bunch of scum. Now that this group of scum has turned into mutant monsters, if I don't kill them all, I will be sorry for running so far and wasting so much time to arrange troops, command, and worry about the upgrade status of my subordinates. As a result, except for some subordinates, who were originally at the entry level or the 1st level, who have grown a lot in this battle, people like Feng Xiao and Panda almost played auxiliary roles throughout the whole process, and did not gain any experience at all. And I was the same. I killed hundreds of them, and there was no change on the attribute panel. Now, this group of artificial extraordinary people who can't give any evolution points and spiritual energy have turned into giant mutant monsters. And the number has reached thousands. The huge amount of spiritual energy contained in their bodies. If they are killed, then Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, who were hiding in his several layers of protective nets. Feng Ji, Feng Xiao, Feng Yan, Yan Si, Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Du Yan. Subordinates are here. 7 giant wolves stood up immediately. They knew that the master had given them a new task. Panda, Xin Chun, Jingji, Du Shan, Baichi, Xuejin, Mojia and Zhuyu. Master, Panda the Panda and others also gathered together at this time. Now, in addition to the red shadow flying in the sky and the golden scales on its back, Lin Ning has summoned all the subordinates who have reached the 2nd level. At the same time, he also used the ability of multiple element ability replication to copy all the abilities of all subordinates. Be prepared for any eventuality. Then, as long as the monsters are drawn out of the thick fog, it will be fine. Lin Ning knew that thousands of giant monsters with B-level, or even A-level spiritual energy might be quite terrifying. He could not guarantee that he could catch all these huge number of opponents. But now, there is no time to hesitate. Even if the Tang Kingdom has some countermeasures and backup plans, he must kill as many mutant monsters as possible at the fastest speed. Moreover, the sky seems to be gradually getting brighter. If the speed is slower, and it is daytime, then even if there is no spiritual energy concentration detection satellite, the human side can see the true face of him and his subordinates, with the help of several reconnaissance planes that have already flown in this direction. Lin Ming consciousness moved, and the huge amount of bamboo roots buried under the ground grew rapidly, with the ability of creating new life. No matter how fast the erosion of the white fog is, it can't resist the speed of pulling all the mutant monsters in Xinjiang out. This time, he didn't need to worry about anything. He directly turned the bamboo roots into rattan and ropes. The moment he went deep into the white fog, he completely tied up the hundreds of mutant monsters closest to him. After that, he used the strange power created by the ability of creating new life to drag these mutant monsters out one by one. However, Lin Ming also found these monsters had just left the white mist, and the concentration of spiritual energy in their bodies was constantly decreasing. At this time, he immediately used more than 10 elements to attack, regardless of any tactics and strategies, and directly pasted them on the bodies of these monsters. Ding! You killed the strange beast and obtained 80 evolution points. Ding! You! As the system sounds came one after another, Lin Ning watched those elements constantly explode on the bodies of these monsters, turning them into dead things without any breath of life, and also felt the endless spiritual energy coming from their bodies through the bamboo roots. Chapter 244 Waltz of Spiritual Rain and White Mist. After killing the monsters and strange beasts transformed by the extraordinary people in batches, the endless rich spiritual energy flowed from the bamboo roots into the bamboo body. Lin Ning felt that he would have this feeling no matter when he killed those mutant creatures, extraordinary people, strange beasts, or the strange beasts that appeared last time. After killing the opponent, the spiritual energy on the opponent's body also became a part of the rich spiritual energy on his body. That feeling is similar to plundering or devouring when absorbing the spiritual energy from the sun, air and rain. Although it is thinner than killing creatures and monsters with spiritual energy, it also absorbs the spiritual energy and becomes a part of itself. Lin Ning used various elements to attack those strange beasts constantly, and from time to time, he cut off the bamboo roots that had been contaminated by the white mist and quickly processed and burned them. He was also sensing the layers of white mist at the same time, and suddenly felt that this thick cloud-like thing, but emitting rich spiritual energy, was a bit like the thing he had seen twice before. Spiritual rain burst. How similar it was. The spiritual rain burst also contained extremely dense spiritual energy. Bathing in it, one could feel that the spiritual energy was constantly added to one's own spiritual energy. And this white mist was almost exactly the same. However, its inner part was not as colorless and transparent as normal spiritual energy. In Lin Ning perception, this thing was filled with strange black. Moreover, unlike the spiritual rain burst that could further enhance the concentration of spiritual energy and even continuously upgrade the realm, the white mist disguised as a nuclear bomb would only turn those extraordinary people into huge monsters and strange beasts. Compared with the absorption of normal spiritual rain bursts, this white mist and the soul pill were like corrosion. Speaking of which, this soul pill was really quite scary. It can turn mutants into strange beasts, and can turn extraordinary people into strange beasts. It can even make his mutant plant grow those disgusting tentacles. However, this thing is extremely mysterious. After all, if any mutant close to the first level has this thing, then there must be soul pills in various spiritual realms around the world. When carnivorous mutants on land kill mutants close to the first level or even above, they will inevitably come into contact with soul pills. However, I have never heard of or seen those mutants become strange beasts because of this. Could it be that this thing actually has a bug? After Lin Ning used a dark element attack to kill a strange beast again, he compared it and found that it seemed that the dark element attack was the most effective against these things. However, among his subordinates, only Shadow could use dark element attacks, and the black fog created by this little guy was not even as big as the fist of this strange beast. Even though it was close to the first level, its strength only stopped there. Roar! The huge monsters, which had no wisdom and only wanted to destroy everything in front of them, were pulled out of the white fog one by Lin Ning. Although they were extremely powerful, they were still not good enough in front of Lin Ning, who was one realm higher than them. Even if they could easily destroy a skyscraper in 1 second, they could not break free from the restraints of Lin Ning bamboo roots. The bamboo roots, like dragons, easily pulled them out one by one, tied them up tightly, and then let them face the bombardment of various elemental moves, and finally successfully turned them into corpses. And the evolution points and spiritual energy were absorbed by Lin Ning. Feng Xiao. Panda, you two go over and knock down the opponents in front of you. Unconsciously, Lin Ning had killed more than 2,000 monsters, and his level on the attribute panel had reached the level of level 9 of the 3rd level. Although there were nearly 4,000 monsters inside, Lin Ning knew that even if he killed them all, he would probably not be able to reach the 4th level. It would be better to let the subordinates try. If they could raise their level, it would be good. Moreover, it can also test their strength. After all, the subordinates before have always been fighting against opponents who are much weaker than them. Whether they are humans, mutants, or strange beasts, they have never had the opportunity to fight against opponents of the same level. Generally, when there are 2nd level strength opponents, Lin Ning will kill them directly when such opponents appear. Master, Feng Xiaolang said little. After being sent to a strange beast by Lin Ning bamboo root, it almost instantly burst out a surge of spiritual energy and directly entered the combat state. The opponent in front of it was nearly 10 meters tall. It was like a huge black tower. At this time, it was roaring and rushing towards Feng Xiao. All the muscles in its body were exaggerated to the point that they could burst at any time, and the brain that had been eroded and destroyed by spiritual energy could no longer accommodate any instructions except killing and destruction. Roar! The strange beast roared and rushed towards Feng Xiao, but its speed was obviously not as fast as Feng Xiao, a wind wolf who could use the wind element to perfection. It hit the air several times in a row and could not touch it at all. Lin Ning discovered that the strange beast's attack was actually very simple, which was a simple and rough fighting method of rushing, ramming and grabbing the opponent, and then tearing it to kill the opponent. Wind wolf Feng Xiao was simply a natural enemy against them. A low roar was heard, and Feng Xiao suddenly jumped high, turning into a stream of pale green light. At the same time, nearly 100 green half-meter diameter half-moon-shaped wind blades suddenly appeared, and at an extremely fast speed, they bombarded the strange beast that had not yet had time to turn around. Boom! Continuous explosions continued to sound where the strange beast was originally, and Feng Xiao also put away his defensive posture for attack. Lin Ning could no longer sense the life of this strange beast. He looked in another direction. Panda's speed was much faster than Feng Xiao. This guy's flame bullet fist was definitely faster than the speed of sound. And even every time he punched, there would be bursts of explosions. After the huge fist of the strange beast encountered Panda's flame bullet fist, it was almost instantly smashed into pieces. The strange beast, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, was immediately hit again and again by the bullet fist that made explosions. And there was no time to react at all. "You are already dead." Panda turned around and said something that surprised Lin Ming to the monster whose whole body had exploded. The mountain-like back was also very cool in the middle of the night. Lin Ming really wanted to know if this guy had ever seen a man with a Big Dipper on his chest before. The subordinates easily killed 2 monsters, which also gave Lin Ming a lot of new understanding of them. He ordered the other subordinates, who had entered the second stage, to fight the monsters while he was pulling the monsters out of the city. Unconsciously, the sky gradually brightened. Lin Ming found that the number of monsters in the city was also constantly decreasing. However, Lin Ming also sensed that the backup plan of the Tang Kingdom seemed to be activated at this time. Here it comes again. Lin Ming sensed that several silver gray missiles were launched in the direction of Xiaohu City, which was not far away, and were attacking this direction at a very fast speed. Is it a smoke bomb again? Or, Chapter 245, the beginning of the end. In the sky, which was already slightly bright, 6 missiles with flames on their tails were approaching from the direction of Xiaohu City. This scene has been played out many times from the beginning to now, making Lin Ming feel extremely annoyed. The smoke bomb at Chifeng Mountain, the white mist catalytic liquid not long ago, and now there is something unknown inside. It would be better to broadcast directly with a loudspeaker and tell this side that we are going to launch a nuclear bomb directly. Please be careful of mushroom clouds and so on. In the final analysis, it is really better to drop a nuclear bomb directly, which is much better than this or that new technology and new science. However, Lin Ming is also very concerned about what tricks the Tang Kingdom can do. At least it is much better for the other party to use the trump card first than to wait until it is suddenly used in front of him and put him in an unexpected desperate situation. So, no matter what it is, roll over here. And the Tang Kingdom did not disappoint Lin Ming. They launched hundreds of helicopters in dozens of nearby giant cities. This did not surprise Lin Ming. After all, 6 missiles alone were too unlikely. Didn't Destiny send 4 missiles before? Wouldn't it be too uncreative to send the same missiles every time? Moreover, Lin Ming felt that since the upper echelons of the Tang Kingdom were the first to stir up trouble, provoking him with smoke bombs disguised as nuclear bombs, and then causing Qincheng to be attacked, and sending those artificial extraordinary people over, there must be a backup plan. An unexpected backup plan that was definitely not a trick. And this backup plan was definitely not something that could be done simply with 6 missiles. Lin Ming has always admired human science and technology. Think about it. When they invented the spiritual energy concentration detector, they started with a very large box, then handheld, watch type, and even directly applied this technology to reconnaissance aircraft in the air and satellites in space. This is enough to show that the scientific and technological strength of the human side has not been completely backward or even abandoned with the arrival of the era of spiritual energy revival. On the contrary, they have combined science and spiritual energy to produce many important auxiliary tools related to spiritual energy detection, allowing them to continue to follow in the era of spiritual energy recovery, rather than being completely left behind because there are too few awakened extraordinary people. The Destiny Society is also extremely powerful and extreme. This can be seen from the fact that they create strange beasts, mass-produce extraordinary people, and use missiles to turn soul pills into white fog catalysts. They can turn so many artificial extraordinary people into those with extremely strong destructive power in an instant. As long as they are in the white fog, they are basically invincible. Their strength is amazing. Lin Ming knows very well how hard these people have worked to create a world with only extraordinary people. So all their actions are full of radicalism and a strong sense of destruction. If ordinary people and the Destiny Society work together, maybe they can come up with something quite remarkable. For mutant creatures, or for the original wild animals, humans are originally natural enemies. No matter how powerful the predator is, or how it is at the top of the food chain, it will be easily destroyed and defeated by humans, who are completely ahead in the dimension. In this era of spiritual energy revival, whether it is insects, animals, birds, or those aquatic creatures, even plants are evolving and mutating. Although at the beginning, they have always been in a strong leading stage. And in the outbreak of spiritual rain again and again, they have posed a great threat to humans, forcing humans to abandon those mountainous and hilly areas and continuously migrate all the population from remote areas to plains with almost no spiritual realm. Even, it can rise from the sea and summon strong tsunamis and hurricanes, causing cities on the coastline to suffer a catastrophe. However, the human side relies on the already powerful weapons and technology as a trump card, and constantly makes breakthroughs on the side of the extraordinary, and even gives birth to a level extraordinary. It can be said that humans are using their own efforts to make up for the gap step by step, and there is even a trend of completely reversing it. But these are not what Lin Ming wants to see. For him, he wanted to live in peace and quiet, find a place to raise his realm to the 4th, 5th, 6th, or even stronger level. But almost from the beginning, these humans became like annoying flies. They were an eyesore, a nuisance, and extremely annoying. Thinking about the birth of Wantuhai Lingjing, because of the continuous harassment from humans and the curiosity to explore, he had to make the decision to move away from Wantuhai Lingjing, which had no resources to use. After that, when they ran to the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, fate would come out to make trouble again, using their achievements and the strange beasts to harass and attack continuously. Later, in order to force him to lose his temper, they directly launched 3 waves of incendiary bombs as a provocation. Although it later caused his subordinates to destroy almost all the military facilities of 20 to 30 giant cities, and wipe out all the extraordinary people, fate would not care at all. The main starting point for moving from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm where bamboos bloom to the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm, which is closer to humans, poses a greater threat to them, and is more convenient to monitor and sense the human side. It is to take this place as the center, and after upgrading to the 4th level, directly grasp the fate of humans, make them afraid, and feel powerless and desperate about his existence. But now, Lin Ming decided that after seeing this backhand, made by humans, he would reconsider this original idea. Deterrence and threats are not important. If humans are allowed to slowly narrow the gap and create more threatening things, who knows when he will be killed? After finally becoming the top existence on this planet, wouldn't it be too stupid to be killed in such a muddle? So, the next backup plan used by humans will determine Lin Ming's attitude in the future. If the threat is small, then let them make trouble for a while, and take advantage of this time to continuously explore and further increase the spiritual energy from the 3rd level to the 4th level, 5th level, or even higher. If the threat is big, then let them be ants on this planet, who can only struggle hard. At that time, maybe they won't be used, and they may be made as bad as America and sended by those mutated sea monsters, or even monster kings in the sea who may attack at any time. As for me, I just need to go to a place with abundant grass and beautiful water, and raise my level to the strongest level at ease. The missile flew for a while, and the speed was not as fast as expected. However, there are still only a few minutes to reach the scene. During the thinking process just now, Lin Ming and his subordinates also dragged those strange beasts and killed them in large numbers. The level of his subordinates gradually increased, and although there was no movement on his attribute panel and the system did not prompt that they could evolve, it was only a matter of time. When the number of strange beasts in Xincheng City was reduced to less than 2,000, Lin Ming finally stopped and rolled up all his subordinates with bamboo roots and grabbed them back to his position. At the same time, in his sight, even without perception, Lin Ming could see the 6 silver-gray missiles emitting flames. At this time, they were in a corner of the sky that was gradually getting brighter, whistling and descending in the direction of Xincheng City. The roar of those helicopters was also very close. Then, the good show was about to begin. Will the ordinary people bring surprises or shocks? Lin Ming was looking forward to it. And those missiles instantly pierced into Xincheng City, which had become a ruin and was still covered in white fog. Chapter 246 Unexpected Desperate Situation. Boom! The deafening roar barely gave anyone in Xincheng, and within 100 kilometers any time to react. The dazzling white light that suddenly erupted in a short period of time had completely illuminated the surrounding area like daylight. However, this daylight-like thing disappeared in a very short time. Lin Ning then discovered that the 6 missiles did not hit the center of Qincheng, but unexpectedly landed in 6 different locations nearly 100 kilometers away from the center of Qincheng. Lin Ming, who happened to be within the range of this hexagon, was even more confused. Humans, what are you going to do? He sensed the location of the explosion and unexpectedly discovered that the missiles did not completely disintegrate, but 6 strange metals, like bullet shells, appeared in succession where they hit. Because of the impact of the bombs, these metals rushed into the ground nearly 100 meters in an instant. What does this mean? However, Lin Ning was also cautious at this time. Jiaying, you bring Jin Lin and Ma Chen to my side. Fo Xiao, Feng Ji and Feng Yin, as well as the Panda. You take the white rat Shuya and the smaller ones, and quickly evacuate in the direction I indicate. Yes, Master. The name Jiaying fell quickly, while the group of wolves and panda took the white rat Shuya, as well as the little Soro Shadow and Xingbai, and rushed to a place 100 kilometers away. Xuejin, Ma Jia and Zhuyu, you each take Waikui, Bingpa and Xuanhua. Follow Feng Xiao and the others. At the fastest speed. Feeling a little weird, Lin Ning gave orders to his subordinates one after another. These subordinates with faster speed, except Jiaying, have all been ordered by Lin Ming to escape to the distance. This is also to ensure that the subordinates outside the safe range will not be affected in case something even he cannot handle occurs. Then use the command to break the situation. Lin Ning is only about 80 kilometers away from the city center of Qincheng City, while those strange metals are 100 kilometers away. In other words, this distance of more than 20 kilometers can allow the subordinates to withdraw as quickly as possible. Lin Ning grabbed all the subordinates except Mo Chen and Jin Lin with bamboo roots and sent them out at lightning speed. However, just when Lin Ning sent his subordinates out of the range, he suddenly felt that his bamboo roots hit something very solid. Is this a barrier? He suddenly found that there seemed to be a very thick light curtain at a place 100 kilometers away. Lin Ning suddenly understood what those metal bullets were used for, although it is still unclear how the light curtain came out from the warhead and formed the principle of the light curtain. There is no doubt that this thing is too strong to be broken even by his bamboo roots. And Xuejin and the others also arrived here, and they all crashed into this layer of light curtain. Wait, this thing can actually completely seal off this large area? Lin Ning was even more confused. What was going on? It was a bit familiar? It seemed that there was something similar in Lingxiao Peak. His bamboo roots quickly pierced down and directly grabbed the metal warhead that was deeply embedded in the ground 100 meters deep, and wrapped it up at the fastest speed. However, Lin Ning suddenly discovered that the helicopters had also arrived in the sky nearby at this time. His bamboo roots quickly pushed the warhead upwards. But at this time he found that the helicopters did not continue to move forward, and for some reason, they each poured pieces of black stone-like things onto the ground. At the same time, Lin Ning suddenly felt a strange feeling rising from his body. It was as if all the spiritual energy in his body was suddenly drained, and he could not use any strength at all. The metal bullet that was only a few meters away from being pushed above the ground fell down again. Countless roots that bound his subordinates fell directly to the ground like scattered ropes. Even if he wanted to gather them again, he could not do it at all. Looking at his subordinates again, it was almost the same. Feng Xiao could not use the powerful wind blade, and his subordinates with other elements were also struggling. The spiritual energy on himself and them disappeared. This is almost exactly the same as when he was at Lingxiao Peak. At that time, in the battle at Lingxiao Peak, several extraordinary people used their abilities to build an extremely powerful barrier space, so that Feng Xiao and Panda could not easily break through at that time. And another extraordinary person, with a weird ability, even used a perverted ability that could directly reduce the opponent's level by 1 stage. Now, things seem to be getting worse. The 6 metal bullets built an almost indestructible barrier in this vast area. And outside this barrier, the strange black substances sprinkled by the helicopters even directly made all the spiritual energy of him and his subordinates lose its effectiveness. Powerless? This seems to be even more excessive than the ability of the extraordinary person he killed at Lingxiao Peak. Lin Ning tried to wave the bamboo roots 20 kilometers away, but there was no reaction at all. Even wanting to wave the bamboo branches was completely impossible. So all these movements are due to spiritual energy. Of course, the aura reconstruction of all things, the creation of new life, The shielding of spiritual energy force field. The spiritual language and many other abilities have completely lost their effectiveness. This loss of spiritual energy did not happen all at once, but started from the bamboo roots 20 kilometers away, and then gradually reached his own location. Lin Ning knew that this should be caused by the effect of the black things he had sensed before, which were not sure whether they were stones or soil, sprinkled by the helicopters in the air. Now, he, his subordinates, and even the strange beasts in Qincheng City, have all fallen into a state of no spiritual energy. It seems that the human side seems to have mastered an extremely powerful killer weapon. But at this time, although there is no spiritual energy, and he cannot contact his subordinates, Lin Ning is not panicked at all. The reason for this is that he knows very well that if this weapon, that can completely disable spiritual energy is really that powerful, it is impossible to take it out now. After all, half a month ago, humans were even completely helpless against mutant creatures. In just half a month, they can take out such a big killer? The more powerful and new this kind of thing is, there will definitely be fatal shortcomings. Or its timeliness. Or its stability. Anyway, no matter how you think about it, it can't be separated from these 2 points. Block all the spiritual energy in this vast area? In other words, this is also a restricted area for extraordinary people. Then, even if the Tang Kingdom wants to launch a siege and attack next, what they use is only a mopping up war with conventional weapons and ordinary soldiers. Lin Ning checked the environment he was in. He knew that unless the human side carried out a very detailed carpet search, it would be very difficult to find him. It seemed that the subordinates were the ones in danger. Only the strong could survive. If they were unable to deal with ordinary people without spiritual energy, then in this desperate situation, they would have no value in survival, including him. If they could not reverse everything in the desperate situation, then they would be completely abandoned in this era of spiritual energy revival. Chapter 247: The Backup Plan of the Human Side. At this moment, Shangjing, the man, looked at the giant electronic map with a frown. What is the situation ahead? The total number of light spots on the screen finally stopped jumping down completely after only 1987 people were left in the lower right corner. Report? According to the front contact, within 100 kilometers centered on Qincheng, there is no feedback from any battles on the front line. The man nodded gently. Send an order. Let the soldiers stationed in nearby cities go to the vicinity of Qincheng as quickly as possible. Yes. All the liaison officers were busy and kept conveying the order to send troops to various giant cities. Although before, the various legions in these cities had already been prepared to send troops at any time. They will take the fastest and largest armed transport plane to cities with airports around Qincheng, such as Luodu City, and then start to advance towards Qincheng from all directions. Of course, some will land outside Qincheng City first, and slaughter those big fools who have completely lost their fighting power without any suspense. However, seize every moment. From now on, the battle must be resolved within 6 hours. The man gave the order again, and the people below immediately continued to convey it. Well, we are considered winners? At this time, Dong Lao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and couldn't help asking. He just knew that the man had used such a bold combat method. No. The man shook his head gently, walked to the table and sat down calmly, staring at Mr. Dong. How did you come to this conclusion? Well, in fact, don't we have all the advantages now? After all, whether it is those mutant monsters or the one centered on Qincheng, it is a radius of 100 kilometers. Right? In this vast area, no matter how powerful the spiritual energy was before, it will now disappear. Just like this building. Right? Mr. Dong said while confirming with the man. Now this kind of battle situation. For them, there is no suspense at all. Right? The 6 gold square array. This weapon that combines science and spiritual energy. Although it is said that today is the first actual combat application. But the power of this thing found in the Extraordinary Research Center has now completely conquered everyone. Just using 6 metal bullets to create an indestructible huge barrier space. No one thought that the thing made by the Research Center of the Destiny Society would be so powerful. Although everyone still doesn't understand the principle behind it. It's enough to know that this thing can create a very strong barrier space. However, the farther the distance between these things is, the shorter the time their ability can be maintained. It's only 6 hours at most. But it's enough for them to arrange the attack. If you want to escape from the 6 gold squares, Unless you completely destroy any of them. You can only wait for time to pass, and the effect disappears. And the barrier becomes extremely weak. And the 6 gold squares are used with the same type of spiritual shielding device used in this building and other extremely important buildings. This powerful thing can completely shield the spiritual energy of all mutant creatures and extraordinary people with spiritual energy within a certain range. Let the mutant creatures become ordinary animals, insects and birds. And let the extraordinary people become ordinary people. Naturally. It can also turn the mutant monsters in the center of Qincheng into a collection of stupid big pieces of meat that can only roar. But the aura shielding device. The stability of the aura shielding device has not been verified at all. The reason why ours has always been effective is because we use the best materials. And no one can say how effective those urgently manufactured can be. So what is a sure thing? Old Dong. Is this how you fight a war? The man stared at Old Dong and said angrily. Yes. Yes. Old Dong knew that he said the wrong thing. But he still felt that this battle could be said to be won. Even if the A-level Demon King came, he would be meat to be slaughtered here. Looking back now, the reason why Destiny sent so many artificial extraordinary people from all over the place was to expand the base. Even if the A-level Demon King killed half of them, there would be a total of about 6,000. Now looking back, they did succeed. The A-level Demon King did kill half of their total number in a very short time. The strength of the A-level Demon King is such that he can pull out the monsterized extraordinary people in the white fog one by one, and then kill them continuously outside the white fog. His strength is evident, the man said, and looked at the number in the lower right corner of the big screen. The number 1987 was particularly eye-catching. There is no doubt that the one who can kill those mutant monsters whose spiritual energy concentration has been maintained to be level, or even close to a level, must be the A-level Demon King. After all, the only one in this world who can kill monsters of that level is the A-level Demon King, who has not yet revealed his true face. 1 hour. 2 hours. The sky gradually brightened. The reconnaissance plane in front kept filming everything nearby. And according to the liaison report, those mutant monsters could not hold up at all in the face of the artillery fire of the heavy weapon soldiers on the front line. Now the number has changed from 1987 to 1723. And the number is still decreasing. It seems that there is no need to worry about the mutant monsters. It should only be a matter of time to wipe them out. However, he was also thinking, when did this A-level Demon King move from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm? Why did he have to attack Qincheng alone? Since he could attack Qincheng, which was originally 1,000 kilometers away from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, why didn't he attack Xiaohu, Shengjing and other more important places with more people? Moreover, the last time the A-level Demon King took revenge, he attacked dozens of cities at once. But this time there was only one. He didn't understand one thing before. That is, why the A-level Demon King could attack dozens of cities at the same time. He and everyone else had speculated whether the A-level Demon King sent mutant creatures from all over the country, similar to his subordinates, to attack. If that was the case, it was absolutely possible. After all, in the spiritual realm, it was not uncommon to find that the most powerful mutant creatures in the spiritual realm were always followed by some much weaker mutant creatures. But if that is the case, why is it that only Qincheng is attacked now, instead of dozens of cities like last time? This time, he is not completely sure that the A-level Demon King is within 100 kilometers of Qincheng. But the effectiveness of both the 6 gold square array and the aura shielding device is not very long. And the aura shielding device that was urgently manufactured is not perfect. If the A-level Demon King is really trapped within this 100 kilometers, then this may be the best time to kill him. This is a thrilling gamble. If all the mutant monsters and the A-level Demon King can be killed, it would be the best. If only the mutant monsters are killed. But the A-level Demon King is not killed. And even the A-level Demon King is killed directly. Then, it will be a complete loss. At present, humans have no way to deal with mutant creatures of the A-level Demon King level. In other words, unless the human side can lock the A-level Demon King, and then use nuclear bombs around the world to launch a concentrated attack regardless of the consequences. This is the topic that the representatives of the American and Bear countries have called for countless times when they held a meeting in Beijing. That person knew that it would be fine if the A-level Demon King was in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. That place is remote, and it only needs to relocate all the people in Rongqing City and nearby areas. But the battle is now taking place in Qincheng City. which can almost be said to be the most central city in Tang country. If a nuclear bomb is dropped here, the consequences will be disastrous. Now we just hope that the A-level Demon King is also within the range of 100 kilometers, and that the soldiers can search for the A-level Demon King in these short 6 hours, and then kill it. In 6 hours, the 6 gold square array and the aura shielding device should have no problem, and can make the mutant monsters and A-level Demon Kings inside unable to move. Report. At this moment, a liaison suddenly shouted in panic. Dozens of troops have been attacked fiercely. According to reports, it is a group of mutant creatures. The man looked up suddenly. Chapter 248, Great Reversal. Time passed, and the sky in the east gradually turned pale. The deafening shouts and cries from afar could be heard clearly by Lin Ming, who was in the primeval forest 80 kilometers away. The human side used the 6 metal bullets and then sprinkled some black substance, causing Lin Ming and his subordinates to be trapped within a distance of nearly 100 kilometers from Qingcheng. Moreover, their spiritual power was completely deprived. Lin Ming and his subordinates, as well as the helpless and screaming strange beasts in the white fog in Qingcheng, became lambs to be slaughtered. It has been nearly an hour since the formation of the barrier, and the time after the spiritual energy was blocked. During this time, Lin Ming has been trying hard to resist this extremely strange force. After all, no matter the trunk, bamboo branches, bamboo leaves, or bamboo roots, they can't move at all by will. And those originally powerful abilities can't be used. He had no idea what his subordinates were like. Now, he could hear a lot of human noises. The roar of helicopters and reconnaissance planes, the roar of artillery, and the sound of tracks like tanks passing by. Of course, the noise of the human side pouring bullets like crazy naturally never stopped. However, he was located under this extremely difficult to find cliff, almost completely covered by dozens of giant trees. But he had not seen half a person passing by so far. This place was really easy to hide. Or did the humans not conduct a carpet search? Lin Ming could no longer take care of his subordinates. The most he could do now was to try to avoid being discovered by the human troops who happened to pass by. Having said that, the Tang Kingdom was really powerful. They actually came up with this kind of weapon with barrier and aura shielding, which was completely beyond his expectations. However, these two extremely powerful things were not completely without weaknesses and breakthroughs. Lin Ming had just discovered that the roots in the soil, which were about 200 meters deep, could actually move. And as Lin Ming consciousness gradually focused on that place, the roots there could do more things. Lin Ming even discovered that the deeper the roots were, the more space they could move. It seemed that the black substances could not affect the deep underground. And the deeper the place, the weaker the influence of that kind of thing. Lin Ming was delighted and began to try to use his abilities on the roots. As his consciousness continued to be instilled, it soon took effect. Then, let's try the ability to create new life first. Lin Ming consciousness immediately urged the spiritual energy in the roots. Almost in an instant, the roots there wove into a huge net underground at an extremely terrifying speed. It works. Sure enough, even the end of the root system is also a part of itself. When the system panel introduced the ability to create new life, it also wrote that even if there was only a small section of the root system left, the whole thing could be quickly restored to its original state. However, when Lin Ming tried to grow the root system toward the surface of the soil, he found that once it reached about 150 meters, the root system growth rate would suddenly slow down. And if it went up further, it would stop completely. Moreover, the roots that grew out no longer had any power. And even if he activated his spiritual energy, he could not move at all. Oh no! Lin Ming immediately understood that this was the deepest range of the influence of the black object. About 150 meters underground. This was basically an unsolvable depth for any mutant creatures and monsters, like those strange beasts. Even mice that were born to dig holes, without the blessing of spiritual energy, had no way to dig such a deep hole in the ground in a very short time. Especially since the ground was filled with a lot of rocks. But this was completely useless for Lin Ming, who had buried his roots hundreds of meters deep. Now, he knew that he only needed to move those roots in the soil 150 meters underground to reverse this desperate situation. Then, the next step is how to invalidate this barrier and the objects that make the spiritual energy disappear. After a simple thought, Lin Ming quickly thought of a way. In fact, things can be very simple. Using the ability to create new life, Lin Ming roots kept moving outward 150 meters underground. heading straight for the location of one of the metal bullets in his memory. Soon, Lin Ning bamboo roots seemed to hit a very thick wall and hit the barrier hard. Next, Lin Ning remembered that the metal bullet seemed to have sunk directly into the ground 100 meters below because of the explosion. As he continued to dig holes with bamboo roots underground, a huge hole soon appeared in the ground nearby. Then, Lin Ning urged the bamboo roots to support the hole while turning them into giant hammers, hammering the air above. And the heavy metal bullet continued to fall down due to inertia and gravity, and finally penetrated the loose soil and fell directly into the huge hole. Although Lin Ning still cannot use the aura of all things to rebuild, the barrier created by the metal bullet also changed its shape the moment it fell into the hole. Now there seems to be a way. The bamboo roots wrapped around the metal bullet and moved it madly in the opposite direction. In a very short time, Lin Ning threw it directly to a location closer to Qincheng City, which instantly changed the shape of the extremely thick barrier and completely put himself outside the barrier. Even so, the crisis has not been resolved. The problem of the disappearance of spiritual energy in a large area has not been solved. Lin Ning had not figured out what those black things were, but it was not difficult to destroy them. The bamboo roots near the hole quickly condensed into a ball under the ability to create new life, like a huge palm. While expanding the hole continuously, it also completely supported a part of it, and on the surface above the hole, in addition to the original location of the warhead, those black things were also nearby. Lin Ning made the hole extremely deep, and with great force, he pushed the root system that had just become a giant palm towards the soil above. Boom! The huge muffled sound echoed continuously in the hole, and under this powerful blow, everything on the surface was directly blasted into the sky. At this moment, Lin Ning bamboo roots, with the ability to create new life, suddenly extended upward, while the black thing was flying in the air. It also lost its function underground, and Lin Ning dragon-like root system also drilled out of the surface at this moment, and directly grew as much as 70 to 80 meters. Then, the root system emitted a huge root network, catching all the black things falling from the sky, as well as the soil that took off. The height of this piece of black things was raised to nearly 70 to 80 meters, and at the same time, the stratum where Lin Ning roots could move became a little shallower. The next thing was too easy to handle. The roots that were unable to move due to the black things were directly raised to a height of more than 100 meters. Then, the roots below pushed the roots, holding the black things up. Lin Ning saw that a large mass of black unknown objects, along with a large pile of soil, flew over his trunk from 20 kilometers away and flew inward to a location closer to Qincheng City. This was equivalent to directly tearing a huge hole in the formation formed by the thing that could make the spiritual energy disappear. And at this moment, Lin Ning completely got rid of the restrictions that had troubled him for more than 2 hours. The spiritual energy in his body was restored, and those powerful abilities were also restored one after another. So, it seems that the time for counterattack has come. Lin Ning killing intent was burning at this moment. Chapter 249 The Moment of Blood. Before dawn, it is the darkest moment. At this moment, at the edge of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, about 80 kilometers away from Qincheng City, a blood-red giant bamboo decided to dye this moment with the same color as itself. Lin Ning cut off his own roots and then became mobile again. This is also for mobility. Although the speed is not fast, only a dozen kilometers per hour, it is much better than being unable to move, at least when carrying out various attacks. This movement can be much more convenient, just like a mobile turret. After all, the attack range of 100 kilometers is fixed, and in order to make up for this deficiency, some choices must be made. The ability to rebuild the aura of all things allowed Lin Ning to quickly lock the position of his subordinates. But he unexpectedly discovered that his subordinates seemed to be fighting with those fully armed humans. And relying on perception, it seems that many have been injured. And even under the attack of the human side, they are fighting and retreating, struggling. This is also understandable. After all, when the spiritual energy is blocked, the spiritual energy shields on their bodies disappear, and their attacks and defenses basically rely on spiritual energy. Therefore, when there is no spiritual energy, for humans now, they are just some giant birds with huge bodies and strange-looking animals. To deal with birds and animals, humans have plenty of ways with their heavy weapons. Even if the opponent has fangs and claws, humans will not let their weapons stop working. For them, Mutant creatures without spiritual energy are not a threat at all. Lin Ming quickly raised the main route, while sensing the distance of the barrier, and constantly materializing the location of those black substances in his mind. Only by completely destroying those things can the subordinates regain their strength, and let those humans who think they can use their mortal bodies to destroy powerful A-level demon kings, B-level and C-level demon spirits know what the terrible consequences of provoking opponents who should not be provoked are. As Lin Ming moved, the bamboo roots continued to move forward in this sea of giant trees. The primary goal is to destroy these black substances as much as possible, turning these things that hinder him into useless debris. Before that, Lin Ming bamboo roots suddenly rose from the ground and instantly shot down several helicopters passing nearby. They turned into huge fireballs, suddenly fell from the sky, and made a deafening roar after hitting the ground. The blazing flames kept bursting on the ground, and the humans inside naturally had no survivors. Although killing ordinary people does not bring any evolutionary points or spiritual energy income. But this does not mean that he will not do such a thing. The only difference is whether it is necessary. Now, in this huge encirclement that can instantly shield spiritual energy, ordinary people holding weapons, or driving heavy weapons such as helicopters, tanks and chariots are even more threatening than the original extraordinary people. So, as long as any human appears nearby, Lin Ming will not be polite at all. Kill without mercy. Only in this way can we avoid the harm to our side to the greatest extent. Only in this way can the human side know what a tragic revenge is. Now, his level is about to reach the 4th level. There is no need for him to hide behind the scenes like before. When he reaches the 4th level, he may not need Jin Lin and Imochen by his side, and he can directly withstand those nuclear bombs. And whether it is the light fog barrier made of the strange metal warheads, or the black substances that can make the spiritual energy disappear, they will not become a stumbling block to his power. The roar of the helicopter continued, and Lin Ming sensed that 16 helicopters came to this area to check the situation of the helicopters that fell to the ground. Lin Ming was not polite to them. After estimating the spiritual energy range blocked by the black substance, he walked quickly. A bamboo root pierced through the gray sky like a long rainbow, and split into countless sharp spear-like branches in a very short time. These branches also rushed straight to the helicopters in an instant. Boom! 16 fireballs bloomed in the air again. Lin Ming didn't care how they fell at all, but quickly put away the bamboo root and continued to move forward. The continuous explosion of helicopters will definitely attract the enemy's vigilance and attention, and the helicopters and others that will come to check will also arrive soon. He sensed that a large area of black substance was about 10 kilometers ahead, and nearby were his subordinates, who were forced to retreat step by those humans and had no way to retreat. The sound of tanks roared, and the sound of soldiers gathering around was constantly heard. Lin Ming ignored it, and just kept launching new bamboo roots to the helicopters passing through the area without the barrier and the black substance, so that they would continue to become fireballs blooming in the night sky. It didn't take too long for Lin Ming to reach an area not far from his subordinates. However, that area was mostly plains, and there was no obstruction at all. The sound of reconnaissance aircraft could be heard from the sky from time to time, and Lin Ming knew that it was not yet time for him to reveal his true identity. Think about it. At this time, all humans still believe that the A-level demon king was a mutated creature. In their cognition, mutated creatures were just some insects, beasts, birds, and aquatic creatures. So their thinking inertia also extended in this direction. They believed that the A-level demon king was an animal, an insect, a bird, a fish, etc. But they had never imagined that the A-level demon king was actually a plant. Therefore, all their countermeasures against the A-level demon king so far were to deal with those common mutant creatures. But once they knew that Lin Ming, the A-level demon king, was actually a plant, then everything would be greatly reversed and changed. If there were no secrets here, it would be easy to be targeted by the other side. Lin Ming felt that he could not be too ostentatious before he could really ignore everything. He stopped, and the bamboo roots kept shuttling underground. Soon, just like before, he destroyed the location of a metal bullet that he had sensed to create a barrier, and threw it towards Qincheng City. In this way, the subordinates could easily escape from the original cage, and without the barrier, it would be quite easy to do anything. For example, he could easily turn some boulders and trees into scrap metal, and turn the heavy weapons such as tanks and cannons that humans had gathered into pieces. and turned the soldiers who kept pouring the ammunition of their weapons into his subordinates into meat paste. With a thought, he created countless bamboo roots by creating new life, and also tied up thousands of boulders and hundreds of giant trees deep underground, and threw them in the direction where his subordinates were trapped. The ability to rebuild the aura of all things also made his attacks hit the target every time. A few seconds later, as the terrifying rain of boulders and trees in the air hit, that direction had completely turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 250. One ball cannot have two masters. Boom! Loud noises continued to explode, and thousands of rubble and boulders, along with huge trees, turned into huge black shadows, smashing the soldiers, chariots, tanks, etc., who were in a very neat formation and were besieging a large number of mutant creatures that looked like they were originally very powerful, into meat patties and discus. The screams came one after another, and the explosions were deafening. In just a moment, Feng Xiao and Panda, who were almost forced into a desperate situation before, led Lin Ming's subordinates, and were also shocked and got the treasure. A precious breathing opportunity. Qi Ying and Shui Jin dodged the boulders and trees and flew into the sky. They unexpectedly found the owner Lin Ming, who was constantly throwing things at them from the distant forest. Boom! Another burst of explosions sounded. This time, Lin Ming aimed at the black substance that he had already discovered that could make the spiritual energy disappear. It turned out to be a machine? Lin Ming did not expect that these black things of different sizes were actually some machines wrapped in layers of strange substances, and would emit electric sparks after being hit. However, this is somewhat related to human science. After all, if these things were stones or ores that had shielding capabilities, it would be too outrageous. The black machine was smashed. The so-called spiritual shield was broken, and Lin Ming was able to use bamboo roots to pull his subordinates back one by one. The bamboo roots penetrated into the subordinates' position during the explosion, split into hundreds of roots, and tied up all the subordinates who were still confused. Then, Lin Ming pulled them all back to his side at lightning speed. Master! Master! Feng Xiao was already covered with wounds. He, Panda, the giant bear Manhua, and the rock wolf Yanxi served as the front meat shield and resisted many attacks from the human side. He was now covered with wounds, and even one leg was lame. Lin Ming looked at Feng Ji and Feng Yin on the other side. They were not much worse. Man Yu and Yanxi had countless wounds on their bodies, and they were shivering constantly. It seemed that too much blood flowed from the wounds, causing them to be unstable. The wound on the head of the panda was particularly scary, and his breathing was extremely heavy. At this time, he had even fainted. The snow-white giant wings of Imokai and Zhu Yi were also stained with blood, and they couldn't even fly. Under their protection, most of the other subordinates were only slightly injured. Lin Ming checked and found that although his subordinates were chased and intercepted by soldiers, chariots and tanks this time, surprisingly, without spiritual energy, none of them were lost. Hundreds of bamboo branches containing Yao Qiong were stretched out to their mouths, and those who fainted like Panda, Lin Ming directly put the bamboo branches into their mouths. With powerful spiritual energy, the injuries of the subordinates were almost healed instantly. From time to time, some bullets fell to the ground. That was the healing power brought by Lin Ming powerful Yao Qiong, which could make flesh grow on bones, and expel the bullets buried deep in the bodies of the subordinates. In a short period of time, the subordinates recovered completely from their injuries, and the panda also opened his eyes. Master, have you recovered your strength? Panda asked immediately after seeing Lin Ming. But after he felt his own spiritual energy recover as usual, he understood something. Panda, the master must have found a way to crack the problem, so he was able to save us from those powerfully equipped humans. White Rat Shuya stood on Panda's shoulder and looked at Lin Ming. Master, did you find a way to crack the problem by using the underground direction as a breakthrough point? Lin Ming was surprised at the intelligence of this subordinate, who had not yet reached the first level, but had extremely superior intelligence. But this was not the time to chat and discuss problems. Everyone, listen. Yes, Master, under Lin Ming command. These mutant creatures, whether they have reached the second level or have not yet reached the threshold of the first level, all bowed their heads and waited for the next order from their master Lin Ming. Humans have constructed the black substance that can completely invalidate our spiritual energy, and took the opportunity to kill us all. But now that we have recovered our spiritual energy, We should not just return to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. Lin Ming voice, through the ability of spiritual language, was transmitted to the minds of every subordinate in the consciousness field. Even the weakest among them knew what to do next. Kill all the humans on this land, leaving no one alive. Did you hear that? This time, Lin Ming, who had thoroughly experienced the backup plan of the Tang Kingdom, had fully affirmed one thing. He didn't have to upgrade to the 4th level to make humans fear and despair. What he had to do was to make humans feel this as fully as possible. At the cost of his life, the bamboo roots kept moving underground, constantly destroying those black machines, turning them into scrap metal, and turning them into garbage that could not maintain the terrifying power before. At the same time, all his subordinates obeyed his orders. They had recovered their health, and without restrictions, they turned back into the monsters and spirits that made humans extremely afraid before. Lin Ming sensed everything within 100 kilometers of Qingcheng City. The human army that had just fallen under the terrifying rain of rocks and giant trees that he had created had completely lost its combat effectiveness. And no one was alive. The bamboo roots wandered underground, and Lin Ming kept destroying those black machines. For him, a mutant creature full of spiritual energy, why this black machine could completely eliminate such a large amount of spiritual energy, making him unable to use any of his abilities, and even most of the bamboo roots, trunks, bamboo branches and bamboo leaves could not move. This has always been a mystery, since humans can invent such a powerful artifact, if they are given another year, no, even 3 or 4 months, to develop this machine to be more complete and more powerful. At that time, wouldn't it be impossible to play? Lin Ming will never allow this to happen. The dangerous seedlings must be completely pulled out from the budding period, and not even a trace of hair roots can be left. What he wants to do is to make humans never have the opportunity to make this powerful weapons even more powerful. Lin Ming has strengthened his determination. Even before he was reborn as a bamboo, he was a human. But since he has become a bamboo, the human side has nothing to do with him at all. If you have to say it, it is life and death enemies. When the strong and the weak compete, the loser becomes a bandit. But Lin Ming doesn't even want to give humans the qualification to become a bandit. If they were given a little time to buffer, they would invent something like the 6 metal bullets that could create an extremely strong barrier, and a black machine that could completely shield and remove the spiritual energy of mutant creatures. It is not impossible that something more powerful and unsolvable would be invented. Right? It seems that only one of the two sides can survive. Before the light gradually became brighter, Lin Ming bamboo roots once again fired at the helicopters like a long rainbow. At the same time, hundreds of fireballs burst out in the sky. Chapter 251 Unimaginable Power. A golden light flashed, and the morning sun dyed the eastern sky red. In Qingcheng, the white fog still did not dissipate, but within 100 kilometers around it, the explosions that had been heard more than 10 minutes ago gradually died down, and there was no movement at all, whether in Qingcheng or in the nearby fields. At this early morning, they were all in a dead silence. What remained on the ground were a large number of wreckage, scattered metal pieces, and fragments of those heavy weapons. The sun shone on the burning flames, and the thick smoke produced by them was painted with a layer of blood red. And in the white fog in Qingcheng, the giant monsters that had been mutated by artificial extraordinary people that had been wandering in it were now completely broken into pieces and thrown outside the city at will. For that person, this battle was a complete defeat. They overestimated the power of their trump cards and underestimated the strength of the A-level Demon King. They never dreamed that the A-level Demon King they had been facing was a mutant bamboo that could easily destroy the aura shielding device and the 6 gold square array from deep underground with its roots. They lost this bet miserably. The army deployed to Qingcheng City reached nearly 60,000 to 70,000 people, as well as a large number of tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, armed helicopters, etc. But in this battle, the entire army was annihilated. The command center in Shangjing was now dead silent. No one could say anything, and there was no feeling other than shock. The man kept his lips tightly closed. The combination of the 6 gold square array and the aura shielding device was basically unsolvable. But in a very short time, it was completely ignored by the A-level Demon King, who still did not know what it was, and directly crossed these obstacles, completely destroying everything that humans had invested in this battle. That person had not thought about failure. On the contrary, He had simulated many times the situation of encountering the counterattack of the A-level Demon King. But he had never imagined that his side would lose so badly. The strength of the A-level Demon King was much stronger than he had imagined. The battle report from the front showed that when the front troops were attacked for the first time, only 3 helicopters were shot down. It was 4:12 in the morning. And now, it was only 5:09. In this hour, the 6 gold squares were destroyed, and the spiritual shielding device was destroyed. Nearly 1,000 helicopters were destroyed, and a large number of tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, etc. became scrap metal. Nearly 70,000 troops were completely wiped out. Even the monsters in Xinjiang were all destroyed by it. Is this the true strength of the A-level Demon King? The strength that attacked dozens of cities in a short period of time before? It turned out that he still did not use his true strength. That person slammed his hand heavily on the table, making a loud bang. In the command room, everyone turned to look at the person who led them. After a long silence, they made such an angry move. In the hearts of each of them, a new bud called despair sprouted. And with this silence, it gradually grew and spread. The reconnaissance plane in front kept sending back photos and videos. On the big screen in the command room, all the photos and videos of the surrounding areas of Xinjiang were also displayed bit by bit. But no matter which picture or which frame of video, it showed a deep sense of despair. Ashes, death, ruins. These are the facts made by the A-level Demon King. The A-level Demon King can turn everything in the wide area into ashes. Then, it can turn the entire Tang country and the whole world into that. At present, humans have nothing that can limit this A-level Demon King. Unless the A-level Demon King is willing to give them time. A few years, a year, or even a few months. Gathering the world's most advanced science and technology. And even joining forces with the Destiny Society that has always been behind the scenes. In a very short time, both the 6 gold square array and the aura shielding device will be developed to be more perfect and more powerful. Or research more powerful technology and weapons to eliminate the A-level Demon King. Or even to compete with him. Right? But will the other party give them time? No. Reports of attacks in the surrounding cities? The man raised his head and asked suddenly, his arms resting on the table. The liaison officers hurried back to their posts to confirm the real-time situation. They knew that the next news might determine how much time the human side had. Report: there are no reports of attacks in several cities around Xinjiang, such as Luodu City. Report: there are no reports of attacks in Xiaohu City and Shuangyue City. As the liaison officers reported, the expressions on the faces of the other people present also improved. However, that person still looked grim. Report: Rongqing City has been hit hard. Rongqing City has been completely destroyed. And several giant cities around it are still under siege. At this time, a pale-faced liaison officer conveyed the bad news, and his eyebrows frowned even tighter. Everyone else immediately fell into panic. Rongqing City was completely destroyed. However, Rongqing City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Xinjiang City. How come the battle just ended here? Could it be that the attack range of the A-level Demon King is not just 1,000 kilometers? Mysteries come one after another. But it is undeniable that the A-level Demon King is powerful. Pass on my order. All the legions and various heavy weapons in medium and large cities will be withdrawn to super-large cities such as Shangjing and Xiaohu City. Evacuate all the extraordinary people to Shangjing City. Set up the largest-scale 6 gold square formation and spiritual energy shielding device in Shangjing City and Xiaohu City. This is a death order. Pass it on to me. The man finally issued this reluctant order. Now, although he wants to protect everything, he can do too little. Next, I am afraid that those medium and large cities may not be saved. What he should consider is how to preserve the fire of mankind. The A-level Demon King will face it sooner or later. He did not regret provoking the A-level Demon King before, and he had already used the greatest strength he could, whether it was the 6 gold square formation or the aura shielding device. Unless a miracle happened, the A-level Demon King might have been destroyed. There had been reports from the front before that the 2 legions had besieged hundreds of mutant creatures of all shapes and sizes. There were some extremely large and ferocious creatures among them. But the 2 legions worked together to besiege and kill them. But they did not kill any of them. There might be the A-level Demon King among them. Some videos and photos taken by helicopters were also transmitted at that time. But they were blurry. The man could not help but smile helplessly. Until now, The human side still did not know what the A-level demon king looked like. It was really ironic, being forced to this point by an unknown A-level demon king. Now, this is no longer a problem for the Tang Kingdom, but a problem for all mankind. Chapter 252, Towards the Fourth Stage. In the early morning, a layer of translucent white mist gradually rose in the valley. The mist was so dense that it submerged the extremely dense forest. The green treetops that occasionally appeared were like small islands floating above the white mist. In the forest that was gradually becoming humid and hot, Lin Ning led his subordinates and kept moving towards the original direction of the lake. When he led his subordinates to eliminate all human forces around Xincheng City, he also ordered his subordinates, who stayed in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm far away in Rongqing City, to completely destroy that place. Although their strength has not yet reached the level of the first stage, their combat power is also quite a lot. It is definitely not a problem to completely destroy Rongqing City and the surrounding cities without any defensive power. The reason for doing this is also because Lin Ning wants to make the human side more chaotic, so as to facilitate his next move. After all, his own level realm has not yet reached the 4th level, constrained by the attack range of 100 kilometers in radius. Lin Ning also felt that he had to upgrade first. When he was sweeping around Xincheng City before, he took advantage of his subordinates attacking those humans to drag out the strange beasts in Xincheng one by one and kill them. However, because the human side had entered the city to attack those strange beasts before and killed nearly half of them, Lin Ning finally found that the number of strange beasts left there was less than 700. But after killing the rest, Lin Ning found that his attribute panel was still in the state of level 3 and level 9. Although he could not see the specific number of this experience value, he also knew that it would probably take less than a few to raise the level realm to the 4th level. Ordinary people have no spiritual energy, so even if he kills more, he will not get any spiritual energy. Remembering that he had used spirit fluid to feed so many insects by the lake, Lin Ning led his subordinates, who were already a little tired after the battle, back. After reaching the 4th level and letting his subordinates rest, it was time to settle the matter with the human side. Master, I think I've seen the barrier that humans use. Just as Lin Ning was rushing forward, the white rat Xueya on the shoulder of the panda suddenly said, "Tell me about it in detail." Lin Ning looked at his subordinate, who was very intelligent. It should be talking about what happened in Xingyuan City. After all, this guy was one of the many mutant creatures that were locked up in Xingyuan City. At that time, the white rat Xueya was locked up in a laboratory alone and was being studied individually by the researchers there. The main reason for attacking Xingyuan City was for this little guy. Although he was not big, his intelligence was already quite mature, and his ability was also quite eye-catching. Now that it has entered the 1st and 2nd level, the number of rats it can control is much larger than before. In addition, Lin Ning also discovered that it has awakened some elemental power, but it is not too obvious. Master, I seem to have seen something similar in Xingyuan City before. It can create a protective layer that creatures with spiritual energy cannot break through. But I just took a few glances. The white mouse Xueya nodded his head and continued. It is said that it is made of something special contained in the metal. But I don't know what that special thing is. Special thing. Lin Ning knew that the thing must have something to do with the soul pill. He vaguely remembered that when he caught them with bamboo roots, he sensed that there was some thick spiritual energy inside. Although he didn't know what the working principle was. It must be a precision machine made by humans using science and technology and spiritual energy. Just like those machines that look like a pile of black soil and can make spiritual energy disappear. Is that so? By the way, Xueya, why were you captured and locked up in that hard-to-find room? Lin Ning suddenly asked, remembering this incident. Master, I don't know why, but they seem to have been extracting my hair, tail tips, and even the red stuff from them. Red stuff blood? Hair and tail tips? Genetic information? Lin Ning is completely clueless about biology and is basically a layman. He could only guess with this level of knowledge. However, since the researchers at the Extraordinary Research Center are studying these separately and locking Xueya and the others in those cages, their purpose, maybe it's not just to study them, but to study the various abilities they have? And, speaking of the Extraordinary Research Center, there is also a lot of something in it. Artificial extraordinary beings. Could it be that artificial extraordinary beings are the final product of studying those mutant creatures? It's terrifying to think about it carefully. Human beings are really terrible. They can create strange beasts, They can create extraordinary beings. They can create white fog bombs that turn extraordinary beings into strange beasts. They can create machines that form extremely solid barriers. And they can also create black machines that make all spiritual energy disappear completely. In this era of spiritual energy revival, while the mutant creatures are constantly upgrading and evolving, humans are also using science and technology and spiritual energy to combine and create quite a lot of powerful weapons. It's far more than the simple things like spiritual energy concentration detectors that Lin Ning thought before. However, it is precisely because of this. Lin Ning feels that he can't let humans develop like this. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Many powerful weapons have been born. And next, perhaps it will only take a short time for humans to carry forward these weapons and make them even more invincible. Just like those black machines. If his roots could not exert their strength below 150 meters underground, then maybe now, he would have been completely blown into a sieve by those humans who only held guns and drove tanks and cannons. Therefore, after reaching the 4th level, the first thing to do is to take absolutely necessary measures against the human side. Just like everything he did near Qincheng. In particular, it is necessary to completely eradicate the Fate Society with many black technologies. Now the evolution points on hand have reached more than 250,000. Although I don't know how much it will take to reach the 4th level. The remaining ones should be enough to upgrade various abilities. In particular, the aura reconstruction of all things that have been like being locked, and the aura force field shielding and other abilities are estimated to be unlocked after the 4th level. Upgraded again, and become more powerful. Of course, the bamboo roots, with an attack range of only 100 kilometers, can naturally evolve further and become more terrifying. Thinking about this, Lin Ning gradually approached the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. However, when he focused his attention on the lake, he suddenly found something unusual. Wait, why did it become like this? He carefully sensed the situation over there, and couldn't help but ask questions. Chapter 253, Superior to the A-Class Demon King. Lin Ning led his subordinates, and arrived at the lakeside of Suzaku Valley in a short time. He was able to see everything he had sensed before up close, although it was cut off from him. The extremely solid bamboo root cage still stood there, but the situation inside was enough to be described as weird and horrible. Countless densely packed insects kept wandering inside. The original insect nests that looked like single rooms were now completely destroyed. And the small bucket that should have carried a large number of demons was also densely packed with various insects. The noisy sounds emitted from it even overwhelmed all the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, which seemed extremely chaotic. Master, the number of insects here. Panda took a closer look and immediately retreated. Not only it, but all the subordinates were frightened by the number of mutant insects that had become a disaster. Lin Ning actually didn't expect that things would develop to such an extent. They were fighting non-stop, devouring everything except themselves. Tens of thousands of small insects besieged a giant insect. And after killing it, these small insects immediately ate the giant insect and turned into new giant insects. Moreover, while they were fighting non-stop, they were also breeding non-stop. The bamboo root cage was full of crystal clear insect eggs, and those insect eggs hatched in a very short time. Most of the hatched small insects were eaten by the same or larger insects, and only a small number of them survived by chance. And they will continue to enter the arena of life or death, and they don't know when they will be eaten by other insects. Lin Ning looked at the countless insects in the huge bamboo root cage and felt a sense of threat. The desire to attack is extremely strong, and it relies on devouring the opponent to improve the realm level. It has strong reproductive ability and grows fast. If there is an environment like this in a certain spiritual realm, can it breed so many insects with many abnormal and powerful features? Although I haven't seen it so far, it doesn't mean that there are none. With such a large area of the entire blue star, there may be a lot of them in some corners. Yes, just like the first B-level demon spirit in the Linshao Peak spirit realm. The silver poison dragon. That guy actually relied on the large amount of spiritual energy of the spiritual stone to continuously evolve and mutate from a small centipede, and finally became a huge guy nearly 100 meters long. If I didn't find it at that time, although it is likely that it would be killed by humans with a nuclear bomb, it must be said that if there are similar areas with rich spiritual stones on the blue star, the second and third silver poison dragons will also appear with a high probability. Lin Ning stretched out the bamboo root, put it in contact with the original bamboo root cage again, and decided to take action. The huge number of insects are the important steps for him to evolve to the 4th level. Lin Ning has reason to believe that if all these insects are killed, the spiritual energy required for the 4th level will be instantly gathered. After moving himself back to the place where he had been, Lin Ning deeply rooted the bamboo roots into the soil. This is also for the preparation when he evolves to the 4th level. You go to a farther place and wait. Lin Ning gave an order, and all his subordinates hurriedly left him and went to various places to avoid. After all, the last time the level was upgraded to the 4th level, it caused a considerable commotion. This time, it is going to be upgraded to the 4th level, and there may be even greater commotion. Lin Ning looked at the bamboo root cage again. The insects inside did not react to the arrival of him and his subordinates, but continued to fight and reproduce. Most of them have reached the 7th or 8th level of the entry level, and there are also a few big guys who are besieged, who have reached the 9th level of the entry level. Although the overall level is not high, they are great in number. There are at least tens of thousands of them, if not hundreds of thousands. If they are all killed, the bamboo roots quickly cover the entire huge bamboo root network with the ability of creating new life. Next, Lin Ning directly released dark element attacks on the huge cage that was completely wrapped. You killed the 6th level scarab and gained 6 evolution points. The system voice was also refreshing frantically at this moment. Lin Ning also felt that streams of tiny spiritual energy were constantly gathering into a larger spiritual energy river, pouring into his body continuously. He was too familiar with this feeling. The comfortable and exhilarating feeling of plundering the spiritual energy from the other party and making it a part of himself always made him unable to extricate himself. With the crazy influx of spiritual energy, Lin Ning also felt that it seemed that the feeling of transformation was coming again. Level 4. Ding! You have reached the level limit, and the evolution points have exceeded 200,000 points. You can evolve. Do you want to evolve? The rich spiritual energy brought by the swarm directly helped him break through the bottleneck of the level limit. And once again, he could completely transform into something more powerful in essence. Lin Ning sensed that his subordinates had gone far away, and after making sure they were at a safe distance, his consciousness moved. After confirming the evolution, Lin Ning also entered a state of emptiness. But even at this time, his various abilities were operating normally. The thick spiritual energy floating above the Suzaku Valley gradually rotated and gathered towards the lake, and it seemed to be pulling and dragging the spiritual energy from the outside of the Suzaku Valley spiritual realm, and even from farther places, together, and condensed. Finally, it even attracted all the spiritual energy in the entire Dachin Mountain spirit realm, forming an extremely spectacular and surging sea of spiritual energy. After these groups of spiritual seas gathered from all directions, they became more and more dense and gradually began to rotate counterclockwise around the sky above the blood-red bamboo. In the continuous rotation, it condensed into a magnificent and extremely dense spiritual energy nebula. And this spiritual energy nebula, in the center, continued to rotate downward, becoming an upside-down spiritual energy tornado. The tornado injected downward into the bamboo body of the blood-red bamboo, and gradually merged into the blood-stained red diamond heart at the center of its trunk. This tornado, like a giant dragon, let out a loud and long roar. A series of white lights flashed, and this spiritual energy dragon located in the center of the spiritual mist nebula rushed straight into the sky again. A series of muffled sounds rushed from underground to the surface frantically, and the land within 1,000 kilometers was Suzaku Valley, as the center was boiling at the same time. Even the entire eastern part of Yalu was trembling. At this moment, in the ethereal realm, Lin Ning also felt a stream of powerful spiritual energy, which kept flowing out from the red diamond heart. When passing through the trunk, it also completely destroyed the cells in it, and then reorganized them, injecting the majestic spiritual energy into it. Each cell seemed to be rejuvenated, and kept evolving in the flushing of this spiritual energy. After the cells were reorganized, these spiritual energies flowed back into the red diamond heart again, and turned into a more powerful force in the meantime, filling Lin Ning's whole body. The deep red bamboo body was therefore coated with a thicker layer of dark red, and from a distance, it looked like blood jade. At the same time, countless roots throughout the Zhuke Valley spirit realm began to spread and grow crazily. They were like earth dragons turning over, drilling in and out rapidly on the surface and underground, and spreading further and further. On the land of Blue Star, the first fourth-order mutant creature was born. Chapter 254 S-Class Demon King. The changes between heaven and earth have not stopped. Deep underground, there are constant roars of huge vibrations, with Suzaku Valley as the center. The tremors of the earth continue to extend within a range of more than 1,000 kilometers. Lin Ning felt the extremely surging spiritual energy condensing in the red lotus heart between himself, and constantly flowing from there to the main trunk, to every bamboo root, every bamboo branch, and every bamboo leaf. And in the flow of this spiritual energy, it also caused great changes in each part. The roots that had already penetrated nearly 1 kilometer were no longer satisfied with this. They continued to split and extend, and at the same time, they were also moving deeper into the ground. They broke through the rock layers of groundwater, stirring the deeper rocks and gravel soil, until they stopped 2,000 meters underground. The bamboo trunk, which had originally reached a diameter of 8 meters, expanded outwards again at this time, and instantly approached the level of 15 meters. The bamboo trunk, which stood like a black jade, was also growing upwards continuously, from a height of 80 meters, gradually growing upwards, and even growing to a height of nearly 120 meters. At the same time, new branches continued to emerge from the main bamboo nodes, and quickly grew into branches nearly half a meter thick. These branches continued to extend outward, and thousands of branches burst out from them, and more bamboo leaves emerged from nothing, embellishing the branches and covering the sky. Lin Ning saw that on the main trunk, bamboo branches and bamboo leaves, dark golden thin lines appeared inexplicably, especially on the bamboo leaves. Those thin lines depicted the veins on the blood-red leaves, like a work of art. At this time, the huge spiritual energy gathered, even let the surrounding giant trees begin to grow together. And after being surpassed by Lin Ning, they once again raised the height of the trees a lot, straight into the sky, and also hid Lin Ning blood bamboo in it again. Lin Ning sensed his own strength, and at the same time, he continued to extend his bamboo roots. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. At this moment, Lin Ning has sensed that his bamboo roots can extend to a place of 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers is 10 times longer than before. Now, there is no need to worry about the problem of insufficient attack range. 1,000 kilometers is enough to overturn places like Shangjing or Xiaohu. However, at this time, Lin Ning also sensed that Shangjing, Xiaohu City and various huge cities are like black holes at this time, completely in his perception blind spot. This is just like the strange and imperceptible buildings in Shangjing City before, where everything inside cannot be completely perceived. At this time, Lin Ning also understood the reason for this. The black machine that can eliminate spiritual energy seems to have existed a long time ago. But it doesn't matter anymore. He has already been promoted to the 4th level, and this kind of thing can almost be ignored. After all, its weakness was known before, and has been completely cracked. Lin Ning thought about this and checked his attribute panel. At this time, he wanted to know what kind of strength he had reached. Race, Blood Bamboo Demon King. Evolution points, 145395. Realm, Level 4. Level 1. Ability, Bloodleaf/LV8, 800 pieces. Effective attack range 1500 meters. Attack power 550, evolvable. Attack speed 650 meters/second, evolvable. Can be sent out at the same time, giving the enemy piece kill or area kill, with a powerful attack power that can break metal. Rock breaking bamboo whip LV8, 1000 sticks. Effective attack range 400 meters. Attack power 700, evolvable. No matter how hard the rock is, it can't withstand a blow. Yaqiong greatly promotes the evolution of mutant creatures, and can also treat extremely serious injuries and various abnormal conditions, creating a new life LV5, even if it is hit by a devastating blow. It will instantly restore its original state, and can increase or decrease the volume of any part at will. Aura Force Field Shielding LV5. It can selectively shield the aura concentration of any creature within a range of 1,000 kilometers with the main body as the center, without a maximum limit. Reconstruction of the aura of all things LV5. It can sense the breath of all living and non-living things within 1,000 kilometers. Transform the action embodiment of all living things within the range, and mark all non-living things at the same time. Dense Fog Explosion LV7. Activate the main body. Freely create a dense fog that covers the site and covers itself, with a range of up to 100 kilometers. Toxin Creation LV8. Secrete deadly toxins. paralyze and poison the enemy, and even corrode the enemy. It is ineffective against creatures that have drunk spiritual liquid. Spiritual language. Within the range of the consciousness field, you can communicate freely with subordinates with whom you have established a relationship. Universal root system. Can move over long distances without loss, crossing mountains and rivers as if walking on flat ground. Dragon strangling LV1. Use powerful roots to strangle the opponent, but it is generally effective when encountering strong enemies. Multiple element ability copying. Can copy any number of different element abilities at the same time, and affect the control ability and strength of element abilities according to the strength of one's own realm. It can be said that the attribute panel is quite gorgeous. Even if so many evolution points are deducted, he still has nearly 150,000 points to use. These evolution points, Lin Ning feels that they are enough for any upgrade. However, after upgrading many abilities to the limit, some abilities cannot be upgraded again, such as the universal root system and multiple ability copying, as well as Yao Qiong and other abilities. These abilities that have been upgraded to the top also represent that Lin Ning has reached the pinnacle in this regard at this time. For example, the ability of multiple ability copying. Lin Ning currently uses it to copy all the elemental abilities of his subordinates that have elemental control power, and he can copy as many as he wants. Although so far, Lin Ning has used the dark element attack of the Little Sorrow Shadow the most. It does not mean that he will not use other elements. He can even freely combine several elements to attack. However, up to now, Lin Ning has not encountered an opponent who can use various abilities to attack like a trick. For example, if the human side is not supported by technology, they are simply vulnerable. Like a city or two, Lin Ning can easily destroy it if he wants. For example, Shuangyue City? With a thought, Lin Ning bamboo roots grew frantically towards Shuangyue City, which was not too far from Rongqing City. In less than half a minute, the underground of Shuangyue City, which knew nothing, was already full of his bamboo roots. Next, I can try to see how far my own power can grow. Thinking so, Lin Ning controlled the bamboo roots, and in almost an instant, he used countless roots to completely hollow out the underground of Shuangyue City. Boom! The huge vibration sound was like an extremely strong earthquake, making the whole earth tremble. And Lin Ning, who was hundreds of kilometers away, sensed the place that had become a ruin, and had a new understanding of his own abilities. Above a level, then, would it be the so-called S level? Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel, where his race was displayed, and the word Demon King was displayed, knowing that his power had reached a new level. Chapter 255, Looking down upon all living things. Above the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, the spiritual energy nebula that was like a storm before has gradually dispersed at this moment. This is a spectacular sight that only creatures with spiritual energy can see. After those colorful spiritual energy dispersed like a mist, at some point, the rain clouds that piled up like a mountain completely covered the entire Daqin Mountain spiritual realm. The first white light flashed, and then a thunderous thunder sounded from the sky. And then, the white light connected into a piece, and the thunder in the clouds also connected into a thunder prison. The bean-sized raindrops instantly hit everything in this spiritual realm, and after a very short time, the torrential rain also covered the entire Daqin Mountain spiritual realm. This rainstorm witnessed another leap in the era of spiritual energy revival. This rainstorm witnessed the emergence of a generation of demon kings. The spiritual energy center of Blue Star also gradually moved here at this moment, and gradually became more concentrated as time passed. Lin Ning spread out all the branches and leaves and completely bathed himself in the rain. He could feel the surging sea of spiritual energy hidden in the heart of the Red Lotus. The heavy spiritual energy contained in this sea of spiritual energy also made him stronger. He felt that at this moment, he could finally look down on all living beings. This sense of pleasure, from every hair root to every leaf, circulated like flowing water, making him feel a sense of clarity he had never had before. The attack range of 100 kilometers, which had become a bottleneck and imprisoned his strength, has also increased greatly after this upgrade and evolution. 1,000 kilometers. This attack range can only be described as terrifying now, and its power is self-evident. Just now, he used a root system, with the ability to create new life, to easily penetrate countless mountains and rivers, and reach Shuangyue City within 1,000 kilometers, which was not set up by humans with machines that could make spiritual energy disappear. He just used the root system to completely wrap the underground, and gave it the power to penetrate. And a huge city that could accommodate millions of people was destroyed. This attack was enough to make humans realize what this era of spiritual energy revival has bred. It was enough to make humans realize that after the birth of the Demon King, not only them, but all things on the land of this blue planet have become like humble and low-level ants, and can only survive in despair and fear. Lin Ning looked at his attribute panel. When his attack range was only 100 kilometers before, the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things could materialize a radius of 1,000 kilometers, which was really enough to be honest. After all, even if you can see far, it is troublesome if you can't attack. At that time, Lin Ning could only send his subordinates to the places he wanted to attack within 1,000 kilometers. But he himself could not go there, which was really a bit unpleasant. It felt like he was sitting in the rear and letting his subordinates go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But Lin Ning preferred to rush forward to kill the enemy rather than squatting in the rear waiting for the battle report. But because of his inherent disadvantage in speed, he could only do so. After all, on a battlefield that could change at any time, if there was a disadvantage in speed, then half the battle was lost. In particular, when attacking the huge cities within 1,000 kilometers before, he could only send Chiang and others to fly and transport those slow subordinates, and he could only command outside the range. Although he could paralyze and deceive the judgment of the human side, the disadvantage was that he could not control the battle situation 100%. At that time, the death of the giant monkey Zhui Yuan was proof of this. If he was at the scene at that time, Zhui Yuan would never be killed by that A-level extraordinary person. And similarly, that A-level extraordinary person would never be transferred to another place instantly, and would be killed directly by him. At this time, the bamboo roots can extend to a distance of 1,000 kilometers. The range of the ability to rebuild the aura of all things within a radius of 1,000 kilometers centered on him is also his attack range. At this moment, if that A-level extraordinary dares to enter the radius of 1,000 kilometers from him again, then what awaits this extraordinary is death. And he will definitely not be allowed to escape easily like last time. But Lin Ning is not satisfied with this. If the attack range is expanded, then the perception range and the aura shielding range must continue to increase. Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel, and his consciousness moved. Soon, he upgraded the level of the ability of rebuilding the aura of all things, and aura force field shielding. At the same time, for him who has 145,000 evolution points, this kind of thing is naturally easy to do, even if it costs tens of thousands of evolution points at a time. There is absolutely no problem. Aura force field shielding LV6. You can selectively shield the aura concentration of any creature within a range of 2,000 kilometers centered on the main body, with no upper limit. Reconstruction of the aura of all things LV6 can sense the breath of all living and non-living things within 2,000 kilometers, transform the actions of all living things within the range into concrete forms, and mark all non-living things. The evolution point disappeared like evaporation, and Lin Ning also felt that his strength was further enhanced. 2,000 kilometers. This doubling of growth also gave Lin Ning a wider perception space. Naturally, he also released this power immediately. The original range of 1,000 kilometers gradually extended outward. Lin Ning did not push it to the maximum range at the first time. He had a general experience of overload before, so he was particularly careful in this regard. After all, if the extremely terrifying and huge amount of information data is fully materialized in the mind, it will definitely cause some problems. Therefore, when Lin Ning materializes things within the perception range, he will also skip most of the unnecessary things. However, when using this upgraded ability at this time, Lin Ning can feel that the previous overload feeling has been quite mild. This is probably because he has become a 4th level person, with a greater increase in strength. And some things that were impossible or extremely difficult to do in the past have become quite easy. It didn't take too long for Lin Ning to finally extend his perception range to a radius of 2,000 kilometers, and at the same time included almost everything in the entire Tang Kingdom in his perception range. Whether it is Hukou City in the extreme south, or Bingcheng in the extreme north, they have already appeared in his mind. And all the mutant creatures and extraordinary people with spiritual energy in this vast area are also within his perception, without any secrets. But Lin Ning did not find the original 9-layered heaven towers that he had fled to in Bingcheng before, and a building in a small town outside Bingcheng, like the current Shangjing City and Xiaohu City, completely isolated his spiritual perception. This is probably where the 9-layered heaven towers are. Thinking so, Lin Ning looked in another direction, with a radius of 2,000 kilometers. Ocean. 2,000 kilometers to his east was a vast ocean. The abundance of spiritual energy inside made him admire it. And the existence of countless mutant fish, crustaceans, and various types of mutant marine creatures also told him where the important opponents of the future were. Wait, is that a B-level demon group? Lin Ning sensed the location in the deep sea and suddenly discovered the existence of dozens of B-level demons. Chapter 256: The Unexpected Mastermind. The boundless ocean on the Blue Star is also the most vast spiritual realm in this era of spiritual energy revival. Lin Ning had imagined countless times how powerful mutant creatures were bred in this extremely vast area that first drove humans out in the era of spiritual energy revival. When he was still a sea-level demon spirit, he had sensed countless times that the human side conveyed deep fear of those B-level demon spirits in the ocean. Now, more than a year has passed since then. The deep sea is still full of mysteries, full of unknowns and mysteries. The human side has been avoiding the ocean until now. And the origin of the so-called level at the beginning was also derived from the mutant creatures in this ocean. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, the mutant creatures born in this vast area that occupies 70% of the entire blue planet also took the lead in dealing a heavy blow to the human side. Lin Ning vaguely remembered that the first devastating disaster caused by B-level demon spirits was that the B-level demon spirits in the sea collectively triggered a tsunami, completely submerged the plains of Neon Country, and caused the tragic situation of 60 million humans being buried in the belly of fish. Afterwards, Lin Ning almost had an intersection with these mutant creatures in the sea. At that time, in order to control some crustacean mutant creatures in the sea, the alien beasts killed the B-level demon spirits with the help of humans and then seized their soul pills, and then evolved into mutant giant alien beasts. But because of the hard work of Chengyu, the 9th tower of the 9 heavens tower on the human side, the alien beasts did not succeed in their purpose. And Lin Ning did not have a historic meeting with the mutant creatures in the ocean at that time. Not long ago, after he came to the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, the B-level demons in the sea did 2 major things in succession. From the intelligence obtained by the human side, Lin Ning learned that the B-level demons in the sea had respectively carried out devastating attacks on the Deep Poison Ocean and the Great North Ocean to the Deep Poison Country and the America. Among them, the southern part of the America was turned into a swamp, and the territory of the Deep Poison Country was greatly impacted on 3 sides. And 2/3 of the territory and population disappeared from then on. This is not a loss of millions or tens of millions of bases. It can be called a disaster. The powerful combat power of those B-level demons in the sea can be seen, although Lin Ning felt that there might be an A-level demon king hidden behind the scenes. If so many ocean B-level demons were dispatched to fight him at the same time, Lin Ning might not be able to easily solve them. Even now is the same. He completely locked onto the B-level monsters that he had sensed in the ocean, and fully materialized them in his mind. Soon, the specific image of this cluster of 35 B-level monsters appeared in Lin Ning's mind. Is this a sea monster? This group of B-level monsters, from the appearance, are fish-shaped creatures, and each one is extremely large in size. Any one of them is nearly 100 meters long. This reminds Lin Ning of his former opponent, the Silver Poison Sky Dragon. Isn't that guy's size quite scary? The B-level monster in the Goganda Spirit Realm before was also fat. But looking at his subordinates, whether it is the 7 wolves or the Panda, they are all the kind that are only enlarged several times. Even the giant bear Manu is only 5 meters tall, and is definitely not as scary as the Silver Poison Sky Dragon or the Ice Soul Giant Wolf. Not to mention that they are not as scary as these B-level monsters in the ocean. Why exactly is this happening? Lin Ning is actually very confused. Lin Ning continued to check these fish-shaped B-level monsters, and found that they all had a huge horn on their heads for some reason, and their tail fins and pectoral fins were as sharp as weapons. This really strengthened all the places that can be strengthened. Not only are they covered with weapons, but there are also 35 of them acting collectively. This is also a rampant existence in the entire sea area. Right? However, generally speaking, mutant creatures of the level of B-level monsters will not move together in groups. But if this is the case, it means that there are enemies in this ocean that are enough to make them afraid, and they must be fought in this group form. For example, A-level monster kings? However, at this time, no matter how many times Lin Ming materialized the vast sea area he could sense, he found nothing. The existence of A-level monster kings seems to have always been a possible guess, always assumed, and never discovered. Since the human side, however, just as Lin Ming was thinking, he suddenly sensed that under the water right in front of this group of giant horned fish, a huge shadow-like thing was gradually rising from the seabed. After Lin Ming tried to materialize it, he found that this guy actually had a lot of tentacles and a huge head. Strange beast? Instantly, Lin Ming thought of his old rival. The strange beast. That kind of thing. Isn't it a combination of tentacles and a big head? And this guy can be so huge? Could it be? However, after continuing to materialize this behemoth and sensing its swimming posture, Lin Ming was confused this time. Fuck. Tentacles? Giant head? Isn't this a deep-sea octopus? After materializing more of this guy's image and sensing the surging spiritual energy fluctuations coming from his body, Lin Ming finally knew that this guy was a huge octopus-shaped mutant creature. And it was the A-level demon king he had been looking for before. At this moment, this giant octopus was leading 35 giant horned fish, gradually moving towards the south from the farthest end of his perception. Where is it going? Tang Kingdom? No. The direction does not seem to be facing this direction. Lin Ming scanned the surroundings in the direction of the materialization, and found that there was indeed a place in that direction. Bin Kingdom. The country formed by countless islands. Could it be? However, when Lin Ming was surprised that this A-level demon king actually led a group of B-level demon spirits and wanted to attack humans again at this time when he had just been promoted to the demon king, he once again sensed a new group of B-level demon spirits entering his maximum perception range. Not long after, a black shadow with countless tentacles and a huge head appeared from the seabed again. Giant deep-sea octopus? Another A-level demon king. Is this thing still mass-produced? This A-level demon king, with a group of crustacean B-level demon spirits, went to the east of Tang Kingdom. That place seems to be Labai Kingdom. It is estimated that it will not be long before the human side will have new information about the occurrence of disasters. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. And at the same time, he was thinking about something. These two A-level demon kings both led a group of B-level demon spirits to two places at the same time. Perhaps in the world, there are third and fourth A-level demon kings who will do the same at the same time. In Lin Ming's opinion, this is not normal at all. The last time the two hemispheres of Deep Poison Country and America were attacked at the same time, it already explained the problem. A-level demon kings led the team to attack different places at the same time. It doesn't seem normal no matter how you look at it. After all, there is no means of communication between them. Right? And this situation is like asking his subordinates to attack those cities. Wait, does it mean that the A-level demon kings are also commanded by someone to attack? The one who can command them. Is it a higher level? S-level demon king? Chapter 257 Doomsday Territory. At the same time, it was pouring rain in Shangjing. In a combat command room, everyone's face was ashen. Just an hour ago, after Rongqing City and several surrounding cities were destroyed, Shuangyue City also did not escape the poisonous hand and was completely destroyed. Although they had been ordered to evacuate urgently before, nearly 15% of the original population did not have time to evacuate from there, and they turned into ashes along with Shuangyue City. This is another tragic disaster suffered by mankind. This level should not be something that a mere A-level demon king can do. The man's face was extremely serious, but there was a hint of helplessness and even despair in it. He felt that what they were facing might not be a mutant creature of the level of an A-level demon king. The ability to sink a giant city into a very deep pit and crush it in an instant. This level of power has exceeded the damage that an A-level demon king can cause. Although the A-level demon king destroyed 70,000 to 80,000 troops in less than an hour, the fact that he could destroy a city 1,000 kilometers away in an instant was enough to shock all humans. Above the A-level demon king, S-level, the man rubbed his temple with trembling fingers and tried to take a deep breath. But it seemed that he couldn't do it. S-level, when humans originally divided the concentration of spiritual energy of mutant creatures and extraordinary people, they had assumed its existence. A-level demon king is enough to easily destroy a small country. And what should S-level be called? Demon king? Can it easily destroy a big country? However, this is just a hypothesis. No one knows whether it was done by the previous A-level Demon King or there is some other reason. So far, although it has been said that it has never been known what kind of mutant creature the A-level Demon King is, and why it can attack anything within 1,000 kilometers in an instant. But it is certain that it has posed a great threat to mankind. It can even be said that it has caused an extreme situation that is enough to put mankind into a crisis of extinction. That person did not regret this action. Sooner or later, we will have to face the A-level Demon King. It is better to find out its true strength as soon as possible and use it to make a greater evolution of all the existing weapons that humans have by fighting with it. At the same time, there are some things that cannot be delayed any longer. Even if the huge cities such as Shangjing and Xiaohu City are now equipped with aura shields that are exactly the same as the inside and outside of this building inside and outside the city, as well as in quite a few places, it is still a question of how long they can withstand the A-level Demon King. After all, no one knows when the A-level Demon King will suddenly attack and retaliate violently. Old Dong, how is the progress of the construction of the protection station in the border area? That person knew that it could not be delayed any longer. The threat of the A-level Demon King is imminent. Now that it has fully understood its strength, the human side seems to have been forced into a desperate situation. This must be done before we have the strength to fight against the A-level Demon King or even the S-level Demon King level mutant creatures. Otherwise, with the current strength and current situation, it is not an exaggeration to say that the human side will be completely replaced by mutant creatures and become an endangered species on this planet. It is not impossible that they will even be directly extinct. However, the human side has long prepared a way out. Not long after the beginning of the era of spiritual energy recovery, all countries have built some huge survival facilities similar to the original air raid shelters in some remote areas. These important places that have hollowed out the mountains and drilled out the underground are called Doomsday Territory. As the concentration of spiritual energy continues to deepen, more powerful mutant creatures emerge in an endless stream. Later, even monsters of the B-level demon spirit level appeared. All countries will devote almost all their energy to creating those Doomsday Territories. However, these tasks are carried out in a very secretive manner, and ordinary people are not aware of them at all. The original intention of building the Doomsday Territory is to preserve the human fire to the maximum extent in the case of extreme crisis. Therefore, all kinds of survival facilities are available to ensure the survival of human civilization. And now, it has reached the moment of extreme crisis. Even if there is no A-level Demon King, the destruction of the southern part of America and the direct loss of 2/3 of the territory and population of the Deep Poison Country, which can almost be called extinction, are enough to sound the alarm for the human side. Therefore, whether this Doomsday Territory is completed or not, it will even greatly affect the probability of survival and destruction of the entire human civilization. This time, the battle with the A-level Demon King was not completely without any gains. At least they knew that the aura shielding device and the 6 gold square array were useful, although it was later destroyed by the A-level Demon King. Before that, it had completely suppressed its ability. These black technologies that combine science and aura created by the Destiny Club, although they cannot currently imprison the A-level Demon King, actually still have considerable room for growth. If they are used for research, develop their greater power, and use them more reasonably, then the human side will at least have a chance to breathe. Now, if they are placed on the outer layer of those Doomsday Territories, and completely cover and surround them, then at least there should be a restricted area for all creatures with aura. Just like this building, both the outer walls and the basement are completely covered by the aura shielding device, basically creating a Jedi that almost makes all aura creatures completely unable to exert their power. Even if the A-level extraordinary who can teleport wants to come over to create a threat, it is absolutely impossible to do so. Doomsday Territory? Ah, that. The one in the north of Bingcheng has been completed, and the one in Chuncheng has also been built. As for the one in the northwest of Shangjing, it is still under planning. Old Dong had not yet recovered from the shock of the destruction of Shuangyue City. He suddenly heard that person talking about the Doomsday Territory, and then he reacted. Whether it is the one in the north of Bingcheng or the dozens of mountains in the direction of Chuncheng, they are enough to accommodate tens of millions of people, and all kinds of facilities have been almost completed. It's built. The man suddenly remembered something and looked at Chuncheng City, which had no light spots on the huge electronic screen. Mark all the areas with a radius of 1,000 kilometers, with the center of Chuncheng City as the dot. Yes. The man soon saw a huge shadow that almost completely covered the important areas of the entire Tang Kingdom. Among them, whether it was Shangjing City here or Xiaohu City in the east, they were all included in this shadow. And the destroyed Rongqing City and Shuangyue City were also within this range. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction of Qincheng City. Check for me where the spiritual realm closest to Qincheng City is. He suddenly had a feeling. The reason why Qincheng City was attacked by the A-level Demon King may not be random or accidental. He just waited for a few seconds and got the answer. Report. It's the edge of the Daqing Mountain Spiritual Realm, the Suzaku Valley Spiritual Realm, and the Shitai Mountain Spiritual Realm. The man nodded. Maybe the A-level Demon King is not far away from where they are now. Chapter 258. Whatever you want. You get it. The heavy rain did not reduce its intensity as time went by. Lin Ning suddenly felt that something was wrong with this heavy rain. It came suddenly and seemed to last for a long time. Looking back, it seemed that it happened to rain heavily when he became a second level and a third level. Could it be that this heavy rain would continue to fall as his level increased? Lin Ning began to wonder if he had a hidden ability to call the wind and rain. However, just as he was about to continue to observe and sense what the B-level demon spirits led by the A-level demon spirits in the ocean would do to the Philippines or the Labai Kingdom, the prompt sound of the evolution point absorption in the background of the system told him how complicated this heavy rain was. You absorbed a lot of spiritual energy from the rain and increased your evolution points by 2,000 points. Oh! A spiritual rain burst? It must be such a coincidence. Lin Ning sensed other places in the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm and found that it seemed to be pouring rain. And countless mutant creatures were bathing themselves in the spiritual rain and absorbing it greedily. And his subordinates were also enjoying themselves in the heavy rain 4 or 5 kilometers away. They were also extremely excited about the heavy rain. And the spiritual energy in their bodies gradually increased with the washing of the rain. In the series of battles that took place in Qincheng, they performed very well. And after the battle, they also grew a lot. Many subordinates, who were originally only in the entry level, have now entered the first level. Those in the first level have made great strides towards the second level. And some have even jumped to the second level. And those in the second level are all moving towards a higher stage level. Everything is moving forward in an orderly manner. He has entered the fourth level. And his subordinates have also grown in their own ways. Next, they will be able to do more for themselves and serve them better. After this battle, Lin Ning felt that these guys should have grown more. After the battle with the A-level extraordinary, Shui Yuan's death also told them how serious the consequences would be if they did not listen to his command. Since they are his subordinates, they must act according to his instructions. After all, they have been following him from the Wanzhou Sea to the Qifeng Mountain and then to the Suzaku Valley. Even if they are not smart, they should understand that the authority of this mutant demon Bamboo as their master cannot be challenged. I believe that from now on, these subordinates will have a deeper understanding of this. Come back now. Lin Ning finally summoned all these subordinates. Since he became a fourth level, he has been observing the movements of the mutant creatures in the sea. Now they are still a certain distance away from the Philippines and Labai. Taking this opportunity, Lin Ning wants his subordinates to complete some things that he cares about. Specifically, it was what happened in several special places that had a lot to do with the Fate Society that had been hiding behind the scenes. Those places were at least 1,000 kilometers away from him. Although he could sense them, Zhu Jin could not reach them. Even if he wanted to do something by himself, it would be difficult. It would be better to send these subordinates to completely wipe those places off the map. Compared with ordinary people, Lin Ning actually cared more about the Fate Society. They could create strange beasts, extraordinary people, white mist bombs that turned extraordinary people into strange beasts, metal warheads that formed extremely solid barriers, and black machines that made all spiritual energy disappear completely. They had unimaginable black technology and were far more threatening than ordinary people. Although now, he had reached the point where he wanted to destroy a place, and there would be nothing left in a second. But within this vast area, the Fate Society had left almost no more traces. In addition to the research centers of the extraordinary people in various places, there are only a few special buildings in remote areas that have traces of them. If there is any priority, in Lin Ning thinking, erasing the Fate from this planet must be the first. However, when it comes to the research center of the extraordinary people, Lin Ning suddenly feels that he has completely forgotten about it. the ability to reconstruct the aura of all things. All the research centers of the extraordinary people within 1,000 kilometers, and similar places, are all materialized in the mind. And they are completely marked at the same time. The ability to create new life is revealed. Lin Ming urged the spiritual energy, and instantly hundreds of roots rushed in all directions. Soon, these roots reached the underground of all the giant cities within 1,000 kilometers that were not covered by the spiritual energy shielding machine, and immediately extended to the buildings of those extraordinary research centers. For these buildings, there is no need to dig pits to let them sink at the same time to destroy them. Lin Ming has a more practical ability. At this moment, Lin Ming infused spiritual energy into each bamboo root that reached the target, and almost at the same time, he used a dark element attack on those buildings. The dark space, like a dark curtain, completely enveloped the buildings of the extraordinary research centers in the Tang Kingdom. And in a very short time, all the buildings, research tools, machines, and all the researchers inside were extremely compressed and twisted, and swallowed by this dark space. After doing this, Lin Ming was slightly relaxed. At least in the cities without the protection of those spiritual energy shielding machines. All the extraordinary research centers that he could attack were completely destroyed in this attack. The remaining less than 60 cities that were equipped with spiritual energy shielding machines were not in a hurry. They just lined up and waited for the cities to disappear. But then again, the number of these extraordinary research centers was really large. Lin Ming finally understood why so many artificial extraordinary people appeared in Xinjiang before. This base number is here. If time is given, I am afraid that more artificial extraordinary people will be born one after another and become a potential threat. After all, they will be to build a world with only extraordinary people. For them, the increasingly mature technology of artificial extraordinary people will definitely create more tools for them to use. Think about it. Put these artificial extraordinary people into various cities, and then use that white fog bomb. It is estimated that a strange beast born from it can easily destroy a city in a very short time. Right? Of course. The white fog bomb can also be released into the spiritual realm to create more strange beasts. If a few of them are fired at this Suzaku Valley, it seems that it can really lead to something big. When Lin Ming was thinking about this, he suddenly sensed that several more missiles were suddenly launched from the direction of Dongping City, which was very close, and attacked the direction of Suzaku Valley directly. No way. Whatever you want. You get it? Chapter 259, The Third Spiritual Rain Eruption. The spiritual rain erupted. This is the third time. Lin Ming sensed the spiritual realms from the Suzaku Valley, the Great Qin Mountain spiritual realm, and even the distant Great Shushi spiritual realm, and the even more distant Great Kulom spiritual realm, which were now completely covered by the spiritual rain. The same was true for other spiritual realms of all sizes within the sensing range. It was indeed a spiritual rain eruption. It came at a really good time. The spiritual rain eruption can make the mutant creatures in the spiritual realm evolve rapidly, and at the same time can make them fall into madness, and will frantically attack the human beings from the depths of the spiritual realm. At least it was the case the first 2 times. However, because of the spiritual rain eruption, the spiritual realms of all sizes gradually connected into a whole piece, and the area was constantly expanding. Affected by this, the life of the human beings here became much more difficult. They were gradually squeezed out of the mountainous areas and remote areas by the mutant creatures, and gradually migrated a large number of people to the plains where there were no spiritual realms. And in these population migrations, giant cities and supergiant cities were constantly born. But because the land resources are constantly decreasing with the outbreak of spiritual rain, and the resources are extremely concentrated, their days seem to be quite difficult. Of course, various contradictions also continue to appear. Just like the contradictions between ordinary people and extraordinary people. They are already very common. At this moment, in the heavy rain, Lin Ming sensed all the mutant creatures in the range that had fallen into a crazy state, and it was easy to judge what the missiles flying over were. The kind of compressed soul pill white mist bombs that can produce extremely high concentrations of spiritual energy of the Destiny Society. These missiles did not go in the direction of Xinjiang City, but rushed directly towards the direction of the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm. This shows 2 problems. The first point is that the Destiny Society has accurately guessed that the A-level Demon King they have been looking for is in this Suzaku Valley area. As for how to know, Lin Ming really didn't figure it out. Logically speaking, they absolutely have no chance of knowing. No matter how Lin Ming recalled, He felt that he had not revealed any clues before and after. He had always kept the aura force field shielding ability on. Even when he was promoted to the 4th level. And when he left in the Battle of Qincheng, he did it without anyone noticing. Besides, he never showed his true form. Even when he killed those strange beasts and troops, he used the most concealed methods. The rich experience gained from hiding for a long time made Lin Ming extremely careful in everything he did. Even when he fought back against the provocation of the human side, he tried his best to hide behind the scenes and command his subordinates to attack. The human side didn't even know that he was a mutant plant, and they couldn't even guess where he was. But from the Wantuhai spirit realm, to the Kaifenchen spirit realm, and now to the Suzaku Valley spirit realm, he was discovered by the human side again and again. It seemed as if the aura force field shielding ability was just a joke. Speaking of which, this fate was also very persistent, since the strange beasts invaded the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm again and again, wanting his red diamond heart. Until now, after the power of the white mist bomb was tested on a large scale in Xincheng, it was directly launched towards the Suzaku Valley spirit realm. Fate will use the smallest cost to achieve the greatest results. Think about it. If he had no defense, how long could he last in this white mist bomb without turning into a strange beast with a very bad appearance? What about his subordinates? At that time, the artificial extraordinary people in Xincheng were almost instantly transformed into strange beasts after being shrouded in the thick and strange white mist created by the white mist bomb. This white mist bomb contains a large amount of highly compressed soul pills, so it can turn extraordinary people into giant monsters. Naturally, it can also turn mutant creatures into strange beasts in a very short time. The reason why Lin Ming did not think that these missiles were nuclear bombs or incendiary bombs was because the normal thinking trend of ordinary people headed by the upper class of the Tang Kingdom would never continue to provoke at this time. The outcome of the battle in Xincheng City was enough to let the human side know what an A-level demon king is. It took a short time to break through the 2 limitations they created. And in nearly an hour, all the strange beasts and humans within a radius of 100 kilometers were turned into corpses. In this battle, Lin Ming also fully demonstrated part of his combat power. If he wanted to be more serious, maybe it wouldn't take so long, and he could just have a thick fog explosion and toxin creation. But Lin Ming thought that there was no need to expose all his strength. If they are caught by these humans, who knows what kind of weird technology they will come up with? In general, ordinary people have absolutely no reason and courage to launch any weapons here again. Even if they really guessed the location of his mutant bamboo, they would never do such a thing. What they are doing now is most likely to find a way out, to build some semi-permanent fortifications or doomsday fortresses. After all, compared to other things, preserving the fire of mankind is what they should do most at this moment. Therefore, Lin Ming must have launched the missiles to the enemy, who must be the Fate. They launched these, definitely not for the purpose of turning the A-level demon king they knew into a strange beast, but for the ultimate goal of angering this A-level demon king again. If the A-level demon king is angered again, who will suffer the most? Naturally, it is the ordinary people who are mainly the upper class of the Tang Kingdom. Those who belong to the Fate Society will only need to continue hiding in the darkness, and they will be able to watch the A-level demon king destroy cities one after another. At the moment when the spiritual rain breaks out, all the mutant creatures in the spiritual realm will gradually gather together, forming a huge scale at the same time, and then advance towards the city. The Fate Society took advantage of this moment, and launched the Soul Pill White Mist Bomb again. The purpose is to create a large number of strange beasts even if they cannot severely injure the A-level Demon King. Starting from the vicinity of the Suzaku Valley spiritual realm in the most central area of the Tang Kingdom, let those suddenly appearing strange beasts launch a brutal attack on ordinary people. The Fate Society is really good at playing. Lin Ming suddenly felt that even if he was not there, there were still those B-level and A-level mutant creatures in the ocean. Just these people from the Fate Society can completely turn the human side into a minority, or even directly exterminate humans. This extreme faction that has mastered a lot of black technology is the main reason why humans are in danger of extinction. At this time, Lin Ming also drilled the bamboo roots out of the soil, gathered his subordinates under him, and at the same time changed into countless gun-like shapes, waiting for the missiles to arrive, and directly shot them down one by one. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt dozens of faster missiles suddenly rise from the direction of Luo City, and instantly rushed towards the previous missiles. Boom! A huge fire burst out from the horizon, And then the white weapons floating in the air were extremely clear even in this spiritual rain explosion. Chapter 260 Extinction Crisis. Report. The surface-to-air missile has successfully intercepted the target. In the huge combat command room, the liaison officers quickly switched the live video screen and projected it onto the huge display screen. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the man quietly watched the scene of the white fog exploding in the screen without saying a word. Fate will. Does it really want all ordinary humans to be killed? The direction of this white fog bomb is the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley and the spiritual realm of Shitai Mountain. It is also the place where the A-level demon king that I told everyone less than 10 minutes ago might hide. But just after he finished speaking, Domping City launched a missile. Regardless of whether it contained the soul pill white mist that could turn artificial superhumans into giant monsters or mutants into strange beasts, its purpose was extremely sinister. Again angered the A-level demon king who had destroyed Shuangyue City in an instant, and let him take more horrible revenge. And if the A-level demon king retaliates again, it may not just be a matter of Shuangyue City. Just 5 minutes ago, reports of the destruction and disappearance of the Superhuman Research Center came from nearly 1,000 cities across the country. And they all happened at the same time. This was undoubtedly the work of the A-level demon king. It is common sense that the A-level demon king has the ability to instantly attack anything within 1,000 kilometers. And the destruction of the Superhuman Research Center also tells all humans that what the A-level demon king wants to do on this land depends entirely on his mood. Now, the Fate Society dared to continue provoking when the A-level demon king destroyed Qincheng and nearly 100,000 surrounding troops, just for their terrible and ridiculous ideals. For a future without hope. They did this? Their hearts are worthy of death. After realizing the conspiracy of the Fate Society, the person who hurriedly ordered the interception of those missiles felt bitter. Doing so seemed to be doing a favor to the A-level demon king, although the other party was not a human, and was completely hostile to humans. However, this was also for the sake of humans themselves. Even if it indirectly prevented the A-level demon king, who might exist in the spiritual realm of Zhuke Valley, or the spiritual realm of Shitai Mountain, from being attacked. The man raised his head and looked around the combat command room. All kinds of top talents from various departments gathered here. Among them were many extraordinary people from the Nine Heavens Tower, because of the existence of the aura shielding device. The aura of these extraordinary people could not be used, but their talents in various fields could be used here. The Nine Heavens Tower was once infiltrated by the Fate Club. Luo Ming, who was in the Fourth Heavens Tower, was an important member of theirs. Luo Ming was now being held for interrogation, and the other members of the Fate Club were also arrested. The man frowned. He remembered that after waking up, when he caught Luo Ming who wanted to escape overnight, the other party had said to him that sad and incomprehensible ideal. They wanted to build a world with only extraordinary people. Let all the ordinary people who were inferior to them in every way but were oppressing them disappear. How arrogant. How extreme. But this is the main purpose of the Fate Club. Crazy and selfish. The reason why the Fate Society was able to launch those missiles in such a short time, and the destination was extremely accurate in the direction of Suzaku Valley and Shitai Mountain Spirit Realm, was that there was an undercover agent in this combat command room. Now that I think about it carefully, when the artificial superhumans from all over the country were ordered to be transported to Qincheng City, weren't the extra artificial superhumans also the work of the Fate Society? And the speed of follow-up and the number of people were beyond imagination. Afterwards, they launched those white mist missiles at Qincheng City, where most of the artificial superhumans had been wiped out, turning the artificial superhumans into terrifying monsters. At that time, those missiles were not intercepted in time because the person in charge of monitoring the airspace was no longer at his post due to temporary acute enteritis, resulting in no one being able to know about this. The man looked at the cheering crowd around him. At this moment, the person in charge, who had reported that there was no problem with the airspace causing the missile to hit Qincheng City, was still not at his post. At the same time, several people at their posts disappeared, including people from the Nine Heavens Tower. The man slapped the table, and everyone fell silent. They all returned to their posts, waiting for the man's next instructions. 9 people. The man looked around and confirmed that these 9 people were not present at the moment. Search the entire building and find the 9 people who were not present. After the man issued the order, the people present realized that at such an important moment, someone was not at his post. No matter what they did, catch them and control them. That person knew it very well. Compared to the A-level demon king, The people of the Destiny Society are more dangerous to humans at this time. Not long after, 9 people were caught and controlled. That person's brows were still furrowed. Who knows how many people of the Destiny Society are still in this command center? How many people of the Destiny Society are still in this Tang country? He originally wanted to let the extraordinary and ordinary people unite to deal with the most important enemy, the mutant creatures, in this era of spiritual revival. After all, mutant creatures are the enemies that threaten the survival of the entire human race, and can even kill humans. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts, even if the other party has a higher intelligence. That person does not want to take the risk to negotiate with the A-level demon king, who is still unknown. Humans never negotiate with mutant creatures. Both sides have only a relationship of destroying and being destroyed. The battle between the strong and the weak has always been so cruel. Humans have never perished from ancient times to this era of spiritual energy recovery, because they have destroyed all non-humans that threaten them. Humans are strong, so they have become the masters of Blue Star. However, in this era of spiritual energy recovery, the human race has been kicked out of the dominant position by mutant creatures. The human camp, which should have been united, has been seriously divided into ordinary people, extraordinary people, and destiny. Even large and small organizations, chambers of commerce, and various forces are constantly dividing up all the benefits that can be divided. That person knows very well that humans are now in a dangerous situation. New B-level monsters are constantly emerging on land, and there is an A-level monster king in Tang State. Even in the ocean, there are countless B-level monsters, and there are A-level monster kings whose existence is unknown. Gathering all technology, manpower and resources, and manufacturing more advanced weapons as quickly as possible. Manufacturing things that make mutant creatures helpless. And even manufacturing powerful weapons that combine spiritual energy and technology to destroy them, is what should be done now. But now it seems that this idea is too naive. Even now, humans are still fighting each other, calculating each other, and attacking each other. Even when there is no way out, it is still like this. Just for their own interests, they have abandoned the future of all mankind. And among them, as the most acute point of contradiction, the existence of the Destiny Society has obviously become like a cancer cell. The man frowned and shook his head. He clenched his right hand, and his right arm trembled. The Destiny Society must be completely eradicated. Otherwise, mankind will have no future. Although the mutant creatures are terrifying, what is more terrifying is actually the group of lunatics in the Destiny Society among humans themselves. Now, that person just hopes that the A-level demon king will not do anything anymore, let alone become a terrifying existence of the S-level that no one wants to see. He just hopes that even if there is a spiritual reign, it will not come. Give humans some time. Let humans. At this moment, a contact person suddenly looked flustered. Report? Report? The previous rainstorm in the Dachin Mountain Spirit Realm has been preliminarily determined to be a spiritual rain outbreak. Chapter 261 New Secret Mission. The violent rainstorm swept everything. In the edge of the Dachin Mountain Spirit Realm, in the Suzaku Valley, everything was swaying during the storm. The third spiritual rain broke out. This time, it seemed to bring more spiritual energy than the previous 2 times combined. Countless mutant animals, mutant insects, and mutant birds were roaring and howling excitedly in this rainstorm. The more concentrated spiritual energy made them even crazier than the previous 2 times. They were rushing out of the spiritual realm in the air, on the ground, and in the water. They wanted to vent their anger on the humans, who still occupied a large space. In the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm, Lin Ning did not stop the mutant creatures in the spirit realm from rushing out. On the contrary, he thought it was a good thing. The human side built quite a lot of walls on the periphery of the huge city. These walls are made of reinforced concrete, and their thickness and height are insurmountable for ordinary mutant creatures. Not to mention that at this moment, there must be human troops stationed on the walls, and there may be extraordinary people. Ordinary mutant animals may not be very good, but those mutant birds and insects that can fly can be expected. When the spiritual rain breaks out again, will the human side be beaten like last time and the time before? Or will they be able to stalemate with the mutant creatures this time? Or even gain an advantage? But this does not seem to be too important. Under him, the subordinates, who had just experienced a great battle, were also eager to release their countless venting power. In the Qingcheng battle that just passed, they all had different degrees of improvement in their levels. and their strength was also very different from the past. Lin Ning understood their desire to attack the cities where humans were located together with those mutant creatures that did not belong to them. But now was not the time. In other words, there are not many places worth attacking now. Within the radius of 2,000 kilometers centered on him, Tang State has nearly 1,000 cities of all sizes. Among these cities, only 57 cities are completely covered by the protective layer created by the machines that can invalidate spiritual energy. Lin Ning sensed the coverage of those spiritual energy invalidation machines, and thought he could destroy them from underground like last time. But he found that there were quite a lot of these things arranged underground. Therefore, these 57 cities completely became places where his spiritual energy could not play any role. Not to mention his subordinates, whose ability realm is not as good as his. As for the more than 900 cities without spiritual energy invalidation machines, they are actually not worth destroying at all. If the humans there can survive this spiritual rain outbreak, Lin Ning thinks he can let his subordinates meet them again and give them a surprise. But he does have things he wants his subordinates to do. At this time, his attack range has reached 1,000 kilometers. Almost 10 times the previous extent. He is free to act within this 1,000 kilometers. And he can do whatever he wants. But there are some places. Specifically, the places that Lin Ning wants to destroy quickly. But they are on the edge of this 1,000 kilometers. Those places are closely related to the Destiny Society. Lin Ning has only one idea about the Destiny Society. That is, to destroy it completely, together with their ambitions, and the various technologies they have mastered. They were taken away by his dark element attack, and completely shattered into nothingness, which is the result he wants most. Just like those extraordinary research centers that were destroyed by him in an instant. Qiang, Xuejin, Ma Jia and Zhu Yu. The four of you listened to my orders. Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, who had been waiting for orders for a long time, and began to convey the order. And these four subordinates, who can hide their bodies and fly at extremely fast speeds, continue to undertake the transportation tasks that must be done in every battle. As long as the destination is far away, only they among the subordinates can be competent. Lin Ning also wanted to solve this problem. But at present, this was the only way he could do it. He could only hope that Feng Xiao and the others would become an important force in this regard after entering the third stage, instead of relying on these four giant birds to undertake this task. But then again, even if they were as strong as second stage creatures, even in this era of spiritual energy revival, they had to follow certain objective laws. They couldn't run 10 or 8 times faster than airplanes, even if their speed reached 10 times the physical fitness of their previous animal age. Lin Ning was somewhat helpless about this. It would be great if he had a cheetah subordinate. His body would be strengthened tenfold. So why would he need to be transported around? But such a subordinate is probably hard to manage. He might get lost at any time. Lin Ning retracted this thought and looked at his subordinates again. Qiang, you lead Lei Ji, Yin Lu and Du Yin to the place I have designated first. And then return immediately. Don't worry about anything that happens on the way. Got it? Lin Ning first gave an order to Qiang. Qiang spread his giant wings in the rainstorm. And Lei Ji, Yin Lu and Du Yin also boarded its back at the same time. These 4 second-level mutant creatures quickly disappeared in the rain. The reason why Qiang was allowed to go first, instead of letting the 4 giant birds set off at the same time, was also because he wanted to learn from the experience of the last time. He couldn't play the most important cards in his hand at once, which would lead to limitations everywhere. If Qiang and the others are sent out together and encounter some special incidents together, like the last time when the disguised nuclear bomb was actually the effect of the smoke bomb, which made it impossible to transport troops accurately and quickly when counterattacking the provocation of humans. It would be too bad. Lin Ning doesn't want to have the same situation as last time. Although the gains after attacking Qincheng are indeed much greater than the losses. Xuejin, you lead the Lynx team to follow Qiang, and return immediately after dropping them off. In addition to Jingji, the Lynx team has 3 more. These 3 have also achieved great growth in the Battle of Qincheng and evolved into the first level. And unlike Jingji, they all have excellent potential for controlling the thunder element. Lin Ning named them Lane, Leili, and Leidong respectively. I believe that in the future, these 3 lynxes will become more capable subordinates with Jingji. Xuejin carried the 4 lynxes, 1 white and 3 light yellow, and spread their wings and flew into the rain. Mo Kai, take Ban Hu, Dian Wei, Silver Dragon Qin Chun, and Golden Python Jean Lin to another location. Yes, Master. Imokai obeyed the order. Although his load was a bit heavy, he understood that his master had the greatest expectations of him. The most excited one among them was the Golden Python Jean Lin. In the consecutive battles, he was only slightly active in the Battle of Qingcheng. He had always been responsible for guarding his master before, and now he had the strongest desire to fight. Master, I will definitely complete the task beautifully. Jean Lin looked at Qin Chun beside him, and seemed even more excited. Lin Ning thought that this time, he got what he wanted. He could go on a mission with Qin Chun, whom he had always pursued, and he could also perform well. Chapter 262. Xiying, Xue Jin and Imokai, each with some subordinates, have gone to the destination ordered by Lin Ming to prepare for the attack on the Fate Society. The defense of those hidden places is not too weak. For example, the Fate Society, which is located in Fenglin City, close to the edge of the spirit realm and disguised as a factory, has a considerable degree of armed. These armed forces are composed of extraordinary people. Lin Ning is not sure whether they are well trained or not, but each of them has sea-level spiritual energy. Their strength is enough to ensure that even under the invasion of the tide of mutant creatures caused by the outbreak of spiritual rain, they can protect the so-called factory. But facing 4 or 5 B-level monsters that are about to be promoted to A-level, it is estimated that they will not be able to play. The other places are almost the same. Although the Fate Society hit quite well, it still revealed a lot of flaws. The mouths of their researchers and the extraordinary research centers in various places were not glued shut. Lin Ning also obtained a lot of intelligence based on the long-term surveillance in these extraordinary research centers. Although they are scattered, after gathering them together, some very interesting information can be obtained. For example, Fenglin City, Zhuoke City, etc. The Destiny Society has multiple bases in the territory of Tang. In each base, they seem to be constantly researching more black technologies, such as the machine that can invalidate the spiritual energy. Lin Ming actually wants to know how these black technologies are made, especially the machine that can invalidate the spiritual energy of him and his subordinates, which seems to be too outrageously powerful. There are also metal bullets that can create barriers, white fog bullets that can turn mutants and extraordinary people into strange beasts and strange beasts, etc., which are all too advanced inventions. However, the headquarters of the Destiny Society is obviously not here, but should exist in other countries and places. For Lin Ming, if the Destiny Society is completely eradicated, the threat to him will disappear. After all, it would only take him some time to destroy all humans within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. But he could only move again or assign subordinates to those beyond this 1,000 kilometers. Lin Ning recalled that it seemed to be the same in the Third Order era. At that time, his attack radius was 100 kilometers. Now it has only expanded tenfold. But the problems and limitations he faces are actually not much different. It seems that the Fourth Order is not enough. If the Fifth Order can extend the attack radius tenfold. Wait, how many kilometers is it to circle the blue star? In fact, this is easy to say. Now it is the Fourth Order. If you want to attack a place 1,000 kilometers away, Lin Ming only needs to cut off the bamboo roots and start moving towards the target location. Ah, it feels so troublesome. Lin Ning felt that it was not a question of whether he could do it or not, but his potential character of being afraid of trouble became a hindrance at this time. After all, think about it. Just cutting off the bamboo roots, and then moving forward step by step at a speed of less than 20 kilometers per hour is indeed quite troublesome. If I could have the ability to instantly move to any place on this blue planet, just like that A-level extraordinary person, that would be great. However, this idea is just an idea. At present, there is no trend or change in this ability. At least it is still the case on the attribute panel. Zhiyu, you take the three-tailed fox Xuanhua, the giant monkey Bingpa, and Huaikui, and follow Mokai to the destination. Lin Ming continued to give orders. For him, it would not work if these strongholds of the Fate Society were not pulled out. Yes, Master. The last giant bird that could fly spread its wings, and in the pouring rain, it quickly drilled into the dark clouds with its companions. Next, while waiting for Qiang and the others to come back, Lin Ming also issued new orders. He first looked at the wolf packs that had grown greatly in this battle. These wolf packs gained a lot of experience from those artificial extraordinary people who did not turn into strange beasts. And this time many of them have grown to the first level. Lin Ming looked around and found that among the nearly 200 wolves, 30 had reached the first level, and the rest had basically reached the 9th level. They had grown into reliable subordinates. Dushan, Baichi, Giant Bear Manwe, Rock Wolf Yancy. Each of you leads a team of about 50 wolves to 4 directions, and follow my instructions to attack at any time. Lin Ming gave an order, and the 4 subordinates, who were about to enter the 3rd level, led the wolf team to the destination according to his instructions. This time, Lin Ming had some ideas. Those cities that were not covered by the spiritual energy shielding machine were not worth attacking. Under the outbreak of this spiritual rain, it is estimated that many of them could be destroyed. As for those who have these devices, what these subordinates have to do is to follow his instructions to see if there are any breakthroughs, and then train them to deal with these technologies that will be used extensively by humans in the future, which will also force humans into a desperate situation more quickly. Lin Ming looked at his subordinates again. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji and Feng Yan, the 3 wind wolves, have reached the 2nd level and level 9. This is a huge improvement after defeating those strange beasts one by one and gaining a lot of spiritual energy. They are only a little bit away from becoming the 3rd level of A-level Demon King. If there are 3rd level subordinates, then Lin Ming can really imagine what kind of performance they will have after greatly increasing their strength. But now, their respective tasks are very important. Feng Xiao, you go to Dongping City, and wait for my further instructions after arriving at the destination. Yes, Master. Your subordinates will definitely bring back excellent results. Feng Xiao rushed into the rain curtain and disappeared as a stream of pale green light. Dongping City is the city where the Fate Society launched those white mist bombs that were unknown to be launched before. Although it is now protected by those black aura shielding devices, it is not impossible to break through. Feng Ji, Feng Yan, you two go to the direction of Nandu City. After arriving, I will have the next instructions. Every step that follows must not go wrong. Lin Ming does not want to continue to expand the advantage that the human side has just established. Not only Tang Country, but other places that have not been taken into consideration will also be affected in the future. Places like Xiong Country and America, which have high technology like Tang Country, must be affected as soon as possible. After all, there is more than one Tang Country on this blue planet that is humans and extraordinary people. Not to mention the Fate Society. Speaking of other countries, Labai Country has been completely submerged by the tsunami together with the Philippines not long ago. At the same time, those demon kings and demon spirits in the ocean. It is the same as what happened to Shindu Country and America last time. My fellows, you seem to be doing well, so we can't fall behind. Panda, Xueya, I have an important task for you. Lin Ming sensed the direction of Xiaohu City and gave orders to his 2 subordinates. Chapter 263 Mutated Plants. It's getting more chaotic. This world is on the verge of extinction. Cheng Yu leaned against the wall, looking at the spiritual realm that was submerged in rain and fog not far away, and talked to himself with a cigarette in his mouth. Fei Jun, who was sitting at the table in the room, kept flipping through various documents. He frowned and looked up at him. Middle school? Fuck. Where am I middle school? Isn't this the truth? Cheng Yu widened his eyes. Brother Fei, what happened in Xincheng these days can be written into a blockbuster movie. And it has to be a trilogy of upper, middle and lower parts. An extended version. Fei Jun held the file in his hand, which was a brief report on the various events that happened in Xincheng. He squinted his eyes and looked at the total number of deaths on it, and couldn't help shaking his head. A-level Demon King. Destiny. Various black technology weapons. Fei Jun didn't understand why things became so complicated not long after they arrived in Bingcheng. It's complicated, isn't it? Zheng Guodong appeared at the door without knowing when, and said with a wry smile, It feels like we are far behind. Fei Jun nodded, flipping through the documents, sighing from time to time. Okay, what's there to sigh about? Sooner or later, we will have to face off against the A-level Demon King. After the real person comes back. This kind of thing is inevitable. Patting Zheng Guodong on the shoulder, Xing Yu, dressed in black, walked into the room. With a tap of his fingers, all the documents on the table floated up, as if they were suspended in the air by some extremely thin transparent silk thread, flying all over the sky. He snapped his fingers, and several reports gathered together and flew into his hands. As for the others, they flew neatly to the table of Fei Jun, who was holding his arms and speechless. Chung Yu couldn't help but applaud, as expected of my brother Xing. You are so pretentious. Humph. Basic operation. Xing Yu flipped through the reports in his hand, picked out 2 and put them in front of Fei Jun. A-level extraordinary person. Destiny Society. Soul Pill Concentrated Bomb. Shuangyua City Destruction. Is the amount of information large? Fei Jun pinched his eyebrows. A-level Demon King. I didn't expect so many things to happen. It's not it that caused the trouble, but Destiny Society. Zhang Guodong lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Even if that person didn't go back, the script would still be played like this. But it wouldn't be so tortuous. Fuck. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Chung Yu looked at Zhang Guodong, then at Fei Jun and Xing Yu, and felt like a fool. In short, the A-level Demon King, that person, Tanghua, and the A-level Extraordinary are all predetermined roles and pawns of fate. Even if 1 or 2 are missing, it doesn't matter. The final result will still happen like this. Xing Yu snapped his fingers again, and the file flew out of Fei Jun's hand, who had just started reading it, and into his hand. Fei Jun. Are you sick? Xing Yu pretended not to hear, although the A-level Demon King attacked Qingcheng City. This incident was an accident, but in the final analysis, the A-level Demon King will come to attack our human city. This kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Even if the A-level Demon King did not attack Qingcheng City because of that person using a disguised nuclear bomb, fate will provoke it and make it appear. At that time, the attacked city may be Rongqing City, Dong'an City, or Shanjing City. It is even possible that dozens of cities will be attacked at the same time like last time. What about that A-level extraordinary person? It is said that the A-level Demon King is not in Chifeng Mountain. And then, by the way, this guy can teleport? He went directly to Qingcheng City and stayed for a while? Chung Yu was confused. What he understood was far less than the amount of various intelligence he saw. A-level extraordinary people are just chess pieces to convey information. Nothing more. His role is to let the person who returns know that there are A-level extraordinary people in this world, and that the A-level Demon King is not in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. Zhang Guodong nodded. The cigarette but burned to the end. And Chung Yu screamed strangely after burning his fingernails, feeling that his brain was not enough. After that person returned, he challenged the A-level Demon King, wanting to use all the resources at hand to test the depth of his ability. And he succeeded. Fei Jun snatched the document from Xing Yu, flipped through a few pages, and pointed to a line of words and continued. Artificial superhumans. That person wanted to use all the artificial superhumans in the country to make a bait that any mutant creature would like to attract the A-level Demon King. And by the way, discuss the Destiny Society and uproot their achievements. But the Destiny Society calculated again, transported all the hidden artificial superhumans from all over the country to Qingcheng City. And then when the A-level Demon King began to perform, sent another soul pill compression bomb, directly turning the remaining group into giant monsters. This script is amazing. Zhang Guodong took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of smoke. But I still didn't expect that the A-level Demon King was more powerful and could kill all those giant monsters one by one. Who could have thought of it? Even if the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual mist can be maintained to be level or even close to A-level giant monsters, they are no match for the A-level Demon King. Old Zhang. But that person is not an ordinary person. He even used the 6 gold square array and spiritual energy shielding device to capture the A-level Demon King, who had entered the predetermined position encirclement. But who would have thought that the strength of that bastard was too amazing? It took him only more than an hour to break the situation, and even destroyed all the combat power there, including the giant monster. Although the Fate Society also obtained the information about the combat power of the A-level Demon King, it also found that it was a chess piece that they could not control. They can even easily kill those who regard it as a chess piece. Shuangyua City is proof of this. To completely exterminate US humans is just something the other party wants or doesn't want. Even. We are talking about these things here. It may know. Do you believe it? Xing Yu listened to the howling of the mutant creatures outside the window, which became clearer and clearer, and shook his head. I just laughed. No one has seen what this A-level Demon King looks like. And they don't even know whether it is a bug, an animal or a bird. But the other party exists, and it has proved its strength again and again. killing one powerful enemy after another, and then disappearing again. What exactly is our opponent? The four people were silent, each thinking about something. But the thing they were thinking about was the same. What exactly is the A-level Demon King? Where is it now? And where can we start to defeat it? However, everyone was silent for less than 10 minutes. And Chengyu suddenly slammed the table. I seemed to figured out something. The other three looked at him and continued to ponder, pretending not to hear. Fuck. Really. Don't ignore me. I think your head is really crazy. Awesome. And your imagination is first class. Lu Feishu walked in and looked at Chengyu. Sorry. I was so curious that I used my ability to see what you were thinking. But I didn't expect you to be a screenwriter. Xingyu frowned. Did you forget the agreement? Sorry. I won't do it again. Lu Feishu pulled off a beard. I swear. Oh. By the way, I think Xiao Cheng's conclusion is more important. Xiao Cheng. You can say it yourself. Chengyu was stunned. Okay. That? I want to say that I have figured out the true identity of that A-level Demon King. Hurry up. Fei Jun frowned and urged. Okay. Actually, that A-level Demon King. Chengyu said and slapped the table heavily. It is definitely. The table broke with a snap and fell to the ground. A plant. Chapter 264 Terrifying Conclusion. Before Chengyu finished speaking, the collapsed table made another crisp sound. Are you sick? After a short silence, Fei Jun stared at Chengyu, shaking with anger. If you have something to say, just say it. The table has offended you. Make me another one later, or I will never let you go. That's right. Although this table is a little broken, I have used it for so long that I have feelings for it. Xingyu also sighed. You used 50% of your strength in this palm. I think you did it on purpose. Even if I didn't read your mind, I am sure you think so. Lu Feishu nodded. Fuck. Brother Fei. Pigeon boss. The point is not here. Brother Zheng. You should also say something. These brothers are too unreliable. I just bought this broken table from Bingcheng yesterday. Chengyu doubted his life. What's going on? Zheng Guodong looked out the window and lit another cigarette. You are really stupid. Fuck. Can you do it? Is the point about this broken table? Don't you have anything to say about my guess? Chengyu angrily pounded the wall. As a result, the wall suddenly shook, and a big hole appeared. The toilet paper in the hands of the person on the other side of the hole fell to the ground. Cheng Tianta. Your uncle. Chengyu sat down on the ground, indicating that he didn't want to talk anymore. It's because you said too outrageous that we talked about the table. Chengyu. You should be more reliable. Lu Feishu grabbed his beard, and then patted Chengyu's shoulder with that hand. A few curly beards fell on Chengyu's white shirt, which looked like that place. Chengyu collapsed even more. Tell me your reasons. Fei Jun pondered for a moment, and suddenly looked up at Chengyu. And Zheng Guodong next to him was also thoughtful. Fuck. You're willing to listen to me? Ah. Really? I think my idea can actually solve all the contradictions. And it can also explain why no one has discovered its true form from the beginning of this thing's appearance to now. And why Brother Zheng failed to conquer Wantuhai 3 times. Chengyu said and looked at Xingyu and Lu Feishu, who were still confused. Chengyu. Don't make a fuss. How is it possible? A mutant plant? Since the advent of the era of spiritual revival on Blue Star. When has there been a mutant organism that is a plant? You are wrong from the beginning. It's simply nonsense. Lu Feishu looked at Xingyu, waiting for his agreement. Don't mention it. It's really interesting. Xingyu waved his finger, and more than 10 pieces of white paper formed a huge white paper in the air. Under Xingyu ability, countless ink drops were dropped on this paper, accurately drawing the map of Tang State. Lu Feishu helplessly spread his hands. So I'm the only bad guy? Everyone ignored him, but looked at the map, watching Xingyu draw a few important points on it, and then looked at Chengyu. Ahem. Chengyu put his hands behind his back and glanced at everyone. Everyone. If the A-level Demon King is a plant, then all problems will be solved. Then, let me. Everyone. This is the Wantuhai Spirit Realm. This is the Lingxiao Peak Spirit Realm. And this is the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. Xingyu marked the important places on this huge map one by one. Soon, the cities and some important places in the Tang Kingdom were also marked one by one. We knew before that the attack range of this A-level Demon King is 1,000 kilometers. Right? Xingyu looked at Fei Jun. At that time, Fei Jun had the most say in this matter. He was next to the person being controlled at that time, and heard some extremely important information. Attack range. So the entry point is here. Fei Jun was the first to figure it out. Oh! Right. The new news just verified this 1,000-kilometer statement again. He took out a document, which recorded the destruction of the extraordinary research centers in hundreds of cities across the country. The attack range of the A-level Demon King is 1,000 kilometers. To be honest, no matter how we imagine it, this kind of thing is actually extremely difficult to understand. Right? After all, even if the mutant creatures have evolved to A-level, I can't imagine any insects, animals, or birds that can attack dozens of cities at the same time in a very short time. Xingyu waved his finger, and dozens of ink lines extended from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm to various cities. Fuck. Why do I feel that I am ignored? Changyu widened his eyes. This is obviously my hypothesis. Be more confident. Remove the word feeling. Lu Feishu touched his beard, and put something more on Changyu's shoulder. You are a bad guy. Changyu snorted. Xingyu ignored them, and continued. These were the many cities attacked with Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm as the center. The characteristic of this attack was that all the organizations and bases of the Nine Heavens Tower in various places, as well as various military facilities, were completely destroyed. That's right. It's impossible to accomplish such a thing in a very short time. Just imagine. What kind of animals, insects, or birds can fly so fast? And the machines measuring the concentration of spiritual energy in various places have no reaction. This is very telling. Fei Jun took out a pen and wanted to mark on the map. But the map was pulled up by Xingyu. Be a man. Fei Jun looked at Xingyu and wrote a conclusion on it with ink, and shook his head. Fortunately you wrote it right. Otherwise I would twist your head off. Dependence? Damn. What is this development? Isn't it about plants? Lu Feishu and Changyu looked at each other. And this time, it was their turn to be confused. Yes. Maybe there is another name over there. After all, this kind of thing has been found in several spiritual realms. The most powerful mutant creature will have some relatively low-level followers who obey the command. So I think that the city that was attacked within 1,000 kilometers before was actually the work of the A-level Demon King's dependents. Xingyu nodded and said, what the A-level Demon King's followers did. What does it have to do with whether it is a plant or not? Lu Feishu interrupted again. Yes. Fei Jun drew a map on a piece of paper in front of him. Although all the cities within a radius of 1,000 kilometers were attacked, no one received a report that the other party had spiritual energy. So I think this 1,000 kilometers is the range where this A-level Demon King can shield the spiritual energy of his followers. Spiritual energy shielding range? That makes sense. Lu Feishu nodded again. If it is really the power of an A-level Demon King, it can easily destroy nearly 100,000 troops, destroy Shuangyue City as a whole, and destroy hundreds of extraordinary research centers and cities in an instant. That is its true power. Xingyu looked at the map with horror on his face. Wait, what does this have to do with plants or not? Lu Feishu roared. What are you talking about? All the time. Think about it. If it was a mutant animal, a mutant insect, or a mutant bird, how could it have destroyed all the extraordinary research centers and cities within 1,000 kilometers that did not use spiritual energy shielding devices in an instant? That is absolutely impossible. And the idea proposed by Changyu turned this impossibility into an explainable one. Xingyu took a deep breath. If it is a mutant plant, using the root system within 1,000 kilometers to do various things, then everything is possible. Everyone was silent. But Lu Feishu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Wait! You just said that the first 1,000 kilometers were done by those followers, and the next 1,000 kilometers were done by itself. Why didn't you do this before? Is it because S-level appeared? That is, the Demon King who was originally only A-level. Chapter 265, A Sneak Attack in the Spiritual Rain. Nearly 2,000 kilometers away from Bingcheng, Lin Ning in Suzaku Valley unexpectedly sensed that the building of the 9-layered Heaven Tower in Bingcheng, which had several important people, no longer had the power that blocked his perception before, and found that things became more complicated. Actually, guess this step? Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh. Although he knew that it was only a matter of time for the human side to know his true identity, and even said that someone might have known about this for a long time. But when he personally sensed this, he still felt that it happened too early, in order to no longer be restricted and controlled. Those people from the original 9-layered Heaven Tower fled to Bingcheng and lay dormant. Before, they had been using aura shielding devices or something to conceal their existence, so that Lin Ning had no idea what was happening there and what changes had taken place. But now, they suddenly turned off the previous aura shielding and exposed themselves to his perception again. The reason is probably that the former 9-layered Heaven Tower learned that the man had returned. Thanks to this, Lin Ning obtained a lot of information from these people, and most of them were the same as he expected. They even guessed that the A-level Demon King was a mutant plant, and even guessed that this A-level Demon King had evolved into an S-level Demon King. I have to say that these people are really smart. But for Lin Ning, these people are not the ones he urgently needs to kill. The total number of these people is less than 200, and their strength is uneven. The most powerful ones are only 3B level, and they are still quite far from the spiritual energy of A level. Even if they rejoin the Tang country that has completely entered a defensive state, they will not pose any threat, knowing that he is a mutant plant. So what? Knowing that he has reached S level and become a demon king. So what? Lin Ning does not think that they can stir up much trouble. Even if they all reach A level, Lin Ning does not think that they can pose any threat to him. Moreover, they still have a long way to go to reach that level. The spiritual rain explosion continued. The storm wrapped in rain invaded everything. Lin Ning had sensed that Qi Ying and Shui Jin had reached the destination and were now rushing back. The subordinates sent out were now waiting for the battle. To be on the safe side, Lin Ning did not let the subordinates, who had already reached the destination, attack the target directly, but prepared to let them raid these target buildings at the same time. Looking at the remaining subordinates, the only ones who did not go out were the White Rat Shuya and the already quite powerful Air Force. Shuya, you lead the Air Force to Xiaohu City. This is the best opportunity for you to test your ability. Can you do it? I obey your orders. Master, you want me to use the ability to summon rats directly. Shuya is quite knowledgeable. It has now entered the first level, and its ability is much stronger than before. The master asked it to lead the army to attack a city inhabited by humans, and also wanted to test its current strength. As the flock of birds took Shuya away, Lin Ning knew that before Qiang and Xuejing came back, he should do something else. The two A-level demon kings in the sea each led several B-level demon spirits to destroy the Levite kingdom and the Fei kingdom. Will they repeat the same destructive actions next? The answer is yes. The number of mutant creatures in the ocean is extremely large, and their levels are not weak. There are almost no non-mutated creatures. They are constantly improving their levels and expanding their own territory. However, the strong changes brought about by the revival of spiritual energy to the creatures have also caused them to multiply their reproduction speed while constantly improving their levels. Sensing the sea area that he could sense, which was not too big, Lin Ning sensed the existence of countless mutant marine creatures. This sea area did not even reach 1% of the total area of the entire ocean of Blue Star. Then the total number of mutant creatures in the entire ocean was probably an astronomical figure. In the process of becoming stronger, being killed and reproducing, they gradually improved their level and realm. At first, they flooded Neon Country, then attacked America and Deep Poison Country, and now, they flooded Levite Country and Philippines. It can be seen that they are not satisfied with this already wide and vast ocean, and they want to get more from the land. Sooner or later, they will all be opponents who will fight with him. However, Lin Ning felt that before fighting these mutant creatures in the ocean, he had to eliminate the Destiny Society and the remaining humans to the extent that they no longer posed any threat. After all, at present, the human side is the most troublesome. The spiritual rain is still falling, and time gradually enters the night. The light around is gradually decreasing, and Lin Ning senses that each of the subordinates who were sent out are gradually approaching their respective mission locations. Covered by the ability of the wider spiritual force field shielding, they are now quietly waiting for Lin Ning instructions. And more waves of mutant creatures from the spiritual realm have reached the edge of many cities. The time is ripe. Lin Ning issued an attack order to all his subordinates in his consciousness field, which had a radius of 2,000 kilometers. The Fate Society strongholds in Fonglin City and Zhuoka City, which were disguised as factories and abandoned factories, were torn apart in an instant. The flashing electric light, the fiercely burning flames, and the venom that could corrode everything instantly surrounded everything in the factory in Fonglin City, making it a hell with no escape. Jingji, who could move quickly in a short period of time, led the Lynx teams Lane, Layli, and Leidong to eliminate the humans who wanted to escape one by one. In Juaka City, hundreds of kilometers away, Banhu and Gianwei, the two jackal kings who had always existed as Jingji's guards, each turned into a black whirlwind and rushed into the abandoned factory, cutting all the precision machinery and researchers inside into pieces. The silver dragon Qin Chun and the golden python Jin Lin went underground together. Qin Chun was responsible for turning all the humans in this secret underground space into green pus, while Jin Lin used his ability to absorb all the metals on his body, and then instantly expanded his body several times, directly turning all those extremely sophisticated machines into scrap copper and iron. The sound of explosions kept coming from two places hundreds of kilometers apart. The two bases of the Destiny Society, which had many secrets and studied a lot of technology, disappeared in a very short time. In another direction, the three-tailed fox Xuanhua, the giant monkey Huaikue and Bingpa, and Mo Kai, who did not leave according to Lin Ning order, also launched an attack on the Destiny Society base in Dongchuan City. The three attacks started almost at the same time, leaving Destiny no time to react at all. No matter how many sophisticated instruments they have made, no matter how many elite extraordinary people they have gathered, no matter what technology they are researching, at this moment, they are all trapped in the sea of fire under the attack of Lin Ming mini-subordinates. Next, Lin Ming bamboo roots surged quickly, heading to the cities within 1,000 kilometers, asking other subordinates to go to attack. Try to crack the so-called spiritual energy shielding device. Chapter 266, the best stage. Aura shielding device. This thing was used by the upper echelons of the Tang Kingdom when Lin Ming attacked Qincheng City in the middle of the battle. Its overall appearance is black and irregular in shape, but it is a machine with powerful power. Although it is unknown how long its battery life is, there is no doubt that once this thing completely surrounds a certain range, the aura of all the mutant creatures with aura in this area will disappear completely in an instant. Similarly, many abilities that rely on aura will also disappear. Even the aura shield after the mutant creature naturally no longer exists. After the mutant creature is surrounded and activated by the aura shielding device, it will become a mortal creature with flesh and blood. Even a pistol bullet can easily injure them. Lin Ning felt that he could not forget that in the battle in Qincheng, he and his subordinates were almost forced into a desperate situation by the upper echelons of the Tang Kingdom using this method. In the more than 1 hour after the aura shielding device was activated, Lin Ning remembered the feeling of powerlessness when he couldn't even control a bamboo leaf or a bamboo branch. And now, the human side showed him another use of the aura shielding device. Defense. After deploying it in large quantities around the city, or even underground, the aura shielding device can make these cities become solid fortresses that mutant creatures cannot break through. The principle is the same as when attacking. When any mutant creature enters these cities, the aura will be dissipated, and it will become a mortal body, and it can be easily killed by humans. Now, there are 57 supergiant cities in the whole Tang Kingdom covered and protected by this aura shielding device. Therefore, any ability of Lin Ming cannot penetrate these cities. Just like the ability to rebuild the aura of all things, it cannot materialize any part of these cities, nor can it perceive the actions and conversations of humans in them, and thus cannot obtain various important information. As long as the spreading bamboo roots reach 150 meters below the aura shielding device, they will completely lose their ability and become ordinary bamboo roots that cannot move. Originally, Lin Ming could have used this to easily drag the underground of a city with bamboo roots, or even overturn the entire city with great force, without any problem. But the human side obviously also knew the shortcomings of this device, and now it even covered the ground. This created a defensive shield with no blind spots. This made it impossible for Lin Ming to attack from underground. However, as long as it is a weapon, it has weaknesses. Just like Lin Ming's own attack range, there are always limitations. Now, the subordinates sent to various places are to expose the weaknesses of this spiritual energy shielding device. Now, Du Shan led a pack of 50 wolves to Xingyuan City. Although it is relatively far from here, it is nothing for Du Shan, who walks in the mountains as if it were flat land. And those wolves, who are also quite accustomed to walking in the mountains, can naturally become his powerful helpers. Moreover, although the combat power is limited, Du Shan's strength has reached the second level and level 7, and is about to usher in a breakthrough. Among the 50 wolves led by him, many have broken through the entry level and successfully raised their own alert level to the first level. After their bodies became larger, their combat power increased sharply. Some have also awakened the ability to control elements, most of which are mainly wind elements. But the number is not large. It seems that Feng Xiao and his people are indeed the kind with great potential. In fact, think about it. Since Wan Tuhai, those who have been brought out by him seem to have great potential, good growth, and strengths in all aspects. Is there something in the Wan Tuhai spiritual realm that can make them grow so rapidly? However, there are exceptions, such as the white rat Xueya and the group of birds brought out from Xingyuan City, whose growth rates are also good. Now, Dushan is leading the group of wolves and is moving toward Xingyuan City. Xingyuan City is quite special, located between two huge spiritual realms. It even has only one road connecting to the outside city. Lin Ning didn't understand why humans still lived there. Even with dozens of walls, there was no guarantee that a mutant creature couldn't get in. Moreover, it was strange that Xingyuan City, a city that was almost like an island in the spiritual realm, was treated the same as those super large cities, and was covered by a spiritual energy shielding device. What was there that was worth the human side's attention and allowed to continue to exist? I had obtained the soul pill hidden there before, and I had also subdued the white rat Xueya and several aquatic subordinates and a large group of air forces there. Before attacking Qingcheng, Lin Ning had sensed the various situations in Xingyuan City. It was still the same as usual. There was no change at all compared to the last time he left. Could it be that the reason why humans did not withdraw from there was just to regard it as a spiritual symbol? If so, Lin Ning would like to take this opportunity to destroy it directly, and let this so-called spiritual symbol completely collapse. This would also allow those humans to get real despair from their self-confidence. However, Lin Ning still felt that Xingyuan City had something. Looking at Bai Qi again, it led Shadow and Saint White, as well as 50 wolves, to Olive City. Olive City was not too far from here, but it was also one of the 57 cities covered by the spiritual energy shielding device. The reason why Bai Qi was sent there this time was mainly to let it test its strength and the two little Suro to see if it could destroy this barrier on the periphery. Looking at the giant bear Manu and the rock wolf Yen Si again, the destination was very close. The two guys are not fast, but their strength and defense are top-notch, and their huge bodies are enough to be battering rams. They are heading to Baima City and Hezhou City, which are also very close to Qingcheng City. Feng Xiao is going to Dongping City, which is where the white fog bomb was fired towards the direction of Suzaku Valley. There should be an important base of the Destiny Society there, as well as a larger research center for extraordinary people. Maybe there are some important secrets. Therefore, Lin Ning also left a backup plan and sent a 9-headed panda team led by the Panda as support. In case something happens, Panda is more reliable and can also command the battle. Feng Ji and Feng Yin are going to Nandu City, which is located in the densely populated urban area of Tang State. Their mission is to attack there, attract the attention of the human side, and cover the battle of Xueya and others. The key points of this time are actually here with Xueya, with more than 50 flying troops as cover. What Lin Ning wants Xueya to do is an extremely important experiment. It is much more important than doing it himself. If he succeeds, then he may not need to come to destroy the human race. And he only needs to send these subordinates. And he only needs to concentrate on dealing with the potential threats in the sea, and then further make himself stronger. This Xiaohu City, as the largest city in Tang State, is obviously an excellent stage for Shueya. Chapter 267: The Power to Break the Impasse. Outside Dongping City, a lone wolf merged itself with the darkness in the moonless night. After running out of the spiritual realm, stimulated by the surging spiritual rain, the numerous mutant creatures in the spiritual realm also went crazy towards the huge city where humans live, located in a corner of the Daqing Mountain spiritual realm. The mutant creatures running out of the canyon of Yi Mountain have gathered into a black mass. Among them, there are some mutant creatures that have entered the first level. These mutant creatures composed of mutant insects and beasts surged towards Dongping City at a very fast speed. Feng Xiao turned around and looked at the direction of the long roar, and saw that in the sky, the mutant birds and mutant insects that were like dark clouds covered all the light and went towards Dongping City. Feng Xiao leaped and ran wildly for a while, and then came to a single mountain nearly 100 meters high, overlooking everything. There were bursts of murderous aura in the golden pupils, and in this murderous aura, there was a hint of arrogance. As a level 9 creature of the second order, It was about to raise its level to a new stage, breaking through the bottleneck, and becoming the most dazzling existence in this wave of mutant creatures. At this time, Feng Xiao was waiting for the order of his master Lin Ming. His desire for power, desire for killing, and desire to complete his master's task made him unable to suppress his excitement and wanted to move that as quickly as possible. In the distance, Dongping City was already brightly lit with countless high-rise buildings. This was also a huge city covered by the spiritual energy shielding device. Feng Xiao's current intelligence could understand quite a lot of things, and he also knew that as long as this city was within a certain range, it would definitely be like in Qingcheng City, making it impossible for him to use any spiritual energy. This restriction made his spiritual energy useless. Feng Xiao was already quite mature in controlling the wind element, but the power he relied on was completely unusable under the effect of the spiritual energy shielding device. Feng Xiao, we are here. At this time, the Panda squad led by Panda Panda had successfully joined Feng Xiao. Their huge black and white bodies were particularly conspicuous in the dark night. What does the master want us to do? Feng Xiao looked down the mountain, and the crazy mutants were gradually approaching the first wall of Dongping City. It's not like we have to watch those things being killed. As soon as Panda finished speaking, the sound of explosions and the roar of bullets had already sounded. However, mixed with these sounds, there were no screams and cries of humans, only the crisp sound of mutants being killed in a steady stream. It was also at this time, Feng Xiao, Panda and the Panda squad, mix in with the group of mutants, and follow my instructions at any time. The spiritual language in Lin Ming consciousness field was immediately transmitted to the minds of the subordinates of this special operations team. Yes, Master. 10 huge mutant creatures came down from the hill and joined the army of mutant creatures that surged out from the canyon like a tide. Feng Xiao took the lead and let out a deafening howl. And this howl also made the tide of mutant creatures, which numbered tens of thousands, even crazier. Countless long howls resounded in the night sky, one after another. Panda was not so high profile, but led 8 pandas to follow behind Feng Xiao silently. However, Feng Xiao was not completely immersed in the tide of mutant creatures and became too excited. It still used the wind blade to open a path in the air 5 or 6 meters in front of it. As long as the suspended green wind blade disappeared, it proved that they had reached the boundary of the burial site of the spiritual energy shielding device. We're here. When Feng Xiao saw the wind blade disappear like mist while running, he knew that they had reached the boundary. Feng Xiao immediately slowed down and stopped. And the panda team also stopped. They were like an island in the middle of a turbulent river, separating the army of mutant creatures. Not far ahead was the first wall that blocked the army of mutant creatures. And on top of it, countless machine gun turrets stood. And on top of them, they spewed flames and kept harvesting the flesh and lives of the mutant creatures. Master, what should we do? It is definitely not possible to charge headfirst. Feng Xiao tried to communicate with Lin Ming in spiritual language, but it found that the master Lin Ming had no intention of answering at all. Feng Xiao, the master seems to want us to solve this problem ourselves. Panda looked behind. The tide of mutant creatures was still surging, with no end, and not far ahead of them. The birds and insects in the sky had already drowned the humans on the first wall with their great advantage in numbers, and then rushed towards the next wall. The mutant animals and insects on the ground howled and slammed into the walls, or stepped on the corpses of their own kind to cross the walls. The rich blood in the air completely turned the area dark red. Despite the loss of spiritual energy, the number of these mutant creatures is even larger. Although the human side is well prepared, they still can't resist the waves of attacks, not to mention the threats from the sky. So they can only attack with distraction. From time to time, a shocking sound came from the arsenal in a corner of the city, and several silver-gray missiles rose into the air. Feng Xiao let out a shocking howl, and at the same time, nearly 100 half-moon-shaped green wind blades appeared around him. Feng Xiao, I'm here. Panda rushed, arriving at the pile of rocks at the edge of the canyon. The panda squad followed suit, each holding up a boulder weighing nearly 2 tons. Afterwards, they, who were outside the aura shielding device, also threw the boulders in their hands at the silver-gray missiles coming from the horizon. Boom! A series of shocking sounds rang out, and the 2 missiles instantly exploded in the air, emitting a dazzling red light. But there were still 2 that did not explode, and they rushed directly to where they were. However, dozens of green wind blades flew into the air hundreds of meters high, easily cutting the 2 missiles with flames at the tail into hundreds of pieces. The gorgeous flames bloomed again in the air, and Panda was stunned at this time looking at the boulder in his hand. Feng Xiao. Aura cannot enter this closed city. But there is no problem with the boulder we threw. Panda jumped and came to the nearest hill to Dongping City. Behind it, the pandas followed it and lifted the boulders on the hill one by one. These pandas have reached the level of the 1st level and the 4th level. The improvement of their level also gave them the extraordinary ability of huge strength above the strange strength. Throwing stones is easy for them. Panda, it seems that your method is feasible. Feng Xiao let out a long whistle, and dozens of wind blades cut off the 2nd missile. At the same time, the boulders thrown by Panda and others, like meteors, passed through layers of walls and suddenly rushed towards the urban area of Dongping City. Chapter 268 Xingyuan City Breakthrough. Almost at the same time, outside Xingyuan City, Dushan ran in the mountains as if walking on flat ground. After reaching the destination, he did not wait for the wolves that had not yet arrived. It was naturally alert to danger, and using this peculiar ability, it quickly found the location of an aura shielding device. Not far in front of it, under the outermost wall. Master, just dig it out. Dushan looked at the humans on the wall in the distance, who were fighting fiercely with the tide of mutant creatures. Watching the constant large amount of fire, explosions, continuous bullets, and screams of mutant creatures filling his ears. It was extremely calm, and now what he was thinking about was to have a full meal after finishing the work. When passing a mountain just now, the green flame-like fruit was really too attractive to it. If it hadn't been in a hurry to come here, it would definitely have eaten all the spiritual fruits on the tree. When Lin Ning just shifted his attention to Xingyuan City, he was also surprised that Dushan's insight was so good that he could use his danger perception ability to find the location of the black spiritual energy shielding device buried just a few meters underground. It seems that sending it here this time was right. Yes, but your ability seems to be lacking in digging holes. Wait for your companions to come. And then? Lin Ning didn't want to worry too much about such things. In fact, he also has a way to break the situation against these cities with spiritual energy shielding devices. But he wants his subordinates to destroy the self-confidence of humans personally. This can also train them to become stronger. You know, after the spiritual energy is revived, the spiritual intelligence given to them by the spiritual energy is not just for show. And the Panda, who is far away in Dongping City, has broken the situation with the Panda team. Although they cannot use their abilities to find those spiritual energy shielding devices like Dushan did, using boulders to bombard Dongping City is still very effective. Spiritual energy is effective outside the spiritual energy shielding device. For example, Feng Xiao wind blades cannot penetrate this barrier, but using powerful force to throw some heavy stones over can easily destroy various buildings in Dongping City, giving the human side a strong confidence blow. And Feng Xiao wind blades also provide cover for the panda's stone throwing. Even if missiles fly over, they will never be able to hit them. Besides, what if they were hit on the outside of the aura shielding device? The aura level of the pandas determines that they can ignore the attacks of general thermal weapons, unless humans use nuclear bombs. But, do humans dare use nuclear bombs for their serious tide of mutants? That's right. Lin Ning sent his subordinates to various places this time, just to let them blend into the mutants and attack various cities, so as to avoid the intensive and targeted attacks of humans. Although this move is a bit shady, Lin Ning doesn't think there is anything wrong. It's the era of aura revival, who still talks about martial ethics. The winner is the king. Master, I can do it too. In the distance of the tide of mutants, Dushan, who avoided the concentrated attack of artillery fire, was quite smart. It used the overall grayness of its fur and the 2 feet on its head to start digging holes on the ground. Although the aura shielding device can shield its ability, it only shields its Dushan power and the ability to sense danger. For its extremely sharp horns, it had no effect at all. The wolves that arrived a while later also learned to crawl on the ground silently after joining Dushan, and lightly dug the ground with their extremely sharp claws. The gray-black long hair became the best protective color in the middle of the night, and relying on the howling and fighting sounds of the mutant creatures fighting fiercely with humans in the distance, Dushan and the wolves dug the hole very smoothly. Xingyuan City has arranged 3 protective shields covered by spiritual energy shielding devices throughout the city. Dushan and his team are digging the outermost one. After Lin Ning told them about this, They did not express much, but continued to dig diligently. Not long after, Dushan found those black things buried 5 meters underground. Master, I found it. I want. Dushan covered the sharp corners with spiritual energy, and suddenly penetrated a black object that was nearly 10 centimeters square. Snap! After the explosion of electronic components, a stream of white mist rose from it. Dushan, who was aware of the danger, quickly retreated a few steps. The white mist was almost exactly the same as those in Qingcheng City. Lin Ming also sensed this white mist. What he didn't expect was that this was also made by the soul pill. However, he had no idea whether this thing was made by Padon. Well done. I let the other wolves do the same. Lin Ming quickly used the spiritual language to let the other wolf subordinates know about the white fog. After all, it's better to be cautious. But then again, the human side was really hasty. They quickly deployed those spiritual shielding devices around the city. The speed was not slow, but it might be because of the outbreak of the spiritual rain. Or it might be because they were afraid of him, the former A-level demon king. So when they buried these things underground, they didn't bury them deeper. Logically speaking, if they buried them so shallowly, they should at least use the metal bullets from before. Right? But Lin Ming sensed for such a long time, and found that only Shangjing City and Xiaohu City had metal bullets deployed to create an indestructible barrier. Could it be that the stock of the metal bullets was relatively small? Or that they could not be mass-produced at all? Lin Ming guessed. And at the same time saw Dushan and the others digging out the spiritual shielding devices buried underground one by one. As long as you make sure you are outside their defense range, you will never be affected by this kind of thing. And the sharp teeth can naturally penetrate these machines that are not made very strong. Pa! 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 A series of tiny sounds of electronic components exploding also caused a huge gap in the vast spiritual shielding range formed by this thing. Master, it seems to be useful. Dushan stepped onto the wall. It suddenly appeared and directly hit the 2 turrets that had not yet aimed their guns at this side with its sharp horns, and instantly flew dozens of meters away. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and at the same time, the wolves knocked a huge hole in the wall. At the same time, those mutant creatures also rushed towards this direction frantically. The human side didn't even know what happened. Master, Xingyuan City still has spiritual shielding devices, but it doesn't seem to be a problem for us. Dushan stood in front of all the mutant creatures, lowered his head, and pointed his pair of nearly 2-meter-long sharp horns forward, like a chariot, towards the second wall of Xingyuan City. Chapter 269 Attack from all sides. On the outskirts of Olive City, the giant trees in the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm towered into the sky. The rainstorm washed every blade of grass and tree here, and also covered the mutant creatures, who were howling crazily with rich spiritual energy. In this inky black night, the hazy pure white light on Bai Qi completely enveloped it, and its companions. Looking closely, there was not even a trace of being wet by the rain. They followed the surging tide of mutant creatures, and headed towards the Olive City where Lin Ming ordered them to go. The speed was not slow. In the team, in addition to Bai Qi, who was at the 2nd level and 4th level and could control the light element, there were also its 2 little Suro, Shadow of the Dark Element, and Saint White, who was also a light element. They were escorted by 50 wolves. Among these 50 wolves, there were also 10 masters who had entered the 1st level of the realm, and they were all controllers of the wind element. As for the target Olive City, it is actually a little far from the owner Lin Ming, but because their speed is not too slow. After Feng Xiao and the Panda Squad attacked Dongping City, and the Suro crossed the mountain to attack Xingyuan City, they also reached the outermost wall of Olive City. Although Olive City is smaller than Dongping City, it is located 150 kilometers northeast of Qingcheng City. There are quite large urban clusters nearby. If it is captured, its significance is much greater than what is actually seen. The fall of Olive City will also lead to panic in other nearby cities, thus causing great panic and chaos on the human side. But what makes Lin Ming feel a little strange is that the defense here is stronger than other places. After all, the only spiritual realm nearby is the most marginal area of the Daqing Mountain spiritual realm. Although the number of mutant creatures can form a tide of mutant creatures, their number is not as good as that of Dongping City or even Xingyuan City. It's not necessary to use such a strong military force to defend. This place is also covered with aura shielding devices like the other 56 cities. This is completely different from the surrounding cities that are larger than it. Is there any secret here? There are nearly 30 cities of all sizes nearby, and only this one has aura shielding devices like those big cities. It's hard for Lin Ming not to think about it. At this moment, Bai Qi led Shadow and Saint White, as well as 50 wolves following the mutant army, and arrived at the wall outside the city of Olive City. There are also 9 walls here, which is more than the surrounding cities. Master, we have to adopt a frontal attack strategy. Although Bai Qi's own ability does not belong to the combat system, relatively speaking, its intelligence is extremely high, almost equal to that of the Panda and the White Mouse Shueya. The reason why Lin Ming sent it here is that he hopes that its combat command talent can be improved to a certain extent. However, when he heard this guy tell it to take a frontal attack, Lin Ming was still a little surprised. After all, the defense here is so strong. It would be better to adopt a side attack or surprise attack like Feng Xiao and Panda, or Du Shan. However, since Bai Qi has such a plan, he must be confident that he can capture Olive City with this strategy. Let me see how active you are. Lin Ming decided to give the Olive City attack to Bai Qi as the commander, and was ready to see how he could break through here. However, with the rise of 2 wholly dazzling white lights, 2 layers of extremely thick barriers instantly covered them. At the same time, the white light quickly attracted the attention of the human side, and continuous gunshots and explosions began to burst above the white light. However, outside the aura shielding device, Bai Qi and Sheng Bai's light element barrier must not be broken by such low-level thermal weapons. Even Bai Qi, who has reached the 2nd level and 4th level, has a more proficient and exquisite ability to control the light element than before. Even if the human side uses more powerful weapons, it will not easily penetrate the barrier it creates. Bai Qi also used this barrier to probe the location of the aura shielding device. And soon, this ability got the answer he wanted. The white aura barrier suddenly disappeared after reaching a certain distance. Those aura shielding devices, like all the cities before, were buried in the land under the outermost wall. Then, the Bai Qi team, which had a double barrier, launched wind blades and dark element attacks from 10 wind wolves and the little Soro Shadow, respectively, and launched extremely intensive attacks on the land under the wall. Although Shadow's dark element control ability was very weak, it could also create an irregular dark element space with a diameter of nearly half a meter, allowing it to swallow any object at will. Of course, the same applies to things like soil. Large pieces of soil, accompanied by the explosion of wind blades and the erosion of dark element space, quickly formed a series of creepy gullies, and those black-looking aura shielding devices were also revealed. So this is the strategy. With the protection of the double-layer aura barrier, there is no need to worry about the attack of the human side. Then, use the abilities of Dark Knight and the Wind Wolves to find the location of the aura shielding device. And then, just destroy it to complete the breakthrough. Good guy. This Bai Qi is really good at using the power of himself and his companions. With the crackling sound of electronic devices, the aura shielding devices were destroyed one by one, and the humans on the wall, helpless under the continuous attack, also retreated to the rear one after another. This side is considered a breakthrough. Next, it won't take long. Even the 9 walls, even the 9-layer aura shielding devices, will be gradually collapsed by Bai Qi and his bulldozer-like push. The weapons of the human side can't do anything to Bai Qi's aura shield, and they can't dare to detonate the nuclear bombs that can do anything to Bai Qi's aura shield near the densely populated Olive City. And after the breakthrough, those mutant creatures will become Bai Qi and his temporary companions, and they will never stop going crazy until the Olive City is destroyed. There's no need to continue watching here. Lin Ming turned his sight to the small army led by the giant bear Manhua, and found that the bear, who was chewing a bamboo, had already reached the outskirts of Baima City, and had already launched an attack on Baima City. Baima City did not have an aura shielding device, and it only had a large number of military forces. But this could not hinder Manhua's small army. Although this place was a distance away from the spiritual realm, there were not many mutant creatures gathered to form a tide of mutant creatures. But with Manhua roar, more than a dozen half-moon-shaped light blades flew out, piercing through 5 full walls, and a one-sided battle began. In the other direction, the rock wolf Yanxi also arrived at the target location. Like Huzhou City and Baima City, there was no aura shielding device. With its powerful attack power and strong elemental ability, it was not difficult for it to lead a group of wolves to flatten Huzhou City. Whether it was Baima City or Huzhou City, The reason why Lin Ming wanted to attack them was to cover Xueya and others who were far away in Xiaohu City. If we create chaos here, the actions over there won't attract too much attention from humans. After all, what Xueya and the others are going to do is an experiment related to many important things. Moreover, not only Man Yu and Yan Si, but also Feng Lang, Feng Ji, and Feng Yin have quickly arrived in Nandu City. The battle to make humans more chaotic has begun. Chapter 270, Falling into Absolute Chaos. Lin Ning sensed everything within the 2,000 kilometers. In the cities of Hezhou City and Baima City that were not protected by the spiritual energy shielding device, as well as Dongping City just breached by Feng Xiao Panda, Xingyuan City breached by Du Shan, and Olive City breached by Bai Qi. The upper classes in those cities have fallen into a state of complete chaos. At this moment, they are constantly reporting to Shengjing that they are attacked by powerful mutant creatures. After the spiritual energy shielding device was destroyed and the defense line was breached, their defense range was also retreating step by step, although it was still impossible to sense various actions in the direction of Shengjing. After sensing the emergency reports from the upper classes of the cities that were attacked, Lin Ning also roughly understood the movements in the direction of Shengjing. They were ready to dispatch a large number of troops to support. After all, at the moment when the spiritual rain broke out, there were some cities around which there were no spiritual realms. And in the absence of an attack, they did not need to send heavy troops to guard those cities. Lin Ning was also satisfied to see that places like Nandu City and Xiaohu City also sent a large number of troops to support Dongping City and other attack cities. Isn't this the result he wants? The main reason for attacking those cities is for the final experiment in Xiaohu City. And now the war situation has indeed developed in this direction. Now, just wait patiently for them to go far away, and then you can proceed to the next step with confidence. However, Lin Ning did not forget the situation in Ganan City. The special features here made Lin Ning quite concerned. He also followed Bai Qi and his subordinates to destroy the layers of shielding devices, and penetrated the bamboo roots deep into the bottom of this not-so-large city. He really wanted to know why humans treated this seemingly small city so specially. The 9-layer wall also had 9 layers of spiritual shielding devices. The purpose of such defense here seems to be to prevent any mutant creatures or extraordinary people with spiritual energy from approaching, and to protect them layer by layer. But these layers of protection were fragilely disintegrated under Bai Qi attack, and he was unstoppable. It won't take long for Bai Qi to completely destroy this place. Although human reinforcements from other cities are constantly heading here, I believe that Bai Qi and his men will not be too slow. Moreover, his bamboo roots have penetrated deep into the ground of Olive City. If he finds any special situation, he can do it himself. Lin Ning shifted his sight to another direction. Feng Ji and Feng Xiao have arrived outside Nandu City at this time, waiting for his next order. Master, what should we do? It seems to be quite messy here from the beginning. Feng Ji was also quite surprised when he saw dozens of armed helicopters and several armed transport planes departing from Nandu City and heading to other places. Moreover, there seemed to be various vehicles constantly driving out of Nandu City, making this originally peaceful night quite noisy again. Before the two of them started attacking, the city looked quite chaotic. What they didn't know was that this was Lin Ming's strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking the west, so that these cities that had not been attacked before would draw a large number of military forces to support the attacked cities, such as Dongping City. Lin Ming took advantage of the time difference and kept Feng Ji and Feng Xiao from attacking. That's it. After all the military forces were halfway there, Feng Ji and Feng Xiao would attack Nandu City and catch the human side off guard. But when the human beings concentrated their firepower again and attacked Nandu City, Lin Ning would let the White Rat Shueya attack Xiaohu City, which was hundreds of kilometers away and had no cases. In this way, they could use the extremely disparate number difference to launch a big surprise attack on this spiritual rain night. Wait a little longer. Your mission is very special. Lin Ning comforted Feng Ji and Feng Xiao, his two subordinates, and at the same time found that Qi Ying and Xue Jin had already arrived halfway back. Qi Ying, Xue Jin, go to Nandu City to assist Feng Ji and Feng Xiao. In the consciousness field of up to 2,000 kilometers, Lin Ning quickly conveyed the order to the two giant birds flying in the air. Although they are excellent enough as a means of transportation, they are definitely not inferior in terms of fighting. Qi Ying and Xue Jin, who are about to be promoted to the 3rd level, also need an opportunity to break through the bottleneck at this time. and completing various tasks for the master will make such opportunities more. The huge wings flew at high speed in the air, and soon they saw many helicopters and armed transport planes flying in the air. Master, are we going to attack those metal giant birds? Chiang asked the master what he meant. He wanted to know if the master wanted them to shoot down the giant metal birds that were carrying humans in the air. Just like last time. Don't worry about them. You should hurry to the direction of Nandu City. Lin Ming urged the two subordinates. It was more important for them to assist Feng Ji and Feng Xiao than to attack the human air forces. With two more air support, Feng Ji and Feng Xiao could do their work better. As for the air forces transported by the human side and the ground forces transported by the ground, it was not a difficult task for Lin Ming. It could be easily solved by using bamboo roots. However, Lin Ming did not intend to use his ability to do this right away. After all, these troops were just strength, and they were nothing at all. Without the protection of the aura shielding device, they could easily kill even ordinary mutant creatures. At this point, the human side, which had been confused by his many strategies, probably did not know that his main target was actually in Xiaohu City. Sensing everything, Lin Ming seized the opportunity and prepared Feng Ji and Feng Yin to attack. His own air force had also reached the coast of the urban area of Xiaohu City within a few hours. The coast is the area with the weakest defense. After all, the sea creatures there will not easily attack on the shore, so there are almost no walls there. Although they also used aura shielding devices as a means of defending against attacks by mutant creatures. This city where humans gather the largest number of people is not invulnerable. Feng Ji, Feng Xiao, prepare for battle. Don't worry about the aura shielding devices in Nandu City. After you cross those walls, follow my instructions to attack those military facilities. The two Wind Wolves knew very well that their purpose this time was to harass Nandu City and cause some chaos. They turned into two streams of blue light and quickly rushed into Nandu City, where the defense was already very weak. With the power of their muscles, at this time, Qiying and Shui Jin had already arrived nearby. They each grabbed a huge rock, and following Lin Ming orders, smashed the two rocks directly into the center of Nandu City. For a moment, with two soul-shaking wolf howls, Nandu City also fell into absolute chaos in this sudden attack.